There is an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed. The amber moonlight shone in through the mottled and scratched window glass, sprinkled on the neatly folded stacks of newspapers and old books, and outlined light-colored and transparent scars. Newspapers and old books filled the room. On the floor, on the cabinet, on the chair, and by the head of the bed, there are stacks of paper-printed texts like this. If the waste paper collectors saw these paper products, they would definitely not be able to help but feel joy in their hearts, and they would recognize the caring of the owner of the paper products from the bottom of their hearts. Even the effort of packing and arranging was saved for them. What a great man! Of course, if they really came to learn about it, they would be extremely disappointed to meet them. Because these journals are not for sale, they have special value. In these seemingly trivial written books, there is some knowledge that is trivial to ordinary people. And these knowledges, which are insignificant to ordinary people, have accumulated over the years, giving birth to extraordinary miracles. Among these old papers, a boy was sitting cross-legged on the iron-gray blanket of the iron bed. He has dark hair, pale face, eyes closed, brows furrowed, lips pursed, flashes of pain from time to time. The moonlight brushed lightly on his face, making it weak and mysterious. After a long time, the boy finally opened his eyes. There was still a trace of heart palpitations in those dark and deep pupils, but more than that, it was an uncontrollable joy. He ignored the weakness of his soul caused by the breakthrough just now, and hurriedly opened the virtual panel and looked at his attributes. Name: Yin for Geralt. Nature phase, lamp phase. Fourth order, invisible art, the secret of the night's watch, a glimpse of the mansion, new mansion construction progress, woodland, 20%. It is detected that the first stage of the task, learning invisible arts, so that anyone's own sexuality reaches the fourth level, has been completed, and the sleep inhibition is released. Try to start the second stage mission, the conditions are not met, and the start failed, please explore by yourself. Hum hum hum. The corner of the boy's mouth pursed tightly, trying to stop the overflowing joy. Hey, but he still couldn't help splashing out a lot of pleasant waves. Ha 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 ha. In the end, hearty laughter finally filled the room. Unity Geralt wept with joy. 10 years. It's been 10 years. He finally completed the first stage of the task arranged by the crumb system. And the second stage mission didn't trigger either. There will be no pits. I can finally sleep peacefully. 10 years ago, Unioff had just turned 1 year old. With a crisp ding sound, the virtual panel of the system first appeared in his curious and immature vision. It is detected that the strength of the host's soul has reached the standard, the system permissions are allowed to be opened, and the host accepts the binding. Unioff tilted his small head, which was not yet fully developed, and gradually appeared in front of his eyes various famous scenes he had seen in the novels of his previous life. Among them, a certain road wins the beast the most. Dark blue, let me see your limit. I, Lu Sheng, always rely on myself. Deep blue, dark blue, add some to me. Do you also have such a system? It is detected that the strength of the host's soul has reached the standard, the system permissions are allowed to be opened, and the host accepts the binding. Accept. With fiery expectations and fantasies about the future, University resolutely chose to accept it. Then, he suddenly found that he seemed to have ignored a small font, light color, and almost invisible words attached to the system prompt. It seems vaguely like system terms of service. Generally speaking, isn't this something you have to tick first? He was about to open it to see what it was, but in the next second, the entire message box disappeared. Although the virtual panel could still be summoned, the message box was nowhere to be found. What about a message box as big as mine? Unioff nibbled at his little index finger, stunned. However, forget it. Anyway, serious people don't read the terms. The first stage of the task, to practice the invisible art, so that anyone's own nature can reach the fourth level. Invisible art? Sexuality? What are they? Isn't it the point system? Yunfu pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that it seemed to be his own personal imagination before, and the system never said that it was an add-on system. Invisible art, a general term for a special type of practice that can improve one's own nature and bring oneself closer to a corresponding root principle in the universe. Remarks: there are 9 kinds of root principles, and the system has all 9 principles of invisible art practice books, which will be opened according to the host situation. It seems to be not bad, the practice method aiming at the law. No matter how bad it is, it can't be bad, right? And all the classics are already there. Although it seems that opening requires some conditions, it is better than collecting them yourself. It's so sweet. This system may be quite conscientious. Unioff nodded and gave the system a like. So, are there any practice books that have been opened? Currently open book type, lamp, one of the 9 root principles, which means in humanity, knowledge, reason, radiance, and enlightenment. It is also closely related to the fields of dreams, precognition, and divination are all areas of spirituality. Yunfu blinked, and it was easy to think of the sound of the system's awakening. Perhaps, it has something to do with the strength of his soul. After all, he is a transmigrator. The combination of his past and present life has doubled the soul and doubled the happiness. Then, he continued to look. At present, only one spell has been unlocked in the Book of Lights. Secret of the Night's Watch, the second-order lamp phase spell, which replaces sleep with meditation and builds a mansion. Remarks: Night Watchers don't sleep. UU reading www.uukansha.com. Sleepers don't keep watch. What is Mansu? Unioff had a big head. Why does this system always come up with some strange names? However, if he just uses meditation instead of sleep, then he should be able to do it. Many novels in previous lives have been written like this, so it shouldn't be difficult. Continue to point down, lying in the basket anyway, there is nothing else to do for the time being. Mansu, a spiritual world similar to a dream, and more stable in texture than a dream. The complete Mansu is divided into 6 large areas and 18 small areas. Currently, the area that can be constructed is Woodland. Woodland, the outermost area of Mansu. The construction method is as follows. Unioff swiped down on the virtual panel, feeling that this should be a simulation business type leisure system. Because the construction method of Woodland is very simple, that is, planting trees. Although it is not an ordinary tree, but a tree of knowledge, planting a tree will give him a very casual feeling. Planting the tree of knowledge requires the seed of knowledge, and the seed of knowledge can be obtained by reading the text. It seems that any text can be used, as long as it has meaning, can be understood, and can be repeated. It can be used as the raw material for the seeds of knowledge. Then, as long as the condensed seeds of knowledge are poured into the mansion and injected with spiritual power, the seeds of knowledge will sprout and grow, and finally grow into a tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge can expand the space of the mansion, and at the same time can enhance his spiritual power. Unioff crept out of the cradle made of basket and cotton cloth. He is in an orphanage now, and the conditions are not very good, but Ms. Garrel, the head of the orphanage, treats him very well. He quickly climbed under the table. The table was not very high, it was the same as ordinary people, but it was still a bit high for the 1-year-old Unioff. However, there is a chair and a stool beside it. Unioff pushed the stool next to the chair, climbed onto the stool, and then climbed onto the chair. Then he carefully raised his body from the chair, and his tender hands grabbed the edge of the table and climbed up bit by bit. There is a 4-folded newspaper on the table, spread out, about the size of his body. He just lay on it, stared at a pair of big watery eyes, and read word by word, a little tired, because they are all in English. Fortunately, his English grades in his previous life were okay, and he passed set 4 and 6 all at once. And this newspaper is just an ordinary daily newspaper, rarely involving difficult technical terms. Although it doesn't look very refreshing, I can barely read it. Just practice English. He already knew from the conversations around him that this was England, so English must be learned. However, he still quickly encountered vocabulary he did not understand, which was a difficulty. He didn't know much about the root word, so he couldn't guess it, but it didn't matter. In the upper right corner of the table, there was a thick Oxford dictionary. Although it is English, harmful, it is difficult to travel abroad. Unioff opened his knee-high dictionary, started looking it up, and quickly solved the problem. In his previous life, his scores on the college entrance examination were okay. He was not a scholar, but his academic ability was still a little bit. Keep watching. It's a little strange, but the more you look at it, the better it gets. Obviously it's just ordinary news, and you have to turn the dictionary from time to time. But it actually feels better than the previous life novels. Why? Forget it, it's cool. Why are there so many? Unioff gradually immersed himself in it. After an hour, daily feeding time. Crunch, the office door opens. Unioff turned his head and found that it was Ms. Garrel holding a baby bottle. Ms. Garrel was in her 50s, but she was fit and healthy, with very beautiful blonde hair. She was very surprised to see that Unioff was not in the basket, but on the desk. She hurried over, and Unioff had a bad premonition. Do not before he had time to resist, he was already carried by Ms. Garrel's clothes, picked up, and put back in the cradle. The chair was pushed into the desk, the stool was put back in place, and the newspaper was put away. Seeing that Ms. Garrel quickly put everything back into place, for some reason, Unioff felt particularly aggrieved. The lacrimal glands also began to be stimulated, and the mouth opened uncontrollably. Wow. Seeing that Ms. Garrel put the bottle mouth in his mouth, he couldn't help sucking, but he soon discovered that milk was not fragrant at all. Wow. Lady Garrel picked him up again, rocked him gently in her arms, and hummed a soft English tune. But Unioff couldn't stop crying. It doesn't sound good at all. Wow. Ms. Garrel felt very strange. She was very well behaved on weekdays. She didn't cry or make trouble. She liked this child very much. But what happened today? Seeing that Unioff was still crying, Ms. Garrel asked helplessly, "What do you want?" She didn't think that Unioff could understand, she just asked habitually. Then she saw Unionfo stretch out her fingers while crying. I want to read the newspaper." In this way, Unioff got the newspaper as he wished, and by the way, he also brought the dictionary, and put it all in his cradle. Then it took 4 to 5 or 6 hours, with one feeding and one diaper change in between, reading the newspaper intermittently. Not even an advertisement. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his memory seemed to have become particularly good. Although he did not remember every word, he could roughly retell everything about every report. I'm so smart. At the same time, a crystal-like seed appeared completely in his mind. It seems that this is the seed of knowledge, and it is quite beautiful. Yunbo tried to bring the seed of knowledge into reality, but was unsuccessful. The seeds of knowledge can only be planted in Mansu. So, after appreciating his own masterpiece, Union Buddha began to meditate according to the requirements in The Secret of the Night's Watch. Accompanied by a sense of condensed, Unioff came to a space only 10 square meters. Underfoot is the pitch-black earth, overhead is the cobalt blue sky, and nothing else. Unioff looked at it for a while, and felt that there was nothing to look at. He opened his palm, and the seed of knowledge emerged from his palm, emitting light like a firefly. He followed the steps described in The Secret of the Night's Watch, planted the seeds of knowledge into the soil, pressed his hands on it, and injected spiritual power. About half an hour later, the seed of knowledge sprouted. The almost transparent stems and leaves, with alternating patterns of gold and silver, seemed like a delicate handicraft. As the seedlings grew, they saw that Mansu's original land, which was only 10 square meters, expanded silently to about 20 square meters. When the tree of knowledge is fully grown, the spiritual space should double again. At the same time, Unioff also felt a kind of exhaustion that was almost overdraft, just like playing games all night in the previous life. I just want to sleep. Without looking at the progress, Unioff directly exited the mansion and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very soundly this time, just like the pillow advertisements in his previous life. Clouds, cotton, soft dreams. The next day, when Unioff woke up, he only felt that he was full of energy and very comfortable. It's just a little strange that there is no movement from the system. Generally speaking, when the host completes something for the first time, shouldn't the system come out to congratulate it? It seems to be a very honest system, and it won't do these fancy things. Thinking like this, Unioff opened the virtual panel, ready to see his progress. The Secret of the Night's Watch doesn't say how many trees to plant, but this should be seen from the progress. He feels that it will not be very little, because the process is not difficult. Maybe 3 or 4 figures. While guessing, he clicked on the progress of the mansion construction. Then, his eyes widened. I saw that the virtual panel displayed Mansion Construction Progress, Woodland, 0.001%. Mansion Construction Progress, Woodland, 0.001%. Yuna made a simple calculation, and was immediately hit. 1 in 100,000 is an incredible number. Although the tree of knowledge is just a seedling now, when it fully grows, the progress should increase a bit. As long as it grows, it will double in size, that is 50,000 trees. This is still a very large number. He did the math. According to the current efficiency, that is, the rate of 1 tree per day, it would take about 136 years to complete the construction of the woodland. Whether he can live to that time is a matter of debate. But the woodlands are just one of the areas where the mansion resides. Isn't this project too big? But it didn't take long for him to regain his energy. He is only 1 year old now. As he grows up and the progress of his practice deepens, his efficiency will definitely improve. And there may be other means of speeding up. Even if not, the spiritual improvement brought by planting the tree of knowledge is definitely a considerable benefit. He undoubtedly has a bright future. In this way, I read newspapers during the day and planted trees, and at night I meditated and planted trees. Before I knew it, 6 days passed. During this period, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the completion of the first phase of the task does not necessarily require the complete construction of the woodland. Because the task is to practice the invisible art and make one's own nature reach the 4th level, not complete the construction of the woodland. UU reading www.uukunshu.com. And if you want to reach the 4th order light phase, as long as the progress of the woodland reaches 20%, it is enough. This is so much easier. Life is simple and fulfilling. The 7th day of obtaining the system, the weekend, the weather is fine. Out of the instinctive reaction to rest days engraved in his soul, Unioff felt that he should relax. Even if he is just a baby, he has many things to do, such as observing Ms. Garrel's daily work, sitting under the shade of a tree to add some misery to passing ants, or staring at the blue sky and milky white clouds in a daze. Occasionally take a break like this, and you will feel the beauty of life. Moreover, after working hard for 6 days, he was also a little tired. Therefore, that day he did not have the seed of condensing knowledge. Of course, there was no meditation at night. Anyway, the amount of the Manso project is so large, it shouldn't matter if 1 day is short of construction. It is detected that the host has not yet completed the first stage of the task. The host's lazy behavior is detected, and the search system has built-in coping strategies. After the search is complete, activate the special compulsory measures for laziness number 233. and enable the sleep suppression function, which cannot be turned off until the first stage of the task is completed. During the sleep suppression period, once the host enters the sleep state, it will fall into the nightmare of the netherworld. Suggestion: restoring energy and fatigue by substituting sleep for meditation. Cough, 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 cough. Just as Unioff was immersed in the beautiful memories of the past, Ms. Garrel's sharp voice suddenly came from outside the room, and then there was a burst of something that she wanted to suppress but couldn't suppress, like dry bark being rubbed by the wind. Like a cough. Unioff quickly climbed out of bed, opened the door to the room, and saw Ms. Garrel standing in the dilapidated corridor with one arm on the gray-white wall. She covered her throat, hunched her waist, her chest heaved wildly, and her terrible coughs came one after another like a flood. The violent cough seemed to cough out the heart and the lungs together. The pale hair was scattered, like the white flags hanging in the cemetery at night. She is getting old very fast, and she is no longer as healthy as she was 10 years ago. Unioff took her arm and patted her back lightly, hoping she would feel more comfortable. However, no matter the arms or the back, they all give him a skinny feeling. Ms. Garrel, why don't we go to the hospital again? Unioff said worriedly. In fact, the doctor has seen it once, and the result is that there is no serious problem, but Unive feels that Ms. Garrel's symptoms seem to be getting worse. Ms. Garrel raised her hand to say something, but was stopped by a cough. Unioff had to continue filming. After 3 or 4 minutes of filming, it seemed to have an effect, and the coughing sound became smaller little by little. No, I'm much better. Ms. Garrel finally recovered. Then, when she saw her straighten up and patted Yunfu's hand away, her eyes instantly became severe, as if she was not the one who was coughing to death while leaning against the wall just now. I think you should worry about yourself first. Look at your face. It's almost as if you had wiped it with lime from the toilet wall. Do you know what time it is? Unioff glanced at the system time and answered honestly, 1 o'clock in the morning. Go to bed now. Also, tomorrow you will be punished for cleaning the toilet. Ms. Garrel's face was cold. She had not had much blood before, but now it was covered with a pale frost. Sweeping the toilet. Unioff's face suddenly lost its calmness, and it could even be said that he was shocked. As he became more and more profound in the cultivation of the lamp phase spell, he became full of resistance to all dirty and salty things. Moreover, some features of the toilet will make him recall some bad memories. Every time he goes to the toilet, he also comes and goes in a hurry and doesn't want to stay in it for one more second. Sweeping the toilet would definitely kill him. You should know that I have a very serious cleanliness addiction, Unioff asked. Yes, I know. Ms. Garrel looked indifferent. So, it is precisely because you know that you are punished like this. That way you will have a long memory. Eugene tried to struggle, but no. However, the orphanage has been relocated recently. Everyone is very busy, and the government has to coordinate. Right now, there is a shortage of people to clean the toilet. Speaking of which, she propped her forehead, probably thinking of something troublesome. Unioff took a deep breath. In any case, it is absolutely impossible to clean the toilet, and even if he wanted to instruct other children to do it for him, he would definitely be stopped. Maybe a day would turn into a week or even a month. As of now, there is only one way to go. Yunvo raised his head, showing a pitiful look, with crystal tears rolling in his eyes. Ms. Garrel, for the sake of my pat on the back just now, will you spare me this time? I swear I will sleep well. He raised his hand high, as if swearing to the sky. And I've always helped you manage those little bastards. There's no credit or hard work. Can you just let me go this time? Alternatively, you can punish me to do other things, as long as I don't clean the toilet. Then I saw 2 eyes falling like blades. Don't act, it's useless. I saw that Yuna was still holding the corner of his clothes and was about to cry. The air was quiet for a second or two, and Ms. Garrel sighed, I'll let you go this time, and don't get caught by me again. Yuna's face suddenly lit up. Thank you, Ms. Garrel, for your mercy. Go to bed soon. Ms. Garrel glared angrily. Oh, Unioff shut himself back to the room immediately, lest Ms. Garrel suddenly change her mind. Not long after, there was the sound of Ms. Garrel's footsteps walking farther and farther outside the door, as well as a deliberately lowered cough. Harmful. With his back against the door panel, Unioff let out a breath, knowing that this level was over. Ms. Garrel is still as stubborn as ever. He went to the bed, fell back on the blanket, wrapped himself up, and got ready to sleep. Sleep suppression has been turned off, and he doesn't have to worry about having nightmare in the void again. However, after tossing and turning, he couldn't fall asleep at all. With his hands behind his head, he rationalized his thoughts and found that he was mainly thinking about Ms. Garrel. Although the results given by the doctor were just overwork and sore throat, he always felt that Ms. Garrel's condition was getting worse. This may have something to do with her work intensity. She loves to worry too much, and the orphanage is basically supported by her. The tea, salt, sauce, and vinegar in the yard are all she is planning carefully, and the mischievousness of the children always makes her hoarse. Although it has been better with his help in recent years, the work intensity is still very high. Moreover, the funding given by the government in the past was not enough, and that little money was only enough to feed everyone. However, she devoted herself to buying books, reading www.uukamcha.com to buy stationery, and often invited students from nearby universities to teach them. These are all extra expenses. The light dimmed slightly, and Yunvo raised his head and looked out the window, and found that a cloud was blocking the moon. Thinking about it carefully, he himself is the biggest beneficiary. If Ms. Garrel didn't buy so many books and newspapers, the progress of Secret of the Night's Watch would undoubtedly be much slower. But he still didn't quite understand what Ms. Garrel was doing. Providing educational resources to orphanages should have been done by the government. If the government didn't do a good job, she could actually ignore it at all. Obviously, it's an extravagant thing. Yuna couldn't help but recall the conversation 5 years ago. On that day, he finally couldn't help but ask his doubts. At least you have to be able to read, you have to know what you can do and what you can't do. This is the foundation of being a person. Ms. Garrel said, alcohol, gambling, drugs, and sensible people won't touch these things. If you don't touch these things, you can find a stable job, find a suitable partner, and give birth to children you can take care of. No, it will be placed at the gate of the orphanage again. My burden is already heavy, and I don't want you to increase my burden anymore. Although a little moved, Yunioff still felt that there was something wrong with Ms. Garrel's logic, because Yunfu couldn't help rubbing his butt, and when he remembered the serious teachings that Ms. Garrel had taught him over the years, he felt a dull pain in his again. But he also gradually began to admit what Ms. Garrel did, not because he was beaten a lot, but because basically all the children who came out of the orphanage found work. She lived almost the same life as Ms. Garrel said. I can't talk about how rich I am, but I have a stable life. And occasionally there are some children who stand out. These outstanding children often give back some resources, which can be regarded as the contacts accumulated by the orphanage. This relocation is due to such a relationship. However, it is also because of this that Ms. Garrel has not been able to relax at all recently, but has become more and more busy. After thinking about it, Yunioff simply gave up the idea of sleeping. I haven't slept for so many years, so I'm not in a hurry. He now wants to see what kind of changes the Fourth Order light phase has brought about, what kind of role the Mansu glimpse that has just been unlocked, and what kind of benefits it can bring to him. Like those seniors who have already made their mark, he is undoubtedly the hope of the orphanage, and he must be the brightest of the hopes. He has this confidence. Aside from getting to the top of power like the Prime Minister in the cabinet, mastering a business or company is also a matter of course. And it's definitely not a fantasy. After 10 years of meditation, although I don't know how strong my spiritual power is, and the system has not given a method to apply it, I can still do some things that ordinary people can't do. To this end, he has already planned a preliminary approach. The first step is to go to an unscrupulous company and be the grassroots. The second step is to get rid of unscrupulous competitors and unscrupulous direct supervisors and get promoted. The third step is to get rid of the unscrupulous boss and occupy the magpie's nest. In this way, you can not only achieve your own goals, but also sweep away the garbage for the society, and your conscience will not be hurt. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Although the reality may not be so smooth, if you don't try it, your life will only stay where you are. What's more, new spells are now unlocked. With this thought in mind, Yunioff opened the virtual panel and called up the information of A Glance at Mansu. A Glimpse of Mansu. Fourth Order lamp phase spells must be used in conjunction with the system. According to the keywords entered by the host, a number of qualified candidates will be randomly recruited to enter Mansu. There are no more than 3 keywords at most. If the number of keywords is less than 1, it's completely random recruiting. After entering Mansu for the first time, qualified persons can take the initiative to enter Mansu, but the following ceremony is required. The number of qualified candidates that can be recruited will increase with the progress of mansion's construction. The number of eligible candidates currently available for recruitment. 2 remarks. The light of wisdom is only open to those who have eyes and can see. Whether to start recruiting immediately, yes/no. Yunvo instantly felt familiar. Isn't this the system version of A Certain Bathroom Master? In his previous life, he always liked that novel. In theory, by using this ability flexibly, his future is not limited to the level of a business owner, but can be compared to the Vatican, a country within a country. Becoming the Pope, singing and singing every day, is just around the corner. Ha ha. Yunioff laughed at himself. It is impossible to wait around the corner, which is obviously another slow-burning ability. He actually wanted a simple and rude ability like Deep Blue to make him invincible as soon as possible. After complaining in his heart for a while, Yunvo calmed down, accepted the reality, and analyzed the glimpses of Mansu. Unlike Secret of the Night's Watch, which only requires repeated work, Mansu Glimpse has a large operating space, that is, a high upper limit and a very low lower limit. The relationship between the two is like working and starting a business. The former is paid to die, but it is very stable. Therefore, before using this ability, Yunioff felt that he had better think carefully. Referring to the experience of A Certain Bathroom Master in his previous life, he quickly summed up the advantages and disadvantages of this ability. The first is the network. Recruiting qualified people will bring new relationships, and new relationships will bring new information. If you are lucky enough, this information may bring some benefits. The second is trading. Mansu is a secret place. Any trading here is very secret, which may attract some qualified people with special needs, and he can also take a cut of it. There is not much advantage in remote contact, because there are computers now. In addition, there are many more. Unioff simply took out a piece of paper, recorded these thoughts with a pen, and then reviewed them one by one. Although his memory is so good that it is almost unforgettable, for any thinking, hiding in his mind and writing on paper are not the same thing. In the process of media transformation, there is a small probability that wisdom will burst into sparks, and then be sublimated, like a fish leaping from a dragon gate. Just like now, Unioff looked at the ideas listed on the paper and kept editing them with a pen. He has excellent dark vision, and he can read words on paper just by moonlight. And in the process of constant editing, his thoughts became more and more clear, just like the reefs on the bottom of the water when the tide goes out. The advantages and disadvantages of abilities, the use of abilities, the precautions when using abilities, emerge one by one. After a burst of vigorous writing, I saw lines of full and beautiful, neat and fluent English circles appearing on the paper, as concise and clear as printing. He picked it up and read it, his two eagle-like eyebrows folded slightly toward the center of the eyebrows, and a small eyebrow was wrinkled. He should have covered everything, but he still felt that something was missing. It's just that there is something missing, but I can't tell. It seems to be enveloped by a layer of misty things, softly and fatally. That should be an important point, but the more so, the more inspiration is needed. Not a mechanical effort, or dry logic to replace. After a few minutes of pondering and finding nothing, Unioff simply put down the pen and paper and looked up at the bright moon outside the window, which was shattered by glass scratches. Speaking of which, reading www.uukanksha.com is also strange. It is obviously the beginning of the month, but the moon is as round as the middle of the month. The newspaper said that this may have something to do with the positional relationship between the Earth, Moon and Sun, involving various periodic changes, in short, very esoteric astronomy. Unioff didn't quite understand either. He usually reads all kinds of news, followed by novels, stories, prose, and poetry. As for mathematics, there are not many books in the orphanage in this area, and they are limited to the simplest addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Astronomy, such a high-level ivory tower knowledge, has not had a chance to be brought into his brain. Therefore, he thinks very literary and artistically that maybe the moon occasionally wants to break the law of running for hundreds of millions of years, instead of being incomplete at the beginning of the month, perfect in the middle of the month, and disappearing at the end of the month. After all, this dull rhythm like work day after day, the dullness contained in it, as if to resist the immutability of the passage of time, may be a torment for any existence. He has only built a 10-year-old mansion, and he already feels a little tasteless as water, not to mention the moon that has been like this for hundreds of millions of years. Thinking about it like this, in the bright moonlight, he suddenly felt a sense of unwillingness. He worked so hard to build a mansion without sleep and restless sleep, and it took 1/10 of his ordinary life just to initially build the woodland, but the so-called qualified person of the system, as long as he entered for the first time, you can go in and out at will through the ceremony. How can these qualified people share the fruits of their labor with peace of mind? Whether to start recruiting immediately, yes/no, yes. Whether to enter keywords immediately, yes/no, yes. Please enter keywords. Each keyword cannot exceed 3 English words in length. Yuna was stunned for a moment. He originally planned to combine several attribute words as one long keyword input, but he didn't expect the system to wait here for a long time. But he narrowed his eyes and thought about it for a moment, and then he was relieved. After all, it's a crumb system that makes system service payments so inconspicuous. How could he have drilled into such an obvious loophole? Since cheating can't be done, you can only input it honestly. Anyway, 3 English words are enough. He glanced at the notes he had made before. Although it was almost impossible to make a mistake, this was the first time after all, and he felt somewhat uneasy. Take a deep breath, point your finger on the virtual panel, and start typing. Although the system also supports mental input, he felt that such an important matter, it would make him feel more at ease. The first keyword, 11 years old. 11 years old out of the pursuit of profit, university are considered recruiting adults. But after a little thought, he happily gave up the idea. It is true that adults will be stronger in ability and have more resources at their disposal. If qualified people are compared to mineral veins, the mineral content will probably be higher. However, in mining, it is not only about the amount of ore contained in the vein, but also the risks and difficulties in the mining process. After being baptized by society, adults are inevitably complicated in their minds, and their relationships are inevitably chaotic, and to a certain extent, they have learned to avoid eagles when they don't see rabbits. When he himself is only 11 years old, to recruit such a troublesome guy, he thinks that this is not to help himself, but to create trouble for himself. However, in the same way, the age of the qualified person can't be too young. If he is too young, he doesn't understand anything, and he may in turn be a nanny. After thinking about it, he still thinks 11 is the best. Simple-minded, full of vigor, occasionally rebellious, but also able to guide. And he himself is 11 years old. He is also in touch with the things that the qualified person is exposed to, and he is also thinking about the things that the qualified person thinks. At the same stage of life, there is no incomprehensible generation gap. All in all, the difficulty of cheating is greatly reduced. Second keyword, girls in England. Girl in choosing between boys and girls, University resolutely chose a girl. First of all, there is nothing to say. Since he is a boy and can only recruit 2 qualified candidates, he does not want to recruit a very troublesome boy to block him. Recruiting 2 fragrant girls, even if it doesn't come in handy as expected, at least it will make you feel more comfortable. The mood will also be better. Moreover, compared with boys, girls are generally quieter, and at the same age, their thinking will be more mature. That way it won't be too childish and loud. In the orphanage, all the children knew that Unioff hated making noise, especially when he was reading. If anyone quarrels with him at this time, he will definitely be arrested and beaten. For those who are qualified, Unioff obviously has no intention of being used to it. If it doesn't suit his temper, he will be shot directly from Mansu. As for why he was limited to England, it was naturally because he was in England now. If you don't limit the area, you might be recruited to the Java country. Once the distance is too far, it won't make much sense to him. The third keyword, love reading. Really love reading. This is a decision made after consulting the system information. Regarding whether the qualified person can plant trees in the mansion like him, the system gave a positive answer. After entering Mansu for the first time, those who are qualified can gather the seeds of knowledge through reading, and can also plant the tree of knowledge. This news naturally made Unioff overjoyed. He has been planting trees day and night for 10 years, and he never thought that there would be a day when he could assign others to plant trees. It seems that the time for slaves to turn into capitalists is ripe. In his mind, he couldn't help but fantasize about how to assign tasks in the future, and then the wonderful scene where his progress soared. Although there are currently only 2 eligible places, the growth rate may not be that fast, but there is no doubt that there is great potential and a bright future. Of course, it is not without limits. Unlike his ability to restore energy in Mansu, the spiritual power of qualified persons cannot be replenished in Mansu, and will only be continuously consumed. And when the mental power of the qualified person is consumed to a certain level, they will be automatically ejected from the mansion. In other words, the stronger the spiritual power of the qualified person, the longer they can stay in the mansion. An average adult can spend about 4 hours in a mansion. This time is not long. It takes half an hour to plant a seed of knowledge, and it takes another time to irrigate the tree of knowledge that is not fully grown. Time will only be insufficient, not superfluous. And Unioff recruited an 11-year-old girl, and the efficiency might be a few % off. But that didn't change his mind. If possible, he naturally hopes that the construction of Mansu will be fast and stable, but if he could only choose one of them, he would choose steady. The experience in his previous life told him that if it is unstable, it is easy to draw water from the bamboo basket. Fortunately, mental power can be exercised. Whether it is through reading to condense tree species, or diligently planting trees in a mansion, it can enhance spiritual power. Theoretically speaking, as long as the qualified strive to grow, more and more surplus value will naturally be produced. Therefore, in order to squeeze more residual value from the qualified people, it is to allow the qualified people to grow better. The qualified people must love reading. Keyword input is complete. Are you sure? Sure. Starting to recruit qualified candidates, searching for keywords, invoking secret history criteria, searching complete. Please host to select qualified candidates. On the virtual panel, UU reading www.uukunshu.com slowly emerged 2 ancient copper cards covered. The back of the cards was finely engraved with an old-fashioned lantern in the style of the steam period of the last century. The flame at the core of the lantern was slightly smudged with cobalt blue light. This is a card draw? This. Unioff reacted at once, but did not flop the card immediately. Before that, he had to do a transfer ceremony for the owner of a certain bathroom. Open the old wardrobe, take out a stack of reserved compressed biscuits from the upper level of the cabinet, place them in the 4 corners of the room, and then take a square counterclockwise. While walking, he recited in order, Fuxian Xianhuang Zianzun, blessing Xianhuang Tianzun, blessing Xianhuang God, blessing Xianhuang Tianzun. It looks like you are familiar with the road. It seems that you have done it many times, but it's actually a habit left over from a previous life. Every time you draw a card, you must do it to pray for good luck. This is the first time in my life. The transshipment ceremony was successfully completed without any vision, but Unefo felt that he had been blessed by some mysterious power. He rubbed his hands nervously and decided to turn the left one first. Generally speaking, the left side often represents good luck. The moonlight shrouded, and all the sounds were silent. Even if he was chattering and racing against the clock, he seemed to be dying in the next second. At this time, his noisy chirping was slightly restrained. The dazzling golden light gradually dimmed with the flow of the moonlight, as if a sudden burst of water flowed into the river. After a while, a cartoon standing painting with gold borders came into view of Unefo. The doll has a fat little round face, small curly brown hair, big dark brown eyes, and is wearing a small black robe that fits. Very cute, but there is a strange sense of familiarity, as if I have seen it somewhere. Unioff continued to look down. Name: Hermione Granger. Sex: none. Description: Hermione Granger has a bright and level head, loves to read and shares. It is worth mentioning that she has been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and is a student who is about to enter a preparatory little wizard of the wizarding world. Although no one spoke, the air seemed to have fallen into a deeper silence. Hermione Granger? Hogwarts? Preparing for a little wizard. Una couldn't help rubbing his eyes before looking again. However, neither the standing drawing of the card nor the description of the card has changed. In other words, there is a high probability that it is not a problem with your own eyes. Yunfa stood up and leaned against the wall, slightly bent his left knee, wrapped his right foot on the left side of his left foot, folded his left hand on his right rib, and propped his cheek with his right hand, lost in thought. This turned out to be the world of Harry Potter, and he didn't find it at all for 10 years. He silently recalled the details of his life in the past 10 years, trying to find some clues that had been ignored, but the years in his memory have always been calm as water. Because of this, apart from having some delusions when he first crossed, he always thought that he had crossed into an ordinary world with no other supernatural powers other than himself. The life planning made is also based on such a precondition, but now it seems that many things have to be reconsidered. For example, the business plan that was originally planned. Yunvo pulled his hair back in annoyance, especially pulling his bangs aside. The restlessness in his heart was slightly soothed by the soft touch, and his thoughts began to turn in another direction. He wasn't particularly familiar with Harry Potter. In my last life, I just scanned all the movies. And he remembered that at that time, he should be watching a movie while playing games, similar to a travel punch card, so he could only remember the general plot. Even if I can remember it now, the information was incomplete when I entered it in my previous life, and there are no details to think about. What's more, there is also a secrecy law in the magic world, and he has been staying in the orphanage, and it is normal that he did not find out. Unioff moved his neck and made a crisp sound, his tense emotions relaxed slightly, and his eyes fell on the open card again. The card description says that Hermione has received an admission notice to Hogwarts, and Hermione was the same age as him. However, he did not receive any admission notice. He raised his neck and looked at the gray ceiling. All kinds of guesses came to his mind. Has it been delivered yet, or what? Or does he have no wizarding talent? But in the original book, even Neville could receive the admission notice, but he was turned away as a genius with high mental strength. Could it be that spiritual power and magical talent are not the same thing? Or in other words, this is the punishment for playing games while watching movies in his previous life. For a while, his mood couldn't help but feel a little low, and even the joy of drawing the gold card was cancelled by most of it. Although he didn't care about Harry Potter very much in the last life, and now he has invisible art in his hands, but he really came to such a world, and he happened to be born in England. I wonder which traveler doesn't want to go to Hogwarts to learn magic. What's more, when it comes to healing, magic seems to have something unique. Since the bones of Harry Potter's arm can be easily healed in the movie, then, Ms. Geralt's little troubles can naturally be taken care of. So he still had a little fantasy. It's the beginning of August, and there's still nearly a month before Hogwarts starts on September 1st. Maybe his admission notice is still on the way. Maybe his admission notice will be in the back. He analyzed rationally and felt that his thinking was reasonable, and at the same time stopped a series of random thoughts caused by the reshaping of the worldview. The most important thing now is to identify another qualified person first. Thinking like this, Unioff looked at the other card. The back of the card shone with cobalt blue light, causing him to murmur for a while. Wouldn't it be another wizard reservist? In that case, even his mentality would inevitably collapse. But it's still necessary to turn it over. If it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it's jealousy, Unioff won't reach the level of self-deception. What's more, every qualified person is destined to become his wings. Whether wizards or muggles, they must all contribute to the great cause of building Mansu. He touched the edge of the card with his fingers and slowly opened it, and a thick black mist spread out from the four sides of the card. When he turned to the front, he saw a tornado-like black smoke billowing up. Black card? Yunfu looked at it suspiciously. It was also a cartoon standing painting, but the edges were black, and the smoke that kept escaping from the corners seemed to slowly roll over thick ink dripping into the water. But his attention was immediately attracted by the portrait of the person depicted on the vertical painting, which was a very beautiful girl. UU reading www.uukansha.com. A head of platinum blonde smooth, straight hair hangs casually from the top of the head to the waist. On the small and straight dome nose, there is a pair of large black round frame glasses. With calm, pale blue eyes like snow, he lowered his head and looked at a thick book in his hand. Wearing a loose white sweater on her body looks intellectual and cute. Amazing! It doesn't match the black mist emitted by the cards at all. Rather, the black mist complements her purity and brilliance, as if the dark night is surrounded by the bright moon at this time. Yuna couldn't help but stare for a few more seconds before his eyes were willing to slide down. Name: Indrich Roll. Sex: none. Description: Indrich Roll likes to read, loves strange knowledge, and is very interested in wizard legends and legendary wizards, but she herself has not received any admission notices from any magic school. Yunvo put his finger between his eyebrows and began to search for the memories of his previous life, only to find that such a character did not appear in the movie. If such a beautiful girl appeared, he would definitely remember it, and he might even use it as a mobile phone desktop. But he was relieved quickly. The movie couldn't have shot everyone in the magic world, and from the card description, she seemed to be a squib. It's understandable without a role. Speaking of which, the effect of the transshipment ceremony is not too good. With so many 11-year-old children in England, he even asked him to pick 2 of them at random, all related to the wizarding world. In the suburbs of London, an English country-style single-family house. On the walls of clear water red bricks and the double-sloped roof of brownstone and red tiles, the moonlight slides down like a playful child, and slips into a pink boudoir from the lattice of the fiberglass window. In the room, wearing a black standard wizard robe and holding a 14-inch rattan-wood wand, Hermione Granger was muttering to a broken porcelain cup on the table. Repair as before, repair as before, repair as before. The china cup and the shards of the china cup were motionless, and there was no intention of reunion at all. The mouth gradually shrunk into a line. Ever since she received the admission letter to Hogwarts and witnessed the amazing transformation of Professor McGonagall, she has been full of great enthusiasm for learning spells. But even so, she should have followed Professor McGonagall's advice not to use magic in the Muggle world, even if it was practice. It's just... Hermione's mind recalled what happened to her family in Diagon Alley a few days ago. Those whispers that were clearly low-pitched but just so she could hear. Hey, look, those 2 guys should be Muggles. Well, I can't smell the sweet smell of magic, and the smell of dirty dust. How can Muggles appear in Diagon Alley? Well, just look at that little girl. If I guessed correctly, it was 2 Muggles who gave birth to a mudblood. Hermione looked up at Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger, and saw a rather uncomfortable wry smile on their faces, but it quickly disappeared. Even if she was pampered and never liked to look at her face, she knew that it was definitely not a positive and happy expression. This made Hermione angry. In her mind, Mr. and Mrs. Granger are the best family in the world. She would rather be scolded by others pointing at the nose and spit, than seeing her family members being humiliated for no reason. But the problem is, she doesn't know what's going on. She's just a preparatory wizard who has just received the admission letter to Hogwarts, and her knowledge of the magic world is limited to what Professor McGonagall told her. And she can turn her table into a cute little pink pig. Besides, she knew no more than any other 11-year-old girl in England. However, her history teacher once said, no matter what problems you encounter in your life, you can find the best answers from history. So, in addition to buying the necessary books required by Hogwarts, she bought a few more books about the history of the wizarding world. From these books, Hermione began to understand the makeup of the wizarding world. It turned out that just like cats can be divided into purebred cats, mixed-breed cats and country pastoral cats, wizards can also be divided into pure-blood wizards, mixed-blood wizards and Muggle-born wizards from Muggle families like her. And more than a decade ago, there was a terrorist political movement of pure-blood supremacy in the wizarding world. In this movement, Muggle wizards were persecuted inhumanly. Knowing this information, Hermione easily understood the meaning of those words, blood discrimination. In her original school, a similar phenomenon existed. It is not uncommon for white-skinned children to look down on dark-skinned children, and dark-skinned children to bully yellow-skinned children. She just didn't expect that the magic world is like this. She originally thought it was a beautiful world like a fairy tale. She felt a little disappointed, and immediately more than disappointed. Her overly useful head made her quickly think of those wizard classmates she had yet to meet in the future. Their father or mother are most likely pure-blood wizards and half-blood wizards who can use magic. Did they inherit the knowledge of magic from the previous generation before they went to school and then won the starting line? How would they treat her, a Muggle-born alien? These doubts seemed to be tangled in Hermione's heart, and even the magic of the spell couldn't stop her worrying, and she began to grow gloomy. She even had the idea of whether or not to go to Hogwarts. After all, she used to do well in ordinary schools and was very popular with teachers, so why should she go to a place that was not suitable for her? Hermione's emotions were basically written on her face, and her drooping head was lethargic, which made the Grangers realize that something was wrong with her without any effort. In the chat after a meal, under Mr. Granger's conscious or unintentional guidance, she finally revealed her concerns. Then came a burst of enlightenment. "Do you like magic?" asked Mr. Granger. "Of course I do," Hermione said without hesitation. How much do you like it? Mr. Granger continued to ask while peeling eggs. Hermione lowered her head and did not speak. The transfiguration performed by Professor McGonagall left a deep impression on her, and she felt that she would never forget it for the rest of her life. If you like it, don't give up easily, Mr. Granger said encouragingly. But from Hermione's point of view, it was an outsider's face for granted. It's easy to say, she curled her lips. What if you don't learn well? What if you don't like it? What if you are bullied? Mr. Granger, don't laugh. I mean it. If you laugh again, I'll blow your dog's head with a spoon. She poured out her thoughts like beans in a bamboo tube, and then scolded Mr. Granger's irresponsible smile. Mr. Granger tried his best to hold back his laughter. Hermione had never looked like this before, but I think this is completely unfounded. A good mind is really good, and it won't be useless just because of a different environment. And our Hermione is still so smart, and our grades are always the first. Hogwarts. Hermione felt her alveoli expanding rapidly. Yes, you reading www.uukunsha.com Hogwarts, even at Hogwarts, it must be excellent. Mr. Granger scratched Hermione's little wrinkled nose. Don't scratch my nose. What if it collapses? And it smells like eggshells, Hermione said angrily, throwing away Mr. Granger's hand. Even if you're right, I'm really smart, and the grades are also super good, but that doesn't mean you won't be bullied by others. Some yellow-skinned children study very well, but they are still oppressed. Even because of their good grades, they have to help other children with their homework. It can be seen that being smart is useless. These words made Mr. Granger stunned for a while, and he didn't know how to refute for a while with his mouth open. After thinking about it, he decided to change the angle. But if you give up now, you will definitely not be reconciled when you look back. It is better to be brave and try it now than to be bitter with regret. If someone bullies you, Mr. Granger raised his fist and slammed it on the dining table, causing the soup in the bowl to splash out onto the brand new clothes that Mrs. Granger just bought. You just beat him with your fist. Mrs. Granger looked at the unsightly stain on her new clothes, then looked at Mr. Granger who was sitting beside her, and nodded in agreement. Seeing the affectionate relationship between Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger, Hermione felt both angry and funny. Beat? You have to beat him. They are all wizards. It's not that you don't know. Mr. Granger got up from the dining table, as if nothing had happened, and continued to make moves. If you can't beat him, run. If you can't run, tell the teacher. I know what you're going to say, Mr. Granger. Hermione snapped, but it's not going to be that simple. Otherwise, why didn't you beat up those who spoke ill of us in Diagon Alley? Man didn't scold back and didn't complain. As she spoke, Hermione showed a more suspicious look. Mr. Granger was at a loss for words, and his thoughts were a little out of step, so he smirked. I don't know where you live. Humph. Why are you unfamiliar? It's not because you can't beat it. That's one of the reasons. Although she said so at the time, as soon as she came back to her senses, Hermione knew that it wasn't exactly the same thing. In her impression, Mr. Granger has a very strong character. In the past 10 years, no matter what kind of injustice he has encountered, Mr. Granger has the courage to fight back immediately. She believed that Mr. Granger would not be so cowardly even in the face of wizards. Her patience in Diagon Alley was largely due to her. Repair as before. Hermione waved her wand again, chanted a spell, and suddenly her face brightened. She saw the china cup shards move. But the joy disappeared from her face in a short time. Although the shards of the porcelain cup moved, they only moved. Hermione's face suddenly collapsed. She clearly followed the steps in the book and made no mistakes at all. Where did the problem go? In order to have the feeling of casting magic, she also specially put on a wizard's robe, which can be said to be full of ritual. At dinner, she also had a hunch that there would be a breakthrough tonight. So she is still practicing so late. In normal times, no matter how hard she worked, she would have already gone to bed at this time. Could it be that the so-called breakthrough is just to make the porcelain cup fragments move? Sure enough, the hunch or something is not reliable at all. She was so angry that she threw her wand aside, threw herself into the warm and soft blanket, and sank into it. What a spell! Can't learn at all. Sleep well. But it didn't take long for Mr. Granger's helpless smile to float through her mind again. She silently got up and picked up her wand. Try again one last time. Just one time. If it doesn't work, she just sleeps honestly. Repair as before. Before she finished speaking, the wand suddenly burst into a cobalt blue light, which in turn completely drowned her. Merseyside, Liverpool, seaside harbor area, roll house. Grey walls and green tiles, vines crawling wildly in the moonlight, a vine leaf lying on the glass lattice window, like a dark green eye peering into it. In the room, portraits, sculptures, armor, carpets, and furnishings full of old-fashioned aristocratic flavors are everywhere. But the most striking thing was the huge fireplace that was burning brightly, and the beautiful girl sitting in front of the fireplace. It was a scorching summer night, but she was wearing a snow-white diamond-shaped turtleneck sweater, a pair of ankle-length fleece pants of the same color, and a pair of very thick cotton stockings on her feet. Just like that, there was a thick woolen blanket covering his lap. She didn't feel hot, but felt cold. The chill that pierced through her bones made her frown from time to time, her body couldn't help trembling, and her teeth rattled. Even so, Indreach Roar's cold, moonlight gaze always landed on a book whose outer skin was almost peeling off in his hand. She suffered from an unknown cold syndrome since childhood. Although she has been asking a doctor to help her to recuperate and suppress it, she is like a maggot attached to a bone and cannot be eradicated. Every full moon night, a cold attack occurs once, and the pain caused by the attack made Hein Lehigh unable to sleep at all. She can only get through a tough night by diverting her attention by reading her favorite books. And at this moment, she is reading one of her favorite novels, Damocles or Exus, The Night of the Devil's Resurrection. This is a wizarding novel with elements of horror and suspense. The author is Modmus Hermes, who claims to be a direct subordinate of the former minister of the Ministry of Magic, Damocles Roll. From the perspective of a first-person bystander, the novel clearly tells how Damocles Roll built Azkaban step by step and used it as a wizard prison, and tells the story of Damocles. Roll made a series of thoughtful behavioral changes during that period. Due to the suspicion of defaming the Ministry of Magic and illegally spreading the knowledge of black magic, this novel has been banned from printing and dissemination by the Ministry of Magic and has been completely suppressed. The book she has is considered out of print. She has read this novel over and over many times, and many of the plots are already familiar to her, but when she feels bad, she still chooses this book to accompany her. As Damocles Roll's great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great granddaughter, it's almost like the real thing, especially how Extus brutally tortured sailors to turn them into dementors, and how Damocles used dementors to imprison wizard prisoners. The author, Modum Hermes, witnessed the general. Sometimes, she even wondered whether her cold symptoms might also be related to this. Because according to the description in the novel, the Dementor is also a kind of non-existence with a cold body. But this is just a novel, and she knows it very well. She had inquired about her parents, and even asked her to rummage through records in the Ministry of Magic, only to find that her great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather Damocles Roll had no one named Modmus Helmer at all. A subordinate with such a strange name. The reason for such delusions is probably out of unwillingness. She is already 11 years old, but reading www.uukansha.com has not condensed even a trace of magic power. It is the beginning of August, and the other little wizards may have already received their admission notices from Hogwarts. They can buy magic books at Lishan Bookstore, buy wizard robes at Lady Morkan's Robe Shop, and choose one at Ollivander's Wand Shop. Your own wand. There are also telescopes for astronomy class, cauldrons for potions class, and even owls. She wanted it all so much, she knew exactly what she needed to get to Hogwarts, and she knew the directions to each store like the back of her hand. Even in my dreams, I often dream of interacting with the clerk, choosing the best one among the products with excellent vision, and secretly rejoicing for it. But she also knew clearly that those fantasies were just fantasies. What can you do if you are not reconciled? Even the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore, is helpless about her situation. She is destined to have nothing, she can only stay at home and read wizard novels to comfort herself. So cold another icy chill hit her, she shivered suddenly, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and her teeth made more frequent clucking bone knocks. There are also highs and lows in the episodes of cold symptoms. When the lows are low, they can be relieved by diverting their attention. When the highs are high, they can only be carried hard, because at this time, she can't even control her attention. She curled up on the sofa with her book in her arms and shivered, like a poor little beast who was about to freeze to death in a lonely and icy world. Heinlesch opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the same room. Not to mention the soft sofas, ornate rugs, and expensive furniture, even the walls and ceilings that make people feel safe are gone. But what also disappeared was the cold bone cold. This sudden relief really made her happy, so much so that she didn't have too much fear when she suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment. However, as she looked around, her mouth opened slowly. She should be in a clearing now, surrounded by some strange trees. These trees are generally gray and black, but the bark is dotted with some flickering fluorescence. From the color of the trees appear to be of the same species, but from the shape of the trunk and branches, it is not. Some trees are straight and slender like birches, some are pagoda-shaped like cedars, and some are lush and thick like black walnuts. There are also many strange trees with claws, low shrubs, and climbing vines. Looking around, it is actually a peculiar sea of trees glowing with stars. It reminded her of what she saw when she stood on her tower at night and looked out at the Muggle city, the city lit up against a black or blue background, like the jeweled necklace around the neck of Hecate, the goddess of the night. But now this scene is undoubtedly even more wonderful, because ordinary trees do not emit light, and even magical plants rarely have such characteristics. And she also smelled a faint and clear bitter taste, which should also be emitted by these trees. It smelled very refreshing, but it was hard to imagine any trees with such a smell. This made Hein Lehigh very curious, but she didn't touch it rashly. She still cautiously stands where she was, and continued to observe carefully. It's so quiet here. In a normal forest like this, how could there be some rustling insects, the sound of wind and grass, or the sound of gurgling streams? But here it seems to be under a silent spell. There is no sound at all. She looked up the tree and saw a circular gap surrounded by the tree. The gap was a bright and pure cobalt blue, presumably the color of the night sky, giving her the feeling of being in a well. Crench. The sound of a wooden branch being broken suddenly came from besides my feet, and Heinlesch lowered his head abruptly. Not far away, a silver-white otter came into view. Hermione fell to the ground and watched in horror as there were only 3 silver-white ghosts as tall as she had raised in front of her, slowly approaching. His face was as blurred as smoke, as well as the dry claws, the clear joints. Hermione touched the branch under her that made her slip and was crushed by her, and felt very regretful. She originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the ghost to look up at the sky and sneak away, but instead she exposed herself. Unlucky. But now is not the time to sit still. Hermione propped up her body and wanted to continue to escape, but her 2 short legs kept shaking like a phantom special effect, completely ignoring her master's orders. But the ghost drifted closer and closer, and even stretched out terrifying bone claws towards her. She desperately tried to control her body to stand up, but the more she did, the weaker her legs became. As a result, she could only move her buttocks back, and finally had to give up the honorable upright walking posture, and hurriedly crawled to a short distance on all 4s. Bushes. Heinlesch looked at the silver-white otter on the ground who was panicking and tried to escape out of her field of vision, and felt very amused in her heart. Is my current appearance so scary? She raised her hand in front of her eyes and found that it was a little explicit. Just now, when she lowered her head to check the source of the sound, she suddenly realized that the angle of view was not right. She should not be that tall. Then as soon as he moved towards the otter, he found that his body was as light as a piece of paper, as if he had no weight at all. Next is the palm and arm with only bones and rubber left. I wanted to touch my body, but found that it went straight through my chest. Logically speaking, she should be very frightened, after all, from an 11-year-old girl to such a terrifying thing. But I don't know why, when she saw the little otter who was so frightened, her panic disappeared. This reminded her of a sentence written in The Night of the Devil's Resurrection, fear is relative. However, she didn't want to do anything bad, she just wanted to know more clues. Compared with the silent and unknowingly dangerous trees around, a live and fleshy little animal that is still afraid of her undoubtedly has less risk and greater research value. She leaned down, floated forward, stretched out her bone claws, grabbed the otter, and was about to catch its hind legs. Reading www.uukunksha.com suddenly stopped. Her attention was caught by a spectacle. I saw that above the empty space, in the void, like a sharp moon blade tearing apart the dark curtain, a huge pupil suddenly opened, as if a room suddenly opened in a room surrounded by walls. A window, and the bright light came in from the outside. It is about 10 meters high and 20 meters wide, with a silver body. Its pupils are divided into 2 layers, the inner and outer layers. The outer ring is engraved with mysterious and profound unknown runes, and the inner side reflects a brightly lit city from a bird's eye view. In addition, some eyelashes like blood vessels, or strips of blood vessels like eyelashes, grew out of the edge of the pupils and plunged back into the void where they didn't know where to go. Is this some kind of miraculous creation, a strange monster, or a great god? Just when she was horrified and was about to crawl to the ground, she saw that the pupils blinked a little, and for a moment, it was regarded as day, and the rest was night. She was involuntarily immersed in this earth-shattering vision. Fear, shock, awe, all kinds of emotions hit like a mountain. Her mind was blank, all thinking was stopped, all nerves were shaking, as if the soul was frozen at this moment, unable to move at all. Unefo blinked, the light and shadow faded, adapting to the new form. Naturally, he will not face the qualified person as he is. The current appearance is a form specially constructed by him according to the information presented in A Glimpse of Mansu. Because of its high complexity, he originally thought it would take more time, but it was actually easier than expected. He only initially constructed a general shell, and the things inside were filled automatically by Mansu, as if a homeless swallow had suddenly found a nest. The new form naturally has some new abilities. Although it can only be used in Mansu at present, it also brings a brand new experience to Unioff. For example, with just a slight rotation of his pupils, he can have a 360-degree panoramic view of everything around him without any blind spots. In addition, he even has a perspective to observe himself. This feeling is as if the soul is divided into 2, appearing both inside and outside the body at the same time. After experiencing this extraordinary vision a little bit, Universitier stopped his playfulness, and his eyes fell to Hermione and Heinlesch, who seemed to be petrified below. Both of them did not show their original appearance, but showed a different look like him. Qualified persons will enter Mansu in soul form. Unioff looked down at Hermione Otter Granger, who was lying on the ground with his back to him, but turned his neck and turned his head to see what was going on. He was shocked and sluggish. Hermione Granger, thinking that this scene was too much, too fun. He saw the interaction between the two just now, but because the form was not completely stable, he didn't show up immediately. I didn't expect that the legendary Miss Perfect 10 had such a timid side when she was a child. It would be great if she had a mobile phone to take pictures. Unioff shook his head regretfully. Speaking of which, he remembered that Hermione's patron saint in the movie was such an otter. Does this so-called soul form refer to the patron saint? Yunvo looked to the other side again, which was Hendrik. Compared with the otter incarnated by Hermione, Hendrik's soul form is much more unusual. The hood that covers the face, the cloak that is soaked, the thin body. Although it is silver white, there is no rancid smell, and the details are slightly different from those in the movie, but due to his overly distinctive dressing up, Unioff recognized it immediately. Dementors, it is. It seems that this Miss Indreach role is also quite extraordinary. Unioff was curious about this, but considering that it was his debut, and there were many troublesome matters to be dealt with urgently, it was obviously not a good time to explore the reason, so he decided to put this matter aside. Then I heard Heindelt pose 3 questions calmly. Your Excellency, who are you? Where is this place? What do you want to do? Hey Union suddenly let out a playful and sarcastic chuckle, which quickly spread in the air like ripples. Heinrich, who had been paying attention to the reaction of the mysterious pupil, suddenly began to boil in his heart, as if he had thrown a piece of pure sodium into the water. What is he laughing at? What's wrong with my question? Or is it that the act of me asking questions is ridiculous? But in fact, Union just wanted to take this opportunity to try out the effect. After all, now he is only a pupil, and this is the first time he has changed into this form. If he doesn't have a mouth, he doesn't know what kind of sound he will make. Before the opening of the show, always try the microphone first. However, the next step is to get to the point. Yuna's eyes rolled down, and in a calm, steady, but faintly pleasant tone, he said, "Welcome to Mansu, Miss Dementor, and this, lovely Miss Otter." Miss Dementor, me? Heinlesch couldn't help being a little surprised. Although he already knew a little about his form, Hendrich didn't actually think that he was actually a Dementor now. All she knew was that she was some sort of tall, terrifying figure floating around, and that figure could obviously be a ghost too. But since Mysterious Eyes called her Miss Dementor, it must not be deceiving her, and there is no other person around who can be called Miss Dementor. No wonder that Otter. Miss Otter was so scared just now. Speaking of which, is she the same person who came here suddenly? That's a bit of a nuisance. A trace of guilt arose in Heinrich's heart, but it was immediately replaced by doubts. Just, Dementors? She couldn't help but think of the book The Night of the Devil's Resurrection. Is this a coincidence, or? She shook her head and put away her thoughts. Now is not the time to think about it. On the other hand, Hermione also began to react. To be honest, although the Mysterious Eyes brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to her, his appearance made her relieved, at least that terrifying. Miss Strange didn't extend her clutches to her anymore. No, Dementors, miss? She suddenly caught the name Mysterious Eye pupil used, and a bad feeling came to her mind. Speaking of which, the guy who frightened her to the point of just now is most likely a person just like her? Thinking about it this way, that guy's floating is actually walking, and he actually wants to shake hands with his paws. Hermione slapped a paw on her face and peeked to see Miss Dementor. Because it was silver and white, the more she saw it, the more she felt that it wasn't that scary. Lose someone. It might as well be some kind of ghost. After thinking about it for a while, Yu reading www.uukanksha.com decided to ask questions tentatively, mainly because Mysterious Eyes was quite polite and gave her a little courage. Why did we become like this? Woolen cloth. Yunvo explained simply, this is your soul form. In Mansu, you will only appear and act in your soul form. As for the deeper reason, he doesn't particularly understand it, so he won't answer. Soul form? Patroness spell. The knowledge that Henrihe possessed made her immediately associate the soul form mentioned by Mysterious Eyes with the patroness charm in her memory. This is because she is no stranger to patron saints. When she was 6 years old, Dumbledore called out a silver-white phoenix to try to get rid of the cold for her. Although she was unsuccessful, she was still impressed. Mysterious pupils aside, Miss Otter, and the silvery white light lingering around her, does show a similar quality to the patroness, and the color is also the same. You can think so. Eugene was non-committal. Although Heinrich's Dementor appearance made him not so sure, the recognition of his soul form as a patron saint was obviously good for him, and he didn't answer in denial. Ridiculous, funny, ridiculous. How could someone's patron saint be a Dementor? The two are clearly inseparable. Heindelt tried to throw this question out of his mind. Although this question is very important, the most important thing now should be to deal with the Mysterious Eye pupil, but she failed. No matter what, she couldn't stop herself from thinking deeply. Her thoughts were like sand leaking from between her fingers. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. What made her even more horrified was that in the midst of these complicated thoughts, she actually felt a faint sense of recognition. She agrees that her patroness is a Dementor. How can it be? She froze in place, even the hem of her cloak dangled down, as if it was hung on a hanger. This look aroused Hermione's curiosity, is this Miss Dementor's depression? She simply turned around, lay on her stomach on a rock, with her two short hands on it, leaned forward, her eyes were glistening, and asked, what is the patroness charm? As for whether a lady is a lady or not, after the embarrassing escape before, she has already broken the jar, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, she is an otter now, how could an otter understand these things? Heindulch ignored Miss Otter's question. She was troubled by wars and wars in her mind. How could she have time to pay attention to others? Unioff said, are you restless? Yes. Heindulch had to respond. Mysterious Eyes was none other than Miss Otter, who was harmless to humans and animals, and had a great deterrent effect on her. Why, although it was a question, it was in a straightforward tone. He is knowingly asking. Heindulch, she thought, whoever changed the patroness to be a Dementor, everyone should be like her. What's more, she also had such a strange idea. She has a whole pot of porridge in her mind right now, and it's very messy, but she has to speak, because it's the question posed by the mysterious eye pupil. If she doesn't answer, she doesn't know what will happen. But she just said one word, and she couldn't go on, as if something was stuck in her throat. In the end, she had to say, I don't know either. She didn't know how Mysterious Eyes would react, but she really didn't know why. How there was a wind in the woodland, and every tree was shaking slightly, like a wave. Heindulch was even more uneasy. After a few seconds, Unioff said, then why don't you try to answer Miss Otter's question first? The tone was like the breeze blowing through the willows. You may find your own answer in the answer to others. Heindulch was stunned for a moment. If someone else said this, she would just sneer. What can you gain from others? Can it cure her cold symptoms? Can she generate magic power? Can you let her go to Hogwarts? Both are not. But the mysterious pupils are different. At least after she came here, she really did not feel the unforgettable cold again. It made her willing to believe in him. Since he said this, it must have his deep meaning. She turned and looked at Miss Otter with the empty eyes on her smoky face under the hood, and asked, are you a wizard or a muggle? This will determine where she starts. And if Miss Otter is a muggle, I'm afraid she will have to explain what a wizard is and what magic is. As for the Secrecy Act, she doesn't care. The so-called law, first of all to be caught cakeksing. Unioff was relieved when he saw Indalshi's reaction. With Indreach around, it was impossible for him to answer Hermione's question with his own ignorance, and it was better for her to answer it herself. So he can listen too. Hermione shrank back when she was stared by Miss Dementor, and instinctively wanted to hide under the stone, but she immediately remembered that she was actually a human being, so she raised her chest again and said, of course it's a wizard. Then it's easier to explain. Heindlech looked at Miss Otter, guessing that she was a new wizard who had just entered the magic world, otherwise she wouldn't even know the famous curse such as the Patroness Charm. The Patroness Charm, an ancient and mysterious spell, is very famous among wizards. Using the Patroness Charm will summon a magical patroness, usually in the form of the animal most friendly to the caster, like you, now an otter. Speaking of which, Heindlech couldn't help but wonder, are Dementors considered animals? Although there are patron saints such as Phoenix, Thestral, and Fire Dragon in the world, these are also mystical animals, and Dementors are not even mystical animals. However, she seems to have seen in a magical wild history book in her collection that the ancient Greek wizard Andrus the Invincible can summon a giant-sized patron saint, but the shape is unknown, and the wild history is guessed to be a Titan giant. If that's the case, then it doesn't seem surprising that the patroness is a Dementor. She suddenly felt much better. On the other hand, Hermione was a little dissatisfied. The otter was the patron saint. She felt so ordinary. She asked, will the patron saint be the same? I'm asking, will there be many otters like this? Heindlech shook his head and said each patron saint is unique to the wizard who created it. Even if there are other otters, they are definitely different from you. You are special. You reading www.uukunksha.com. Hermione raised her head. For some reason, she felt very comfortable when she heard Miss Dementor say she was special. Maybe it's because compliments from opponents are the best, and respect from enemies is the most sublime? She couldn't help thinking of a sentence she had read in a book. Then why are you sure that we are the patroness? I mean, in the beginning, Hermione suddenly got stuck, because she really didn't know what to call Mysterious Eyes, so she had no choice but to turning his head. He learned the polite expressions of Miss Dementor and asked, Sir, what should we call you? There was a sudden wind blowing from the woodland. A gust of wind was stronger than before, sweeping the leaves of various shapes and flying everywhere, making a rustling sound. All the trees swayed, as if to discuss this matter. Unefo blinked, and the darkness and light of the night were long, and the world reflected in his pupils also flickered slightly. All the trees stopped swinging again, as if listening quietly. The Night's Watch, said Union. The brief name quickly disappeared in the dark forest and the cobalt blue night, but to Hermione, the voice that seemed to be recited in history still echoed in the woods and valleys. Until they are engraved in their hearts. The Night Watchman is an apt title. The name Night Watchman is recorded in The Secret of the Night Watch. In the description of this book, a person who claimed to be Night Watchman once came to the end on the road of following the guidelines of the lamp. In A Glimpse of Mansu, another name of his is mentioned, the door in the eyes. This name is very consistent with the current form of union. Therefore, after some deliberation, Unioff decided to use his honor to refer to his current form. But among his two names, he finally decided to use Night Watchman because this name sounded more human. Seeing that the two were stunned, Unioff said, "Go on." It was only then that Hermione and Heinlein came to their senses. It was as if the priest listening to the divine decree was suddenly awakened by the sound of the bell from the clock tower. "Where did I ask?" Hermione was at a loss. No one answered, and Heinlein was also stunned. After a while, Hermione dug out her thoughts like she was digging treasure out of the sand, and continued to ask, "Then how can you be sure that we are the patroness? I mean, the guess is you it was proposed first, but it was later confirmed by Mr. Nightwatch." Although she still had the same question, her mood was completely different. As for the different method, she couldn't tell. Heinlein thought for a while and organized the language. After the scene just now, she couldn't remember how to speak for a while, and after more than 10 seconds, she said, "The first is color, the patroness is silver and white, and I've seen it with my own eyes, it's the color we have now, and I'm sure of that. Of course it's just the slightest bit. The most important thing is feeling. The patroness is the reflection of all the most positive emotions of wizards. Haven't you noticed that, although sometimes it's very scary?" She glanced at Mr. Knight's watch and saw that he had no response before continuing. But this feeling of fear was quickly relieved, and while it was still there, it mostly turned into awe. Positive emotions came quickly. Hermione nodded. She also felt that she was too relaxed lying on the stone. It turned out to be the role of the patron saint. Then she also understood Miss Dementor's entanglement a little. Her most positive emotional reflection turned out to be a terrifying ghost, and she would feel uncomfortable for her. She thought about it this way, and even accepted the fact that her patron saint was an otter. At least it was cute, right? She even felt that Miss Dementor was a little pitiful. She must have lived a very bad life, otherwise the patroness wouldn't be like this ghost, so she didn't blame her for scaring her at the beginning, and said comfortably, "It's not your fault that the patroness is like this. Ugly is a little ugly, but since it's already like this, there's nothing you can do. Don't blame yourself, blame the world, but even so, don't give up on yourself." Is this mocking her? Heinlein stared blankly at the otter. Hermione continued to speak unknowingly. She was like this. Once she said hi, she couldn't see other people's faces, not to mention Miss Dementor's face. Because after all, it is also your patron saint. When you are afraid, isn't it also protecting you? Heinlein was silent, although the otter's words made her angry, but at the end of hearing it, she suddenly had a kind of enlightenment in her heart. Yes, what about the Dementors? Isn't she protecting her now? And over the past so many years, when the cold attacked, didn't she survive by watching the story of the Dementors? From this perspective, Dementors are indeed the deepest and most positive memory in her heart. That's right. She nodded. I'm right. Hermione raised her hips. Undreech turned a blind eye to Miss Otter's actions, looked up at Mr. Knight's watch, and was convinced. Are you looking for your own answers and the answers to others? The wisdom of Mr. Nightwatch is unfathomable. She bowed slightly. Thank you for your teaching. Hermione was stunned. Shouldn't she be thankful? Unioff smiled invisibly. You are inspired by Miss Otter, not me. I didn't say anything. Your guidance is the key. Heinlein said in a more respectful tone than before, but you are right, I should thank Miss Otter. She turned around again and said coldly to Miss Otter, thank you. She was really grateful, but when she thought of Miss Otter's mocking words at the beginning, she lost her tone. However, Hermione didn't hear a bad tone either, because Miss Dementor's voice was always cold, and she couldn't hear it at all. She waved her hand, looking like it was nothing, and said, you're welcome, you're welcome. But in fact, she was at ease, and by the way, her affection for Mr. Knight's watch increased greatly. She knew that if Mr. Knight's watch hadn't said that, Miss Dementor might have taken the credit for her directly. Now her confidence and courage have doubled. She immediately blurted out a question she wanted to ask for a long time. Mr. Night Watchman, can you send us back? Unioff looked at Hermione. Are you in a hurry to leave? Hermione looked at Mr. Knight's watch's huge pupils, wanted to nod but dared not. But Mr. Knight's watch's next sentence reassured her. Don't worry, you will go back soon, and you won't be staying long. As long as she can go back, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Her mind became lively, and asked, I heard you say that this is a place called Mansus, but where exactly is Mansus? Yunfa thought for a while and said, this is a difficult question to answer, because Mansu doesn't exist anywhere in the world, but it can also appear anywhere. He vaguely described that although he built Mansu himself, in fact he was not very clear about it. Over the past 10 years, he has thought about various possibilities, but there is no evidence, and he can only hope that further cultivation will bring him the answer. If you have to say it, it's probably similar to a dream. Just treat it as a dream, a special dream. He said slowly. A beautiful and dreamy aurora suddenly slid across the cobalt blue night sky, and Yu reading www.uukansha.com seemed to be responding. This scene fascinated Hermione and Heinlein. After a while, Hermione continued to ask, so, as long as we wake up from the dream, we will return to reality, right? Yes. There is nothing to hide. Then why did we come here? Did you call us here? Hermione asked. Yunbo did not admit or deny, but said it was you who responded to Mansu. He didn't lie. If Hermione and Heinlesch didn't meet the conditions for his recruitment, then it was absolutely impossible to be selected. This is also a kind of response. But Hermione was still puzzled. But I didn't do anything. University threw the question back. Did you really do nothing? Hermione was even more at a loss. I'm just practicing the repairing spell. Unifer was thoughtful, then looked at Endrich again, and asked, how about you? I saw the shattered cloak fluttering without wind, and the already blurred face was even more hidden under the hood. Hermione looked at Miss Dementor, although the latter's form was as tall as her current 3 stacked, and her face was as terrifying as a ghost, but the image in her mind was once again sliding in the direction of poor life. Although I don't have a first-hand experience of what kind of torment the overcold syndrome will bring, just by looking at the current appearance of Miss Dementor, you can know a thing or two. She must have experienced real pain before her soul turned into such a bad shape. Hermione's eyes gradually became sympathetic, and she asked, is there no way to cure your cold? No. Indrich shook his head. My family and I have thought of everything we can think of, and we even invited Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Hermione opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes almost popping out. She wondered if she had heard it wrong, and asked, is it the Dumbledore I thought? Dumbledore who defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945? Dumbledore who discovered the 12 uses of dragon blood. Dumbledore, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Otherwise, which Dumbledore is there? Heinlesch asked in as plain a tone as possible. Although she knew that Dumbledore was coming, her reaction was actually bigger than this. But in front of Miss Otter, who knew she had never seen the world at first glance, she just wanted to show a calm look. How dare you look at her with such sympathetic eyes? See if I don't show you off. Snort. After receiving a positive answer, Hermione was even more surprised. This was completely different from the Miss Dementor in her mind. She asked, your illness, even Dumbledore school. Dumbledore can't help. Yes, even Dumbledore can't do anything about it. Henry confirmed again, neither the Patronus charm nor the Phoenix tears can get rid of my cold symptoms. In the end, he also used legilimency. I was trying to find out the cause from my memory, but I was almost attacked by the cold. She said these things without any deep tone, so that Hermione didn't feel any sadness. She just exclaimed, it turns out that your illness is so severe. Of course, the sympathy in his eyes is still a bit more. Although Miss Dementor's family background is beyond her expectations, but with such an illness, what is the use of family background? But after a few seconds, she came back to her senses and opened her mouth again. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Knight's watch is more powerful than Dumbledore? Then she saw Miss Dementor bent down and listened to her extremely respectful and humble inquiries. Mr. Knight Watchman, can I come here again in the future? Hermione couldn't help holding her breath. The air was silent for a few seconds, but Heinlesch felt that centuries had passed. She didn't know whether it was reasonable to make such a request, and she didn't know how Mr. Knight's watch would react, but she had no choice. She has such an opportunity, she must seize it. She has no choice. Then, she heard the ancient voice saying, of course, soothes all her restlessness and anxiety. Eugene looked at Endrich. Of course he would not reject this proposal, he had originally planned this way, this proposal was in his heart, but, there is a price, he continued. The price. Endrich's heart that had just settled down suddenly came to his throat. Yes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, but let's calm down, just enter Mansu, it doesn't cost a lot, it's just something everyone can do, said Unioff. Heinlesch took a deep breath. Although Mr. Knight Watchman said so, how could she feel at ease? She was now making a deal with God. It's not a big price for God, but it's probably unbearable for her. As for what everyone can do, everyone has a soul, doesn't it? She asked nervously, excuse me, what is the price? Plant trees, said Union. Planting a tree. Enlesi asked in surprise, but the heart that was raised so high suddenly fell a lot. Of course it's not an ordinary tree, Unioff said. The heart mentioned it again. In the end, sensing Indalshi's unease, Yunbo smiled and decided not to tease her, summoning a seed of knowledge and falling in front of her. Heindalch hurriedly picked it up and looked at it in the palm of his hand. This is a peculiar crystal the size of a thumb, exquisitely carved, and the slight fluorescence emitting from it made her look familiar. Before she had time to think about it, a message about the seed of knowledge had already entered her mind. The seed of knowledge, the magical seed of knowledge condensed. The agglomeration method is as follows. The planting method is as follows. Feeling the sudden addition of information in his mind, Heinlesch was inexplicably horrified. Legilimency? No, legilimency can't have such an effect. Directly transmit information to her brain, what kind of magic is this? But slowly, as she began to understand the information about the seed of knowledge, the shock was gradually replaced by a lightness. This is the price that Mr. Knight Watchman said? Whether it is condensing the seed of knowledge or planting the tree of knowledge, it can increase spiritual power. Isn't this a benefit? Could it be that there are other hidden dangers? She read the information in her mind over and over again, but couldn't find any problems at all. As for whether Mr. Night Watch is hiding something, she doesn't consider it, because there is absolutely no need for it. Her emotional expression just now was clearly enough to sell herself. Reading www.uukansha.com. Condensing the seeds of knowledge is very time-consuming and requires you to spend a lot of energy on reading every day, while planting the tree of knowledge will consume your mental strength, and you will feel fatigued like never before. Yennefer explained briefly. If you can accept such a price, I will give you the ceremony of entering Mansu. Are you willing to accept it? This no longer needs to be considered. I do, Heindelt said firmly. Then try it first. Use this seed of knowledge in your hand to plant your first tree of knowledge in Mansu. Feel the exhaustion. Even if you regret it, it's still too late, Buddha said. Hearing Mr. Night's Watch's order, Heindelt immediately complied. Although she didn't think she would go back on her decision just now, it was always right to experience it first. She quickly recalled the information on the planting method section. First, put the seed of knowledge in the palm of your hand, fold your hands together, focus your attention, and build connections. After establishing the connection, bury the seed of knowledge in the soil, press the hands together on the soil, and inject spiritual power through the connection. It should be noted that this process must maintain concentration, otherwise the connection will be disconnected, and then the success will fall short. Unioff glanced at Hermione and said nothing. He summoned a seed of knowledge and landed in front of her. He told Hinderreich that he could try it first, so that Hermione would get involved. Unlike Hermione didn't necessarily have a strong motive to stay in Mansu. Before entering here, she was just practicing spells. He even asked him a few questions. The first was to ask his name, and the second was to ask if he could go home. It can be seen that he is eager to go home. But she should be interested in Mansu, he was sure of that. This Mansu woodland, which he built by himself, is not actually spooky. On the contrary, the air is fresh and the scenery is beautiful, and he has been trying his best to show the beautiful and romantic side of Mansu. Although the image created by herself is a big eyeball, it is more inclined to be peaceful and majestic, which evokes more awe, and does not deliberately make them feel afraid and fearful. And also successfully guided Hermione and Heinlesch to establish a preliminary friendship. Under such circumstances, Hermione only needed a decent reason to decide to stay in Mansu. Then give her one. Even if he is a capitalist, Unioff hopes that every employee of his will join voluntarily, rather than being forced to work by him, especially since these two are still 11-year-old girls. Without many thoughts, Hermione picked up the seed of knowledge almost immediately, put it in the palm of her hand and looked at it. Mr. Night Watch gave her a sense of trustworthiness, at least it wouldn't hurt her. Her movements are very gentle, because the seeds are very beautiful, with a crystal clear appearance, without a trace of flaws, and they feel cold to the touch, somewhat like Mrs. Granger's expensive crystal jewelry. She was afraid that she would be accidentally broken. Likewise, she soon received information on the cultivation method of the seed of knowledge. She was not as surprised as Miss Dementor that Mr. Night's Watch could transmit information directly into her mind. The main thing is that there are too many surprises tonight. Mr. Night Watchman can manipulate the astronomical phenomena, and he has also done things that even Headmaster Dumbledore can't do, so this little thing is nothing. However, the fact that the seed of knowledge is actually condensed from knowledge makes her feel very cool. Without much hesitation, she put her claws together and began to establish a connection with the seed of knowledge. Anyway, it's just a try, and there's no money to try. It didn't take long for both Hermione and Heinlesch to establish the connection with the seed of knowledge and start the next stage. A Dementor, an Otter, one big and one small, all pressed their claws on the ground, and saw a silver-white spiritual light slowly flowing in their bodies, gathering the trickle from the limbs and bones. A trickle flowed out from their palms, and finally flowed into the soil. At the same time, beneath the soil, there were also twinkling like starlight, and it was like a heartbeat, as if to thank them for their help. A faint golden light radiated from the soil, and flowed upstream along the spiritual trickle, back into the bodies of Hermione and Hendreschi. The bodies of the two of them unwittingly brightened a bit. This is the gift of the seed of knowledge, the reward to those who irrigate. This feedback, to a certain extent, can replace the consumption of mental power and prolong the length of time that Hermione and Heinlesch can stay in the mansion. Otherwise, with their current mental strength, they might be sent back to reality just after planting a tree of knowledge. At the same time, it can also increase the strength and upper limit of their spiritual power. These are the two main benefits that the seed of knowledge feed back to them. In addition, there are some minor effects, which I won't mention for now. Minutes and seconds passed, and the woodland was as quiet as the universe of stars. About 20 minutes later, a small cute seedling with gold and silver patterns danglingly emerged from the soil. Heinlesch took the lead in completing her first tree planting mission. She did not immediately report the completion of the task to Mr. Night Watchman, but carefully wiped off a little bit of soil from the buds of the seedlings. And the seedling also gently rubbed her fingers with the buds, as if acting like a spoiled child. Heindelt smiled. Although she was very tired, so tired that she seemed to faint in the next second, she was still filled with a great sense of accomplishment. Before that, she had been limited by her own cold symptoms and lacked concern for everything, and she never thought that she could create such a magical life. In fact, she always felt that she was living alone in this world. But now, she found that she was actually connected with a seedling, and it was very profound. She moved her fingers to say hello to the seedling. Seeing that the seedling also shook her buds, she responded, "It's incredible." On the other hand, Hermione had almost planted it, and it didn't take long for her first experience of planting trees to end. A seedling that was also intertwined with gold and silver emerged from the ground. Hermione was so tired that she fell to the ground all of a sudden, but her head was surrounding the seedling, looking left and right, observing carefully. And the seedlings followed her to the left and right, tilting the sprouts and leaves, as if wondering what she was doing. She even touched the tip of her nose. "This is too cute." Hermione felt like her heart was going to melt. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her head and asked, "Can I take it away? I want to plant it in my own home." Yunfu smiled, rolled his eyes downward, and said, "Of course not. The tree of knowledge can only grow in Manju." Hermione suddenly felt extremely lost, and when she thought that she might never see the seedlings again, she felt very reluctant. How should I put it? Although it was only less than half an hour, she felt that this seedling was almost the same as her child. Although she has never given birth to a child. She hesitated and asked, "Then if I can enter here again, can I see it again?" Unioff said, "Of course. It's just a seedling now. If it wants to grow up, you reading www.uukmcha.com has to rely on you to continue to inject spiritual power." What? Hermione was shocked. She hurriedly asked, "If you don't inject spiritual power, what will happen?" Yunfu glanced at her and said, "As a matter of course, injecting spiritual power is equivalent to watering a tree. If you don't water it, of course it will wither." But he went on to say, "Of course, you don't have to worry about this, Miss Dementor and I will help take care of it." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, but she looked at the ignorant young seedling that had just grown in front of her with its buds and leaves crooked, and thought that Miss Dementor would water it in her place. For some reason, she immediately conjured up a scene where the seedling nodded and bowed to Miss Dementor. Isn't this just finding a stepmother for the child? She was in a bad mood all of a sudden. She lay on the ground and pondered, staring at the cute seedling that was on the tip of her nose, thinking about it, and finally asked, "Mr. Night Watchman, can I come again in the future? As long as you're willing to plant a tree." Yunea reiterated the condition. "No problem." Hermione stood up hard and patted her chest. "What's the matter? She could grow such a cute tree for a lifetime." "There's more than this one," Yunvo reminded. "No problem." Hermione nodded, "Not to mention one tree, 1,000 trees can be planted in 100 trees. Unioff looked at the two who were having fun with the seedlings below, and suddenly remembered that when he first started, he was almost like this. And now, he and Mansu are inseparable. He counted the basic items that he had planned before, and completed one by one, then said leisurely, "It's almost time. Now, I'm going to tell you the ceremony of entering Mansu again, listen to me." Hermione and Heinlesch listened intently. Seeing that both of them were ready, Unifo continued, "Find something white, whether it's paper, walls, or clouds, as long as it's white, then focus on it, and stare at it until there's no more color in your eyes, and finally use the following format name. We call on the Night Watchman, the who guides the way forward. Then say what you need to achieve, that's all. Remember?" Eugene asked. "Remember." Hermione and Indrich agreed together. The ceremony was not complicated, and they could easily remember it in their hearts. "But apart from that, I would like to remind you of two things," said Union. Hermione and Heinlesch listened more carefully. The ceremony was so simple that it sounded like anyone could do it, as if Mansu was particularly good at it, but Mr. Nightwatch didn't feel that way for them. "Then, the focus is probably on the following considerations." Yunvo said, "First of all, only qualified people, that is, you, who have responded to Mansu and were summoned to this place, can enter Mansu through the ceremony. If someone else uses the ritual, I can't guarantee what will happen. It might just be a nightmare, but it might also go mad, maybe even die. When it comes to death, a tinge of chill seeps into the blood and hearts of Hermione and Heinlesch from somewhere, maybe the solace of the feet, the skin, or the eyes." Heinlesch was better, but Hermione couldn't help shivering. "Don't be reckless, he reminded. "I know," the two responded decisively. Seeing that the two of them had already listened, Yunvo continued, "Secondly, it's a small matter. You should have discovered that the tree of knowledge has a certain consciousness." The two nodded, they had a deep understanding of this. "The trees here are all trees of knowledge. Don't do bad things to them," Unea said. Henrich seemed to have realized long ago that there was no response, while Hermione looked curiously into the woods, and she seemed to be planning to hide inside at first. "Sometimes, they don't like to stay in the same place, so the layout of this woodland will change from time to time. Unioff continued. The next time you come here, you may feel unfamiliar, but the trees you planted with your own hands will guide you. They are your guides. Then how do we find our tree? Hermione asked, raising her paw. Generally speaking, you will always appear not far from your tree. If there is any accident, the connection between you will also allow you to meet. Yennefer said. Oh, Hermione nodded and said to her seedling, looks like I'll depend on you in the future. The seedling tapped some buds and leaves, and one of them patted its own stem, as if to say that it was all covered by me. Hermione thought the action seemed a little familiar. Isn't this me? On the other hand, the Indreach group is more simple and elegant, simply ask, and accept gracefully. Any more questions? Onif asked. If not, that's the end of the night. Hermione shook her head, she had nothing more to ask. Heindelch thought for a while and said, Mr. Night Watchman, can you give me a little more time? What's the matter with you? Eugene asked. I want to repay a favor. Heindelch said. Okay. Eugene agreed. With permission, Hendrich turned to look at Miss Otter and asked, Miss Otter, your healing spell wasn't going well, didn't it? Although it is an interrogative sentence, it is an affirmative tone. How do you know? Hermione raised her head and asked in astonishment. I should have only said that I was practicing the restoration charm. Because the repairing spell is the most basic spell, as long as you master the trick, you basically don't need to practice. Heindelch looked around and picked up a fairly long branch. And you are practicing the repairing spell, it means that you haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Hermione lowered her head slightly, her tail swayed on the ground, and she felt that her face was turning red. She had been a scholar since she was a child, but now she was pointed out by others that she could not even do the most basic spells. Damn! Heindelch said, I'll teach you. Although she doesn't have magic power, she is very knowledgeable, not to mention basic magic spells such as repairing spells, even some advanced magic spells, and she also has a lot of knowledge. Moreover, the Roll family is listed as one of the 28 sacred families, and they also have some unique views on magic. Hermione cocked her neck, turned her face to one side, and said abruptly, I don't need you to teach me. Indreach ignored it and said, whatever, I taught me, whether you listen or not, I'll take it back as a favor anyway. Regardless of Miss Otter's response, she just started to say, I think you must have read in the book the conditions for the successful casting of magic, right? Wands, spells, concentration, and magic are 3 elements. But I think, you must not know why you wave your wand, why do you recite a mantra, and why do you focus? Why? Although she was upset, her curiosity still made Hermione ask. Anyway, Miss Dementor made it clear that she wanted to talk no matter what, so she wouldn't listen if she didn't. My family believes that this is all for the purpose of tracing the trajectory of magic in the spirit. There was a hint of pride in Heindelch's voice, and she was still very confident in her family's attainments in magic. Walking a wand is about gestures and speed, and chanting mantras is about speed and intonation. These 2 elements can reflect the prototype of the trajectory in your mind, and concentration makes the trajectory clearer. Once you have outlined the trajectory and injected the magic into it, you have successfully cast the magic. This is also the principle of silent incantation and wandless casting. Sounds great. Hermione couldn't hold back her excitement when she heard the new knowledge of magic spells, but immediately felt that her expression was wrong, and immediately suppressed her face, and rolled her eyes by the way, dismissively. Say, but what has it got to do with me casting a repairing spell? Could you just teach me the movements and pronunciation? The Holy 28, according to the authors of the Pure Blood list in the early 1930s, refers to the 28 British wizarding families that remained true pure blood into the 1930s. This is also known to ordinary wizards. What ordinary wizards don't know is that the sacred 28 races do not rely entirely on their pure blood to maintain their status and glory. In fact, each holy family has its own unique magical specialization and field of study. For example, the Ollivander family, a famous wand-making family, is very good at making wands, matching wands, and improving wands. The Weasley family, known as pure blood traders, is talented in creating all kinds of magic items, and they always try to combine magic with muggle items. Although the Sacred 28 clan has its own magical domain that they are proud of, the Roll family believes that their magical domain is the deepest and most special, because they study the principles of magic casting, especially the principle of silent spells and wandless casting. They found that when they were chanting a mantra, the form of the mantra would appear in their hearts accordingly, and as the tone and speed of chanting the mantra changed, the form of the mantra that appeared in their hearts would also change. Moreover, waving the wand can also play a similar adjustment role, and the correct action and the wrong action will lead to different spell shapes. By asking other wizards, they were pleasantly surprised that this seemed to be an extremely common phenomenon. This represents a deeper commonality, Rolls thought. But the wizards they questioned didn't care. Isn't that obvious? Isn't this natural? What's all the fuss about? Mediocre wizards say this, and a few good wizards find the questions they ask interesting, but don't think it's worth spending a lot of time on them. That's stupid, said one of the first-generation Rolls sadly. The mystery of casting spells is clearly in front of us, but the wizards turn a blind eye to it. After that, the lures began to try to record the form of the spell when the spell was successfully cast. Because the form of the spell basically existed in the form of a continuous pen, they called it track. It is not easy to record the trajectory, because the thoughts always come and disappear in an instant. It is actually difficult for wizards to remember all the details of the trajectory at that moment. But this way is definitely feasible. As long as you keep recording, you will be able to recover a complete track. During the initial period, because of the need to observe their own mental images, the roles were always immersed in their own world and seldom spoke. This made them look dumbfounded. Therefore, it is often referred to by other wizards as dumb role, autistic role, genius child role. Gifted children are of course the opposite. If it wasn't for the appearance genes of the roles being strong enough to allow other wizards to ignore their shortcomings and fall in love with them, I am afraid that the roles family would have been unable to maintain the glory of pure blood. And when roles partners really touch their world, their first words are always, "So you can communicate normally." It was always like this, until the war came. At this time, the wizards were surprised to find that almost every role could use silent spells, a few could cast spells without a staff, and very few could even cast spells without a staff without losing their power. And the casting speed is faster. Without making a sound, or even waving a staff, in the midst of silence, it can cause unparalleled destruction. This kind of concealment made the roles shine during the war, especially the Muggle War. A large part of the religious assassination cases that have occurred since the Middle Ages are related to the role family. In that period of history, the role family was called silent role, assassin role, and ghost role. How did we get here? We come from autism, one role said mockingly while sorting out family history. And now, what Hindlesh is showing is her family's original and one of the most elementary research results, the trajectory of the restoration spell. She used the branches to draw a graceful trajectory in the air, similar to Reparo's squiggly strokes, but smoother than normal strokes, and erased a lot of details, and in some special features, such as the beginning and the end, and add a little special hook. Overall, it looks like a wavy curve with many small irregular curls in the middle. As long as you outline this trajectory in your mind and mobilize your magic power, you can cast a repairing spell, Hindlesh said. Really? Hermione was dubious. You'll find out if you go back and try it out. As for Miss Otter, who had never seen the world, Hindlesh said that he was too lazy to explain. To promote their own glorious history? No grace, no meaning. Role also doesn't need mediocre understanding. By the way, do you remember? If you don't remember, I can show you a few more times. She continued. What's so difficult? Hermione said stubbornly. In fact, she didn't know whether she remembered it or not, but in front of Miss Dementor, how could she show her timidity? Then give it a try, lest you don't learn it, but blame me for not teaching it well. Hindlesh leaned back slightly, ready to see a joke. Although the repair spell is only the most basic spell, the curve changes in the trajectory are small and many, and she reluctantly remembered it after copying it dozens of times. Miss Otter actually said that there was nothing difficult, she was going to die of laughter. Then she saw Hermione draw a complete trajectory. The smile gradually disappeared. Although there are many small inaccuracies, in general, the degree of completion is about 70% to 80%. Is she still a genius? Hindlesh felt a little sore in his teeth. It doesn't feel like what you're paddling with. Hermione said in frustration, maybe she's too tired. Then she tried to swipe again. Reading www.uukunshu.com. As Hindlesh felt that his teeth were leaking, because the trajectory drawn by Miss Otter this time was smoother than before, and in terms of completion, it seemed to have reached about 90%. If you outline this trajectory in your heart, there is a high probability of casting a repair spell. This Otter, you won't learn it in one breath. But she breathed a sigh of relief quickly, because in the next few attempts, Miss Otter did not make such great progress, and even went backwards. It can be seen that she is not completely familiar with this trajectory. It was the limit of what she could do. But this learning rate is already scary enough. How did you do it? Hindlesh asked. Muggles have magic powers, and are extremely talented. She is really jealous. It's just like this, isn't it very simple, and I still feel something is wrong. The trajectory drawn is not as beautiful as you just did. Hermione waved the branches and said in a modest tone, making Miss Dementor grit her teeth. Snort. Isn't it a show? Who wouldn't? Although she also felt that her learning speed was a bit amazing. Those tiny arcs, she shouldn't be able to remember them so clearly once. The effect is the best at the beginning, but as the new information is absorbed, the effect will be a little bit worse, and in the end it will only be a little bit stronger than the original. But it can be accumulated. Unioff briefly informed the two of this. Hermione and Hindlesh gasped in amazement. Although a good memory does not necessarily mean a smarter, a good memory can definitely come in handy in life, especially for students. At least studying and exams will definitely become easier. On the other hand, Hindlesh paid more attention to it. She had just seen the speed of Miss Otter's learning of trajectories, and she knew how important this ability was to her own magic research. If it weren't for the lack of magic, she felt that she would probably become the strongest role in history. Pity. She couldn't help looking at Mr. Knight's watch, and bowed her head with great self-control. It's already very good now, can't be greedy for more, she warned herself in her heart. But the longing still leaked out drop by drop like a slippery oil. She simply turned her attention to Miss Otter, and was dedicated to teaching her the trajectory completely. Because the trajectory also requires the speed of the outline, it cannot simply be drawn on the ground, she can only demonstrate it over and over again. Miss Otter really didn't make the leaps and bounds like before, but it made her find fun. Hurry up here, bend a little more here, there's one less volume here. Sure enough, it would be better for Miss Otter to be stupid. After about a quarter of an hour, Hendrich finally made Miss Otter draw a near-perfect trajectory. Although there might still be some flaws, she couldn't find them from her experience. In the end, she just has a solid theoretical foundation. You must be able to cast a repairing spell now, and if you are lucky, you might even be able to cast the silent spell, she said. She was a little overjoyed in her heart. After all, she was taught by hand. Is there no way to go further? I heard you say, can't you still cast spells without a staff? Hermione was particularly dissatisfied. She felt that she could be better. Hindlech was silent for a while, then said, I'm at this level. Hermione didn't know what to say for a moment. Even she could sense something was wrong with Miss Dementor. Should I be a little more modest? Thinking like this, she suddenly felt a sense of peeling and pulling, and then she realized that her body seemed to be becoming transparent. She looked at Miss Dementor again, and found that she was in a similar situation, and the silver-white light that was originally radiating outwards gradually transformed into a kind of light particles floating upward. She looked up again, and Mr. Knight's watch was still as bright as the sun and the moon. Two pale silver glows fell from the cobalt blue night sky and fell on the two of them. You guys are going back, Unioff said. Hermione suddenly felt a little reluctant in her heart. She was in a hurry to leave not long ago, but time could not allow her to think too much, and she was almost completely dissolved in that beam. Goodbye, Mr. Knight's watch. Goodbye, Miss Dementor. She waved her paws wildly in the light. And, thank you, she said to Miss Dementor. Hinderreich was stunned for a moment, pouted, ignored her, just nodded slightly, and bowed slightly forward. Goodbye, Mr. Night Watch. As for the otter, just get away. The moment they said goodbye, Hermione and Hindlech were completely dissolved in the pale silver glow. The glow also faded away, and the woodland was silent again. Just above the night, there were two more stars the size of a grain of rice. Seeing that the two had already left, Unino had no reason to stay any longer. Tonight, he could sleep at ease, and he didn't need to spend the night bored in the dorm. But, do you want to go back? He looked at the woodland, and at himself. Omniscient, all-seeing, almost like that. But he closed his eyes in the end, and the huge silver pupils also lowered the curtain immediately, where the scenery of the woodland behind appeared, and the light dimmed at the same time. After a period of erratic that quickly became lighter like a soaring flight, Unioff opened his eyes again, and he returned to his small, cramped room. Immature, imperfect, weak body, limited vision. Consciousness is like a bird that has just been released and is locked in a bird cage again, and it is extremely suffocating. But it is real, there is a down-to-earth sense of reality, which makes people feel reassured. Yunvo walked to the window, took a deep breath, and let it out again. Duh! The wand tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. Hermione widened her eyes suddenly. The table, the china cup, the pink room, her bedroom. Did you fall asleep standing up? But immediately, a feeling of exhaustion that seemed to wake up from the depths of her soul enveloped her whole body. Eyelids drooped down uncontrollably, groggy. Holding her wand, she swayed to the side of the bed, and threw herself into the quilt. Soft and fluffy. Although it feels like something extraordinary has happened, but I'm so tired, let's sleep for a while. I'll talk about it later when I wake up. Thinking like this, she slowly closed her eyes. But the next second, she struggled to open her eyes again and looked at the broken porcelain cup on the table. In my heart, I sketched out a trajectory of 9 turns and 8 turns. The fragments of the porcelain cup were immediately put together, and the porcelain cup was completely restored to its original appearance. It really can be done. She insisted on putting the wand on the bedside table, closed her eyes with satisfaction, fluttered her hands and feet slowly into the bed, her head came out from the head of the bed, and finally rested on the soft pillow, falling asleep. Go. Merseyside, Liverpool, Seaside Harbour area, Roll House. A familiar chill struck, and Hindlech suddenly opened his eyes. She found herself lying on the sofa, wearing super thick clothes, holding the book Night of the Devil's Resurrection in her arms. The magic fireplace, which has been flaming with flames, is still burning, but the moon outside the window has shifted, and the onset of the cold has passed its climax, leaving only a trace of afterglow. It was already a level she could easily bear. Mansu, Night Watchman, Patroness, Seed of Knowledge, Miss Otter. A series of nouns and pictures flashed across her vision like lightning and flint, and countless thoughts buzzed in her mind like moths. She took out an ink pen and a blank piece of parchment from the drawer under the coffee table, and wrote down the information flashing in her mind at a very fast speed. When she was almost clear and her mind was no longer confused, she threw the parchment into the fireplace. His tongues of orange-red flames quickly licked the parchment black. The flickering light of the fire shone on Heinrich's delicate and pale face. Light blue eyes don't know what to think. The summer morning was bright quite early, and it was only 5:30, and the sky outside the window couldn't wait to lift its white belly, waiting like a cat for the master's blessing. With this change, the world poured out from the dark night gradually regained some vitality. Dewdrops began to roll on the blades of grass, and birdsong began to swirl in the air. Although the street was still indescribably empty, but occasionally, one or two people walked out of the old house next to him. Yunvo opened his eyelids, and two bright lights shot out from his pupils, and he saw two white spots of light flashing across the gray ceiling. He rubbed his eyes and controlled his eyes to be restrained. This situation has been happening for a long time, and it was even uncontrollable at first. For a whole month, he had to cover his eyes with a black cloth to avoid scaring others. He glanced at the system time. Did you sleep for 2 hours? He thought he would sleep longer. After all, it was the first sleep in 10 years. He closed his eyes again and tried to squint for a while, but soon opened again. The energy is like a full reservoir, and it will overflow when you go to sleep. Forget it, everything is business as usual. He sat up neatly, jumped out of bed, put on short linen sleeves and overalls, folded the quilt, took the wash basin, towel, toothbrush, toothpaste and cup, went to the bathroom to pick up a basin of cool cold water, and quickly put the after washing his face and teeth. He swung his legs at an extremely high frequency and rushed out of it. The bathroom was separated by a wooden door from the toilet. He really hated that disgusting smell. Putting the toiletries back in the bedroom, looking at the time, 5 or 6 minutes have passed. Cough, cough. Yunioff cleared his throat. Then, along the long corridor, I knocked on the door of each room all the way. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, dong dong dong. While knocking, he shouted loudly, morning run, wake me up, wash your face, brush your teeth, give you 30 minutes. The yard will gather on time at 6 o'clock, give me some speed. If you're late, you'll look good. With his shouting, these rooms woke up one by one, footsteps, complaints, the ping-pong of the wash basin and the wash cup, and even the bang that fell from the bed, which was as dead as a coffin. The house was suddenly full of vitality. More than 20 boys and a dozen girls, all yawning with resentment on their faces, muttering some swearing words in their mouths. However, in the prestige of Unionfo, he still dressed numbly, washed his face and brushed his teeth, then picked up a book or newspaper, took nervous little steps of da-da-da-da, and quickly ran down the stairs, through the clean foyer with black and white tiles poured out like a tide from the boxy gray box. As usual, they put the books on the dining room table first, and then lined up in 2 straight lines from low to high in the yard. Yunvo had been waiting there for a long time, and when the crowd was almost there, he counted the number of people. Soon, he discovered that there was one less clever ghost who liked to cheat and play tricks. Where's Victor? Ivana was woken up and was crying. Victor said he came to take care of her. A boy raised his hand and answered. Ivana is the only baby girl in the yard now. She is 2 years old. She was less than 1 year old when she was adopted. This year is 1991, not 1891, let alone 1791. The world is always full of incomprehensible things. Ivana doesn't wake up once or twice, but why is Victor taking care of him every time? Unioff said with a straight face, go and replace him. Okay, the boy was very happy. Although he felt sorry for Victor, it was really nice not to have to run in the morning. After a while, another boy with gray hair and an anxious face rushed out of the house in a hurry. He ran over at the fastest speed with all his strength, and panted, I didn't delay everyone's morning run. Unioff took a deep look at Victor and saw that Victor's heart was trembling. He was not afraid of anything, just that Unioff looked at him like this. That gaze seemed to pierce through him. No delay. Unioff patted Victor on the shoulder heavily, asking him to return to the team, then took a key from his pocket, opened the big iron gate, and ran out with this energetic team. The sound of neat footsteps traversed the entire street with ease. Neighbors have long been surprised. Most of them get up early so they won't be disturbed, and it's interesting to watch these children run. Sometimes, when they are idle and have nothing to do on a whim, they will run along for a while. After running for almost 200 meters, then turning back, a total of more than 400 meters, which is about the amount of exercise that went around the playground in a previous life. Unioff took the children back to the orphanage. Then we went to the cafeteria to line up for breakfast. Toast, eggs, milk, 3 pieces of lei feng, plus a portion of seasonal vegetables. Today's portion is tomato. Eggs, milk and tomatoes are all rationed, and toast can be increased or decreased according to individual appetite. Although they eat the same food every day, they are all orphans, they don't dare to be picky eaters, and they are a little hungry just after running, so they quickly get rid of their food. After breakfast, it is time for early reading. Under the supervision of universitaire, the children arranged the table, put the tableware aside, took out their reading materials, and began to read happily. Everyone's reading is different: fairy tales, poetry and prose, excerpts from famous books, and even newspapers. Read whatever you like to read, but you must read it. Even if you don't like reading, you have to put on a pretense during this time. After a while, the sound of reading aloud lingered in the sky above the orphanage. Reading www.uukansha.com. I don't know, I thought it was a school. Even the school's morning reading is not as early as they are, and it is generally after 8 o'clock in England. And this scene has lasted for 5 years. 5 years ago, when Uniono realized that his strength was enough to beat up the children in the orphanage from childhood to adulthood, he began to move some good habits from his previous life here, mainly to help Ms. Garrel out of trouble. Moreover, the plan of the day is in the morning. How can you use it to sleep in? How can you not use such precious time to strengthen your physique and increase your wisdom? As an orphan, you must have the consciousness of an orphan. If you don't put in more effort, how can you surpass the life that is already a big step behind? It's not that you want to take revenge on society because you can't sleep. Of course, this kind of vicious behavior that is simply betraying the class has naturally ushered in the fierce resistance of the children in the orphanage. Complaints are boiling, smearing and twisting, crowding out and isolating, and making small reports, one after another. But it was of no use, because Unioff didn't usually play with them, and he also made a pre-report with Ms. Garrel, and won the support of the high level. Even if they join forces to fight in groups, they can't beat them. Looking at the big and small children who were reluctant to study hard, the corners of Union's mouth twitched into a slight smile. Although I think about it now, the original motivation was somewhat naive. Once a mature mind is thrown into a young body, it will inevitably be affected by the physiological hormones secreted by the body, will carry out such actions. Therefore, it can be said that this is a special decision made at a special stage, and it is unique in the long road of life, and the fruit it bears in the end makes him taste quite a bit. Surprised, I only felt that although I was impulsive at the time, what I did was admirable. Thinking like this, Unioff rolled up his notebook and knocked Victor, who was squinting and drowsy, to wake him up. He was doing more rapid sprinting than the big guys just now, but now he was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting. But when he was knocked like this, his eyes widened and he read the book very loudly, and he stood out from the crowd of children, as if he was the one who learned best. About 30 minutes later, as Big Ben chimed for the second time, Unioff clapped his hands, signaling the end of the morning reading. The boys immediately closed the books, jumped up from their seats, and ran out happily, as if they were out of prison. The girls were a little slower, and some even had to read the paragraph before standing up. Afterwards, Ms. Garrel will arrange for them. If there is a teacher to come to class, everyone will go to class. If not, there may be various things: cleaning, helping to take care of little Ivana who is only 2 years old, or doing simple handwork such as stringing beads. The handmade income is divided between the child and the orphanage, so the child will also have some money, which can be used to buy candy or small toys. Yunvo began to read and write every day. While gathering the seeds of knowledge, he was also contributing to several small newspapers. Depending on the quality of a manuscript, ranging from a few pounds to dozens of pounds, it is also divided into half with the orphanage. Because it makes more money, Ms. Garrel said that only a quarter is enough, but he still thinks it is good to divide it into half. First, they don't want to take the lead in breaking the rules of the orphanage, because other children don't care how much they earn, they just instinctively feel it's unfair. Even if you can fool the past with another statement, there is no need to lose your prestige for this petty profit. Second, I don't care about this money. Compared with starting a company and being a capitalist, this money can only be regarded as a drizzle. Now that I know it's the Harry Potter world, I'm even more worried. It's better to ease the financial pressure on the orphanage a little. Just like that, reading and writing, time flies. At 11 o'clock, Unioff gathered a seed of knowledge and wrote a short story draft. This matter is already well established. Just take a few plot outlines of old stories from your stomach, arrange them logically, mix with recent current events, and mix in some insights from various places. You can have a rough draft. After a simple lunch, it was a chicken and cheese sandwich. The bread was a bit thick and the chicken was a bit old. Thinking about when the orphanage would be able to improve the food, he refined the manuscript several times, wrote a pseudonym, and sent it out at about 1 o'clock. The rest of the time is used to condense the seeds of knowledge, and before entering the Mansu at 10 o'clock in the evening, it is estimated that 4 will be obtained. His current output is about 5 to 6 pieces per day. If something happens, it can be reduced or increased according to the situation. During the period, occasionally a few bullied children came to him to complain, and it was all trivial matters. For example, who hit whom, who ate something, etc., deal with it fairly, and the fault will be resolved by an apology. As for serious phenomena like bullying, he had already cleaned it up a few years ago, and now no child dares to do this under his nose. Life in the orphanage is relatively quiet, and there are no storms to speak of. Boss Unioff. Suddenly, a thirsty boy ran over, not Victor or who it was. What's the matter, Victor? Yoon raised her head and rubbed her temples. Victor looked left and right and found that no one was paying attention. He leaned in and whispered, Ms. Garrel has something to do with you, and it should be a good thing. Since it was Lady Garrel looking for him, Unioff also put aside his own affairs. Okay, I see. Is Ms. Garrel in the office? How are you feeling? He still remembered that he had just been taught a lesson last night. In the office. You should be in a good mood, without frowning. Victor said. That's good. Unioff took out a large package of toffee from the drawer and handed it to Victor. Take it and eat it. Victor took it with a smile, and then quickly went to find his little friend to share the spoils. The children in the yard all know that it is good to give news to Unioff, but most of the opportunities will be seized by Victor, because he has cleverly organized his own small intelligence network. Unioff pushed open the door and walked into the office. The furnishings in the office are very simple: a desk bought at a low price from a carpenter on the street www.reborn.com, an old coffee table that was left over after the neighbors moved, and 2 reception guests from the flea market small sofa. Ms. Garrel, with white hair tied in a bun, was wearing an old-fashioned lady's suit, and sat on one of the small sofas with her eyes closed. From 1 to 1:30 in the afternoon, it is usually the time for her to take a break. Usually, she wears a long brown or black dress, but recently, she has been in contact with government officials a lot, so she dresses more formally. When she heard Universityer come in, she opened her eyes with a slight smile on her face, but she closed it up again. She still remembered what she had taught someone just last night. Moreover, this child, Unioff, is very smart and has a high status among children. In addition, he may have some special abilities. She knew all of this in her heart, but because of this, she couldn't give him a good look, lest the child be complacent. No matter how smart a child is, pride and complacency can be ruined. She agrees with this very much. Come and sit, she said. Unioff walked quickly to the other sofa and sat down, waiting for the hair to fall. Wait for the next. Why are you so nice? It has been taught so many times that a physiological response has been formed. It's just that today is different. You can't be so cowardly. I am the dignified night watchman. Even in the face of Ms. Garrel, he suddenly thought. But what should be done to reflect this? Posture can represent a person's psychological state. Clenched fists represent anger, open hands represent acceptance, sitting upright represents respect, and raising legs represents arrogance. As soon as Ms. Garrel saw Unioff put up her legs, an unnamed wildfire surged upwards, and a slap slapped the coffee table, followed by a loud bang, shocked the glass. Unioff immediately put his leg down. This is not cowardice, it is to respect the elders. But after being so excited, Ms. Garrel couldn't help coughing again. Cough, 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 cough. Her chest rose and fell, as if a foreign body was stuck in her throat, making it difficult to even breathe. Pour me a cup of hot water, cough. She pointed to the thermos in the corner. Unioff hurried over, took the whole bottle back, uncorked it, and poured a cup of hot water into the glass. Because it was poured too fast, some of the hot water splashed on his hands, but luckily it wasn't particularly hot. Ms. Garrel resisted the itch, raised her neck and took a few sips. As the heat in the water spread in her throat and chest, she slowly recovered. I think I should go to the hospital again. You know, some doctors may be inexperienced and misdiagnosed. Universityer couldn't help saying. We'll talk about this later. Ms. Garrel waved her hand and interrupted. Now there are more important things to tell you. What's the matter? Unioff said dissatisfiedly. Every time she mentioned going to the doctor, Ms. Garrel would push things back and forth. There is an opportunity at Eton College, do you want to go? Ms. Garrel ignored Universityer's dissatisfaction and went straight to the point. Eton College? The air suddenly quieted down, and Unioff stood up and walked quickly to Ms. Garrel, putting the back of her hand on her forehead, and then on his forehead to make sure her body temperature was normal. I don't have a fever, and even if I have a fever, I can't be confused. There was a cold voice in his ears, and there were cold eyes in front of him, and Yunfu squeezed an embarrassed smile and sat back again. It's not his fault, but Eton College is too far away from him, even farther than Hogwarts. Not to mention anything else, just the high tuition fee of £20,000 a year. Unioff felt that the probability of his admission to Hogwarts was much higher than that of Eton College. After all, Hogwarts doesn't charge tuition fees, and it pays money to students who are in financial difficulties. Really? Unioff thought for a while and still felt unbelievable. Sometimes the barriers of money are stronger than the barriers of magic. Ms. Garrel nodded and said, Boyce, your senior, he just called and said that he hopes to adopt a child. The Bueys you always mentioned, the beloved Bueys? Unioff asked. Yes. Ms. Garrel nodded. Unioff recalled the information about Boyce in his heart. Boyce, full name Boyce McLaren, 25 years old, had left the orphanage long before Universityer was born, but still kept in touch with Ms. Garrel, said to be a handsome and attractive to women strong man, but very clean. Ms. Garrel often mentioned him in front of Union, mainly to praise his character. in order to teach Union not to abuse his abilities. But what does this have to do with Eton College? Senior Boyce shouldn't have that much money, and Eton College's quota is not just about money. The reservation team is probably 10 years later. Nirvana asked. Boyce is married and his last name is Nelson, Ms. Garrell said. Universitier wondered, does this have anything to do with his question? The child designated for adoption is the dowry requested by Boyce. UNEFO leaned back, shocked. Wait, I can't understand, Senior Boyce, he is a man. Is he married? UNEFO leaned forward, not to mention anything else. It's not a big problem to eat a melon. If it is into a family, it must be a wealthy businessman or a noble family. The so-called tuition may be affordable, but he still cannot understand why he should adopt a child. Shouldn't you give birth to a person to consolidate your position? It's not a marriage. Ms. Garrell shook her head, in a trance. When she first heard the news, she was also extremely shocked. She felt that her 3 views for so many years had been shattered. Even now, she hasn't recovered completely. Unioff looked at Ms. Garrell's expression, recalled the information she gave, and the information about Boyce, and gradually tasted something incredible. How can I say it? It can only be said that it is England. Boyce married as a wife. Ms. Garrell finally told the truth. Sure enough, it was no wonder Ms. Garrell always said that Boyce kept himself clean. Can this be unclean? I can't accept it. Unioff shook his head decisively. If you go, the Nelson family will let you go to Eton College, then Cambridge University, and your life will be smooth after that. Ms. Garrell put her right hand on her forehead. In fact, she felt it was very strange, but she insisted on all conditions say it all. I still can't accept it. Unioff continued to shake his head. The atmosphere of a family of 3 men must be too strange. He really couldn't imagine what strange appearance he would become in that atmosphere. It's scary to think about. Although it is a step-by-step road, but I'll wait for the news from Hogwarts. Even if you can't wait, whether it's to go to an ordinary public school or to be an apprentice in a shop or factory, it's more normal than this. Wouldn't it be good to continue to implement the original business plan when you are an adult? At this moment, a prompt came from the UU reading www.uukansha.com system. Univo forcibly suppressed the rants that filled his head, and focused on checking. Detected that the host has obtained a drop of water of desire, and opened the construction project of Mansu well. The conditions for opening the second stage mission are met, and the second stage mission is officially opened. The second stage task, the well construction progress reaches 20%, and one of its own properties reaches the 6th level. Important note, completing the second stage of the mission will open a new book of sexuality. Yunfu's brows suddenly wrinkled. The broken system sounded a prompt at this time. I'm afraid it's not trying to do some shit. But Ms. Garrell was right next to her, so it was really inconvenient to see. Without thinking too much, he immediately covered his stomach with the momentum of frowning, making a very entangled and painful look, and seemed to be strong and patient and said, Ms. Garrell, I'll go to the toilet first, and then think about it by the way. One time. Without waiting for Ms. Garrell to reply, he stood up and ran out. The reason for this was that he was worried that the sudden appearance of the system prompt might be related to the adoption. Although he was still extremely resistant, rationality still made him decide to take a look at the specific situation before making his next plan. If the system's task is to let him feel that wonderful atmosphere, he doesn't even know if he can execute it, or should it be implemented. Only he focused his attention on the information about water of desire again, and he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Help Heindelsche fulfill her desire? When did this happen? And still the strongest? The only thing he could think of was the problem of cold symptoms that Jindeliach personally mentioned last night, but if it was to help her avoid suffering from cold symptoms, then this system prompt should have been sent out long ago, rather than waiting until now. In other words, Heindelsche's strongest desire is not this. Is there a stronger desire than to get rid of pain? What would that be? Unioff had a faint interest. After thinking about it for a while, he pulled out Indelsche's card from the virtual panel. As long as the card is drawn, it will always exist, and it will be placed in a column called Pictures of the Qualified. To be honest, suddenly there is a feeling that it has changed from a tree planting game to a card collecting game. Will it become more and more greedy? Complaining in his heart, Unioff looked at Kamian. It was the same cartoon vertical painting, but he couldn't help but look at it a few more times and sighed, why is it in the form of a soul in Mansu, and a good-looking skin is the fun of the world, and then he focused on the card description. Superior. On the basis of the original text, 1 or 2 more lines were added. Important update, on August 4, 1991, at 1:40 p.m., Indrich Roll received from Albus Dumbledore her letter of admission to Hogwarts, which she had been thinking about. Surprised and grateful for Mr. Knight's watch. Although he thought he remembered correctly, Unioff still confirmed the current system time. August 4, 1991 at 1:45 p.m. In other words, what happened 5 minutes ago? It seems that the mystery has been revealed. Heidrich's strongest desire is to receive an admission letter from Hogwarts. I have to say that she is really a studious girl. It was the first time that Unioff heard of a child who was so eager to go to school. But I also want to go. Suppressing the roar in his heart, Unioff began to think about what this matter had to do with him. After thinking for a while, he took out a ballpoint pen from the pen holder, then took out a notebook with a slightly yellowed cover from the drawer, turned to a blank page, and began to sort out the current information. Even the most orderly thought in the mind is not as clear as any line of words written on paper. He first wrote the most superficial information on the paper, and then gradually deepened it in the form of self-questioning and self-answering. First of all, Herdreech's strongest desire is to receive a letter of admission to Hogwarts, or to be admitted to Hogwarts, but she should not have this qualification before. People who have water to drink will not grateful for a glass of water, only a thirsty desert traveler would be thankful for a drop of water. Then, why was Heindulch ineligible before? Obviously, it's because there is no magic. He immediately came to a conclusion. Then he paused and rubbed the eye sockets with the end of a ballpoint pen as if rubbing, before continuing to write. So, she already has magic power now? Besides, she got it with my help. What did I help her? My interaction with her only started last night. That is to say, what happened to her last night? At this moment, the long bangs fell down and were opened by Unefo with a pen. The miscellaneous thoughts of, should I cut my hair, flashed in my mind, and I continued to write. The standard round characters seemed to come from a typewriter. Type it out. 1. She was summoned to Mansu in the form of a soul, and Mansu shielded her from the effects of the cold. 2nd, a tree of knowledge was planted and a preliminary connection was established with it. Quan does not consider other unexpected situations, just think about the above two, which one caused her to gain magic power. Outside the window, the chirping noise, like the rustling noise of a radio, suddenly became smaller. Univo noticed it sensitively, and looked up, and saw a small owl flying past, with a thin cicada wing in its sharp and hooked beak. He quickly got up from the chair, opened the window and went out to look, only to see the owl flying farther and farther without looking back, and there was no envelope in its claws. Maybe it was an ordinary owl, or maybe it wasn't, but for sure, it had nothing to do with him. He returned to his chair, cleaned up a little bit of loss and irritability like bread crumbs on the ground, and classified and discussed the issues raised earlier. If it's the first case, then it's that the cold disease prevents Herdreech from condensing the magic power. Once the cold disease is blocked, she will restore her aptitude. If it's the second case. He stared straight at the second scenario, shooting out 2 rays of light, which fell on the paper to form 2 small spots of light. He pondered for 3 seconds, then swiped down 2 lines of English on the paper. The shapes of the letters all tended to evolve from full circles to more scribbled flowers. If it is the second case, it means that the generation of magic power may be related to the tree of knowledge. Then here comes the problem. I have planted more than 10,000 trees of knowledge, but there is still no magic power. After a while, he wrote again so hard that the paper was almost punctured by the tip of the pen. Do I really have no magic power? He fixedly looked at the short line of words, and fell into silent contemplation. Why do I think I have no magic power? He asked himself. The answer is obvious. Because I didn't receive an admission letter. Then I didn't receive an admission letter. Does that mean I have no magic power? He continued to ask. It seems so, it seems to be common sense, but the problem is Yunvo tapped his skull with a ballpoint pen, making a soft bang, bang sound. Mansu shielded the influence of the cold syndrome on Henlike, which, according to her, was something that even Dumbledore could not do. I built Mansu, and Mansu covers me. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. On the one hand, he seemed to have hope for entering Hogwarts, on the other hand, he was enjoying the pleasure of clear thinking. Although I don't know if my magic power is the same as Herdreech's cold symptoms, but it's worth a try. He pressed the end of the ballpoint pen, retracted the refill that protruded from the tip of the pen, and tossed it with ease. The ballpoint pen flipped in the air and just fell back into the pen holder. As for how to give it a try, he already had an idea in mind. If a spell is likened to a pistol, then the magic is the bullet that fills it. Unioff easily tore the page full of words from the notebook, and in the process of tearing it made a very clear and pleasant tear sound, as if the page itself couldn't wait to be torn. Same. Then, he tore the page in half, folded it together, tore it in half, and folded it again. As the number of layers increases, the tearing sound becomes smaller and smaller, and when the tearing sound reaches a certain level, the paper can no longer be torn. So be it. Unioff put the stack of scraps on the table lightly and took a deep breath. It's impossible to say that you're not nervous or uneasy. What if he just doesn't have magic power? Moreover, without a magic wand, even if he has magic power, he may not be able to succeed. But these 2 small dust-like thoughts just flashed in my heart for a moment, and they were suppressed by the will like a mountain. Try it, you must try it. If you don't try, your life will just stay where you are. He gently spit out the air that had circulated in a circle in his abdomen, recalling the trajectory of the healing spell taught by Heindulch in his mind. Compared to Hermione, his memory was undoubtedly better, so he remembered it more clearly. Starting, finishing, every curl, every bend, and even the different speeds of a stroke across different positions, it is as if returning to that scene vividly. Even if he wants to, it is not impossible to play 0.5 times the slow speed on the visual cortex of the brain. Obviously, in terms of precision, he was absolutely able to reproduce the trajectory drawn by Heindlch at the time 100%. This is actually not the norm. It's the result of his ultra-precise observation and study of 360 degrees in all directions without dead ends in the form of a night watchman. But in general, this kind of thing is far from impossible. It can be said that it is the product of the right time and place. But even so, if it's just a simple memory, it won't activate the trajectory of the repairing spell. Also need to focus. If memory is to confirm whether there is such a thing in one's brain bank, then concentration is to take this thing out of the brain bank and put it in front of you. Moreover, as the concentration progresses, the trajectory will become clearer and brighter, and the consciousness attached to the trajectory will feel smoother. It's like filling the uneven gravel road with cement, or laying a railroad track between the starting point and the ending point. Unsurprisingly, it went very smoothly. Or in other words, it really went too smoothly. At the moment when the trajectory outline is completed, the time and the picture are frozen here. Unioff saw an incomparably dazzling golden light burst out from the beginning of the trajectory along the curve, and his attached consciousness was like a jet supersonic roller coaster when he was riding downhill, and he deeply experienced a sense of super speed. Afterwards, I saw that golden light became more and more arrogant, and suddenly drowned the so-called trajectory, and it seemed like golden magma spurted out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful force surged in the body, and it rolled up a huge wave in an instant like a great wave that has not been encountered in 1,000 years. Time and pictures finally began to flow. I saw pieces of shredded paper flying out of the stack of paper, quickly splicing into a complete page in the air, and turning around in the air, as if a lost child in the mall was looking for his parents, but the next second it was inserted into the place where the notebook was torn before. Repaired as before. If it were just that, then everything would be perfect. Not only did he prove that he had magical powers, but it was conceivable that Hogwarts, which recorded the magical powers, would soon send an envelope notifying admission. But this power seems to have been accumulated for too long, like a stone monkey who has accumulated an unknown amount of sun essence and moon essence, jumping out of the stone, and suddenly it is earth-shattering. I saw that everything in the bedroom was being repaired with every effort. The chipped pieces of paint on the edge of the wall fluttered back to the wall and ceiling like a butterfly flapping its wings. The iron bed that I don't know how many years old is humming, and the desk that is also old is squeaking, as if the old man is trying his best to straighten his back. The cracked areas of the blanket were quickly woven together, and the patches on the clothes and trousers were completely invisible. In addition, the most items in the room are the stacks of old books, magazines and newspapers, not to mention that the covers have been removed from wrinkles and cracks, and the folded and curled headers and footers of each page are like brows stretched out. Before Univo could marvel at this miraculous scene, he heard the sound of "Wow, what's up?" and Jesus coming from outside the bedroom. Shout! He opened the door and saw all kinds of messy pieces of paper, wood, wall, and plastic flying around in the corridor. When I ran to the stairs, I found that the original convex and concave parts of the stone stairs were being filled with sand and gravel to make it smooth. Going down to the foyer, I saw that the cracks on the black and white tiles on the ground were closing together. All the children were screaming, their clothes, trousers, books, stationery, and toys were all becoming as new as ever. If it's just that, it doesn't seem to matter. After all, it was the first time in his life that his magical power exploded, so it was understandable that he was a little stronger. But there was a lot of people outside. Yunfu immediately turned around, passed through the gate as nimble and fast as a water snake like a water snake among the surprised and confused children. www.readon.com came to the yard, and saw pieces of debris on the ground like ash. The fog generally rushed over the surface of the house, like a backward waterfall. When I came to the street, I saw the facade, the road, the street lights, the bicycles, the carriages, and the cars, all changing their luster. What's even more outrageous is that the few buildings in the distance are being demolished, or demolished a little, or demolished in half, or demolished to the buildings with only skeletons left. Countless masonry and rubble fluttered around the main body of the steel bar like a tornado, and changed and reorganized as quickly as a transformer. More and more people came to the street, more and more. Some looked at this crazy world at a loss, and some danced like a psychotic episode. "Is this a miracle?" Yunvo heard a voice ask. "It's the devil," he heard another voice reply. If this is the case, whether it is a miracle or a devil, the problem of a street, I believe that the experienced Ministry of Magic will be able to properly handle it. But this noise was so loud that the whole world was boiling, like 1,000 needles. It stimulated the nerves of Yunvo and made him understand that it was more than that. When he turned around, he saw a somewhat hunched figure. Ms. Garrel was standing at the door of the rooftop, leaning against the iron door, stooping, panting. She is in her 60s and is in poor health. Going up several floors in one breath, she was about to die. "What's the matter?" she asked breathlessly. She instinctively felt that this matter had something to do with Unioff. A cloud floated past, blocking the blazing sun, and the shadow that fell just enveloped Yunfo's body. Might be able to hide, thought Anaya, that he didn't chant a spell, didn't wave his wand, didn't even have a wand. After that powerful magic power was vented, it has also been dormant again, as if entering the time of a sage. Even if the Ministry of Magic gradually confirms that the source of the magic power is this orphanage based on the effectiveness and scope of the repairing spell, they may not be able to find out that it is him. A powerful wizard who suddenly passed by seems more reasonable than an 11-year-old orphanage child. This works. However, it also means that he will not be able to expose his magic power, and he will not be able to go to Hogwarts school. Is this necessary? He thinks. Yuniof looked at Ms. Garrel's messy bun and sweaty forehead, and couldn't help recalling the eloquent teachings that Madame Garrel had taught him over the past 10 years, as well as the aching buttocks. Another thought suddenly appeared in my heart. If you take responsibility, what will be the result? Will he die? Almost impossible to die. Will he be imprisoned in Azkaban? Imprisoning in Azkaban is almost impossible. He is now an 11-year-old child. Although there is a powerful force in his body, he is most likely to be supervised and then educated. Maybe he will be sent to Hogwarts for education. After all, there seems to be no second wizarding school in England. Taking a step back and thinking about it, even if the result is not so ideal, and he is specially imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic, he still has Mansu as a trump card. Go for a while, accumulate strength, and then it will not be too late to run. Maybe the food can be improved during the period. As long as you think rationally, you will find that the situation is not as bad as you imagined. Thinking of this, he felt a lot more relaxed, as if some heavy burden had been unloaded on the ground. There is a sense of ease that walks the right path and is upright. Clouds drifted past, and the sun fell on him again, and Yunfo smiled relievedly. He regained his usual calmness, ran over and said, "Ms. Garrel, listen to my explanation." However, before he had time to explain, the words were interrupted forcefully by Ms. Garrel waving her arms. "We'll talk about what you've explained." She took a deep breath and said in a calmer voice, "Now the more important thing is, have you left anything troublesome?" "Yes, there is. Even if he is ready to take responsibility, there are things he must never reveal." Yuniof led Ms. Garrel to his bedroom, and tore off the page again from the restored notebook. He thought about it for a while, and finally turned his head and asked, "Aren't you really going to look at what's written on it?" Ms. Garrel said with a cold face, "Yunbo, do you know what I want to do most now?" His voice was as cold as a cold wind. "What is it?" He suddenly had a bad premonition. "It tied you to a chair with a rope, then tied a broom with thorny thorns, slapped you 100 times, and locked you in the toilet for a whole day." Ms. Garrel said in a calm tone of horror. "So can you hurry up?" I suddenly wondered if I should run away. Yuniof whispered, "What did you say?" "Nothing to say." At this moment, the light entering the bedroom suddenly dimmed. Yunvo looked out of the window, and saw thick clouds spread along the ground, covering streets, houses, and individuals, and the distance was blurred. At the same time, the sound outside became smaller and smaller, and the world seemed to have returned to its former calm. Even calmer. This is misty clouds? It's just that he remembered that the misty cloud should not have the effect of reducing the sound. Perhaps it was mixed with other magic spells that he didn't know. But there is no doubt that the Ministry of Magic has already moved. There is not much time left. Realizing this, Yuniof didn't delay any longer. He crumpled the paper in his hand into a small ball, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. It's too late to find fire to destroy, and I don't know if the burned ashes can be recovered, so I might as well swallow it directly into my belly and digest it slowly. There is a mansion shrouded in it, and it must be able to isolate the inside and outside. At this time, the clouds and mist outside the window had already covered the sky, and some even penetrated into the room. When Yuniof slammed the window shut, the sound became surprisingly small when it reached his ears. Is it so powerful? His evaluation of the Ministry of Magic was raised again by 1 rank. Although the Ministry of Magic has almost nothing useful in the movie is a movie, reality is reality, and it is the top institution that governs and manages the magic world. Harmful. What a big trouble. Then, he followed Ms. Garrel out to comfort the child and organize the order. Everyone was concentrated in the entrance hall, and because they didn't want the clouds to come in, they closed the door. But the atmosphere is not depressing, the children are actually very happy. How can you not be happy? The whole body has been refurbished. It's almost like Christmas. Christmas is not so great, is it? Even little Ivana laughed happily, giggling, holding a beautiful little rag doll. Only Victor seemed to see something. Yu reading www.uukanksha.com dared to come over and ask what happened, only to be coldly glared by Yuniof and Ms. Gerald, and immediately returned to the pile of children with interest. Stay with your own small organization. Yuniof looked at Victor, thought for a while, and suddenly asked, "Senior Boyce, did you designate to adopt me?" Ms. Gerald glanced at him and replied, "No, it's because I think only you are suitable. No matter your family background or Eton College, among so many children in the orphanage, I think only you can handle it." Other children, it's hard to adapt, she said. I think Victor is also quite suitable. Unioff recommended. I'll think about it. Ms. Garrel nodded. By the way, this is the first time you have complimented me in so many years. Have I complimented you? Didn't you just praise me just now? You are the smartest kid I have ever seen in my life. Haha, I'm not used to compliments, so why did you always scold me and beat me in the past? You owe this. Why do I owe this? Because. Boom. The door was knocked. Dong dong dong. There was some sticky hot sweat on his palms, and when things came to an end, Yuna found that he was not as calm as he had imagined. The door opened, and clouds drifted in. Along with the clouds and mist, there was also the man's low voice. It was a low, low voice, probably only slightly higher than a whisper, but Eugene could clearly hear every word he said. I think, Mr. Eugene Garrel should be here, said the man. Why do you know my name? Universe thought. The Ministry of Magic should not know his name, and he has no criminal record. He has been almost a muggle for 10 years, so there should be no record. With such confusion, Unioff looked up and saw such a strange middle-aged man. Oily black hair, hooked nose, sallow skin, wearing a black robe and cloak. Some resembled a medieval black monks, but without any ornaments and coat of arms. What's more concerning is that his black eyes are indifferent and empty, like two dark tunnels leading to a bottomless pit. And as his voice floated into the hallway, his appearance appeared in the eyes of everyone, and all the laughter disappeared, and the effect was like stopping a child from crying at night, although the current effect was completely opposite. But if it is really put into such a situation, he must be able to do it perfectly and effortlessly. This man exudes such an air of not being a good person. And this kind of breath even shocked the always tough Ms. Garrel, and she was stunned for a while, not knowing what to say or do. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care about other people's eyes, and he didn't even care much about Ms. Garrel, who opened the door for him. What was even more surprising was that he didn't even want to enter the house. He stood just outside the door, his icy gaze swept inward as if looking at the fresh fish stored in the freezer, and then asked in his impressively low tone, "Which one is Univo?" "Mr. Garrel. I'm Unity Garrel. May I ask you, sir, who are you?" Unity stood up and said. Then he saw Ms. Garrel wake up from a dream, and gave him a stern look. Obviously the gloomy temperament of the visitor did not make a good impression on her, and even felt very dangerous. "But I'm Severus Snape, you can call me Professor Snape. Now, I need to take you out of here," Snape said almost without pause. Of course, Ms. Garrel wouldn't let a guy who looked like a villain take away Unioff, but just as she said her body suddenly trembled and she stepped aside. Unioff saw a black matte straight stick appear in Snape's hand, which should be his wand. "What did you do?" Even though he knew that he was Severus Snape, but seeing him do something to Ms. Garrel, Unioff couldn't help but be angry. "The confusion charm, a magic spell, won't cause any harm, but will make this venerable lady temporarily obey my orders." "Yes, you heard me right, she will obey my orders." Snape emphasized again, "Mr. Unioff Garrel, if you don't want to cause any irreversible consequences, you'd better come with me now." Snape's tone was indifferent, and his remarks were completely a villain template. It's just that Unioff didn't hear any malice. It felt like listening to a sheep in wolf's clothing pretending to howl. But this doesn't mean anything. Even if his mental power is far beyond that of ordinary people, this is the first time he has come into contact with an adult wizard. It's hard to say that perception can work as usual. What's more, in the movie RIS Snape is also proficient in occlumency. However, after only thinking for a second, Unioff decided to believe Snape once, because it was impossible not to believe, and Lady Garrel was still in his hands. He could only bet that Snape was a good guy. He asked, "What do you want to do?" Snape turned his head and glanced at the clouds behind him, then turned back and said, "I've said it twice, this is the third time, I'm going to take you out of here, and it's best not to let me say it a fourth time. Unless you're a complete fool, you're in enough trouble, Yunfer Garrel. If you don't want to face more trouble, or if you don't want to crouch in the Ministry of Magic's confinement tonight, come over here and hold me tight." Maybe you have to ask what the Ministry of Magic is, but I really can't explain so many troublesome things to you in such a short period of time, like you can't expect to put all the junk in a junkyard all at once. Like a trash can. His speech speed broke through the limit at this moment. In less than 3 seconds, he was able to spit out hundreds of English words in one breath, surpassing any rapper that Union had ever seen in his last life. Unioff began to believe that this Snape really did not have malicious intentions, otherwise he would not need to tell him so much. And there is a kind of intuition telling him that it is best to leave here immediately. He hesitated for a moment, walked over quickly and grabbed Snape's arm, and then heard Snape recite in a peculiar tone disapparate. As soon as he finished speaking, with a harsh explosion, Unioff felt a strong pull, his body seemed to be spinning like a spinning top, and Snape's arm seemed to be about to break free from his hand. .ucancha.com For a moment he wanted to take the opportunity to let go, but reason told him that this was definitely not the right choice. Immediately, his vision became dark, and the strong pressing in all directions made him unable to breathe, as if the whole person was pressed into the casing like pork to make sausage, with eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Well, they are all tightly attached to the skull. It is really pressed down quite tightly. Absolutely no cutting corners. Anti-jinx, anti-apparition spell. He suddenly heard a sharp and thin female voice call out, but apparently it was too late to stop them. The next second, as he heard Snape recite apparate in a similar tone to before, it was as if he was being squeezed out of a stick of toothpaste, and then just see the light in front of you. He was not surprised by the sudden alternation of light and dark, but clearly reflected the situation of the scene in front of him. This is a rather delicate and gorgeous room. Unioff sat on another chair, but suddenly, he smelled a faint smell of blood coming from Snape. Following the smell, he looked at Snape's feet, but they were covered by a long black robe and could not see anything. "Are you injured?" he asked. Snape frowned and said, "That's not your business. If you have to think about me, you might as well keep your mouth shut so we can start sooner. The sooner we start, the better. The sooner it can end." "Okay." Eugene shrugged lightly. It wasn't him who was injured anyway, and Snape also touched Ms. Garrel. But really speaking, his mood is actually a bit complicated. Speaking of fear, it is not particularly afraid, and speaking of anger, but not particularly angry. If we must use a metaphor, it is probably like a pot of porridge simmered with several light seasonings. Very good. Snape nodded when he saw that Union was quiet, and said, "Next, your ears and listen, I will tell you a lot of things you don't know, which may be related to your past experiences. Totally contradictory. And, most importantly, I'll only say it once." Unioff nodded. "First of all, you have to understand what a wizard is. A wizard is someone like me who can do magic, and you have just experienced magic once. So, you can always understand." Snape explained the basic concept. "Ask." "I can understand," Unioff replied. Not to mention that he already knew something about this, Snape himself explained it very easily. "That's good, it looks like you're not stupid, and you don't have an elm head on your neck." Snape sneered. "Magic also needs magic to move. If a person can awaken sufficient magic power before the age of 11, then he is eligible to become a wizard. When awakening magic power, it will cause some movement, such as just now." Speaking of which, he seemed to have discovered something bad, and the word stopped abruptly, and then he saw him grab Yunfu's wrist suddenly and closed his eyes, as if he was perceiving something. His palms were quite strong, and the clasping of Yunfu's wrists hurt. About 10 seconds later, Snape opened his eyes, looked at him with a rather stern look, and asked, "Are you really University or Garrel? You don't seem to have any magic power. If I say no, will he put me back?" Yunef suddenly thought, but he quickly dismissed the idea. "What are you going back for? Facing the Ministry of Magic? It can't be any better than it is now. At least for now, Snape has no ill will towards him, and the Ministry of Magic." He remembered the faint smell of blood on Snape's body, and another spell he heard while apparating. It should be quite dangerous at that time, and he didn't even think about having an 11-year-old child. Thinking like this, he united his will and vowed, "I'm an evoker, this is absolutely true, I should have caused the big movement just now. But after that, that power, which might be what you call magic power, was completely hidden from me." Although he said it with certainty, he was actually very cautious in his wording. He tried his best to avoid saying things beyond his perspective. That would be very difficult to explain. "It sounds like this, but I have never seen such a restrained magic power. In my opinion, you are more like a liar full of nonsense." Snape looked at him sharply. "Then how can you believe it?" "I can't." Magic awakening again, he said. "If the repairing spell is cast again, even if the movement is not as big as the first time, it will probably be difficult to end." Then he heard Snape say in a low voice, "Don't worry about that, I'm very good at knowing if people are lying. Whether you're real or fake, I'll know right away." Now Snape's eyes were deep. "Look into my eyes." Unioff looked over, and he could probably guess what Snape wanted to do, which was nothing more than the legendary legilimency. But he couldn't help but look, because Snape could force the eyes to meet, and not cooperating would only lead to more exposure. We can only hope that legilimency is really like what it says in the movie, and it can only read superficial thoughts. He tried his best to think about some insignificant things, which was relatively simple for him. After about 3 seconds, "Okay, I'll believe your Univaith Garrel for now," Snape said while holding his forehead. "What happened?" Unioff asked with a wink. "Nothing happened." Snape pressed his thumb to his full temple. "Anyway, I used a special magic to confirm your identity, now let's continue." He turned his head slightly, his face calmly turned to the other side, and continued, "In short, you caused quite a lot of trouble when you awakened your magic power. From the perspective of the battle, I guess the Ministry of Magic is called the absolute authority of the Department of Magic Law Enforcement. Most of the people. The Ministry of Magic is the equivalent of a muggle, or a government agency for ordinary people. Do you understand that?" "Then I'm a fugitive now?" Unioff asked www.reborn.com. "No, you haven't violated any laws, although the Secret Act strictly prohibits wizards from performing magic in front of muggles, except when the magic is awakened. After all, no one could control themselves at the time," said Snape. Then why do you still take me? Run, Unioff asked. Regarding this point, he really couldn't understand. He had been prepared to be punished, but now Snape told him that he had not broken the law at all. Then why are you running? How do you know you're running? Snape looked over again. Isn't that running? Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Or to use a better way of saying, avoiding the Ministry of Magic. Unioff blinked and prevaricates with nonsense. Okay. Snape rubbed his eyes. Although he intuitively felt that there was something wrong with this little guy, he was really tired, and the injury on his leg needed urgent treatment. He said, the magic power contained in your body is very huge. In terms of performance, it is like silent. Don't ask what silent is. This is not the point. You can check the information yourself in the future. The point is that now the Ministry of Magic may take special measures against you, and then my mission will not be able to be completed, Snape said. Yunvo silently retorted, in order to cover up his inner excitement. In theory, he shouldn't have any idea what Hogwarts is like, so he can't appear too happy. Be calm, be cool, have the style of a night watchman. Thinking like this, he couldn't wait to take the envelope. Look at the front of the envelope. On it was written in emerald green ink, The Dove Orphanage, received by Mr. Unioff Garrel. After a moment of silence, the excited emotions calmed down as quickly as if they were in contact with ice cubes. He raised his head and asked Snape, Ms. Garrel, there will be nothing wrong with the orphanage, right? Snape was taken aback for a moment. He did not expect that Unioff would ask this question at this time. Children who receive notices are generally very excited, and even Muggle-born children are at least curious. It seems that the orphanage is very important to this child. Such an attitude made Snape reconsider the development of the situation, although the result was still the same as before. Of course it's fine. The Ministry of Magic won't treat Muggles. They won't do anything to slap themselves in the face. Sometimes, I don't know whether the statute of secrecy is protecting Muggles or wizards, he said. That's good. Hearing Snape's words, Union breathed a sigh of relief and returned his attention to the envelope. He touched the envelope and felt the touch of high-grade paper close to genuine leather. When he turned to the back, he saw a logo with H as the center, surrounded by 4 beasts of snake, lion, eagle, and badger. Below the logo was a dark red fire paint. Without a paper cutter, he could only carefully peel off the flame paint bit by bit. After a lot of effort, he successfully opened the envelope, took out 2 pages of parchment from the inside, spread it out, and looked at the words on it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First-Class Great Magician of the Merlin Order, Chief Magician of Wizengammery. Dear Mr. Garrel, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your reply from your owl by July 31st. Vice-Chancellor sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, July 31st. Una was slightly taken aback. The standard letter came out in a hurry, and I didn't have time to revise it. Snape glanced at it and explained calmly. Yunvo didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only continue to look down. Turning to the second page, there is a list of items, including clothing, teaching materials, magic tools, and magical pets. Finally, it is specially emphasized that first-year freshmen are not allowed to bring broomsticks. Where can I buy these things? Unioff asked in a procedural manner. Diagon Alley, don't ask where it is, I'll take you there, but it could be someone else, because I hate being a nanny, Snape said. Well, when was that? Unioff asked. Of course, I know, it's definitely not now. As soon as he goes out now, I am afraid he will be caught by the Ministry of Magic in a few minutes. Snape looked out the window, where the platinum sunlight was leaking through the gaps between the clouds. He said it won't be long before Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, comes back, and there must be no major problems at the Ministry of Magic. Unioff thought for a while and asked, listen to what you mean, the principal of a school can actually compete with government agencies. Snape glanced at him and said, Hogwarts isn't just a school, it's the only wizarding school in England. Professor Dumbledore isn't just the headmaster of a wizarding school, he's the greatest wizard of our time. The Ministry of Magic? If Dumbledore wants to. He paused for a moment, and seemed to think that he was talking too much, so he did not continue, but arranged, anyway, you don't have to worry about the Ministry of Magic, but as a condition, you have to stay honest these days. Here, don't take a step out of the door, there is a bathroom in the room, which is enough for you to solve life problems, and as for food, I will bring it to you later. Now, I'm leaving. He stood up. Although Snape had tried to balance as much as possible, Unioff noticed that his left shoulder was still a little higher than his right, indicating that he might have injured his right leg. Okay. He also stood up, not out of politeness, but if he was sitting, the height difference between the two would be too great, and he didn't like to talk like that. Can I ask one last question? He asked. What's the problem? Snape said. His speech became shorter and shorter, and it seemed that he really wanted to leave early. Where did Professor Dumbledore go? Unioff asked casually, I want to estimate how long it will take. Liverpool, said Snape. As soon as the voice fell, a soft apparate was heard, followed by a slight cracking sound, and Snape's figure instantly disappeared from the room. That should. It won't take long. Unioff opened his mouth blankly. He originally wanted to ask a few more questions along with the last question, but he didn't expect that Snape would not even give him a chance. Then this last question was basically a no-brainer, because he had already known Dumbledore's position from the card of Indreach. What he really wanted to know was, what was Dumbledore doing there? Could it be that the achievement was just to send the admission notice to Indley? That Indreach's face might not be too big. Or is there some other reason he doesn't know? And that's just the first question. Besides, he wondered why Snape had sent him the letter and not McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, or someone else. Snape really didn't look like someone who was willing to be a messenger, and he just said that he hated being a nanny the most. He seemed to say the mission. Who gave him the task? Dumbledore? And why give it to him instead of someone else? Unea was full of doubts, and wished to find a piece of paper to sort out his thoughts. But now is a special period, it is better not to leave any evidence in black and white. The most important thing right now is to figure out where you are, so that you won't be able to run if you accidentally run. It's not that he doesn't believe in the safety here, but that there is no certain thing in the world. He can try a small repair spell to try out such a big trouble, let alone anything else. Thinking like this, he squatted and walked towards the window. He only knew that this was the second-floor room of the Leaky Cauldron, which was on a street in London, but where it was, he never paid such careful attention in his last life. He tiptoed to the window, and Unioff exposed half of his head to peep out, and saw a silver-gray steel shed-like building in sight. On the signboard at the entrance of the building, the words Borough Market are prominently written, and an ancient Gothic-style tower can be seen on the right. After confirming the location, Unioff felt a little more confident in his heart. If something really happened, he would just jump out of the window and escape, then hide in the crowd. Not far from here, there is a crowded area that integrates many scenic spots such as Tower Bridge, London Eye, Big Ben, etc. There is no shortage of people even at night. If the statute of secrecy was really that effective, then there must be no wizards who would dare to show their power there. Then, he searched the room again, hoping to find something useful or interesting. In the end, he only found 2 books on a cabinet, titled Enchant Your Cheese and Muggles Who Have Discovered. To be honest, he was a little disappointed, because these 2 books were obviously not serious books for teaching magic. However, judging from the name, the previous book may still involve some, so he decided to read this first. As a result, there are only a few methods of magic cheese recorded in it, and most of them need to master some magic spells for assistance, but there is no record of how to cast these magic spells. How tasteless! However, there are quite a few notes in this book. Especially in a chapter called Dragon Cheese, 2-2 painting basically covered the entire page, and also recorded a lot of unique cooking experience, including but not limited to mix an appropriate amount of dragon blood into dragon milk as the main ingredient of cheese and stir well, and keep the other steps as they are. Finally, you can get a dragon blood cheese with a pink appearance but a very spicy taste, which seems to have beauty the effect of nourishing yin and blood. This book obviously belongs to housewives in the magical world. I don't know why it was put here. After flipping through it for a while, Unioff decided to put it aside for now. He really wasn't interested in cooking. Eating is one of his hobbies. So he opened another book, Muggles Who Discovered. The content of this book was somewhat related to his current situation. In the introduction, this book is mainly about some unexpected events that brought Muggles to the attention of the wizarding world. Unioff was very interested in this, and he still wanted to know how wizards deal with such things, so he continued to scroll down. After the introduction is the table of contents. There are 2 pages, and more than 20 event titles, long or short, are listed vertically. In front of the event title, there are more or less special 5-pointed star marks, which seem to be used to mark the importance of the event. Among them, 1 pentagram has the most, followed by 2 pentagrams, and there is only 1 marked with 3 pentagrams. The Ilfracombe Incident. Unioff read the 3-star title, and with some curiosity, he turned directly to that page. The first thing you see is a black and white dynamic illustration, a huge lizard with 4 sharp claws, scales all over its body, and thin bat-like wings on its back, was rushing towards the panic-stricken crowd on the beach, and its pointed mouth was still spewing flames. Unioff tooted in amazement while admiring it. It really deserves to be a book in the magical world. In comparison, his eligible card is much inferior. Although the vertical painting is colored, it does not move at all. It is really mysterious and magical with the invisible art. After complaining in his heart, he continued to look down, and found many interesting things. In 1932, a playful common Welsh green dragon attacked a group of sunbathers in Ilfracombe, Devon, England described in the book. It is worth noting that the quotation marks of the word naughty are not printed, but added by hand. And in the blank space next to it, the owner of the book also wrote a note in beautiful cursive handwriting: the common Welsh green dragon is the least troublesome of all the fire dragons. Unless provoked, they actively avoid humans. It's hard to imagine a common Welsh green dragon attacking a group of muggles on a beach. Obviously, this person thinks that there is another secret behind the incident of the green dragon attack, and attaches great importance to it. The 3-star mark on the catalog shows this. The more I read, the more interested I and Eve got, so I sat down on the bed with the book in my hands, leaning against the wall and enjoying it. Although there seemed to be some changes in the mansion, Snape would have to bring dinner later, so he didn't rush in to check. And the production of the Seeds of Knowledge today is far from reaching the standard. He persuaded himself in this way, and then immersed himself in the world of books and couldn't extricate himself. The bed is soft, the book is beautiful, and time is like sand in an hourglass, slipping away little by little. After an unknown amount of time, a deep voice suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to be quite leisurely." Unioff raised his head and saw Snape appear by the table with a large bag and a small bag. Turning his head to look at the sky outside the window, 2/3 had already turned gray-blue, and he was heading towards the last fiery red cage. It would not be long before night fell. Unioff put the book on the bed, jumped out of the bed, walked to the table, and found that the smell of blood on Snape's body had disappeared, replaced by a faint fragrance. It seems that the magic potions in the magic world are very effective. There is a chance to get a little better, he thought. Snape put the large and small bags on the table, and without listening to the spell he said, the tablecloth on the bag automatically opened, and the aroma spread like a bomb: grilled pork chops, French fries, carrots, syrup pie, and even there is pumpkin juice. It's shocking that he arranged so well. Yunvo instantly felt that his stomach was already growling. "Eat your dinner." Snape sat down and said. Yunfu also sat down and picked up the silver knife and fork. www.reborn.com. His fingers couldn't help but want to move it, but after thinking about it, he raised his head again and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Snape glanced at him and said, "I've eaten it." "Okay." Only then did Unioff move on. He first ate a few French fries to pat his stomach, and then began to cut the pork chops. Cut out a piece and chewed it in his mouth, his teeth bit into the plump thick meat, and Unioff almost shed tears of happiness. Since he came to this world, he has never eaten so well. "Where did you get these?" he asked while eating. "Hufflepuff's kitchen." After speaking, Snape explained, "There are 4 houses at Hogwarts, and Hufflepuff is one of them. Hufflepuff students must be very happy." Saying that, Unioff took a sip of pumpkin juice. "If you're talking about a happy rice bucket, that's true." Snape sneered. "Okay." Universitaire was non-committal. There are not many things in this world that are more important than eating. However, many people don't understand this, and Snape is obviously one of them. Yunfu thought for a while, and speeded up his eating a little, but it was impossible not to speak, and he wanted to get more information by chatting. "Speaking of which, why don't you just take me back to Hogwarts?" he asked. "Since the headmaster of Hogwarts is a figure who can compete with the Ministry of Magic, then Hogwarts will not be searched at will." However, the next second, he heard Snape's somewhat annoyed voice, "Who told you that the Ministry of Magic would not go to Hogwarts to search?" Snape's eyes were gloomy and he said, "Excuse me, smart Mr. Garrel, did I wear a mask when I appeared?" Unioff stopped eating, with half a French fry still in his mouth, and turned his head around his neck first. He asked in disbelief, "No way." The fries fell on the table. "As you'd expect," Snape said, "the Ministry of Magic has sent people to stop at Hogwarts, and they're well informed and know that Dumbledore isn't there. However, even if they knew they were there, I'm afraid they would have to make this move." He raised his eyebrows. "Why?" Unioff asked. "Isn't that contradictory?" "Of course it's because of fear. The more fearful you are, the more you have to use bravado to cover up your inferiority and cowardice." Snape said contemptuously, "The current Ministry of Magic is such a pitiful state." Then, he seemed to think that he was talking too much. He gave the Universitaire a stern look and said coldly, "You seem to have a lot of questions." "Is there?" "I'm just a little curious." Eugene tried to change the subject and said, "Then are you all right? It seems that the Ministry of Magic is also searching for you." "Search? Why search for me? I just follow the procedure to show new students the magical world." Snape's mouth twitched slightly, as if he was a little proud, but he drooped down immediately. "But there is still searching." "Then how did you get in and out?" "There is always a secret way." "Oh huh? Secret passages?" Yunvo instantly cheered up. He was about to continue his inquiries when he saw Snape put his hand on the table and threatened, "If you say one more sentence, then you won't have to eat." One suddenly felt like a lump in his throat, thought about it, let out a breath, and ate. But after a while, he asked again, "Is it safe here?" Seeing that Snape had a tendency to collect things, he quickly explained, "After all, the Ministry of Magic even dares to search Hogwarts, so wouldn't they be able to search here? I'm very worried about that." Snape stopped, as if he thought it was reasonable, but still didn't mean to answer, just said, "As long as you don't go out, it's safe here." The next second, his voice increased a bit, warning, "This is the last time, Jeriel, don't challenge my limited patience." Yuna had no choice but to bury his head and eat hard, only the sound of teeth chewing in the air. As long as he doesn't speak, he eats quickly, and it doesn't take long for him to finish the food. Seeing that the tablecloth was smeared on the table, the plate, the knife and fork, and the residue were passed into the stomach and wrapped, and he obediently tied a knot. Snape stood up suddenly, which meant to leave immediately. University hurriedly made a basic request at the fastest speed: "How many books can you bring me tomorrow?" Then, seeing Snape's eyes slanted down, he didn't know whether to nod or not, and he had to bang and disappeared with the cloth bag. "This is completely troublesome for me. It seems that he really does not like being a nanny, but it's also possible that he's annoyed at being kicked out by the Ministry of Magic." Unioff shook his head helplessly, stood up, hiccuped, paced around the room a few times to speed up digestion, went to the toilet, and read a book for a while. After about 30 minutes, he was sure that Snape would not be back tonight, so he sat on the bed, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, concentrated, and called Mansu, followed by a burst of weightlessness. Trance. Every time he was teleported to Mansu, his experience would be slightly different, as if his body was floating around in addition to being mapped in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Unioff was already in the woods. At this time, neither Hermione nor Indrich had entered the mansion, so he did not change into the form of a night watchman for the time being, but acted with his true face, that is, the appearance of a human being. It's just that his body also turned into a silvery glow, indicating that this might be his soul form. Obviously this look cannot be used as a vest. He tried it and found that he couldn't change from a human form to other animals. The idea of using a trumpet to get information could only be temporarily abandoned. Harmful. Never mind. He raised his head and glanced at the 2 extra stars on the cobalt blue night, and then his eyes fell back to the dense forest dotted with dots of fluorescent light in the dark before him, and said, "Take me to see the Water of Desire." I saw the bushes on the left immediately move to both sides, and a road was given way. Yunvo walked deeper along the road, the trees in front of him kept splitting to both sides, and the trees behind him kept closing. When he reached the end of the road, he saw the drop of Water of Desire. It was a drop of not-so-clear liquid, spread flat on the slightly sunken ground like silver mercury. Yunfu squatted down and observed it carefully, and found that it was not actually a silver color at all. The silver color was just a thin film-like shell, and there was a colorful luster flowing from the inside. It is said to be colorful, but in fact, only one color is displayed every moment, but the speed of alternation is too fast, which gives people a colorful illusion. In addition, this drop of liquid also exudes a strange magic, as if to attract all eyes. Well, construction progress, 0.005% Water of Desire. One remarks, a well is a place where desires accumulate. Every time a certain amount of Water of Desire accumulates in a well, a suitable desire of the host may be satisfied. Fulfilling your wish. Union was stunned for a moment, and the lake in his heart suddenly turbulent, but the light of reason shone in immediately, and the tranquility was restored again. He couldn't help frowning. This is undoubtedly an extremely powerful function, but how should I put it, he is instinctively wary of such things. Maybe it's because I've had similar experiences in my previous life, such as playing games and making money with just one click. Sometimes I do have certain benefits, but I always pay more than I get. Moreover, the vague and irresponsible wording of "a certain amount" or "possible" and "appropriate" really looks like a liar. It's just that even a liar will give a specific value for imagination, and this well and the Water of Desire. Is it some kind of fairly honest, or a liar behind the times? Of course, this may just be his prejudice. After all, the system produced should have a certain effect. The trees are heavily concealed, hiding the well, and if necessary, they can even move with the well. The place where desire accumulates is the well. It may not be easy to say when the Water of Desire increases in the future, but at present there is only one drop, so it is very convenient to change the location. Unioff has some doubts about the well, so he doesn't plan to let it be discovered by Hermione or Heinlesch for the time being, and he didn't have much expectations for fulfilling his wishes. One is that he doesn't know how long it will take to accumulate enough Water of Desire, and the other is that he doesn't have any special wishes to be fulfilled at present. He had already received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and when Dumbledore came back to clean up the mess, he could go to school with ease. After learning a few healing magics, or being able to make healing potions, she will get rid of Ms. Garrel's minor problems by brushing and brushing during the holidays. It's all things that are within reach, there's really no need to resort to the well that I haven't figured out. Thinking like this, he decided to just treat the well as a general construction project, and put his attention back to the present. There is so much work to do. First of all, we need to plant all the 3 seeds of knowledge that have been condensed today, and secondly, we need to infuse the recently planted trees with spiritual power in order to make them grow more stable. However, when he was satisfied with 50 trees, he got the information from somewhere. One of his only 2 employees, Hermione Granger, has once again entered the mansion. After thinking about it, he should put down his work first, switch to the all-seeing and all-seeing night watchman form, and pay attention. After all, it's the employee going to work the next day, so they still need to be more concerned. Somewhere in the woods, Hermione opened her eyes and found herself short again. He stretched out his claws and looked at it, and sure enough, it was still an otter. After accepting this, she looked around and found that the surrounding environment had undergone profound changes, as Mr. Night's watch said. At least yesterday's open space could not be found, and from the light source, Mr. Night Watchman was also far away. Although it is unfamiliar, she is not afraid, because she is perceiving a faint connection like a thread, and from the other end of the thread, there is a feeling of joy. She walked along the invisible thread, and within a moment, she found the seedlings planted yesterday. I saw the seedling shake its transparent buds and leaves, and a small drop of water was shaken out. It happily pulled out its roots from the soil and trotted straight towards Hermione, only to accidentally trip over a small stone, fell and rolled into a small hot wheel and rolled in front of Hermione. "Be careful!" Hermione let out a loud cry, and quickly helped it up, wiped off the soil, and patted the sprouts again, and saw the seedlings have their heads held high again. As expected of the tree I planted. Hermione looked around and found no injuries, so she proudly praised, and then said cheerfully, "Speaking of which, how about I give you a name?" After I went back, I thought about it, and I felt that I still had to distinguish you from the one belonging to Miss Dementor, otherwise it would be difficult to call it. The seedling tapped the tip, and looked forward to it. "Then call you number 1. Granger number 1, said Hermione. The seedling instantly hangs down and is listless. "Don't do this. After all, you will have many younger siblings in the future. If you had a very special name, I doubt I would be able to remember it." Hermione spread her palms, 2 seeds sparkling. The seedling rolled up the bud leaves and stabbed the tip. After thinking about it, it seemed to make sense, so she nodded. "I knew you could understand," Hermione said happily. Then she saw number 1 leaning back and pointed at herself with a bud leaf from top to bottom. "Oh, that's right. I need to water you first," Hermione responded in a coherent way. She tapped lightly on the tip of number 1 with her paws, focused her attention, and imagined flowing, and saw the silver light flowing to number 1 through her fingertips, and number 1 also returned a little golden flash. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the watering was over, and the body of number 1 swelled outwards. If it was only half a finger thick before, now there is at least 1, and it looks taller, and the buds and leaves are also large. A lot of them can already be called blades. Hermione wiped her forehead and wiped off the non-existent beads of sweat. She didn't feel very tired when she was tired. Compared to letting the seeds germinate, this watering was really nothing. She looked around and asked, "Number 1, do you know if Miss Dementor is here? I have good news to tell her." Number 1 tilted his head and thought for a while, then ran to the edge of a relatively large tree, stretched out leaves and rubbed the bark of the big tree like a spoiled child. I saw the big tree swaying its branches and leaves, and then number 1 ran back and shook his upper body from side to side. "Not yet." Hermione was a little disappointed. She folded her chest and thought for a moment, then asked, "Then can you find her seedling?" "Miss Dementor will definitely appear near it, if she comes at night." I saw number 1 acting like a spoiled child again. Seeing this scene, Hermione was actually a little surprised. Although she knew that these trees were also conscious trees of knowledge, it was quite amazing to see them communicate like people. Moreover, she always felt a little bit of a sense of seeing her when she was a child. Although she is not old now, she has not acted coquettishly for a long time. The bigger it is, the harder it will be to wipe your face. After a while, www.reborn.com, the big tree seemed to exchange information with other big trees. Finally, the branches in one direction swayed greatly, and number 1 ran back to ask for credit. Hermione fed it a little mental power as a snack, let it sit on her shoulders, and then walked in the direction the tree pointed. The road is not particularly easy to walk. Even though they are all trees of knowledge, these trees seem to have different temperaments. Some will take the initiative to give way, some will ignore it, and some will deliberately come out to block the way. And some places with many trees will be intertwined, and it is easy to stumble. But in the end, she found her goal as she wished. It wasn't the seedling, but directly saw Miss Dementor herself. Hermione could see from a distance that in the relatively loose forest, Miss Dementor's tall and thin silver body was floating around near the ground, spinning and dancing, with 2 slender bone hands, sometimes holding up. From time to time, the seaweed-style gloomy cloak seemed to turn into a flying streamer. She even did a very difficult backward movement, and Hermione was a little worried that she would break her waist. I thought I was already very happy, but I didn't expect Miss Dementor to be even happier. What happened to her? Thinking like this, Hermione crouched down and touched forward quietly. She was going to surprise Miss Dementor. Hermione was a little careful. When she entered the mansion for the first time last night, Miss Dementor surprised her. Although she was taught the restoration charm later, it was considered counterfeit, but when she saw Miss Dementor in the woods looking so happy that she couldn't help herself, she wanted to scare her again. But considering that her outer appearance is not scary, she must emphasize a suddenness, so she sneaked over. In the end, it was not a waste of her thought. She forcibly frightened Miss Dementor to the point of stopping her ghost dance. However, what happened next was beyond her expectations. Miss Dementor only stopped for less than a second, and then continued to turn around again, stunned for 2 laps, and finally ended with an elegant downward invitation. "Do you want to dance together?" said a cold voice. Under this calm performance, it seems that even the pause just now has become a specially designed performance, with a unique charm. Hermione opened her mouth gradually. This is too showy. Completely shown, it. What's even more hateful is that Miss Dementor even invited her. She has never learned dance at all, unless she learned to dance in kindergarten, but it's better to die if she dances that. She frantically used her brain and finally came up with a reason and said, no, we are too different in height. Yes. Miss Dementor took a look and said. However, Hinderreich's heart was not as calm as she showed, and she was really frightened when Miss Otter jumped out. To be more precise, I was really ashamed. Everything that happened today made her so happy. She actually received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and it was Dumbledore who sent the letter. God, is this really not a dream? However, no matter how happy she is, as a young lady of the Roll family, she must remain restrained and graceful in front of outsiders. She must not scream with joy or even run around like ordinary little girls. So she endured for a whole day until she entered Mansu. She didn't want to jump at first, but when she saw that there was no one around, the outer restraint suddenly disappeared into the air. The emotions that had been accumulated in the heart for a long time finally burst out, and even the body surpassed the control of the head, and jumped up involuntarily. The feeling of freedom, like flying, made her get carried away. Until Miss Otter jumped out of the bushes. In an instant, her mind went blank, and she felt blood rushing up. If it wasn't for the fact that her soul form couldn't change color, she might have flushed all over her face. The next movements were completely based on the conditioned reflex of many years of dance training, and the brain did not take it at all. And when she reacted, it was almost a perfect ending, and then she saw Miss Otter's mouth wide open. So she initiated an invitation, and the two would not be embarrassed together. But of course it was rejected. Can't dance. Heinrich's mouth twitched slightly. However, this feeling didn't last long when she saw the seedlings on Miss Otter's shoulders, which were obviously thicker than yesterday. Immediately remembered that he had one too. Following his inner feeling, he glanced in one direction, and saw that he was sitting on a small rock, looking at this side with relish, and the two buds and leaves were photographed together. More importantly, there was a vine beside it happily waving, as if waving a light stick. Only then did she remember that these trees seemed to have consciousness, and there is a high probability that he has something to do with Mr. Night Watch. In an instant, the sense of shame that finally subsided came back again, and it was far stronger than before. After a while, Hermione calmed herself down and said the good news that she had prepared a long time ago. Miss Dementor, the trajectory you taught is very useful. I have already learned the repairing spell, and I am lucky to be able to use the silent spell. Should be. Indrich replied blankly, immersed in shame. Are you okay? Hermione was speechless. Miss Dementor's reaction made her feel no good news. As for what, it wasn't just a dance to be seen, not even being seen, but an otter and a few trees. What's the big deal? She thought and said the same. Heinrich cheered up a little and explained, first, not just a few trees, but all the trees around. Second, these trees are not ordinary trees, but as wise as we are. Finally, these trees are there's a connection to Mr. Night's Watch. My image of being respectful in front of Mr. Night's Watch has completely collapsed. Your image in my heart also collapsed, Hermione complained in her heart, and then comforted. I don't think Mr. Night Watch should care about this, and you dance pretty well, you can even do it again. She smiled very happily. Are you gloating? Heinrich asked with a blank expression. No. Hermione shook her head like a rattle, but she couldn't help but grin. Heinrich fell silent. After a while, she said, you dance too. If Miss Otter could dance, she wouldn't look so stupid. No. Hermione shook her head. Naturally she wouldn't show off the dance she danced when she was in kindergarten. You have to do one. Endlessly raised his hand, his face gradually grim with smoke. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hermione took a step back, changed the subject and said, I think it's better for us to do serious things. Maybe it doesn't matter if we dance or not, Mr. Night Watchman, but he will definitely care about planting trees. Heinrich made a move. Mr. Night Watch was very intimidating to her. In the sky in the distance, Unea, who had been paying attention to this side, shook his head. Planting trees is good, but the chance to watch Hermione dance is obviously more precious. But he obviously can't show up because of this kind of thing. Naturally, Hermione didn't know what Mr. Night's Watch was thinking, so she took out her 2 seeds of knowledge and said, I gathered 2. To be honest, it was a bit difficult. I clearly felt that my reading condition was super good today. I was very focused, and I spent almost all my time on it. As a result, I gathered 2. How many did you gather? Indrich was silent, his palms stretched out, and a seed of knowledge lay in his palms alone. I have something to do today, she said. What's the matter? Hermione was not surprised. From the beginning, she felt that Miss Dementor was too happy. Dumbledore is visiting my house, she said as calmly as possible. Fake it. Hermione jumped up. Really? Heinrich confirmed as calmly as possible. Is your house Hogwarts? Professor Dumbledore visits your house every day. Hermione couldn't help complaining. Not every day, just today. Heinrich fiddled with her seedling. She felt that it seemed to have something to say, but she restrained. "What is he doing at your house?" Hermione was completely aroused. "I can't tell you this." Heinlesch didn't want to expose the fact that he had no magic power, and it is conceivable that if Miss Otter is also in England, then it is estimated that she will also enter this year. She doesn't want to be seen through her identity, especially after she came out just now. "Okay." Hermione sighed. "I thought you would ask again." Although she wasn't going to tell the story, it didn't prevent her from teasing Miss Otter's curiosity. "It's like if I ask you again, you'll tell me." Hermione saw it at a glance. "And there must be something very important, so you can't tell me. After all, it's Professor Dumbledore." The speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional, and Heinlesch was slightly taken aback. Hermione was relieved when she saw that Miss Dementor was starting to work hard. At least she didn't have to dance. But she also secretly made up her mind that if she had the chance, she must learn dance well. This is because she also speculated about the identity of Miss Dementor, thinking that she is probably also a student of Hogwarts, and most likely she is a senior. "I am going to Hogwarts soon. If I am recognized, I am afraid I will be taken care of for a while." Thinking of this, she also regretted that she had exposed too much, but so far, there is nothing she can do. She can only pay attention in the future. "Let's see who finds out first," she thought. "Next, it's time to plant trees." Miss Dementor originally planned to visit Mr. Knight's watch, but she just slipped out and then turned back. All the trees refused to reveal the location of Mr. Knight's watch, and from the perspective of the light source, it was indeed quite far away. It took about an hour and a half for Hermione to plant both number 2 and number 3. Planting number 3 was so exhausting that it took nearly double the time. As for Miss Dementor, she only had one, so she completed the task early and went to the nearby woods to see what she had to do. When Hermione's time was almost exhausted and she was about to leave, she appeared again. "Any gains?" Hermione asked. "It's nothing, just try to water other trees," Heinlesch said wearily. "Cunning. Then what?" Hermione asked curiously. "Indeed, if you can have a good relationship with these trees, the action will undoubtedly be much easier. It's acceptable, but the amount they need is too large. It's almost like germinating seeds." "Even so, I think it's just a snack for them," Heinlesch said helplessly. "Okay, then I'll take care of my own," Hermione said. The two chatted casually again, and it didn't take long before the light of reception fell on them just like last night. Hermione told number 1 to take care of number 2 and number 3, and disappeared with Heinlesch. After the two of them left, Unefo returned to human form again, finished the unfinished work, and went to sleep after finishing it. He wasn't going to be in the sights of Hermione and Heinlesch too often. Great things will appear commonplace if they are seen for a long time, not to mention that he is only a mere appearance at the moment. On the second day of the Leaky Cauldron Bar, early in the morning, Unioff heard unusual movements outside the room, and even in the next room. After listening to the door and the wall for a while, he knew that it was indeed the Ministry of Magic. So he stood by the window and made up his mind that if someone broke in, he would try to go out through the window as planned and hide from the crowd. But the people from the Ministry of Magic just ignored this room, as if they didn't even see it. Obviously, this room has been enchanted, and it is quite high level. He also calmed down. Now the situation is different. It is no longer a question of whether to take responsibility or not, but a question of which side we stand on. Of course he wanted to side with Hogwarts. Snape didn't bring breakfast. Maybe he thought that Unioff wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat breakfast. It came at noon, with roast beef, apple pie and rice pudding, and the drink was still pumpkin juice. In addition, he also brought a copy of Thousands of Miraculous Herbs and Mushrooms and a copy of Daily Prophet to Union. The front page of the newspaper is Repair or War? A conspiracy against the Secrecy Act. The news did not attribute the Restoration Curse incident to the magical awakening of an 11-year-old boy, but interpreted it as an organized and planned criminal operation against the Secrecy Act, and pointed the finger at Hogwarts. It even mentions Severus Snape was seen at the scene. To this, Snape's reaction was, "Jumping clown," but judging from his gloomy face, this shouldn't be a trivial matter. Its severity is probably equivalent to suspecting that a university professor has participated in terrorist activities. "I don't know what to do next." Unioff asked a few more scattered questions, some answered, some not, and when it came to what Dumbledore was doing, Snape kept his mouth shut. On key issues, Snape was really tight-lipped. In this way, 3 consecutive days passed, and he asked Snape to bring him books, especially magic books related to spells. "But don't even think about it," Snape said. "At least until Dumbledore returns." As for when Dumbledore will return, there is no exact number. On the other hand, the construction efficiency of Manso has almost doubled. If all goes well, even without recruiting new candidates, it is possible to push the progress of the woodland construction to 40% within 2 to 3 years, and this does not take into account the progress of Hermione and Heinlesch. The bright future is tangible. In addition, there was some additional information, because Hermione always went to find Hendrik, and the topic would inevitably involve Dumbledore. He seemed to be staying at Hendrick's house for a few days, which naturally made Hermione envious. There is nothing else. Until the fourth day. It was about 9:30 in the morning, and Unioff was yawning while reading thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms boredly. The content of this herbal medicine book is very substantial, and the illustrations are very accurate. It can be seen that it is the work of a master. But it's kind of boring to read. Coupled with being locked in the house for several days, Snape was not a good chat partner, and a feeling of suffocation gradually emerged. He began to miss life in the orphanage. Although the food is not as delicious as here, the bed is not as soft as here, and the toilet is not as clean as here, but I still think it is more interesting there. Besides, there are many things he cares about. How's Ms. Gerrel's cough? Was Victor adopted by Senior Boyce? Do you still maintain the good habit of running and reading in the morning? If not, he clenched his fists and loosened his knuckles. Just when he was thinking about these things, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his ear. With the light and shadow in a trance, 3 figures appeared in the room. UU reading www.uukansha.com. Snape, needless to say, and the other two. One was a tall, thin old man, wearing a purple robe that mopped the floor, standing among the 3. Blue eyes, half-moon glasses, twinkling light, as if they can see through people's hearts. It's just that the bridge of his nose is crooked, which makes him look less serious. The white hair and white beard draped around her waist, but were well groomed. Generally speaking, he is a kind old man. And on his right is a pretty girl, holding his arm tightly. The girl's face is a little pale, but it is quite delicate and has no flaws. The eyes are the same blue as the old man, but lighter. He wears a pair of black round-frame glasses on the bridge of his nose. The platinum blonde hair hangs straight down like a snowy waterfall. She was wearing a light blue dress, and her slender calves stretched straight out from under the skirt, wrapping her ankles with white socks and small black leather boots. In addition, there is a sense of familiarity at the soul level. Before Yunfu could recover, he saw the old man calling him a greeting. Hello, if I guessed correctly, you are Yunfu Greer? Professor Snape has already told me about you. You made a lot of noise. When Yunfu said such words, it was natural to receive a cold stare from Snape, but it was this stare that made Yunfu feel a lot of relief. In the past few days, Snape's bad mood has really infected him a lot, and now it's back. Dumbledore looked at Snape, then at Union, then smiled and said, "It seems that I came back just in time, otherwise our Mr. Gerrel will be suffocated. But let's not talk about this for now. There is a beautiful and lovely lady to introduce here. The 3 of us can't ignore her." He patted the back and gently pushed her forward. Without waiting for any encouragement from him, the girl took the initiative to step forward, and politely stretched out her right hand, saying, "I'm Endrich Roll, please advise." Unioff also stretched out his hand and held it gently with Endreshi. The temperature of his hand was very low, as if it had just thawed from an ice cube. "I'm Univaith Gerrel, please give me more advice." There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but he was actually quite happy. "You will be classmates from now on." Dumbledore took the 2 of them by the shoulders and laughed happily. "Let me think about it. What are we going to do next?" he said with a smile. "Should we go to Madame Malkin's robe shop to get you custom school uniforms? Or go to Ollivander's wand shop to get you a wand?" "Professor Dumbledore, I think you should talk to Fudge first," Snape reminded with an ugly face. "Otherwise, your school may lose a dean of Slytherin Academy and a knowledgeable potions professor." "Oh, look at how old I am, I can't remember anything." "Professor Snape, you are right, I have to go and talk to Fudge, I am sure he will welcome me very much." Then, Dumbledore changed the subject and said, "Just, who will take our little lady and little gentleman to buy school supplies?" Snape's face was even more ugly. "I'll take the 2 of them out, and within 2 minutes, the Ministry of Magic will be blocking the road like a toilet." "No." Dumbledore shook his head and said, "Anyway, let's go out first, presumably our Mr. Gerrel is desperate for fresh air." As he said that, he opened the door, and the purple robes wrapped around Yunvo and Endleshi, and walked out. Snape had no choice but to follow, and took the door with him. When he came to the corridor, Unioff looked back and saw a brass number 13 on the door. He looked at the doors of the 2 rooms next door, one with number 12 and one with number 14. He asked, "Is this room enchanted? The Ministry of Magic came to search here a few days ago, but turned a blind eye to it." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Yes, room 13 has been cast with the faithful charm, an advanced spell that makes this room visible only to me and people I trust, and to everyone else. But I can't touch it. Isn't it amazing?" He raised his eyebrows. "At Hogwarts, you can also learn this magic in the future, as long as you are diligent and studious." "It's amazing," said Union, "but doesn't it feel strange that there is a room number missing in the middle?" "This is a little bit of my cleverness." Dumbledore said, "It is normal for hotel room numbers to avoid number 13. Having said that, he took Unioff and Endleshi down the stairs. The stairs were quite clean, just like the corridors and rooms. But as soon as you get to the lower level, the impression will be completely changed, and a dirty little bar comes into view. Several old women were sitting in the corner drinking and smoking. A man in a scarlet robe with a ponytail was talking to the bar owner with a bald head that was shriveled like a walnut. The bar owner looked embarrassed. "Williamson, it's not that I didn't help you, but I asked you to search the room before, but you found nothing. If you search again, all the tenants will complain," said the bar owner. "Just one more time." Williamson tossed his ponytail back. "My intuition tells me that there will be clues here, Tom. Do you know what a wizard's intuition means? Is it predicting the future?" Tom the bar owner pouted and said sarcastically, "Then why don't you teach divination at Hogwarts, my friend?" "It's not my fault," Williamson said helplessly. "It's mainly because I rely solely on intuition, not a systematic method. Let me search again, for the sake of our old friends." Then Tom stopped talking to him, his eyes widened. "Tom? Tom!" Williamson called. Tom came back to his senses and said with a serious face, "Maybe you really have the gift of precognition." "Huh?" Williamson turned his head and saw Dumbledore coming down the stairs, followed by a girl and a boy, and behind him was Snape's gloomy, dripping face. In an instant, all eyes converged, and Williamson stepped forward with an embarrassed expression. As the Auror of the Ministry of Magic, he had to act, but Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of our time, stood in front of the two people he wanted to take down. This is not the case, nor is it not. He began to regret why he came here. But fortunately, the entanglement did not last long, and he heard Dumbledore say enthusiastically, "Williamson, your name is Williamson, right? I still remember you, Auror of the Ministry of Magic, I should remember correctly." Williamson felt more comfortable all at once. The greatest wizard knew him. And it doesn't sound hostile, but very enthusiastic. "Yes, you remember correctly, I'm Williamson, Your Excellency Dumbledore. Where are you going? I mean..." He looked behind Dumbledore, obviously not forgetting his duty. "Oh, I'm going to chat with Fudge. By the way, explain some misunderstandings. You know www.reborn.com. Some misunderstandings can cause big trouble if they are not explained clearly, so I have to go." "Great talk, wish Fudge had iced lemon juice there," Dumbledore said enthusiastically, then suddenly patted Williamson's shoulder and put his arm up, whispering as if discussing private topics with a friend. "Can I ask you a little favor, Williamson?" "How can I help you?" Williamson asked cautiously. "It's nothing, just a little favor. Professor Snape wants to take two little wizards to Diagon Alley to buy something, just to go to school at Hogwarts. I want to ask you to come along and let your colleagues not disturb them," said Dumbledore. "Don't you know that the Ministry of Magic is looking for them?" Williamson said with a headache. "Of course I know, but this misunderstanding will soon be resolved. This is what I talked to Fudge," Dumbledore said calmly, "and, since you are watching, even if I can't talk to Fudge, they can't run away. Isn't that the truth?" "It seems to be the truth, but..." Williamson hesitated. "For the sake of my age and a handful of old bones," Dumbledore said, "I'll treat you to ZZ honey candy." He took out a piece of candy and put it in Williamson's hand. Williamson struggled for a while, and finally nodded. Of course he wasn't for a piece of candy, but Dumbledore's request was really hard to refuse. Dumbledore persuaded Williamson, and the enthusiasm, kindness, and charisma he unleashed was convincing. He brought Williamson to the three of them, and said to Univeth and Endrich, "This is Williamson, a very good Auror of the Ministry of Magic, and he will protect you when you go to Diagon Alley." Williamson's expression relaxed again. "It is said to be protection, but in fact it is surveillance, but the name of protection is undoubtedly much better." He couldn't help feeling some gratitude to Dumbledore. Dumbledore introduced him to Univeth and Endlesey in turn. "I'm sorry for causing trouble to the Ministry of Magic, but I didn't mean it," said Unioff. "Because it is the truth, it is very sincere." Williamson smiled, but didn't say anything. After all, 2 minutes ago, he wanted to arrest someone. "Actually, I'm thinking a little bit now, but because of Dumbledore's face." And when he was introduced to Heinlesch, his expression was a little surprised. "The daughter of the Roll family?" he asked. Heinlesch frowned slightly, and pursed her lips together slightly. Unifer suddenly felt a pain in his mouth and looked at Endrich, but the latter raised his face proudly and nodded gracefully. And it was Snape's turn. The atmosphere finally eased, and immediately dropped to freezing point. He is not targeting Williamson, but has a very bad relationship with the entire Ministry of Magic. After Dumbledore explained it, he changed shape and left, presumably going to find Fudge for tea. The four stood awkwardly for a while, and Snape said, "Follow me." He took the first step across the bar. Unioff followed immediately, Endlesey followed, and Williamson followed. A group of four came to a small courtyard with 4 walls, and when they looked up along the light, they saw a narrow sky with 4 corners. Snape drew his wand and tapped 3 times on one of the walls. He saw that the brick he knocked vibrated violently, and then started to move, and the other bricks also had a chain reaction. The whole wall opened a hole like a zipper, and all of a sudden, a wide archway appeared in front of you, leading to a winding cobblestone street with no end in sight. Snape shook his cloak and walked over, and Unioff was about to follow when he saw Endlesey hurried past him with the horns of his skirt up. When he came to the other side of the wall, the archway disappeared, and before Unioff had time to look at it, he felt a kind of joy from the heart passed from the soul. He immediately saw that Hendrich was standing under the dazzling sunlight, staring blankly at Diagon Alley not far away, and a bit of crystal material lingered in the corner of her eyes. The wind blew her silky long hair, glittering in the sun. Watching the scene, and at the same time sensing the emotions conveyed from the depths of his soul, Yuna gradually had a clue about the current situation. He seems to be able to perceive Heindlch's emotions, and this emotion will affect him. Considering that this has not been the case before, it may be related to distance. From the performance of Heindlch, this link is still one way. He didn't think it was great, but he felt it was unfair. He felt that his young mind had inexplicably taken on more things. Fortunately, this kind of emotion has been lost to him. Only obvious emotions can be conveyed, otherwise he will be very troubled. But at the same time, combined with the reaction just now, he also had a better understanding of Heindlch. He sighed, stepped forward, and looked at Diagon Alley with Heindlch. There are all kinds of signs, all kinds of goods, and countless wizard-pointed hats. Let's go. If you want to see it, you can come and see for yourself later, Snape said suddenly. The four came to Gringotts first. Although there were all kinds of strange shops along the way, they couldn't buy anything without money. Snape wanted to take Unioff's subsidy. Although he could advance it first, he didn't seem to have any intention of advancing it. And Indrich also had to take his own small treasury. On the way, I also met some Ministry of Magic personnel who came to inquire. These people are not all Aurors. It seems that Snape is right. The previous accident really mobilized most of the law enforcement department. At this time, Williamson stepped forward to play a role, which was easier than expected. As soon as he mentioned Dumbledore's name, the momentum on the other side weakened a lot, and after explaining the reason, he let it go. Sometimes, when Dumbledore is said to be pulling his shoulders like a friend, there will be envious glances from the other side. This made Williamson's mood a little higher. He felt that this was not a chore, and he started to talk. Actually, our law enforcement department is fine. After all, it's not a harmful incident. To be honest, everyone had a good time, because it's impossible to do such a large cloud spell and whisper spell at ordinary times, he said. However, the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters hates you to death. They are responsible for erasing memories. How long do you think they have to work overtime? They even brought many people from us to help. While talking, he even showed a schadenfreude a smile. Eugene once again apologized for this. Coming out of Gringotts, Union had a small purse in his hand, and there were no less than 20 gold galleons in it, about 100 pounds, which was all his bursary. The weight is very large, and when you shake it, it will make a tinkling sound. He had to write about a dozen manuscripts to get so much money, and it was still of high quality. Now that you can get it without doing anything, Universitier's affection for Hogwarts has grown greatly. But soon, he realized that the money was simply not enough. Reading www.uukunshu.com. There were a total of 8 new magic textbooks, and the price of each book was basically around 2 gold prices. Even if the thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms was not returned to Snape, there were still 7 books to buy, which is about 14. A gold price is high. Buying a book costs 70% of the money, and Unioff said it was unacceptable. It's too expensive. I can lend you money, Endlessly said, looking at the embarrassed Unioff. This boy gave her a comfortable feeling, at least not annoying, and it seems to have a strong magic power, and she doesn't mind making some investments. Not for the time being, Unioff said with a frown. Borrowing money from his own qualified person, his night watchman still can't hold this face. Of course, if there is really no way, he will definitely borrow it, but it has not yet reached that point. He finally decided to buy a second-hand book, haggled at the Lyhan bookstore, and under the contemptuous eyes of the salesman, counted 3 gold prices from his wallet. Then came the school uniform, including 3 plain work gowns, a plain pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves and a winter cape. All these are about 8 gold price rallies, and there is no bargaining yet. Universitier decided not to have a pointed hat for the time being, to save a gold price. Half of the funds are left. The next step is to buy a crucible, a medicine bottle, a telescope, and a brass balance, which cost 3 gold loons. Unioff couldn't help thinking of his savings. He still had dozens of pounds left in the orphanage, but in that situation, who would have thought of taking the money with him? I can't tell, maybe I really want to borrow money from Heindlch. As for pets, for the time being, it's still a matter of time, and it's not too late to buy them when you have the money. He asked Snape. Hogwarts has a public owl, and even if you don't buy an owl, you can send letters. But Hinderreich definitely wants to buy a pet. In fact, she bought too many things. Especially the books, she bought not a few, not a dozen, but dozens. She basically picks up a different book when she sees it, and if Snape hadn't stopped her, and some books are really not suitable for her to read now, Universitier suspects that she might buy the Lyhan bookstore all over the place. He narrowed his eyes, knowing that there might be his own pot in it. In terms of clothes, Heinrich only bought a few more pieces, which belonged to the normal range of shopping for girls. But it still took a long time, because she had to try almost everything. Most of the time, she looked in the mirror once, but if she came across someone she liked, she would also ask, "Aren't you pretty?" Even though his voice was relatively light, Yunvo could still hear some anticipation. He naturally said, "Very beautiful," and it was not perfunctory. "It's really beautiful." No matter what kind of clothes Indrich wears, he can reveal a kind of icy silence from his bones, but there is some cute childishness in this silence, and there is a trace of unyielding stubbornness in this childishness. Makes pity. As for the crucibles and other utensils, she also bought 2 sets for backup. Being so rich, she still has to choose carefully. She was stunned to be picky, eliminating some flaws and leaving only the 2 most perfect sets. No, there are 3 sets, and she also helped to pick the one for Unioff. She might be so happy that she even wanted to help Fu, but of course Unioff refused. There were so many things that he couldn't hold with his hands, so Snape had to cast a floating spell, but the size was also a problem, so he added a shrinking spell to shrink the items. Heimlich led the 3 to the Fantastic Beast store. Yes, unknowingly, she was already leading the way. The Fantastic Beast store has more pets than the other Ella Owl store. Not only owls, but also ravens, toads, cats of various colors, velvet, shape-shifting rabbits, and so on. Unioff couldn't afford owls and cats, and was not interested in toads, but fell in love with Puffy. This is a spherical creature, covered with soft cream yellow fur, which looks like a hairball. He asked the clerk, and after getting permission, he took one out of the cage and put it in the palm of his hand to play with. It was really fluffy and silky to the touch. Seeing that he seemed to be moved, the clerk continued to sell. Pushroom is gentle and easy to take care of. It eats everything from spiders to leftovers, and its hair has magical properties, which can be used as raw materials for some potions. If you're good at refining potions, you might be able to earn money back. This touched the heart of Unioff. He used to be in an orphanage, and he didn't use much money, and it didn't matter if he was poor. Now that he uses money all of a sudden, he immediately feels the importance of money. "How many?" he asked. 10 silver zikes. The clerk said with a smile. University breathed a sigh of relief. He could still afford it. He took out a gold price long from his purse, exchanged it for 7 silver sikos, and put Pufongrong on his shoulders. He really likes this furry little creature. Pu Rongrong also seemed to know that she had a master, and rubbed Yunfu's cheek affectionately. "It likes you very much," the clerk said with a smile. On the other side, Indrich picked a snow owl. A pure white snow owl, with dense feathers and sharp eyes, looks very expensive. That's true. 30 galleons. It's even higher than the bursary of Universitier. Watching Indleshy take out 30 gold galleons from the purse and pay the clerk, even though it wasn't his own money, Eugene still felt a heartache for no reason. "Do you like Shuexiao?" Yuna asked, diverting his attention. "Yeah." Heindelt seemed very happy. "Next, there's only Ollivander left." Snape exhaled, tired of being a nanny. "It's the same with Unioff, he can't afford this, and he can't afford that." It was the first time he felt that money was so important. Even Williamson was a little bored. It had been a long time since no staff from the Ministry of Magic came to ask for trouble, so he didn't need to come forward to explain. Compared to this, Hendrich was in high spirits. Even though he was holding a birdcage, his pace was brisker than when he came. Just like this, with large and small bags floating around, a group of 4 came to a small and broken shop. The gold signboard on the door had peeled off, and it read, "Ollivander, well-crafted wand since 382 BC. In the dust-covered window, there is a single sample." Seeing the dilapidated appearance of the shop, Unioff felt a little more at ease. Although he already knew the price range, such a shop would still give him the feeling that things were not very expensive, and he could bargain even if it was expensive. Go into the wand shop. The store is small, with only one bench in the middle. Thousands of long and narrow boxes containing magic wands were stacked against the wall to the ceiling, and Unioff felt that if he touched it a little www.readon.com, a large piece might collapse. "Hey, Snape!" "Rare visitor," said a voice suddenly. "Ollivander," said Snape. A thin old man came out of the pile of boxes. He had a pair of big silver-white eyes that gleamed in the dim room. He asked, "Snape, when was the last time we met?" 11 years ago, Snape said. "Yes, 11 years ago. After that, I never saw you again. Your wand is well maintained and doesn't need to be replaced, just like yours. I'm not here to catch up with you." Snape frowned and said, "I need your help to pick a wand for each of the 2 little wizards." "That's natural, that's what I do." Ollivander turned his eyes and said again in amazement, "Williamson, are you there? Aren't you an Auror at the Ministry of Magic? What wine can take you and Snape together?" "Scrape together." "It's a long story," Williamson said. "It's very strange." Ollivander said, "A current Auror and a former Death Eater are under the same roof, which makes me suddenly have a hunch." Before Ollivander could finish speaking, Snape interrupted with an ugly expression, "Are you giving wands to others on a hunch now, Ollivander?" "Mr. Ollivander, you don't look quite right." Williamson's face gradually became serious. The last time I saw you, you were eccentric enough, but not so uncomfortable. In fact, I thought you were quite a warm-hearted old man, but now," he slowly pulled out his wand from the wand pocket of his scarlet robe. "Did you be cursed by someone?" The air in the room condensed into a block, and Snape kept Univave and Endrich behind him. "I'm fine, Williamson." Pointing at the wand, Ollivander seemed much more normal. He spread out his hands, indicating that there was no wand in his hands, and explained, "I may be a little carried away, because my wand theory has a new breakthrough, which is extremely rare, and you are the first customers after my theoretical breakthrough. I may have been a little overexcited," he said, "but I think I'd better make sure first. As you can see, I'm an Auror after all," Williamson said, "and, lately, I've always had a bad feeling that something is going to happen. Don't resist, it's just a harmless curse that stops immediately." As he spoke, he waved his wand, and what followed was a quick and short spell that didn't give Ollivander a chance to react. "Finite incantatum, all spells end." I saw a little golden red star burst from the tip of the staff, turning into a wonderful halo and covering Ollivander. The shelves on both sides lit up, but quickly extinguished. "As you can see, I'm not under any spell." Ollivander didn't make any resistance. He stood there and said lightly, "Anyone will be very excited after a breakthrough, let alone what I have achieved is a very important breakthrough." He continued, "Although it's just an idea at the moment, as long as that idea spins just a little bit in my head, all my nerves will tremble. That's a genius idea." Seeing that there was no reaction to the spell, Williamson was relieved and put down his wand. Here were his childhood memories, and he didn't want anything to happen. But right away, he started to have a headache. He was targeting the leading wand maker in Europe just now. If he was complained, it would be more than just writing a report. This made him also lose interest in what Ollivander called the idea of genius. "I'm very sorry," he said apologetically, "Mr. Ollivander, I hope you can forgive my recklessness. I seem to be a little nervous recently, and there are always some unfounded ideas in my mind, and I can't help but act accordingly." He rubbed his eyebrows. "Maybe after this busy time, I should go to St. Mungo's, get a therapist to prescribe me a palliative." "It doesn't matter." Ollivander waved his hand and said, "I remember that the wood of your wand is silver wool basswood. Maybe your idea is not completely unfounded." "Oh, do you mean hunch?" Williamson laughed at himself. "Although I always have a hunch, it never seems to be accurate." He suddenly paused and said, "But not long ago, it seemed that it was really accurate once." They chatted again, and the scene that was about to explode gradually eased. Snape, who was standing by the side, finally got a little impatient and said, "I think it's time to do something serious. I hope it can be done soon. End this farce." "This is no farce, Snape," Ollivander said solemnly, "but you're right, it's time to entertain my two little customers. Two little wizards. I hope you didn't scare you just now, but you must know that the wizard's world is always full of surprises, and only wands are trustworthy." He walked over and said. He looked at Union, then looked at Indrahi, took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his pocket, and asked, "Speaking of which, who are you going to come first?" "I'll go first," said Unioff. If it was a normal situation, he probably didn't care about the front and back, but now a conflict has just broken out, and he felt that he should give it a try first. Heindlch glanced at him and said nothing. A brave little wizard. Ollivander walked up to Unioff and asked, "Which hand do you usually use?" "I can use both hands, but I usually use my right hand," said Unioff. "Then right hand, raise your arm." "All right." He began to measure, more carefully than Mrs. Malkin, and he also measured the circumference of his head. "Why do you need to measure the head circumference? Does the wand have anything to do with this?" Unef was more concerned about this. Some wands prefer smart wizards, although a big head does not necessarily mean smart, but based on my experience over the years, it seems to have a certain relationship. Ollivander said, "Of course, it is limited to normal humans, and some the racial skull has a small brain." "What kind of wand would prefer a smart wizard?" Unioff asked. "That's a long story. Wands are made of wood and a core. We generally use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon heartstrings for the core, which determine the character of the wand. And the wood is diverse, they determine wand preference," he said as he measured. "Of course, this is not necessarily the case. After the two are combined, they will continue to influence each other and become unique. So, studying wands is a very mysterious thing, just like studying people and magic. As for what wands like smart wizards, Black Walnut generally prefers intuitive wizards, and Vinewood prefers visionaries, and so on." "Is this your new theory?" Eugene asked tentatively. "The new theory goes a step further. I always say that the wand chooses the wizard, and that's true, and something that happened recently made me think more deeply about it," Ollivander said. "What's up?" "Then it's a long story." As he said this, Yu reading www.uukansha.com left the tape measure to continue measuring, while he went to the shelves to rummage and took down some long boxes from the ladder. He took a wand out of one of the boxes, handed it to Unioff, and said, "Grapevine wood, phoenix feather. 13 inches. Fair elasticity, try it." When Unea received his hand, there was no response. Try this one, ebony, unicorn hair, 9 inches long, pretty pliable. When Unioff took it in his hand, there was no response. Picky customers, try this one again. I tried a few more, but nothing happened. It's not a matter of being picky anymore. Ollivander raised his eyes and asked suspiciously, "You're actually a muggle, right?" "No, my magic power is very restrained." Unifo explained, "The only time it appeared was the magic power explosion a few days ago." "That was a pretty big outburst of magic," Williamson added. "It shook several London blocks and the fragile nerves of our ministers." "Then I have never encountered such a thing." Ollivander thought for a while and asked, "Can you control your magic power output a little?" For ordinary little wizards, under the condition of being taught by someone, it takes a day or two to learn the simplest magic spell. That is the most basic situation. But in addition to the most basic situation, there are two extreme situations. No matter how you teach it, you can't teach it, and you can teach it as soon as you teach it. Yunvo believed that he belonged to the latter category. He never thought of himself as an ordinary person. For him, that was a form of self-deception. Recognizing one's current situation, correcting one's attitude, and making appropriate choices are the capital that occasionally makes waves. "So, Professor Snape, just teach me a spell." He gently pulled on Snape's robe, trying to look as cute as possible. "If you don't teach me, I'll have to run again. Maybe you'll bring me here. That will give you a lot of trouble." Snape's eyes twitched, revealing an unprecedented look of disgust. "Smart, Mr. Garrel." He pulled the robe out of Univafe's hand and said sarcastically, "Do you think you can learn a spell here? Do you think you are actually a great genius? The storage of magic power and the capacity of the brain are not the same thing at all, otherwise it is not a wizard, but a giant who rules the magic world. However, my brain capacity is not small, even more than everyone else." Yunvo said this in his heart, but when it came to his mouth, it turned into, "If the person standing in front of me was an ordinary teacher, I naturally wouldn't dare to do such a delusion. But now it's you who is standing in front of me. You are different." He paused and said, "You are not only a knowledgeable potions professor, you also hold the position of Dean of Slytherin House, and you rescued me from the clutches of the Ministry of Magic, so is there any reason to teach me not even the simplest magic spell?" Snape's tense expression loosened. Unifo followed closely and said, "In short, teach first, it's best if you can learn it. If you can't learn it, then my aptitude is dull and it has nothing to do with you. Just give it a try, and you won't lose anything. Once it's done, don't you spend less snacks later." Snape thought about it, and it was true. It's not that Yunvo spoke nicely, but that he thought that, according to Dumbledore's personality, if Yunvo made another trip to Diagon Alley, he might be asked to accompany him again. That's really troublesome. "Then teach me to see, anyway, there is no loss." "But, what kind of spell would be better to teach?" He looked at Unioff thoughtfully. He witnessed the explosion of magic power that spread over a wide range with his own eyes, and knew that the magic power on Unionfo must not be regarded as ordinary. If the control is not good, God knows what will happen. You have to find a spell that is simple enough, powerless, and absolutely harmless. A series of primary magic spells flashed through his mind, and he finally settled, "Okay, I'll teach you, but if you can't learn it, don't come to me next time." "It's a deal," Una said happily. "After a few days, I finally had the opportunity to learn the magic spell, and it is a reasonable and legal version. It's really not easy." He then asked, "Which spell are you going to teach me?" "I think the floating charm is good. Or the shrinking charm. They are both very convenient spells, and they don't look too difficult to learn." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a sinister smile, and said, "I'm going to teach you how to make your wand glow." Before Unioff could react, he looked at Ollivander, who was measuring the size of Endreach, and asked, "Ollivander, borrow a magic wand." Ollivander was busy and said without looking back, "Choose one of the wands you just took out." Unioff trotted over, picked up a wand, and trotted back. Snape turned his back to the crowd, and made Unioff turn around as well. "Attention," he reminded and started to demonstrate. I saw him lightly tap his wand and spit out a word in a short and flat way, "Lumos." Immediately afterwards, he saw a pale white light from the wand. Mingguan was blocked by his wide black robe, which did not affect the other people who were wearing wands. After about 3 or 4 seconds, he spit out another word, "Nox." The bright light immediately went out. He turned his head and said to Union, "As you can see, this is a very simple mantra. If you can't even learn this, it means that you are an idiot. You can only go back and learn it for a few more days." "You try," he said. "Okay," Unioff replied, "I'll try." "Try to control the magic," he added. "Okay." Unioff agreed. Holding the wand, imitating Snape's style, waving it gently, a lumos softly jumped out from the tip of Univifo's tongue, and as the last note ended, the tip of the wand also quietly fixed at a point in space. The next second, in Snape's unbelievable gaze, a ray of light dazzled from the tip of the staff. It was a kind of golden-white dazzling light, like countless densely packed sharp white arrows flying in unison, and the bright torrent flooded the entire room in an instant, and everything lost its color, leaving only 5 the extremely long shadows stretched from the heels of the 5 people to the shelves, the walls, and even the street outside the window, pitch black as ink. "Knox," Snape's anxious voice came from the side. Yet the gleaming light remains, neither diminished nor shaken. It wasn't until another soft knocks was shouted out from Unioff's mouth that the light that seemed to pierce through glass and eyeballs gradually went out. However, the wand shop seemed to have lost its voice, not to mention a needle falling to the ground, not even the sound of gas pulsing through the nasal cavity. After 5 or 6 seconds, Heindlch was first out of breath and let out a shallow breathing sound. Vitality, emotions, and all the fluctuations reappeared in this small enclosed space. "Are you okay?" Unioff asked Snape cautiously. Snape was closing his eyes tightly, and if he looked closely, he could see a faint trail of tears from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were on the illuminating charm, and he took a ton of damage as a result. The others were fine. "As long as your eyes aren't as blind as mine, you know I'm definitely not good right now," Snape said indifferently, with a gloomy breath all over his body. "If it was at Hogwarts, I would definitely buckle you up. 1,000 points, no, 10,000 points, no, I'm going to fire you." It gives the impression that it is as if suppressing his anger. UU reading www.uukunshu.com, otherwise, it will explode completely in the next second. "But, it was you who taught me." Unioff was even more cautious. "You mean it's my fault?" Snape still showed a hint of anger, and then more and more. "I definitely advise Dumbledore not to teach you anything, because you're definitely going to upset Hogwarts. I should have left you to the Ministry of Magic then. This is really an accident." Unea said, "I can feel that I didn't actually output a lot of magic this time." "Are you showing off?" Snape interrupted. "Mr. Gerrel, you should be very proud now. With such a powerful force, do you feel that when you have reached the top, the future world must belong to you? I've seen a lot of people who think like you, and they all died horribly without exception. If you don't restrain your strength, you'll definitely be like them." He is out of anger, and his sarcasm has a tendency to develop into a vicious curse. "But what I said is true, and I'm not proud. There's nothing to be proud of." Looking at Snape's colder face, Unioff said with a headache, he really didn't know how to explain it. Unlike last time, he has deliberately suppressed the explosion of magic power this time. But right away, he realized that there was no need for suppression at all. The reserve of magic power is so empty, as if it had been squandered last time. At this level, he can completely manipulate the magnitude of the magic input. The first is quality, such as carbon constitutes graphite and diamond. The second is quantity, like drops of water converging into rivers and oceans. The effect of the lighting spell is so good, it must be that one of the two has an abnormality. And Yunvo really felt that the output of magic power was within a normal range, so the problem might be the nature of magic power. When it comes to nature, he has to think of the concept of sexuality explained in invisible art. According to the classics, there are 9 root principles in the universe, including the principle of lamps. And through the practice of invisible art, one can make one's own existence gradually move closer to a certain corresponding criterion. In this process, certain characteristics contained in the principles will gradually be reflected in the individual as the practice deepens. These characteristics are collectively referred to as in the classics. Yonfo possesses 4-level lamp phases, and lamp is related to lighting. As for whether this is really the reason, maybe it can be confirmed again. The verification process is very simple, just cast another repair spell for comparison. It's just that it's inconvenient at the moment. He was prepared to wait until no one was there, or when it was appropriate, to do the experiment. Thinking like this, he retracted his thoughts and looked at Heindlch. She was picking a wand, or being picked by a wand. Ollivander is very dedicated to his work. Although the illuminating spell incident made him very interested in Unioff, he still did not immediately surround him, but chose to continue to serve indolently. Very professional ethics. Different from the situation caused by Univave, the wands Henry tried always had a slight reaction, but the reaction was not strong, even weak. However, in nature, there seems to be something special. It was a thin white mist released from the tip of the staff. Although it was only a little bit, it really made those who saw it feel cold and still. That feeling is as if in winter, when a person stands alone on an empty and lonely street, the cold wind that makes the frozen person accidentally into the gap between his teeth, making people cluck. Few wands liked this feeling. She seemed to shudder in her hand, and after she left, she seemed to hear a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already tried and did not know how many, and the long box beside it was about to form a hill. Only a few cedar wands can make do, but they are far from satisfactory. Unifer saw that Endrich was biting his lower lip, his snow-white teeth slightly exposed. Not to mention Indolly, even Ollivander couldn't bear this feeling of make-believe. It could be seen that he was very unwilling to find a reluctant owner for his wand. He stared at Heindlch's face, wondering what he was thinking. A minute or two passed. Indrich Roll, he said suddenly, you're the little girl from Roll, right? Heindlch frowned slightly, as if he didn't know why, but nodded, yes. Then Ollivander stopped talking. He walked around the house, as if there was something that bothered him very much. After a long time, he finally made up his mind and said, there is a magic wand that may be suitable for you. After speaking, he lifted the ladder, walked into the depths of the shelf, came to a dusty shelf, climbed step by step to the floor closest to the ceiling, and pulled out a long box that looked a little worn out. Holding the long box again, he walked down step by step, and walked in front of Heindlch with a serious face. He said, my Ollivander family has been handed down for thousands of years and has been making wands from generation to generation. From wood, to the core, to the combination, to the matching with the wizard, there is no generation that has not worked hard to improve the wand craftsmanship. And unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and fire dragon heartstrings are the three most suitable materials for wand cores that I have selected from thousands of magic materials based on previous research. You are a child of the Roll family, and you may be able to understand what this means. Heindlch nodded. Ollivander sighed. I had already made up my mind not to sell wands other than these three cores, but your situation is really special. He opened the long box, took out a wand with a slightly quaint shape, and said, Uwood, Thestral tail feathers, 12 inches, tough texture. You try it. It is said that your ancestors also used similar wands. Immediately, Heinrich was stunned and asked, which ancestor of mine is it? I'm not very clear about this, I just remember where I saw such a record. Ollivander handed the wand to Indrich and said, anyway, try it first. Hearing Ollivander say this, Heindlch stopped asking. She took the wand, and as soon as her fingertips touched the body of the wand fell to the ground as if she was not holding it firmly. What's wrong? Ollivander asked. It's all right. Heindlch shook his head and said, it's just a little cold. She picked up her wand. Unifu heard the whoosh sound of the wind in his ears, and then saw a small hurricane entangled in ice crystal white mist coming out of his wand, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped several degrees. Then, he vaguely smelled an ice-cold smell like seawater, and then he felt a faint sense of exhaustion. www.reborn.com. He glanced at the others, but found nothing unusual. Perhaps the experience was too slight. Okay, great, Ollivander suddenly shouted loudly. Heindlch clenched her wand and asked, what's great? This is the second time I have encountered such a thing. Ollivander said, it really is. He danced for a while before explaining to Heindlch, it is said that the Tystral tail hair used by this wand comes from the same Tystral that your ancestors used. Unioff felt a strange emotion coming from Indrich, which was indescribable in words. On the side, Snape didn't seem very happy, and Williamson seemed to be hesitating, but their eyes were mainly on the wand, and they seemed to have a problem with the wandswood. But Hinderreich bought the wand anyway. It cost a full 40 gold galleons. The reason Ollivander gave was that it was an antique, a rare item, and selling this wand made him feel that it was against his honor. But it seems that these extra money will do. After Endelshe prepared his wand, he finally returned to Univaith. He has tried to cast the lighting spell a few more times, and tried to output the mana even more finely, as if inserting a thin straw into the lake, although the lake is a little dry, before controlling the light release to a relatively normal level. You are really popular with wands, but among the wands that like you, these two are also quite special, and they are equally suitable in terms of degree of suitability. Although in principle it is the wand that chooses the wizard, in this case, the only option is to ask your opinion and see which one you prefer, he said helplessly. Next, he reintroduced the two wands, as if he thought that Unioff would not remember their properties. I saw that he first raised the black one on his right hand and said ebony wood, fire dragon heartstring, 14 inches, firm and brittle. A powerful and arrogant combination. Perfect for offensive magic and polymorphism, it can help your magic reach the pinnacle of greatness. Unioff recognized at a glance that this wand was actually the one he randomly drew out when he was learning the lighting mantra. There is a sense of arbitrariness to use. Simply put, it's cool and powerful. Or is it just this one? Then he saw Ollivander pick up the other, slightly slender one in his left hand, and said, Hazel, unicorn hair, 12 inches, extremely flexible. Cool and profound collocation, mapping emotions, insight into the essence, it can help you control more subtle changes, such as controlling magic. Yunaz's gaze immediately fell. He remembered that although the lighting spell released by this wand was not as bright as the other ones, it would cast a quiet and mysterious aura like moonlight. Moreover, from a feeling point of view, when using it, it is indeed more meticulous to control the magic power, and you will get clear feedback all the time. Obviously, it is very suitable for practicing magic at ordinary times, especially when he needs to reduce the power of magic. Then this one? But the previous one seemed to be pretty good too. This one is not that cool either. He was suddenly tangled in his heart. You think about it. Ollivander said with a stern face. Unioff nodded, and suddenly a strange and absurd feeling arose in his heart. Even though he just bought a wand, it was as if he had chosen one of Ollivander's two equally beautiful and excellent daughters to take away, and it was introduced by Ollivander himself. Thinking about it like this, he felt even more difficult to make a choice. Mr. Ollivander, can I have both? Finally, he honestly stated his thoughts. Ha ha, do you think it's okay? Every wand is unique. Ollivander sneered twice, shooting two thrilling glances from his silver-white eyes, as if to stab the greedy boy in front of him to death. Same. Universitier felt a little guilty, but he said as sincerely as possible, Mr. Ollivander, I'm not greedy, but my situation is really special. To be honest, I really like this hazel wand, but due to my special physique, it's hard for me to say that I won't use a wide range of powerful magic in the future, and as far as the slenderness of the hazel wand is concerned, I don't know if it can withstand that kind of shock. Williamson nodded in agreement. Similarly, I really like this ebony wand, but it doesn't help me sort out my magic, and it's hard for me to imagine the trouble at Hogwarts if I don't control my magic effectively. Come on. I even think I'm going to be fired. Snape looked over with his eyes closed and seemed to say, actually, I want to fire you right now. Unioff continued, I can feel that each of them is an indispensable part of my life. If anyone is missing, my wizarding career will be lacking. So, he took a deep breath and asked in a very sincere tone, can you sell them all to me? Ollivander finally agreed to the request. It's really that Yunvo's words were too sincere, so that he didn't agree. It was like breaking up a pair. No, two pairs, not right. In short, it was like breaking up a couple. But he seemed rather unhappy, so he gave a limit price of 10 gold galleons per wand. Although he knew that Ollivander was cheating on him, Unioff was not good at bargaining. After all, he said something so touching just now, and as soon as he turned his face, he fussed over a little money. He couldn't do such a thing. Borrowing money is imperative. But at this point, it seems that it is not as easy as expected. Snape made it clear that he would not borrow it. Williamson said he didn't bring that much money with him, and Heindulch, who was very likely to borrow his money, is now looking at him with contempt. It's like watching a scumbag. But the thing is, I just want to buy 2 wands. As a night watchman, not only did I borrow money from my own qualified people, I was also despised by my own qualified people. But there is no other way. Who told him to have no money and said something like this? He could only ask very embarrassedly, can you? How much money do you have left? Heindulch asked. 6 gold galleons, 7 silver sequos. Yunvo answered truthfully. Heinrich counted out a few coins and threw the purse to Union. I borrowed you 14 gold galleons, but you have to pay me back as soon as possible. A tone that did not want to be involved with him, but because of the affection of future classmates. Thank you. Unioff breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he borrowed it. I will pay you back as soon as possible, he said. Better, said Heindulch. Unioff combined the two's money, paid Ollivander a full $20, and happily took the 2 wands from him. The goal was achieved. They said goodbye to Ollivander, and the 4 walked out of the wand shop. The sight is bright again, the sky is clear blue, and the air is very fresh. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone felt that a lot of things had happened. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Because Williamson was there, naturally he couldn't go back to room 13, so he opened a single room number 12 to put things in, and then ordered some food on the first floor, waiting for Dumbledore's news. By the way, Unioff picked up a copy of Standard Spells Beginners to read. Although it is quite noisy in the bar, as long as you pay attention, you can block this kind of interference. And with Snape and Williamson on the side, some questions can be answered immediately. Indrich is also reading, but she seems to be reading a lot more advanced than Unioff. Yunfu glanced at it and saw that on the book, near the outside of the page, there was a column of mysterious pictograms drawn, and on the inside were lines of text explanations. What are you reading? He asked curiously. Heindulch didn't look up, just touched the frame of his glasses with his index finger. An easy guide to ancient runes, she said. What is a rune? Unioff asked. An ancient script. Do I need to learn this in the first grade? No need, but I have already mastered the basic knowledge of elementary spells, history of magic, and magic theory. As for the other books, it's not too late to learn them in school. Heindulch said. Yes, I'm Unity Garrel. Unity nodded and said, do you have anything to do with me? First of all, congratulations to you. Kingsley looked at him with a flat and gentle look, and said, Professor Dumbledore has explained to Minister Fudge about your magical awakening, and the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Say, you're basically all right. However, he continued, because of the great magic you possess, you will be supervised by the Ministry of Magic until you go to school at Hogwarts. More specifically, Williamson and I will supervise you. Do you have any opinion on this? He asked. Unioff couldn't help but glanced at Dumbledore, wondering what he was thinking. Dumbledore nodded slightly at him, indicating that he could rest assured. Unioff looked back at Kingsley and asked, Excuse me, what do you mean by supervision? Kingsley replied, simply put, you are going to carry out activities under the supervision of me and Williamson, but we will try not to restrict your personal freedom. This is a precautionary measure. He said sincerely, you have to forgive this, because we are also very worried about your accident, especially being used by evil people. Yunioff nodded in understanding, and then immediately asked the question he cared about, if personal freedom is not restricted, does that mean that I can go back to where I used to live? Before going to school at Hogwarts, he still wanted to go back to the orphanage to take a look, otherwise he would feel a little uneasy. If you're talking about the orphanage you're in, that's fine, Kingsley said, but it shouldn't be where it used to be now. Not in the original place. Yunioff frowned, what do you mean? Kingsley said calmly, that orphanage is no longer suitable to stay in its original place, after all, such a big thing happened. Although we have done our best to erase Muggle memories, such a large-scale magical accident will inevitably leave one or two fish that slip through the net. Once these slip-through fish follow the clues, it will undoubtedly be another incident. Trouble. There have been a lot of things like this in the past that have been dealt with, but they have caused disasters because of Muggle curiosity. So now, we will transfer the people and things that are most directly related to the incident. He paused and continued, originally, it would take some time. After all, we had to communicate with the Muggle government. But this time, I was lucky. The orphanage you were in had plans to relocate, so we directly accelerated the process. If not expected, it should have moved to a new address by now. His tone of speech was unhurried, well-organized, and sounded very calm and reliable. Then when can I go back? Eugene asked. In theory, it can be done now, but Kingsley changed his words, Professor Dumbledore and I still have some things to discuss, so you may have to stay here for another day or two. Yunioff looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, bent down and said kindly, yes, we still have things to discuss. Can you bear with me, Geralt, for a day or two? This is a completely reasonable request, and Yunioff will naturally not refuse. In fact, it was beyond his expectations that this matter could be resolved so smoothly. He originally thought there would be some punishment. Of course you can, he said. That's good. Dumbledore straightened up, then I and Kingsley will not disturb you for now. It seems that they really have very important things, Yunioff thought, otherwise they would not have left in such a hurry. You know, it's almost dinner time now. With Dumbledore's enthusiasm, he shouldn't mind having dinner with them. He thought like this, and Snape's deep voice suddenly sounded in his ears, since the matter has been resolved, I'm almost going back to Hogwarts, and my eyes still need treatment. Okay. Dumbledore nodded, I'm really bothering you these days, Severus. Hope you don't bother me again, Snape said. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing. Williamson, Kingsley said suddenly, his eyes also falling. Yes, Captain. Williamson was instantly refreshed when he received the attention. Next, I'll ask you to take these two children for a while, Kingsley said. No problem, Captain, you can go to work with Professor Dumbledore. Williamson slapped his chest lightly and said, the matter of taking the children is covered by me. Then, Dumbledore took Kingsley and first went to the bar owner to explain something, then walked up the stairs at the back, and two robes of different shades of purple disappeared one after the other into the shadows. Following that, Snape also disfigured and left, believing that he should be relieved in his heart. As a result, only Universitier, Indley, and Williamson were left on the court with big eyes and small eyes. It felt a lot cooler all of a sudden. After a while, Williamson looked up at the bronze wall clock on the wall and asked stiffly, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Since someone invited a guest, Yunioff naturally wouldn't be polite. He ordered a steak, a glass of orange juice, and a vegetable salad. Heindlch ordered a cod steak, a macaroni, and a cup of hot cocoa. Williamson ordered the same steak and green salad as Universitier, but struggled with the drink. He seemed to want a glass of gin, but in the end he chose eggnog with no alcohol at all. Everyone is unfamiliar on the surface, there is nothing to say, just eat. Eating and eating, Universitier suddenly asked Williamson, what kind of person is Kingsley? I seem to hear you call him Captain. Does he have any special position? Williamson was cutting the tendon on the steak. He thought while cutting it. When he cut the tendon, he said, it's more complicated, it's hard to say. Let's just talk about it. Union said, after all, I will be under your supervision after all. You are okay. We are already familiar with each other, but I don't know that Kingsley at all, so I just a little worried. Are we familiar? Williamson hesitated. Yunvo affirmed, like a steak, medium rare. After all, you have invited guests. Mine is half cooked. Williamson smiled and said, however, in my opinion, your worries are completely unnecessary, and Captain Kingsley will never embarrass you. So sure? Eugene asked. Yeah, Williamson said, putting the cut beef in his mouth, he's a very good man. He does look quite reliable. Yunioff nodded. Yeah. Seeing that Yunioff agreed with him, Williamson felt that he was a little more pleasing to the eye, so he said more, I felt that way when I was still a hitter. My name is Kings. Like captain, that's when it started. What is a striker? A position under the law enforcement team. What's the difference between Aurors and Aurors? Eugene asked. He is still more interested in the organizational structure of the Ministry of Magic. Out of some intuition, he always feels that he will not deal less with the Ministry of Magic in his life. Simply put, Aurors are a little more dangerous, Williamson said. The hitman is just about arresting wizard criminals, and the Auror is in charge of hunting down dark wizards. Yunvo took a sip of orange juice, thought for a moment, and gave up the idea of in-depth exploration. There are not enough clues, and it is useless to think too much. Next, he chatted with Williamson one after another, from clothing, to hairstyle, to preferences, like peeling an onion, but he learned a lot. He likes rock music and watching Quidditch. The most supported League Cup team is the Wigtown Wanderers. Because of his good intuition, he was also a seeker when he was a student. Williamson boasted about his experience. Although it is not very clear what is going on, after all, Unioff has never really seen wizards singing rock and playing Quidditch, but the atmosphere is gradually harmonious. Originally, it was estimated that it was only medium rare, but now it may actually be 5 points. As for any important information, such as the relationship between Dumbledore and Kingsley, he didn't get a point at all. Maybe Williamson didn't know either. Aside, Indleshe quietly cut her cod steak and drank her hot cocoa, wondering if she didn't want to speak, or couldn't speak, or both. Not to mention that compared to the cheerfulness she showed in Diagon Alley, she seemed more active even in Mansu, but on the whole, she seemed quite satisfied. I saw her gently biting off a small piece of fried golden cod, making a crisp sound of thorn lala, and chewing it clearly with her teeth. After a while, she picked up the cup and took a few sips of hot cocoa. Hot cocoa is hot chocolate. It has a lot of calories. Few people drink it in summer, but she drinks it very comfortably. She even raised her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes. Drinking and drinking, a few drops of hot cocoa accidentally splashed on her face. Unioff took out a tissue from the paper box and handed it over. She saw her lift her eyelids and looked over. Her eyes stopped for 2 or 3 seconds. Seeing that Unifo was frank, his nose slightly bulged. "Thank you." She took the tissue from Universitier's hand and wiped her face. "Also." Eugene pointed to his nose. Her face turned a little rosy, but it disappeared immediately. She wiped her nose with a tissue again, wiping away the drop of hot cocoa. Yunvo looked at it carefully and frowned. "What are you looking at?" Heindulch wrinkled his nose. "It's nothing, I just found that your face is as white as a tissue." Unioff said truthfully, "And it feels like a paper towel to blow a bullet." Heindlech snorted and didn't speak. After dinner, the 3 of them were about to go upstairs when they were stopped by Tom, the bar owner, who gave out 2 keys, one number 11 and one number 10. "Kingsley ordered it for you, and let me tell you, you don't have to look for them." What a careful person. However, it also means that they may be on the 13th. He took the key and assigned it. Indreach has the most things, so he stayed at number 12. Universitier lives at number 11 and Williamson at number 10. He brought his purchases from Indreach, teased Puffy, and fed him some bread crumbs. Then he read until 10 o'clock and entered Mansu. After the well appeared, Mansu began to experience some subtle changes, mainly due to the presence of water vapor in the air, and occasionally some small water droplets could be seen condensing on the leaves. It should be something volatilized from the water of desire, but unlike pure water of desire, these small water droplets are still clear, and the trees have not reported any negative feedback. In fact, he has no way to stop it for the time being. Everything else is the same, including the hard work of the 2 qualified people. However, Heindulch said, "I met an interesting person today." "How funny?" Hermione asked. Heindulch thought about it for a while, cut out the specific parts, and finally said, "A very poor man who owes me money." After a pause, he said, "Although I told him to pay it back as soon as possible, he shouldn't be back in a short time." "Is this interesting?" Hermione wondered. "I think it's interesting," said Heindulch. The next day, Yunvo, who was stimulated in Mansu, began to write a manuscript. There is nothing else to do, except that thousands of magical herbs and mushrooms, which was placed in room 13, was sent by Kingsley. In addition, there is a suitcase. The 3rd day, 9 in the morning. Dong dong dong. Unioff put down the pen in his hand and opened the door. Outside the door were the bald Kingsley and the ponytailed Williamson. They were not wearing wizard robes, but each wore a blue and red short-sleeved shirt and a pair of denim slacks. Both have obvious muscles, and Kingsley's muscles are a little more exploding. Seeing this dress, Unioff understood immediately. "Can I go home now?" he asked. "Yes." Kingsley nodded and asked, "Is things organized?" "It's sorted out," said Unioff. "Then say goodbye to your friends, and then we can leave," he said. "Okay." Knocked on the door of the next room. Heinrich's pale and delicate face emerged from the crack of the door, and then the door opened completely. She wore a little black dress today, one of the sets she bought in Diagon Alley, and Unioff remembered that the price was 10 galleons. Reading www.uukangsha.com. The already plain parting feelings were instantly washed away even more lightly. Indreach asked lightly, "What?" "I'm going home," Unioff said. "I'll come and say goodbye to you." "Oh." Heindulch touched the frame of his glasses, wrinkled his nose, and said, "See you at Hogwarts." Actually, you can meet them on the train. Unioff pointed out her mistake. If you're lucky, maybe you can meet them on platform 9? Heindlch tilted his head, his straight hair fell to one side almost unnaturally, and said, see you then. No mention of money. The three walked out of the leaky cauldron without apparating, but took the subway. Because apparition requires imagining the specific characteristics of the place you want to go, Kingsley hadn't personally been to the orphanage's new address. Today is August 10th, Saturday, and the subway is quite crowded. Get on the train from Charing Cross Station, transfer to the Northern Line, and get off at Kentish Town Station, which is already part of the northern suburbs of London. This is not the place to move to, Unioff asked with a frown. Kingsley explained, considering that you have to go back to the orphanage in the future, we changed the address here. If something goes wrong, the impact will be less. Crossing several streets and turning several corners, as if coming from one end of the town to the other, in a relatively empty place near the edge, a building appeared. It was a 3-story building that was painted white as a whole. Like the original orphanage, it was also boxy in the shape of a matchbox, but it looked much brighter. Judging from the condition, it seems that it has just been refurbished, but after approaching it, there is no smell of formaldehyde. Yunvo thought that it might have been cleaned up with a whirlwind. Before entering, Kingsley suddenly said, I have something to tell you in advance. What's the matter? Eugene asked. Apart from your guardian, Ms. Garrel, everyone else's memory has been modified a little. They don't know about magic. You should also pay attention to confidentiality. Yeah. Unioff nodded, showing his understanding. Pulling the suitcase, he pushed open the brand new wrought iron door, and walked into the large yard. Familiar faces suddenly came into view. When one of them saw Yunvo, he immediately shouted, it's Brother Yunvo. Then he ran into the house, shouting, Ms. Garrel. Brother Universitier is back. This ingenuity is not Victor, who is it? He's still there, I don't know if he hasn't left yet, or he hasn't been noticed by Boyce. Then the other children gathered in a circle, not afraid of Kingsley and Williamson standing behind him. All kinds of questions came to him. Where did you go to play? Have you encountered anything funny? What delicious food did you bring? It seems that their memories have indeed been modified, Unioff thought. But that's okay, everything is back on track, and the current situation is better than expected. With a smile on his face, he caught a more honest child and asked, did you insist on running and reading in the morning when I was away? Yes, said the boy. Really? Eugene asked. Really? The child said honestly, Victor said you would definitely come back, so everyone didn't dare. Well done, Victor. Then he saw Victor hurriedly dragging Ms. Garrel out of the house. Unioff immediately greeted him and shouted happily, Ms. Garrel, I'm back. Ms. Garrel immediately put away the smile on her face and said, come back when you come back. What's it called? Then he turned him over and looked over to check if there were any wounds. I'm fine, Unioff said, I've had a very comfortable week, eating and drinking. So you just came back today? Ms. Garrel said coldly. No, I came back long ago. It's just because of various reasons that I can't come back until today. Yunvo explained, you can ask the two people behind me for details. Only then did Ms. Garrel restrain her emotions. She glanced at Kingsley and Williamson lightly, and said, two gentlemen, let's go into the room and talk. Walking into the foyer, although the walls and layout were completely new, Yunvo unexpectedly saw familiar furniture. It was a perfect version that he had restored, and it seemed that they had all been moved over. Without stopping, Ms. Garrel led them to her new office. The furniture is still the same. Kingsley recounted the matter, explained the Ministry of Magic's plan to deal with Union, and made a request to stay for a while. Ms. Garrel also agreed. Then, I'd like to have a word with Eugene alone, okay? She asked. Your freedom. Kingsley took Williamson out of the office. Seeing the two go out, Ms. Garrel stood up and slammed the door shut. Una had a bad premonition, and this hunch soon came true. Yunvo, do you remember what I wanted to do most that night? Ms. Garrel picked up the broom from the corner. Aside from getting a beating on at the beginning, during the remaining 20 days in the orphanage, everything that Unioff cared about was getting better. Victor has been clearly adopted by Boyce. In a few days, he will become the young master of a noble family, and he is expected to enter Eton College next year. Although I don't know if he can keep up with the progress over there or adapt to the environment there, but for Victor, this is undoubtedly a life opportunity that can't be found. Ms. Garrel is trying to communicate with several schools near the town, trying to solve the problem of children in the orphanage, and there seems to be some progress. In addition, because of the fresh air in the town, her cough is much better. As for Unioff himself, he did two things. One is to practice mantras. Of course, not in the orphanage, but in the hidden woods near the town, accompanied, protected and taught by two aurors. Williamson aside, he's pretty much acquainted, and Kingsley is indeed a good-natured person who gives some guidance from time to time. Under such favorable learning conditions, he has acquired a preliminary grasp of most primary magic spells. At the same time, after experiments, he found that the special phenomenon that occurred in the lighting spell did not appear in other spells, indicating that this phenomenon may indeed be related to the lamp phase. Reading www.uukansha.com. Lamps have a very powerful bonus to lighting spells, and, after a few practice sessions, he discovered that he could also infuse spiritual power into the illuminating charm, something he couldn't do when using other spells, which seemed to only recognize magic. And the lighting spell after being injected with spiritual power shows a light that is completely different from the normal state. It is a very familiar light, a silvery white light, but I don't know how it works yet. The second is to make money by writing. In order to pay off his debts, he allocated more time for writing and contributed to several newspapers and journals. Basically, there are manuscripts sent and emails sent back every day. Some emails will include some pounds, indicating that they have been recorded. In other emails, manuscripts were returned intact, with comments attached. Most of the comments are, "Your manuscript does not conform to the style of this newspaper/journal, thank you for your contribution." The small part is, "The text is solid and the story is exciting, but I hope to add some indescribable descriptions and plots." Yunioff thought for a while, but still ignored this part of the opinion. He won't be reduced to this level. Although some of them were returned, but because of enough writing, more than 10 manuscripts of varying quality were finally accepted. In addition to the previous savings, I had already collected £70, and there was no need to go to Gringotts, so I exchanged Kim Galleon directly with Kingsley, just waiting for the repayment. On the 31st of August, at 5:15 in the morning, Yunbo suddenly opened his eyes and saw a square ceiling painted almost pure white. There is a lamp hanging in the middle of the ceiling, and the most common pear-shaped light bulb is on the inside. Through the transparent glass, you can clearly see the tungsten iron filament inside. The outside is covered with a bowl-shaped lampshade that is all white but has a black edge. As long as you press the switch at the door of the room, the light will emit white light. Even at night, it seems to be as bright as day. The walls are also white, but there are wood-brown floors, dark brown windows and doors, and various furniture in different colors, such as various clip art, trying to reconcile the room into an ordinary place. Ding! Such a crisp sound suddenly reverberated in his brain, and the layers in front of him were finally put together again, and Yunioff controlled his fingers to move, followed by his knuckles, and then his entire finger. The body gradually recovered. He sat up with his arms supported, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled until his lungs swelled to the limit. Sweaty all over. Ghost press? Yunfu scratched his hair, feeling a mess in his mind, as if 1,000 or 10,000 water pipes were tangled and twisted together, but empty, as if all the cerebrospinal fluid had been drained. Exhausted. He stared blankly at something, but in fact he didn't stare at anything. After a while, he lifted the thin blue quilt and jumped off the bed, but almost twisted his ankle. Put on a short-sleeved t-shirt and overalls, but accidentally turned it upside down. Putting his clothes back on, Universier took a deep breath, picked up the wash basin, towel, toothbrush, toothpaste and cup, walked out of the bedroom, and went to the bathroom of the new house. Passing through the mirror embedded in the wall of the bathroom door, he saw that his eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his eyes were actually bloodshot. Walking into the bathroom, he picked up a basin of clear cold water. The water surface fluctuated, the light and shadow flickered, and he was slightly startled. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, put his face down into the wash basin, and let the cold water swirl on his face. Feeling the coldness of the water and the squeezing of the buoyancy on the skin, Yuna held his breath. He didn't know why he did this, and the current state did not support him to think deeply. About 30 seconds later, he looked up from the wash basin. The nerve tissue flooded in the ventricle is like a dry sponge that has been torn into thin strips and has absorbed water. Although it still feels dry, it has gotten better. Dry your face, brush your teeth, and wash your face again. As usual, get out of the bathroom as quickly as possible. He looked at the mirror at the door again, and found that his eyes had returned to their usual calm gray. Calm down. After going through the long corridor, go back to the bedroom, put away the toiletries, and fold the quilt. Leaning against the wall, put his left leg on the right side of his right leg, and began to think. What's wrong with me? Such an abnormal state should not appear on me for no reason. Ghost press? How could I be pressed by a ghost? Despite this thought, he began to recall knowledge about the ghost press. Thinking is far less fluent than normal, and it took a while before he extracted relevant clues from his brain. In a popular science magazine with a virtual human body composed of particles drawn on the cover, I followed the catalog to page 78 and wrote an explanation for this phenomenon. Ghost press, also known as sleep paralysis, refers to a phenomenon in which a person suddenly wakes up from a dream, but the muscle tension has not yet recovered. Dreamland? Yunioff rubbed the frame of his eyes and began to recall the scene of last night. Although there is nothing to do, as a night watchman, the ruler of the bright face of Mansu still needs to appear in front of the qualified people occasionally. So he gave Hermione and Heinlesch a monthly commendation. To put it simply, it is to count the results of planting trees and show them. In this nearly 1 month period, Hermione has planted a total of 71 trees, while Hinderreich has planted 63 trees. Hermione wins. For this, he rewarded Hermione with the right of way to the woodland for a week, except where the well was. Wherever she wanted to go, the trees would make way for her. Even if you want to find him, you can. Hermione was so happy because of this, going in and out of the woods, showing off wildly in front of Heinrich. Heinrich's cloak swelled with anger. Thinking of the scene at that time, Unioff showed a slight smile. It shouldn't matter, I can't get into this situation just because I awarded such a little right. Then, what happened? He thought for a while and decided to enter Mansu again to check. Mansu, he called in his heart. Immediately, there was a sense of whirling, and the soul was spinning like a drill to come out. Where did Mansu run to? With such a question flashing in his mind, Unioff had already come to the forest. Switching to the form of a night watchman, a giant eye opened in the sky, condescending, looking down at the ground. As in the past, the trees live a slow life in the woodland, the roots move slowly like snails, and the vines hang lazily on the branches and sway slowly. When no one is there, the trees are so slow. Even the lively little trees only occasionally play with their branches. After all, it is a tree, not a more lively animal. Finally, he fixed his eyes on a stream of water. This is an extremely thin stream of water that flows through the woodland, but it is not even a small stream. Even if you listen very carefully, you can only hear a little gurgling. On both sides of the water stream, the trees are a little denser and more lively. They stretch their roots into the water a little bit and sip it carefully, but just drink a little bit and shrink the roots back. www.reborn.com. It seems for fear of drinking the water dry. Unefo closed his giant eyes, and he left the forest and came to the water. There is no abnormality on the surface of the water flow, and the system does not have any prompts. He squatted down, dipped his index finger in a little water, and drank. A little impulse, a sense of change, emerged in my body and mind. Other than that, nothing. This byproduct of the well has nothing to do with his current abnormal state. He went to check the well again. The ground where the well was located was even deeper, and inside was a small pool of water of desire that swayed gently. Water of desire, 27 drops, not a drop. He thought about it for a while, dipped it with his fingers, and his fingers easily sank in, pulled it back, but didn't dip it at all. Pacing back and forth. After pacing for a while, University made up his mind. He thought he had to figure out where his abnormality came from, and for this reason, he should investigate all possibilities. He was on all fours, lying beside the well, the colorful water of desire reflected on his silver-white face. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. The tongue was sunken like the fingers, but it didn't taste anything. Withdrawing the tongue, a drop of desire water did not stick. This thing can't be drunk even if you want. Maybe it's really as stated in the system, it can only be used to make a wish. Exceptions should have nothing to do with this. Unea was thinking about where the abnormality of the body and mind came from. Is it from food? Is it from the weather? Is it from germs? Is it from the curse? There was no clue, and he was tired. Thinking made him tired. When was the last time this happened? I'm afraid it's still in the previous life. He thought like this, and was suddenly attracted by a lovely voice. Perlula looking at the sound, I saw Pu Rong Rong rolled down from the wardrobe, fell on the pillow, and bounced up again, fluttering. Yinfu walked over to catch it, put it in the palm of his hand, it felt soft, and took advantage of the situation and slapped it several times from the beginning to the end. Pu Rong Rong's fur was as smooth as satin and fluffy as clouds, and he felt a little happier. Pilialu Pu Rong Rong called comfortably. Aside from sticking his tongue into his nostrils to eat dry booger while he sleeps, Puffy is the perfect pet. Unioff couldn't help but slapped it a few more times. Bell 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 is the bell for the morning run, and the new house is equipped with a bell to remind various time periods. The sound of doors opening and closing began to sound in the corridor. Although he felt that he was not in a good state, Unioff thought about it and decided to go for a morning run. Because thinking is such a kind of mind movement, the more one thinks in a certain direction, the easier it is to travel far in that direction. Appropriate body movement can break this inertia, and the blood will stimulate the nerves in a large range in the flow of excitement, so that the suppressed thoughts can be released. Quietness is suitable for deep contemplation, and movement is suitable for divergence. Thinking like this, he put away the puffed wool and went to the yard to wait for the gathering. At this time, there was already a child who came here one step ahead of him, and his name was Tristan. Tristan is an honest child. When Univafe returned to the orphanage, he was the one who answered Una's questions. In view of the fact that he was about to go to Hogwarts School, University entrusted him with the task of maintaining the order of morning running and morning reading. He originally wanted to give it to Victor, but Victor had left the orphanage a few days ago and was picked up by a black Rolls-Royce. Before he left, he recommended Tristan to Union, who was part of his small team. Leave it to Tristan, Victor said. Although Tristan is not as smart as me, he is definitely trustworthy. Facts have proved it. In the morning run that followed, Tristan was the first to wait in the yard, and he got up half an hour earlier than the bell. Although he has not been convincing in the orphanage so far, he is trying to convince everyone of him. The third person to appear in the yard was Kingsley. "Good morning, Union." "Good morning, Tristan," he greeted. "Good morning." Eugene and Tristan greeted each other back. Kingsley came over, patted Tristan's small shoulder with his thick palm, and said, "Let's do our best today." "Come on," Tristan said. Kingsley likes Tristan very much, probably because their temperament is somewhat similar. Both of them give people a sense of heaviness, but Kingsley is just a small hill, and Tristan is just a small mound. "Good morning, Jan." Behind Kingsley followed a listless and vacant-eyed Williamson. Williamson doesn't like to get up early to run, so he's always listless, but today his listlessness seems to be deeper, lost, giving a sleepwalking feeling. The crowd gradually gathered, and although everyone might not give Tristan much face, Eugene was still there. But it is said that some people are already looking forward to tomorrow. Tristan counted the number of people and ran out of the gate with everyone. The weather is not very good, there are overcast clouds floating in the sky, but the air is still quite fresh. On the way, I met some well-dressed old people out for a walk, or walking with a cane or walking a dog. They were amazed at the morning jogging team at the orphanage. Passing by them, Unioff heard a suave old man with square glasses saying, "Look at how hard these children are, the students in our school are probably still sleeping." Next to him, a rather dignified old man with a deeply wrinkled forehead continued, "You can try to implement a similar system in the school, at least make the morning run earlier, and the day's plan is in the morning." Listening to their conversation, Unioff felt a little better. The team turned a corner. Boom! Williamson suddenly fell to the ground. The team stopped, and Unioff motioned for Tristan to continue to run forward with the team, while he and Kingsley walked over to help Williamson. "Are you all right?" Eugene asked. "It's okay, just a little tired." Williamson covered his forehead and couldn't open his eyes, but he should not have hit his head. "My head hurts a bit, I didn't sleep well last night." Kingsley put the back of his hand on his forehead, then on Williamson's forehead, and said, "I have a fever. Go back later, drink some potions, and get a good night's sleep." "It's my fault, I didn't pay attention to your state, called you up." Williamson said immediately, "No, I have to get up myself." But in fact, if no one calls him, he can sleep until noon. Unioff asked strangely, "Do wizards have fevers too?" He also thought that wizards don't get ordinary diseases. "Of course, we get sick just like muggles, but our potion works faster." Kingsley turned to Universitier and said, "I want to take Williamson back to drink the medicine, how about you?" What he meant was that if he took Williamson back first, www.reborn.com Universitier would leave their site. Yunvo glanced at the morning runners and said, "I have to watch, or do you go back first and just walk like this?" Kingsley frowned imperceptibly, looked at Williamson, and asked, "Can you hold on for a while longer?" Williamson nodded. Actually, it wasn't that far. It was just 100 or 200 meters longer than the original route. He is an Auror anyway, and he still has some willpower. The three kept up with the team and continued to run. After a corner, nothing happened. But when they passed the third corner, boom! Williamson slammed his head into the lamppost on the side of the street, with a deep red mark on his forehead and a little blood. "Are you all right?" Unioff said. Williamson held his forehead and said, "It's really okay, just a little dizzy." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Unioff saw his body leaning against the street lamp and slowly sliding down. Kingsley quickly supported him, checked him several times, and finally said, "It's nothing serious, just passed out and seemed to be exhausted." Saying that, he picked up Williamson by the waist, and from the point of view of his movements, it was quite relaxed. "We have to hurry back," he said. The two took Williamson back to the orphanage, and helped him back to his bedroom, while Eugene looked at Williamson's face carefully. His face was pale and his eyes were sunken. He thought about it and asked Kingsley, "Can I open his eyelids and take a look?" Unioff looked at Williamson's eyes, the thin blood threads like cobwebs covering the sclera. "Okay," he said. Kingsley removed his finger, and Williamson's eyelids immediately closed. "Did you find anything?" "There is a certain discovery." Unioff rubbed his forehead and asked, "By the way, did you feel particularly tired this morning?" Kingsley shook his head and said, "No." He took another look at Unioff and asked, "What happened? Your spirit doesn't look very good. It's a little bit bad." Unioff turned his head and asked, "Do you think it might be attacked by a spell?" Williamson is a wizard and an Auror. Even if he has a cold and a fever, it would be outrageous to suddenly faint. It shouldn't be magic. Kingsley shook his head and said, "There is no such sign, and I live in the next room. Not just anyone can bypass me to cast spells, and those who can do it, there is absolutely no need to do that. And, if attacked, Williamson will definitely send a warning." His voice was low, as solid as the ground, making people believe. "What's your situation?" he asked. Unioff briefly explained his previous abnormality to Kingsley. Since Williamson also has such a situation, it means that it is not his personal problem. After listening to Kingsley, he pondered for a second or two, and took out a piece of light purple paper from his pocket. The corner of the paper was stamped with the Ministry of Magic stamp. He picked up an eagle quill on the table, dipped it in ink, and quickly wrote on it. What are you writing? Unioff asked curiously. Williamson's condition is not good. I hope to get the support of the Ministry of Magic and let them send another person. Kingsley said, although it is the last day, there are many accidents in the world that happen on the last day. Universitier was non-committal, but he also admired it a bit. From a professional point of view, Kingsley is indeed impeccable. If anyone is to be his enemy, it will really hurt their brains. Thinking like this, he saw Kingsley fold the purple paper he had written into a paper airplane and send it to the window. The paper airplane flew into the gray-white sky with a swoosh at a very fast speed, and disappeared in a short while. A small black dot. Yunbo felt a little at ease in his heart, blood rushed to his stomach, and he let out a goo-goo cry. I'm going to the cafeteria to get something to eat. Unioff asked, do you want to bring anything? It's the same as you. I can bring one for Williamson, and I can take more bread, Kingsley said. Unioff returned to Williamson's bedroom with 3 servings of milk, eggs, and bread, and placed 2 on the table, free to use, and 1 to eat by himself. While eating, he looked at Williamson's pale face and wondered why the phenomenon only happened to the 2 of them. When he went to get the food, he also asked other people by the way, and found that there was no third case like this. In other words, there should be some rare commonality between him and Williamson to make the abnormality happen. But what exactly is this commonality, Unioff is not particularly clear about, he is only vaguely guessing. It may be related to the spiritual aspect. Specifically, we can only ask Williamson when he wakes up to see if he can get any clues. So, he went back to his room to get a copy of the Basic Transformation Guide and sat on a chair to read it. In the end, I couldn't read it, the word was still that word, but it was always interrupted halfway through, so that what was entered into my mind was a bunch of garbled characters. There was a kind of clearly read but feel nothing. Look trance. I didn't expect that I would also have such a time, Unioff thought. He was no longer reluctant, and turned to observe Williamson's reaction. Most of the time, Williamson just closed his eyes tightly, and sometimes frowned suddenly, as if he was having a nightmare. About an hour later, when Unioff was about to pour a glass of water, he saw Williamson sit up suddenly, pulled out his wand from his clothes very quickly, waved his arms straight forward, and shouted at him, stupefied, passed out. Yunfu immediately saw a strong red light coming towards his face. Before he could react, the red light was blocked by a chair thrown over and fixed in the air, and then he heard a sound of expelliarmus, remove your weapon. Angrily, the wand in Williamson's hand immediately flew out of his hand and flew into Kingsley's hand. The heart beat like a drum, and everything happened in an instant. When he looked again, he saw Williamson's face was pale, sweat dripping from the beans, his eyes were stretched out, and the blood vessels were protruding. Kingsley cast another confinement spell to bind Williamson before walking over and asking, what happened? His complexion was tense, and his already dark skin appeared even darker. Williamson's chest heaved and he was speechless. It wasn't until a while before he said, I didn't mean to, I thought it was a dark wizard. It was a dark wizard. Calm down, take a deep breath, Kingsley said. Tell me calmly what's going on? Williamson took a few deep breaths. I have a premonition of great danger, he said, just like when the dark wizard was approaching. Universitier stared into Williamson's eyes. So you launched an attack? He was very angry in his heart. This was the first time he felt threatened with his life. Sorry, Williamson lowered his head. He didn't know how to explain. Univ felt agitated. Be specific, Kingsley said. Williamson said, I've always had a bad feeling lately. Then why didn't you say it sooner? Union interrupted. I said it. Williamson exclaimed, I've been saying it all the time. But nothing happened. And my hunch is always wrong. Sometimes I don't even believe it myself. But this time is different. This time the feeling is too big. It's really too big. It's close at hand. It's imminent. It makes me feel like the dark wizard has called Avada in front of me. That's why I want to take the first step. He seemed a little hysterical. Yunvo gradually calmed down. For some reason, seeing other people's emotions break down, his mood is much more stable. It's like looking down from the sky. Is there more? He poured it down calmly like a basin of cold water. What? A more detailed hunch, he asked. No more. Williamson shook his head blankly. Didn't see anything? Eugene asked. No. Williamson didn't have any useful information here, which made Union angry and funny, and then he caught sight of Kingsley frowning beside him, wondering if he was going too far. After all, an 11-year-old kid was arguing with an aura from the Ministry of Magic, and it was in front of another aura, so it seemed a little outrageous. But he still had to ask the last question, is your previous mental state also related to your hunch? Williamson nodded, as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak, the rope on his body suddenly loosened. What? He was a little surprised. He thought he would be for a long time. After all, he just did something to beat the friendly army. However, Kingsley did not know when he had reached the window, and he looked up at the cloudy sky outside the window. Congratulations, your hunch came true, Kingsley said solemnly. Yunvo followed his line of sight, and from a distance, he saw a dark green figure between the clouds getting bigger and bigger. It has a wingspan of more than 10 meters and a length of about tens of meters. Two thin bat wings flutter the air and roll up clouds. On its long neck is a dragon head like a lizard and a snake, and one on the left side of its head. The long horn like a bone spur pierced back, while the right horn was broken by the roots, and there was a deep scar on the left eye, which crossed the dragon's face, looking extremely hideous. The giant dragon seemed to have seen them too, flapping its wings, hovering for a second, and then swooping down. "Williamson, you're going to evacuate the orphanage. Take Universitier. Hurry up, hurry up," Kingsley ordered, throwing Williamson's wand back to him, his other hand sticking out the window. Now Unioff finally saw how he did it. I saw Kingsley waved his wand forcefully and shouted angrily, "Impedimenta." Before he finished speaking, a blue-white firework-shaped spark lit up from the front of the wand, and then the air was twisted and exploded, and an invisible force was pushed diagonally upward in an instant. When I came over, the curtains, paper cloths, and hair were flying, only a bald head standing in front of the windowsill remained motionless. This is the true strength of Kingsley? Union was in shock, but Williamson recovered first, took the wand thrown by Kingsley, rolled over and got out of bed, dragged Union out of the room, and said, sonorous, loud voice. Then he heard his voice amplified several times, "Emergency. Everyone. Immediately. Immediately. Leave the orphanage." The loud voice was enough to transmit into every room of the orphanage, and Ms. Garrell hurriedly came out of the office and asked, "What happened?" "Attack. Evacuate," Williamson shouted. Ms. Garrell looked at Union, her eyes shocked. "It's nothing to do with me this time," Unaas shouted instinctively. However, as soon as these words came out, he felt that something was wrong. Does it really have nothing to do with me? Was that dragon heading for the orphanage? Or came to Kingsley and Williamson? Do not. It came to me. His mind twitched in an instant, and he suddenly shook off Williamson's hand and said, "You guys go to evacuate." Then he ignored Ms. Garrell's cry, went straight to his bedroom, picked up his two wands, and was about to rush out. Pilula creamy yellow fluffy fluff emerged from under the pillow. "Can't put it here," thought Unioff. He ran over and copied Puffy Fluff into his hand, rushed out the door, and went downstairs all the way. When he saw Tristan helping Ms. Garrell to evacuate the crowd, he threw Puff Fluff away. "Help me take care of it." After speaking, he squeezed out, went straight to the outside of the courtyard, and rushed to the woods outside the town. He doesn't have any powerful spells in his hands, all the primary spell books record some auxiliary spells. To lead away, to avoid, is his idea. As for the rest, it can only be left to others. Bang 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 bang, there was a series of explosions in the air, and Unioff looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw that Kingsley was already standing high on the roof at this time. His lips were opening and closing at a very fast speed, and his hands where he also kept waving his wand, splitting out blue or red magic power. The strong wind caused the branches to sway and the leaves to rattle, but despite this, the giant dragon was still approaching. After all, it was in the sky. Even if it didn't flap its wings, it could glide due to the combined effect of the Earth's gravity and air buoyancy. Damn it! Totally unstoppable. Such thoughts flooded Unioff's nerves, driving him to move away faster. The daily exercise showed it worked, allowing him to run quite fast. However, the dragon seemed to have seen him too, adjusted its wings, and flew towards him. It really came after me, Unioff thought. The dragon approached quickly. 100 meters. 17 meters. 15 meters. Yunfu threw a floating spell behind him, trying to stop one or two a little, but the spell just brushed the dragon's scales and disappeared without a sound. This magic resistance. The giant dragon flew closer and closer, and finally there was only a distance of 1.20 to 30 meters, and the woods were even further away. At this moment, Kingsley suddenly appeared beside Universitier, riding a broom under his crotch, staggered past him, and charged towards the giant dragon. Immobulus, he pointed his wand straight at one of the dragon's scarred wings, and a blue light burst out. He saw that the wing was instantly covered with hard frost, and the whole dragon lost its balance, fell to the ground, and the dust flew. Kingsley himself pulled his broom www.reborn.com beautifully avoiding the direction of the dragon's fall. However, before Yunvo could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a red light flickering in the dust mist, and a bright red flame spewed out. Kingsley tried to dodge, but the next second he saw a bright green ray burst in the direction he was dodging. I saw Kingsley twisting the castration abruptly. He seemed to be more afraid of the light than the flames. I saw that green light shot onto a tall tree. The trunk was not seen, but the green leaves that symbolized vitality were quickly withered and yellowed. Boom! This time, the voice came from Kingsley's direction, and Unioff turned his head to look, and saw that he had fallen to the ground in an embarrassment, and the broom had turned into charcoal. The dust gradually receded, revealing the huge figure of the giant dragon, sharp teeth, and sharp minions. I saw it rush forward violently. The ground made an unparalleled tremor, and its snake-like eyes emitted a cruel light, as if it wanted to kill Jin Si. lie tore the wizard who had hurt it to shreds. At the same time, a piercing voice called Avada Kedavra. Kingsley immediately swung his wand back and yelled, Confringo. The red light and the green light cancelled each other out, and even had to push back, but the dragon's attack was close at hand. Unioff stood behind Kingsley. The ebony wand was still emitting extremely dazzling light, but he himself was unaffected, as if these lights were his eyes, so he could see the next scene. The black-robed figure on the dragon's back was stimulated, and he couldn't help covering his eyes with his left arm. His attention was suddenly distracted. Lay a few points. However, with this distraction, the balance that was barely maintained was instantly broken, and he couldn't resist Kingsley's violent torrent of fiery magic. Seeing that the blasting spell suddenly hit the black-robed wizard, but was deflected by an invisible barrier that might have been prepared long ago. However, in the next second, the barrier was completely shattered by the shattering spell that followed, as if an invisible air glass shattered into slag. After being stimulated so violently, the blasting curse immediately expanded 100-fold and 1,000-fold. Boom! Just hearing a deafening thunderous noise, a huge fireball with a diameter of about 30 to 40 meters exploded there, and thousands of burning sparks splashed out, in the black robe and the dragon. Crazy backlash. All scales and barriers were forcibly lifted by the continuous blasting reaction. For a while, scales, flesh and blood, mixed with firelight, flew everywhere. The shock wave it caused even blew the dust in the air within a radius of 100 meters. And Kingsley himself was bounced dozens of meters away by the expulsion spell, not only dodging the dragon's claws, but also largely avoiding the bounce damage from the blasting spell. With his strong physique, there should be no danger to his life. Therefore, Unef did not rush to run over, but looked at the source of the other two spells. Judging from the direction, it was Williamson who arrived in time to cast the exorcism curse. He was sweating profusely and panting, obviously still in poor health. And the owner of that smashing spell is a thin wizard who was sitting on a broomstick. He was covered in a dark blue robe outside, and inside was a white lapel shirt with a tie on it. Compared to a wizard, he was more like a white-collar office worker who suddenly passed by. Nox. Useless. He showed a puzzled look, and then shouted from a distance, Who put this lighting spell? Hurry up and put it away. I can't even see what's inside. Kingsley. As he spoke, he threw the smashing spell in the direction he had thrown before, and threw a few more fainted, removed weapons, petrified, and quickly imprisoned. Also thoughtful, Kingsley gave people the feeling of stable, while he gave people the feeling of go. However, in the end, a wand that looked like it was about to break actually flew into his hand. Who is he? Eugene asked loudly. Although it seemed that they were friends rather than enemies, he thought it would be better to ask. Horrors. Our people, cried Williamson. Unioff ignored him and waited for Kingsley to speak. Kingsley said, Listen to him. Only then did Unioff put away the lighting spell. The thin wizard flew over to command Williamson, You go take care of Kingsley, and I'll see what's going on with the dark wizard. He jumped off his broom and walked cautiously toward the pit Kingsley had made. It was a charred black pit. The giant dragon lay paralyzed in the middle of the pit, covered with bruises and bruises. One wing was completely torn apart, and the other was tightly wrapped in something. It is worth mentioning that its body size has also become much smaller. It used to be about tens of meters in length, but now it has shrunk to only a dozen meters, and it seems that there is a trend of further shrinking. Feeling the approach of the thin wizard, its eyelids lifted upwards, and its amber pupils flashed a ferocious color, and suddenly raised its head to bite at the thin wizard, but the thin wizard just waved his wand, and another smashing spell shot, so that the faucet twists to the other side. It's not that he is stronger than Kingsley, but that the dragon's scales are broken and his magic resistance is not as good as before. The skinny wizard mercilessly lifted the dragon's relatively intact but still crumbling wings, dragged a charcoal-like figure out of it, and took a breath. You're still angry, he said loudly. Kingsley breathed a sigh of relief, as if making this clear was more important than healing the wounds all over his body. His injuries were quite serious. He almost broke his leg when he fell off the broom, his knee was drenched with blood by the hard gravel, his calf was fractured, and there was a certain degree of skin burns. There was also a long scratch on the chest. Although it was not deep, it was probably scratched by the claws of the giant dragon, but it looked terrifying enough. In addition, there were some bloodstains hanging on the corners of his mouth, indicating that there might be some internal injuries, but Unioff did not understand this. Although Williamson performed a healing as before on Kingsley, the effect was really not good. It only removed some insignificant small wounds, and the rest had to go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries for in-depth treatment. Williamson had already contacted the Ministry of Magic, and it didn't take long for a group of people to appear near the orphanage. A small number of them disappeared after they arrived, and then another group of people came over. Undoubtedly, they need to perform memory modification on the people who witnessed the incident in the vicinity www.reborn.com, and the amount of work is very large. Yunvo heard some complaints from a distance. The matter seemed to come to an end, but Unioff was very puzzled. This is the end? He thinks. What about his accomplices? What about his backhand? If his target was me, wouldn't he consider that I would have an aura protecting me? It's so strange, this attacker, this dark wizard. He came single-handedly on a dragon, but was beaten to a near-destruction end. Did he think he was the Don Quixote of the wizarding world? With full of doubts, Universityr decided to go see the man who was almost burned to charcoal. You'd better not look at the little wizard. A figure stood in front of him. It was the thin wizard. You will have nightmares. I'm Gardwin Roberts. He introduced himself. I'll take over from Kingsley next. Supervision. Yes, supervision, he said, spreading his hands, but there is only one day, and you can go to Hogwarts tomorrow. I want to see the person who attacked me, Unioff said. There's nothing to see. Gardwin said, the face is almost burned, and it is also disfigured when rescued. Let me see. Unioff insisted. The so-called inexplicable time, everyone has it, but when it happened to Yinfo, it seemed a little incredible. But he just wanted to take a close look at the dark wizard, and to a certain extent, it was almost stubborn. He felt that things were not so simple. This shows that his thoughts, this unruly wild horse, has gradually broken away from the restraint and guidance of rational reins, and intends to run wildly on the grasslands according to a kind of inertia or intuition. The consequences of it have become unpredictable, and you may be able to see a deeper truth, but maybe you are just chasing a mirage in the desert. But in any case, at this moment, he showed a must-have this emotion, which made Gadwin loosen up. However, Gardwin still said, Mr. Garrel, don't be so headstrong. Headstrong is very unpopular, especially for someone with special talents like you. It's not willful, said Union, I have a pretty good reason. Then, he recounted his doubts to Gadwin, and the process turned out to be a rare stumbling block. Although the language is fluent, it cannot lead to the destination as straight as usual, but it takes a long circle to speak clearly. Such a state further deepened Yunbo's obsession. He just felt that the thing that could cause him to be in this state should not be such an anticlimactic suicide attack. Gadwin struggled to understand and said, all right, don't say any more, I'm getting a head start. Anyway, I just want to take a look, right? He stepped aside, then let me take a look, it's not me who has nightmares anyway, but don't get too close. He reminded again, after all, it is a dark wizard. Although it is such a serious injury, and there is no wand in his hand, who knows if there is any spare power to silently cast an attack spell? Unioff nodded, but when he actually walked up to the dark wizard to observe, he felt that Gadwin's worries were completely unfounded. Because the dark wizard who attacked him had long since lost consciousness, and it could almost be called a scorched corpse. Its exposed skin was almost completely covered by a layer of grilled charcoal, which exuded a meaty scent and scorched charcoal. Blend of flavors. Who would think he was still alive if he didn't have a breath left? His facial condition was slightly better, and some of the skin was intact. Maybe he instinctively protected his head. This kept him alive, but also left some visible clues. The skin was shriveled, wrinkled and spotted, and the dark wizard was obviously not young. And what Yennefer cared about most was his tightly pursed lips that had lost their blood, and the corners of his mouth had a slight upward arc. Are you laughing? What's so funny? Completely failed, isn't it? Are you optimistic? Gadwin urged. Yeah. Unioff nodded. Are you satisfied? Gadwin asked, what's the gain? I think his expression is a bit strange. Unioff said truthfully how he felt. Don't you think he's smiling? It's a little bit, but who knows, maybe it's just the unnatural facial distortion caused by the shockwave. Gardwin said non-committally, take a step back, even if you laugh, there is never a shortage of lunatics in the Dark Wizard's team. Do you know his identity? Unioff asked. Gadwin shrugged and said, I don't know yet, but sooner or later, I will. As for the process of knowing, I can't tell you in detail. At this time, the ambulance personnel also arrived, and they began to deal with the wounded at the scene. They poured a purple potion called Wound Cleanser on the Dark Wizard, and a kind of smoke came out, followed by a very unpleasant smell. Afterwards, he wrapped him into a mummy and had to take him away in a hurry. Then someone from the Department of Accidents and Disasters came over. It was an ordinary-looking witch, and glared at Unioff. It seems that this is Mr. Universityr Garrel. You are already a well-known figure in our accident and disaster department, she said sarcastically. Then, before Unioff could react, she began to explain the current situation, and she seemed rather anxious. The situation is very serious right now, she said. This guy has caused us quite a bit of trouble. She glanced at the mummy made of a dark wizard. It's okay for the muggles in the town, they didn't have time to run around, and although it was a lot of work, we were able to solve. But the problem is, he flew over on a dragon, she said angrily. He started from the eastern suburbs of London on a dragon, deftly bypassed several observation points we arranged, and flew all the way here. And that dragon, it was overfed with a special swelling potion in advance, so that the normal Welsh green dragon, which is only 6 meters in length, has grown 5 times in size. It's good, there's absolutely no worries that no muggles see it, and there are definitely a lot of people. What's worse is that these muggles are still spreading and moving, which brings great difficulties to our follow-up work, she complained. Gadwin raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" "There's not enough manpower," said the witch. "The accident and disaster department has been overworked this month." The last incident, she glared at Unioff again. Obviously the incident she was talking about was the restoration curse. In the last incident, we all had some muggles who slipped through the net before we could trace it to the end. As a result, it happened again, and we were completely overwhelmed. "We hope that various departments can give us some help," she said, including the law enforcement division. "It's natural for colleagues to help each other." Gaudreau nodded. "In fact, our people are rushing here. You can write what you need to do on a note to I will pass it on when the time comes." "Thank you." The witch sighed in relief. "The accident and disaster department will remember this favor." Then, she was about to leave, but stopped immediately, because Unioff was holding on to the edge of her clothes. "I just heard him ask, the dragon, is it a common Welsh green dragon?" "Yes," she said angrily. "This month has really opened my eyes. Before this, I never thought that a little wizard, or a Welsh green dragon, could cause so much trouble." Unioff loosened the corner of the witch's clothes, and didn't care how she left, and fell into deep thought alone. He thought of the book Muggles Who Discovered he had read in the Leaky Cauldron. The only star in the list with 3 stars is the Welsh green dragon attack in Ilfracombe in 1932. Could there be some connection here? Speaking of which, when the dragon flew over, the right corner was broken by the roots, and there was also a scar on the left eye, which was exactly the same as the damage caused by Tilly Talk described in the book. However, even if the 2 dragons are the same, and the Dark Wizard is the real culprit behind the Ilfracombe incident, what does that have to do with the current situation? As time passed by, the clouds in the sky showed no sign of dispersing, and they accumulated piece by piece, like an island, like a whale. Williamson helped Kingsley over to say goodbye. They were going to the hospital. "Sorry, I can't protect you until the last day," Kingsley said. Unioff looked at the strips of white cloth wrapped around him, and said sincerely, "You are already very good, and I am very eager to be a person like you. Except for baldness, of course." He joked. "Ha ha." Kingsley laughed heartily. After this battle, he seemed to have gotten a lot closer to Universitier. He praised, "You don't see many young wizards with courage like you." Then, he turned his head again and instructed Gadwin, "Gadwin, I'm going to ask you for O'Neif. It's best to prepare, maybe there will be a second attack." Gadwin said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not like you don't know my character," and he shrugged and said, "There are so many wizards here now, not to mention dragons flying over, just silently flying over, and each one can easily kill them with a spell." Kingsley nodded, agreeing with this point of view, and patted Williamson on the shoulder again. Williamson bowed his head, blushed, and said to Universitier, "I'm sorry." "It's nothing, it's me who should say sorry." Unioff said, "Your hunch is quite accurate." Williamson smiled and said, "It's actually quite pleasant to get along with you, by the way. The captain told me that you have a similar situation to me. He said, I think you may have a hunch, maybe. But I don't feel anything," said Union. "Maybe it's because I'm in such a bad state." Williamson thought for a while and said, "I was in such a bad state in the morning, so I couldn't remember anything, but after I slept, the premonition came out, and I almost gave it to you. A stun spell. If you were shot, maybe you'd have a hunch," he joked. "Do I still have to thank you?" Unioff said angrily. "Of course not." Williamson shook his head, "But there should be no hunch now, the crisis has been lifted." The two left. Unifer was thoughtful, and after a while, he decided to go to sleep and have a look. "If you really have a hunch, you might be able to remind me of something." He thought so. "And it is just enough to make up for the energy, and there is no need to worry about safety issues. As Gadwin said, this town is in an unprecedented safety situation. Unless missiles wash the ground. But that should be impossible." So, he told Gadwin, went back to the bedroom, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and felt sleepy. Consciousness drifted unknowingly, and after I don't know how long, I suddenly felt a sense of oppression. That feeling is like when walking in the undersea tunnel, suddenly seeing a crack in the glass partition. As the sense of oppression got closer and stronger, the cracks in the glass compartment became more and more dense. Soon, the glass compartment reached a limit, and with a pop, it shattered completely. The endless information sea poured in and drowned him. Into his eyes, into his ears, into his nostrils, and into him from every hole that he can enter. He was ruthlessly swept away by this information, completely unable to control himself, and could only passively accept it. Some fragmented pictures flashed through his eyes like shooting stars, and the speed was extremely fast, and he could only capture the general impression. I don't know how long it took before he woke up leisurely. Opening his eyes, the whole bedroom once again gave him a feeling of collapse, just like in the early morning. The body is also out of control. But this time he got used to it a little bit, so that he remembered something. Those were some vague outlines and impressions, passing like quicksand, and even his unforgettable memory could not hold them back. He desperately needed to find a more reliable carrier for these memories, such as paper. He frantically used his will to mobilize the blood in his body, and when his facial muscles reacted a little, he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely. Pain. The severe pain made the whole body active, and the consciousness finally merged with the body, as if it had been held underwater for a whole day and suddenly surfaced. The sharp sensory stimuli distracted him, and those contours drained faster. Holding his spirit, he sat up from the bed, came to the table, pulled out the pen and paper, and scattered all kinds of stationery on the ground with excessive force. But he couldn't control it. He picked up the pen and started to sketch on the paper. He is not good at sketching, and he has never drawn well a few times in his life. But it doesn't matter, because there are only some simple outlines left, and even 2-year-old Ivana can do this kind of work. After more than 10 seconds, he dropped the pen and saw 2 lines drawn diagonally on the paper. On the line above, there was a flat semicircle and a pointed triangle, and there were some people between the 2 lines. Font symbol. This is a street, thinks Unioff, with a semicircular building and a triangular building. Where is this? He asks. The next second, the memory spewed out. This is Charing Cross, this is Borough Market, this is the church tower. This is the scenery he has seen. In room 13 of the Leaky Cauldron. Why is it here? He asks. Go and see. An unprecedented impulse surged out to him and said to him, go and see and find out. The answer is there. He couldn't resist this urge, so he ran out in a hurry. Even Ms. Garrell tried to stop him from saying something, but failed. When I ran outside, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It should be the most violent time of the day. However, the sky was still dark, and the light could not penetrate the thick clouds. Reading www.uukunsha.com Kingsley Williamson, he shouted loudly, but no one responded, and then he remembered that the 2 had gone to the hospital. Damn it! It happened to be this time. He looked up to find someone he could trust, and saw that under a house a little further away, Gadwin Roberts was busy with various affairs. Light purple notes with the seal of the Ministry of Magic and paper airplanes kept flying to his hands and flying away again and again. University Air accelerated towards Gadwin, shouting, Roberts, immediately attracted the attention of many people. Seeing that it was Yunvo, his eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. Naturally, Gadwin followed along, but the next second, he continued to deal with the affairs at hand and asked perfunctorily, what happened, Mr. Garrell? Unioff grabbed Gadwin's arm and shouted, take me to the Leaky Cauldron. Apparition. Quick! Gadwin was dragged so he could only stop what he was doing, and said helplessly, Mr. Garrell, do you know how much work I have to do now? But I also have very important things here, said Unioff. What could be more important than maintaining secrecy laws, said Gadwin noncommittally. Unioff wanted to say something but couldn't, and he didn't know what was going to happen. The clouds were dense, and the gray clouds were closely connected together, and the light was too dim. East hits west. Yunvo spat out a few words between his teeth. Sounds from the east to the west. Gadwin glanced at him. What do you mean? The Leaky Cauldron may be attacked, said Unioff. The air froze for a second, then was broken by laughter. Ha ha. Gadwin laughed sympathetically and said, this joke is so funny, Mr. Garrell, you really amuse me. Then, he put away his smile and said, but for me, now is not the time for jokes. If you must want to highlight your funny talent, I think you can go and tell joke stories with your playmates. As for me, I have to keep working. This is not a joke. Mr. Roberts, Unioff said with a frown, I'm serious too, little girl Jeriel. Gadwin looked serious, I'm busy wiping your ass. You're not wiping my ass. This is not an attack against me. Unioff said, besides, when you're wiping your ass, shouldn't you first make sure you're done with shit? After finishing speaking, Unioff was also disgusted by himself. He hated these pickled things the most, but in order to attract Gadwin's attention, he had to adopt such a strong way of speaking. It wasn't an attack against you. Gadwin smiled. You're joking again. Now the whole Ministry of Magic knows you're a troublemaker. I'm telling the truth. Unioff was instantly suffocated, full of calculations, and this time, he also caused 2 troubles to the Ministry of Magic. How could he be a troublemaker? What's more, if everything is as he thought, it's really not his fault this time. Don't you think it's strange about that dark wizard? If his target is me, why did he feed the dragon so huge before he came? You must know that he took off from the eastern suburbs. This is obviously not good for him to launch a surprise attack. He can wait until he is almost close, and then put the dragon gets bigger. He raised a key doubt. Gadwin frowned, stopped the quill, and said, it's a little strange. And the corner of the dark wizard's mouth, you also saw that even though it was burnt like that, it still went up. Yuna gave another clue. He has deeply understood that in the absence of friendship, if he wants Gaudreau to make a move, he can only say 1, 2, or 3. But it could also be the facial distortion from the explosion, Gardello said. But he was under the protection of Dragon Wing in the end, or you dragged him out with your own hands. Moreover, from the injury point of view, the burning of his face is much smaller than that of other places. Yennefer retorted, it means that he instinctively protected his head. In this case, how could it be a simple facial distortion? Besides, he will protect himself, and he is unlikely to be a lunatic. And after ruling out these two situations, he can still laugh, only because there is one thing that makes him extremely happy: overcoming the pain caused by the burning. This matter has nothing to do with me, because at that time he had already been defeated by Kingsley. If his purpose was to catch me, or kill me, he would have failed completely. Unioff continued. But there's one thing he's totally successful at. Gardwin's face gradually became solemn. He succeeded in attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Eugene pointed out the key point. Now, how much of the Ministry's power is spent on erasing the bad influence he caused? Gadwin said with an ugly face. Almost all the people from the Accident and Disaster Department came, and most of the Legal Enforcement Department came, and almost every other department supported some forces. But in the next second, he thought of something, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, however, with such a short distance, we can go back at any time. He felt a little funny in his heart, and he was almost frightened by a child. As soon as something happens, we can completely apparate back. The damage and impact that can be caused in such a short period of time are not as troublesome as it is now. He smiled lightly. Okay. But, Eugene interrupted, there is no doubt that the reaction speed will slow down, and there is no way to prevent things from happening. If there is such a thing, it only takes a very short time to do it, and there is nothing you can do, right? Gardwin nodded silently. I made a prophecy, said Unioff. He took out the abstract line drawing he had drawn. Such a simple picture, if it is said from the beginning that it is the result of prophecy, no one will believe it. And Unioff doesn't have that kind of credibility either. But after putting out a solid logical reasoning that can stand up to consideration, this may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. He briefly explained his experience just now, citing Williamson as an example to increase his credibility. Then he said, this is the view you can see from the single room on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron. That's why I thought the Leaky Cauldron might be attacked. So, can you take me there? He stared into Gadwin's eyes with bright eyes. It's just a little effort. If nothing happens, you can apparate back immediately. It won't take much of your time. He didn't speak anymore. He had already said what he had to say. All he could do now was to wait for Gardwin to make a correct judgment. After a while, Gardwin sighed. You'll be a great wizard in time, he said, even if nothing happens this time. So, Unioff asked expectantly. www.reborn.com. Of course, it was a trip, so it was considered an investment in advance. Gardwin smiled. It's just a while, and it just happens to be a little tiring to deal with affairs. Thanks. You're welcome. Don't let go of my arm, Gardwin said. Obviously, he was going to cast apparition. It wasn't the first time for Yunvo to grab his arm naturally. The next second, with a pop sound, the two disappeared in place. However, they did not appear at the Leaky Cauldron as they wished. Boom! Before he could see where it was, Yunvo felt that he had hit a hard wall, as if there had been an extremely tragic car accident. His internal organs were twisted and blood rushed down his throat. The horizon trembled and shook, making him feel a sense of vomiting, and then he really vomited. Yet with the smelly food residue mixed with blood foam and gastric juice spitting out, he felt better and began to search for Gaudreau's location. Not far in front of him, Gaudreau was lying on his back on the ground in pain. He hit him so hard that he felt an abnormal displacement of half of his body. Are you all right? What's going on? Aren't we going to the Leaky Cauldron? Unioff asked while clutching his chest. After confirming that Gadwin was alive and well, Eugene began to observe the surrounding environment. They were in such a simple and solemn room. The walls on all four sides were made of large blocks of marble, which were quite strong. On one of the walls, on the other wall, there is an arched door and window interspersed with iron wires. Looking out through the door and window, the weather is still quite cloudy. Universityers staggered to the window. According to the style of the room arrangement, he tentatively thought that they were in a church, and if it was the church near the Leaky Cauldron, perhaps the situation of the Leaky Cauldron could be seen from the doors and windows. However, the window is facing another street, and the street is full of people. Because it is Saturday, even if it is cloudy, it is lively enough. It looks like nothing happened. He was thinking like this when he heard a loud bang from the other side, followed by the sound of houses collapsing. The muggles on the street were startled by the sound. Some people stayed in place, while others ran towards the source of the sound. These people of good deeds turned a corner and disappeared from Unioff's sight. Unioff turned to look at Gadwin, who was sitting up against the wall, who was sending a letter to the Ministry of Magic. Wait here. Apparently he also heard the loud noise, wait for support. Let's go out. With my current physical condition, it's hard to get out of the Dark Wizard. No, I have to go and have a look. Eugene walked towards the door, but because of Gadwin's buffer, his injury was much less severe. Jerry L. Wait here for me, Gardwin said angrily. You're a little wizard who doesn't even master standard spells. What's the use of going? I'll be careful. Union opened the door, and outside the door were up and down stairs. At this time, he already had a very bad premonition in his heart. Since the other party acted with such great fanfare, he was even willing to pay a dragon and a powerful dark wizard as the price. However, what is there in the leaky cauldron to be so coveted? Presumably it's not something insignificant like a drink recipe, but beyond that, what's left of the leaky cauldron? From the point of view of rarity and peculiarity, it is difficult for him not to think of Heindulch. The soul form is Dementor, and the wand is Thestral tail hair and you would. More importantly, she received special attention from Dumbledore. He had to guess in this direction. As for his only qualified person, he must take a look. Without looking at it, he can't feel at ease. If it's what he thinks, it doesn't matter if the strength is not enough, it doesn't matter if he can't do anything, but at least let him know who the other party is. If he can't even do this, how can he have the face to pretend to be in the mansion in the future? Damn it. Seeing that Eugene was about to go out, Gardwin raised his wand and wanted to immobilize him quickly. Then, he heard Eugene say Lumos. He had seen the extraordinary power of the illuminating mantra in the hands of Union, so he instinctively raised his hands to cover his eyes and closed his eyes. However, the expected light did not appear, but Unioff had disappeared. He suddenly vomited blood. On the other side, Yunvo was running upwards. He kept his purpose firmly in mind, and every second he told himself that he must decide according to the situation, and he must not die with blood. Before that, at least get a high point to observe the panorama. The stairs turned up a few times, and before he came to an iron door, there was no doubt a lock on the iron door. Unioff took out his hazelwood wand and waved it at the lock, shouting Alohomora, Alohomora. The door lock was opened at the sound, and Yunvo pushed open the iron door and came to the top of the bell tower with small spires at the four corners. He leaned on the toothed edge of the top of the tower and looked in the direction of the source of the loud noise. To him, it was very eye-catching. A house had collapsed beyond its appearance, and there were still broken signboards in the ruins, and the words bar remained on the signboard. The Muggles who followed the sound were gathered around, either surprised or frowning and discussing something. Obviously, the magic that protects the leaky cauldron from Muggles is also destroyed with the destruction of the bar. However, this is good news for Unioff, which means that he can infiltrate the crowd. In the non-casting state, there is no magic fluctuation in him, and he looks no different from Muggles. So he turned down again, came to the ground floor, turned into the splendid dome cathedral, passed between the rows of neat seats, and walked out of the almost triangular pointed arch under the merciful gaze of the suffering Jesus. The crowd was still surging, and there were not a few people who liked to watch the lively event. When Unioff drilled into it, it was as if water droplets melted into the sea. He soon came to the collapsed leaky cauldron bar and listened to men and women, old and young, pointing at the ruins. He grabbed a young man who seemed to have come earlier and asked, "What's the situation?" The young man pointed to the ruins, and said in a tone that was not obvious, "The house has collapsed. Did anyone escape from it?" "It doesn't seem to be," the young man said. "Did you not see a single one?" Unioff asked. "People in all kinds of fancy clothes, but maybe there are people dressed in ordinary clothes like us." "No." The young man shook his head. Really. I was buying records next to me at the time, and I was shocked when I heard such a loud noise. I thought it was going to be an earthquake," said the young man. "I ran out and saw that it was the house next to me. It collapsed. Strange to say, I often come here to buy records, but I never noticed that there was such a house next to it. It's like popping out of the spot," he said suspiciously. He seemed to want to say something else, but Unioff ignored it. He looked at the ruins with all his eyesight, looking for any bloodstains. However, when he looked up, there were only shards of stone, wood, and glass, but there were no traces of blood. Besides, he didn't smell blood www.reborn.com, but he smelled a lot of alcohol. Unioff breathed a sigh of relief. If no one died, it means that there is still room for recovery. But the leaky cauldron can't be empty, even if it's the worst afternoon for business. Where did they all go? Diagon Alley? So, he began to look for the brick wall leading to Diagon Alley, but groping for the location based on memory, all he saw was just a pile of broken red bricks, and there was no pebble behind it leading to the Wizarding World. Road. Yunvo was disappointed. It didn't take long for people from the Ministry of Magic to arrive. They pretended to be Muggle SWAT officers, evacuated the crowd, and cleaned up the ruins of the leaky cauldron. Gadwin limped up to Universitier. "Did you see anything?" he asked. "No." Unioff said emptily, "I feel ashamed. Can't even do the most basic things." "Me too," Gardwin said, "but luckily, there are no casualties." The two batters who looked after the leaky cauldron were stunned and thrown into a nearby alley. The bar owner and customers were also stunned and thrown at the entrance of Diagon Alley. The other party doesn't seem to have any intention to kill. However, someone is still missing. He handed over a photo. "She should be your classmate. The grey clouds in the sky are endless, and the dim light has dyed the city of London bleak. The weather is really bad," Gadwin complained, and upon hearing Univafe's question, he replied, "This photo was provided by Professor Dumbledore. He went to the Ministry of Magic not long after the incident." "Oh." Unioff stared at the photo, as if looking for clues from it, and said, "Is he still at the Ministry of Magic now? I have a lot of questions I want to ask him." "No." His Guardian habitually wanted to spread his hands, but this action involved his injury, which made him take a deep breath. After a while, he said, "Actually, we also have a lot of questions." But he came and went in a hurry. According to my colleague, his face was very bad, and his solemnity seemed to have not changed in 1,000 years. Iceberg. Unioff tried to imagine Dumbledore's frosty face, but it was difficult to connect the old man with the enthusiasm like a spring breeze. But there is no doubt that Dumbledore must know something, or ask him tomorrow at Hogwarts. In the same way, if Indreach can still enter the mansion, he can also obtain some information there. Yunfu thought about everything a few times, and finally determined that there was nothing important to do now. The tight strings slackened all of a sudden, and the long-accumulated exhaustion poured out silently, filling every cell. For the first time in his life, he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the system time had already shown that it was 6 p.m. The location has also changed. The light entering the pupils is not bright, except for a narrow yellow light on the left side. The lighting mainly comes from a crystal bubble with a few candles in the center of the ceiling. Such a scene obviously does not belong in the Muggle world. Perlulu, feeling the master's awakening, Pu Rongrong rubbed Yunfu's cheek with her soft fur and let out a cute cry. Unioff sat up and found himself lying on a white hospital bed. Turning his head, looking around, a room came into view. The room is not big, there are 3 hospital beds in order from the door, and he is the middle one. The one on the left is half-lying, half-sitting Gadwin, who was passing the time with the Daily Prophet in his hand. On the one on the right, Kingsley was lying there, not knowing whether he was closing his eyes or sleeping. Sitting in a chair between him and Kingsley, Williamson was fascinated, holding a copy of The Legend of the Wigtown Wanderers. Well, the horrors he knew a little bit were all in this room. Hearing the sound, Williamson put down the book in his hand, looked over and said in surprise, "Are you awake? The therapist said you're going to sleep at least until tomorrow." "Where is this place?" Unioff asked. "This is St. Mungo's," Williamson said. "How are you feeling now?" Yunfu sensed the condition of his body and did not feel much discomfort. The impact damage caused by apparition had apparently been healed. "The spirit is also full of a lot not bad," he replied, then looked at Gadwin and asked, "Any news?" Gadwin put down the newspaper a little, showed helpless eyes, and said, "No news, I just want to recover from my injury in the hospital." "Oh," Eugene asked, "how is your health?" "It's okay, I can take you to platform 9 tomorrow." Gadwin said angrily, "Also, everything you went to school has already been packed." He pointed to the suitcase in the corner and said, "The orphanage has already said hello, you will stay here tonight." "Is the orphanage all right?" Unioff asked. "It's safe and sound, very safe," Gadwin said. "Now that most of the people in the Law Enforcement Division and the Accident and Disaster Division know how to apparate there, we'll have 1 or 2 people looking after it, and it's as safe as it gets." Yunvo thought about it carefully, and it really happened, and said, "I didn't expect this kind of benefit." The mood slightly improved. Even so, there is nothing to say after that. This encounter is not a happy thing for several people. Unioff had nothing to do, so he went to the box and picked up the Transformation Guide for Beginners that he had not read in the morning to continue reading. He couldn't let himself be idle, and when he was idle, memories would come to his mind. Although there was a surge of anger in his heart, he still knew what was beyond his power and what was within his power. Rather than being incompetent and furious, it is better to turn anger into a driving force for strength. And there are 2 ways to increase strength: invisible art and magic spell. The progress of invisible art is really not fast, but magic spell can be studied. Among the spells he has come into contact with now, there are 2 special spells. One is the repairing spell, which he can cast without a staff. The second is the illuminating mantra, and the nature of the lamp has a very strong blessing. But no matter which spell it is, there are considerable limitations. To be precise, the lack of attack power. Although the lighting spell can blind the enemy's eyes and limit the enemy's perception, as long as you take precautions and don't look directly at the light, you can avoid its damage to the greatest extent. It would be great if there were more advanced lighting spells, thought Unioff. He had asked Kingsley about this, but the latter told him that, in general, there was only one ultimate fluorescent flash to learn. Reading www.uukansha.com, and the effect of the ultimate fluorescent flicker is that it is brighter and can be thrown out. In terms of flexibility, it is still lackluster. Other than that, only with the help of transfiguration. Transfiguration is a complex magic that transforms the form of existence of objects. From elementary to advanced, it can transform the shape, expression, and even essence of objects in turn. Perhaps it can meet the needs of Unioff. To be more specific, the deformation of light is achieved through polymorphism. First of all, if he can control the light to enter the eyes of the enemy from all angles, then obviously whoever wants to be his enemy will be blind. Secondly, if he can control the light of different degrees and colors, then it may cause an illusion effect on the enemy. No matter which of these 2 transformations he achieves, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. However, the ideal is lofty and the future is promising, but it is difficult to implement in practice. Not to mention how to deform an ethereal substance like light. Even ordinary transfiguration is not so easy to master. Casting transfiguration not only requires correct spelling and wand swinging like any other spell, but also requires imagining the shape and appearance of the transformed object. This kind of imagination can only be vivid. Thinking of that simple stick figure, Unioff had a certain understanding of his level of imagination. Although part of the reason is that the foreseen picture has lost only the basic outline, but if the imagination is rich enough, you can actually outline some details with intuition. Rather than just two diagonal lines, a semicircle, a triangle, a few people. If he hadn't been anxious at the time, he would have been embarrassed to take out the painting. Thinking like this, he turned his head and asked Gadwin, then, "Where is the picture I painted now?" "Which one?" Gadwin's black eyes protruded from the newspaper. "Which one could it be?" "I'll show you one, the one outside the window on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron," said Unioff. "Oh." Gadwin covered his eyes with a newspaper. "It's handed in." "Have you handed it in?" Unioff raised his voice involuntarily. "It was handed in." Gadwin confirmed, it was handed over to the Department of Mysteries for study. After all, such an accurate and important prophecy, and such a concise and unique manuscript. The tone was very calm, but for some reason, Unioff could hear a pleasant smell, and Gadwin's hand holding the newspaper was also trembling slightly. It was definitely not because of fear. The Transformation Guide for Beginners slowly slipped from Yunvo's hands, but before it fell completely, he pinched it again, and the pages were a little wrinkled. He inhaled deeply and exhaled steadily, suppressing the idea of forcing the Ministry of Magic to the bottom of his heart. "Never mind. It's just for research, not for exhibition, so what's the shame? Rather, being able to foresee the future with just a few strokes is truly a remarkable ability." He comforted himself like this and continued to read. "Although I already have the idea of improving my imagination through painting, before moving it into the schedule, I still need to learn about the corresponding painting skills, so as to avoid double the effort." After a while, the door rang with a dong dong dong, and Williamson went to open the door, took dinner for 5 from a dining car, and brought it into the room. Unioff looked at him curiously. He wanted to know what the hospitals in the magical world would give to hospitalized patients. The result was porridge. He took his bowl from Williamson, looked at it, took a few sips, and found that it should be mixed with berries, eggs, and ground beef. "The taste is not particularly good. It is not a problem of the recipe, but the heat is not in place. There is a lot of room for improvement. However, as a patient, the food is enough. After drinking it, the stomach is warm and nutritious." Williamson said that if there is not enough to eat, then you can buy something else. Unioff thought it was not bad. When drinking, Pu Rongrong crawled over with small hands and feet, staring at the bowl with eyes dripping. Yunfu dipped a bit of his finger to feed it, and Pu Rongrong stretched out her pink tongue to lick it, feeling itchy, and then saw its cream-yellow fur stretch out like the afternoon sun, making a humming sound. Unioff just fed it little by little until it was full and dozed off on the quilt contentedly. With a flick of his finger, Unioff pushed it and rolled it. It raised its head and squinted its eyes, and went back to sleep. Lazy guy. Unioff put it beside the soft pillow, and Puffy rubbed the pillow comfortably. On the other side, Kingsley drank 2 portions of porridge by himself, chatted briefly with Union for a few words, and went back to sleep. He seems to want to get back to health as soon as possible. Nothing else. www.readon.com at 10 o'clock. I gathered the first seed of knowledge today and entered Mansu. Plant trees, water them, and wait for Hermione and Heinlesch to come online. At about 11:30, the prayer of "We call on the night watchman, the who guides the way forward" could be heard faintly. Listening to the tone, it was Hermione who came in. As Hermione and Andreshi planted more and more trees and their relationship with Mansu became closer, Unionfo gradually became able to hear their prayers. But so far, he hasn't been able to force them into Mansu as he did in the first recruitment. Maybe it's because the connection isn't close enough. After all, they've only been in for less than a month. With a thought, it turned into giant pupils, and his eyes covered all directions. Somewhere in the woods. Hermione opened her eyes, straightened up, waved her hands and feet, and did some stretching exercises up and down. She has fully adapted to the woodland environment, and sometimes, she feels more at home here than at home, especially after mixing with the trees here. You can roll, climb trees, swing, and there are no rules. She felt that she had completely released herself here. As long as a good tree is planted, Mr. Night Watchman doesn't care about anything, and he even gave him a reward last night. During the week, she can go anywhere in the woodland, and the trees will take the initiative to divide the road for her. She tried it and felt like a prime minister inspecting the army. It feels great. Miss Dementor is so envious that her robe will explode. She decided to show off again today. After all, we are going to Hogwarts tomorrow. Judging from his performance in the past month, it is really hard not to be discovered by the smart and elegant Miss Dementor. At that time, he will definitely be take care of him, possibly even living in the shadow of Miss Dementor's rule for an entire school year. Hermione had already thought about how Miss Dementor would treat her. Miss Dementor will definitely rely on her being a senior, relying on her outstanding background, and use various names to make her bring tea and water, even do laundry and cooking, and then use the saved time to read books and plant trees, winning the moon's Mansu commendation. I really feel despicable just thinking about it. So, be sure to show off on this last night. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. Just when will Miss Dementor come? Hermione thought. But it's not a problem to just wait. She walked into the woods and decided to find her Granger family first. Yes, the Granger family. It can already be called a family, and it is quite large, with 72 members, and she herself is the head of the family. Under the active guidance of the trees, she soon came to her enclosure. Most of the enclosure are her trees. A willow-like tree waved its branches from a distance to welcome her. Granger 1, good evening, Hermione greeted. Then www.reborn.com saw one of its twigs falling in front of Hermione's eyes, standing up and looking forward to it. No. Hermione raised her otter face, shook her head and said, "You are the biggest, you should let the smaller tree." The twigs drooped down immediately. Hermione looked at it, her heart softened a little, and said, "For the sake of taking good care of you, just a little." The twigs suddenly became energetic and came over like a puppy. "Just a little bit," Hermione emphasized, then docked her fingers with the twigs and fed Granger number 1 some mental energy. After about a minute or two, Hermione pulled her finger back decisively, and Granger number 1 couldn't be cute no matter how cute it was. In fact, it is not very cute now. It is more than 2 meters tall, and its gold and silver lines are covered by a layer of gray bark, and occasionally it shows gem-like flashes. But the main reason is that Hermione's mental strength is not enough. If she wants to feed all 71 trees at one time, she doesn't have to do anything. Fortunately, a tree can endure thirst for a day or two as long as it is fed continuously for a week, and if it is fed for a total of 2 weeks, it can maintain its own existence. Of course, if you lose the irrigation of spiritual power, you will not be able to continue to grow. Hermione was halfway through planting trees, but she still had not waited for the news of Miss Dementor's appearance. She wrinkled her little otter nose, feeling that something was wrong. They have already made an appointment. Even if there is a slight deviation in time, it will not be so severe. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go to Miss Dementor's prefecture to see the situation. Knowing the specific location from the tree, she stretched out her right claw upwards, then waved it forward and said, "Everyone, come with me." Seeing a road in the forest separated, the seedlings jumped on the big tree one after another, and the small trees followed behind the big tree. She also jumped on the branches of Granger number 1 in a few steps, with the smallest seedling hanging on her shoulders. Hermione took her 72 trees, plus 1, and relocated the family in one direction. This is something that can only be done if you have the right of access to the woodland, otherwise, those old trees who don't know how many years they have grown will not give way to her obediently. Not long after, she saw a tall and straight cedar. There are many cedars in the woodland, but there is only one tree that will not make way for her at this time, and that is Miss Dementor's Dementor number 1. Of course, this is the name she chose for convenience, and she usually doesn't recognize it. "Is your Miss Dementor here?" she asked. I saw the cedar shaking the tree. Hermione patted her willow tree and motioned for it to translate. The trees in the woodland can understand what she said, but in turn, she can only understand the meaning of her own tree, and the meaning of other trees can only be understood through the translation of her own tree. I saw the willow tree waving its branches from side to side a few times, as if shaking its head. "Aren't you here yet?" Hermione's face wrinkled, her paws resting on her chin, feeling that something was wrong. "It's been almost an hour and a half now. Could it be because of something that delayed the time to enter Mansu? It's not that you don't want to see her." Hermione shook her head and ruled out this possibility. Miss Dementor is not such a willful person, and she gets along quite well. That pleasant feeling can never be faked. That's because something happened in reality. Speaking of which, there are indeed a lot of things about Miss Dementor, otherwise, she would not have opened the gap of 8 trees in the monthly commendation. But, when will she come? Hermione stretched, clapped her hands on her mouth, and yawned. Since she couldn't show her presence in front of Miss Dementor, she felt that there was something missing from her long stay tonight. Then, she saw a willow branch dangling in front of her eyes, pointing in one direction. Hermione looked in the direction and saw behind the cedar 2 or 3 dull, listless seedlings. She couldn't help frowning. The newly born tree of knowledge is very fragile and must be fed with mental power on time to survive. Miss Dementor must be in a hurry, otherwise she won't even forget this. She jumped down from the branches, and the willow branches gently hugged her to cushion her to the ground. She walked over, intending to feed Miss Dementor a little, but saw the cedar tree in front of her. Those seedlings also retreated behind the cedar. No need to translate this, Hermione knew what it meant. Just don't want her to feed. It will wither. She frowned and said, "Miss Dementor doesn't know when she will come." The cedar trembled, and the few seedlings retreated further. Strange. Back then, Miss Dementor didn't refuse to feed other trees with mental power. Why can't I be there? It feels like a thief. Otherwise, don't care? It's not her tree anyway. But when she looked at the haggard seedlings, she felt very unbearable. What if it really dies? She thought for a while and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go see Mr. Night Watchman." The woods separated by a narrow gap, and a path showed in between, and Hermione walked in alone. Seeing that Mr. Night Watchman can't drag his family to make a big splash, it would be too rude to do so. Passing a thin stream of water on the way, she couldn't help but be a little curious, but when she thought of the few seedlings waiting to be fed, she decided to see Mr. Night Watchman first. There are still 6 days left for the woodland right-of-way, and it is quite easy to find this water flow again. After a while, in a slightly open space, Hermione saw Mr. Night's watch again, and Yunvo had been waiting here for a long time. "Good evening, Mr. Night Watchman." Hermione waved her paw from a distance. "Good evening, Miss Otter." Unioff's voice was calm, as usual. When Hermione got closer, he asked, "What are you looking for from me?" "That." Hermione hesitated for a moment. "I want to ask, did something happen to Miss Dementor?" It's not a good thing to inquire about Miss Dementor from Mr. Night's watch, but she is still a little worried. "Yes. She has encountered some special circumstances," Unioff said. "What's the situation?" Hermione asked nervously. "I'm not very clear about this." Eugene replied with facts. "For some reasons, I can't observe the real world yet." Hermione couldn't help being a little disappointed. "Just, for now?" However, she still focused her attention on the top priority and asked, "Will Miss Dementor enter the mansion tonight?" Yunvo glanced at the next glance and said, "You can ask me this question again tomorrow." Hermione scratched her head, feeling that she was asking stupidly. Since Mr. Night's watch can't observe the real world, how can he be sure whether Miss Dementor will enter the mansion? "What about her tree?" she asked. "If Miss Dementor doesn't come in, her tree, especially the seedlings, will die. And www.reborn.com they seem to refuse my feeding," she said distressfully. "Why is that? Did Miss Dementor feed other trees with mental power before?" "You want to feed those seedlings, right?" "Yeah." Hermione nodded. Unefo said carefully, "They rejected you because they were worried that your spiritual power would erase the spiritual imprint of Miss Dementor." "Mental imprint? Obliterated." Hermione was stunned for a moment. "The spiritual imprint is the basis for the connection between you and the tree. If it is erased, the connection between you and the tree will also be lost," Yunvo explained. "Injecting one's own spiritual power will deepen the spiritual imprint, and injecting the spiritual power of others will cancel the spiritual imprint. Therefore, it is most suitable for individuals to take care of their own trees, and the spiritual imprint on the seedlings is the easiest to erase. They will decide whether to obey you or not according to their own will." "So that's what happened." Hermione was stunned. No wonder those seedlings looked like that. With Miss Dementor's personality, the tree she planted must have this temperament. But, what to do with those seedlings? "Can we just watch them die?" she said worriedly. Unea said calmly, "I can take care of Miss Dementor's tree for a period of time without erasing her marks. However, if she doesn't hear back for a long time, these marks will gradually fade with time." Hermione cleared her doubts and went back to work. And when she returned to her original place, she saw 14 extremely thin silver threads shot from far away from the sky, connecting all the way to Miss Dementor's 14th smallest tree of knowledge. After a while, these silver threads disappeared one by one, and the trees seemed full of energy. "Mr. Night Watchman is amazing." She felt less worried and felt much more at ease. On the other hand, Yunvo felt a little distressed, and he poured his spiritual power from a distance, and the loss was twice as high as normal. Still, he needs to show some ability to reassure people. The safety of Heinrich must be determined as soon as possible. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Unioff woke up leisurely. He still spends 2 hours of ordinary sleep, and expects to meet again the tide of information that reveals the future. However, it did not come true, as usual, not even a dream. Thinking about it now, yesterday's event was not so much a prophecy, but rather was run over by the wheels of the future and caught a glimpse of the imprint it left on the ground in advance. Even this imprint disappeared quickly under some force. This shows that he may have some kind of potential, but this potential has not been converted into ability. He couldn't help but think of the divination lessons at Hogwarts. "Wake up? I was just about to call you." Gadwin interrupted his association. He was buttoning a white collar and said, "Get dressed and wash, have some breakfast, we have to leave at 8 o'clock. "So early?" Unioff turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "Don't the train leave at 11 o'clock? Just received a mission." Gadwin handed it over with a piece of spread out light purple paper between his fingers. "We have to pick up the boy who lived by the way, you know who I'm talking about." He put emphasis on the word "by the way." Harry Potter. Of course Unioff knew, not only from the movie, but also from the Shattering Cauldron when he heard about the wizard there, and then he thought that the place was in ruins. Poor leaky cauldron. As well as. Unef was silent for a while. The next second, he took the note and asked casually, "Can you show me the documents from the Ministry of Magic?" "It's not really a document, and it doesn't have any valuable information. Gardwin said indifferently, by the way, I thought you were the type who didn't care much about the rules. Your prejudice. Unioff said, I'm happy to follow the appropriate rules. He unfolded the note and saw that it simply said, Dear Mr. Roberts, please pick up Harry Potter, you should know where he lives. Head of Horror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour. Gadwin was right, there was indeed no important information, but Unioff still remembered the name on the inscription. Then, he asked strangely, by the way, why did you suddenly want to pick up Harry Potter? Did he encounter any danger? He remembered that Harry was never so cared for in the movie, at least in the first one. Although it's a little chaotic now, it shouldn't affect him. I don't know, but there shouldn't be any danger, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as a note, Gardwin said. He took out a dark blue suit and put it on, giving him the feeling of a Wall Street elite, and Unioff felt that he was still one tie away. However, you can probably guess a little. He said, after all, things have not been peaceful at all recently, and it's normal for people to be careful. Then, he glanced at Unioff and asked, You don't seem to have any reaction to the name Harry Potter. But before Yunvo could answer, he asked himself and said, That's right, you came from an orphanage and didn't have any personal experience with that war. In addition, you have experienced many big scenes yourself. Reactions are normal. Sure enough, he took out a gray-blue tie, tied it around his neck, and said, Speaking of this, I'm still looking forward to what it will be like when you meet. Unioff raised his head and glanced at Gadwin, and said, Aren't you talking a bit too much today? He was pulling out a brown long-sleeved shirt and a pair of blue jeans from his suitcase. He remembered that it might be a little cold tonight. Of course, said Gardwin without hesitation. You have no idea how many people will breathe a sigh of relief when you go to Hogwarts. Thanks to you, the Ministry of Magic is now doing 2 jobs alone. Life. Except for the first time, it's not my fault. Yunvo protested. In fact, the first time was also an accident. Whatever you want to say. Gardwin took out a mirror and looked at himself, straightened his hair and straightened his tie, and said, Everyone thinks so, and you show up at the disaster scene every time. It's also true. At least it's a disaster star. Yunvo was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it really makes sense. A plant grows in my heart. He got dressed, went to the bathroom to wash quickly, said goodbye to Kingsley and Williamson, and went to the store on the 6th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital with Gardwin to buy breakfast, sat in the adjacent tea room to eat, and then waited until 7:50, take the elevator to the 1st floor. By the way, why are the shops and tea rooms on the 6th floor? Did the architect who designed this hospital stay up late when he was drawing the design drawings, so that he drew the things on the 1st floor to the 6th floor? Unioff groaned inwardly, walked out of the elevator, and followed Gadwin through a narrow corridor. They came to a place that looked like a waiting room, and there were already people in line. This is exactly the same as an ordinary hospital. No matter where you are, there is always no shortage of people to see a doctor. In addition, on the wall behind the information desk, UU reading www.uukunshu.com hangs a large portrait of a witch with long curly silver hair, which states, Daris Derwent, St. Mungo's healer, 1722 to 1741, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 1741 to 1768. There is the headmaster of Hogwarts here. Di Lisi seemed to see him too, and winked at him. Only then did Unioff remember that the portraits in the magical world are basically alive. How is this made? He asked Gardwin. I don't know. Gardwin said confidently, I'm just an ordinary Auror, but I heard that only the top wizards can leave such portraits. You can ask Hogwarts for details. Professors. As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged Unioff to a glass and passed through it. Then, they wore it out from the other side. Unioff looked back and found a shop window with an ugly dummy in it, wearing a green nylon skirt and no eyelashes. Looking up, the sign reads Tau Tau Co., Limited. Gadwin said, Remember this place. If you want to go in, just talk to the dummy. I feel like you will come often. Who would come to the hospital often? Approaching the car, he found a wizard sitting in the driver's seat, wearing a bright green velvet suit with a strange expression. I thought it was you who drove the car, Eugene said to Gadwin. Although I also want to drive it once, the Ministry of Magic has a dedicated driver. Gardwin opened the back of the car and helped him put the suitcase on. After all, this is not an ordinary car, and it is difficult for ordinary people to drive it if they are not familiar with it. He walked to the front and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing him like this, Unioff also took the seat at the back by the side of the road. He was about to open the car window to enjoy the fresh morning air when the driver stopped him. Better not to do that. Compared with his mysterious expression, his tone was much more normal. Why? Eugene asked. Because the car deforms when you need it. You don't like the wind that comes in at that time, the driver said. It's even more unfortunate that if you have part of your body sticking out of the window at that time, we'll wait a while. Gotta come back again. Or go directly to the crematorium, added Gardwin. Okay. Eugene closed the car window tightly. Then I heard Gardwin say, We're going to number 4 Privet Road, Little Whinging, Surrey. The road is quite far, and we have to catch the 11 o'clock noon train. Please drive faster. Don't worry, I'm a professional. The driver smiled slightly, but his expression became even more strange. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Union did as he did, as did Gadwin. The driver saw that both of them were ready and stepped on the accelerator. The car started slowly, accelerated gradually, and turned around at the intersection at a speed of about 20 or 30 miles, which was very in line with the city's speed limit standards. However, the speed of the car has been accelerating, and soon it increased to 70 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles. The houses, street trees, cars of various colors and people outside the window recede at an increasing speed, gradually turning into a distorted and blurred dynamic abstract painting. Pu Rongrong's eyes on her shoulders gradually became frightened. After a sharp turn, Union suddenly leaned on his back against the angle between the seat and the door, feeling an extreme push back. He felt his cheeks twist. Pu Rongrong flew up, grabbed his collar tightly, and let out a cute scream. Unioff tucked it into his clothes. At this speed, no matter what it hits, it must be shattered. However, nothing collided, and the driver turned the steering wheel frantically and flexibly, constantly overtaking the various vehicles in front of him. It's like the sports car game I've played in my last life. Even if they encounter narrow gaps that ordinary cars cannot pass through, they can pass through quite comfortably. Through a magical deformation, not only the car is deformed, but even the person is deformed, but there is not much discomfort. University guessed that this might be a change in space. Isn't it cool? Gardwin said with a smile, and at some point, the buttons on his shirt collar were opened a few times. Not bad. Unioff agreed, and then asked, what kind of magic is this? He vaguely guessed that there might be transfiguration in it, but he wasn't sure. Better to ask. What a boring kid. Gadwin looked through the rearview mirror and pouted. A complex combination of traceless stretching and transfiguration, he replied. It's not something you can learn now. Oh. Unioff nodded, raising his evaluation of the wizard's magic skills by a notch. Such a level is not necessarily weaker than the technology of the Muggle world, or even far exceeds, at least in some fields. After an hour or so, they gradually slowed down and came to a clean street. They stopped in front of the courtyard of one of the square, well-ordered buildings on both sides of the street. You get out of the car first. Gardwin turned his head and said, okay. Unioff nodded. Even if Gadwin didn't say it, he would have made such a request. He didn't want to be alone in the same car with a strange wizard, even the driver who had just brought them from London. Opening the car door, getting out of the car, his feet touched the ground, and Unioff felt a slight emptiness. The car was still too fast. Gadwin also got out of the car. He straightened his hair in the rearview mirror, tidied up his clothes, and led Unioff to the house. Walking to the door, he rang the doorbell. After a minute or two, Unioff was keenly aware of a pair of eyes sticking out of the cat's eyes, and Gadwin flashed his ID and badge at the cat's eyes. After a while, the door was opened with a narrow gap, revealing a small, alert face, wearing glasses, with a shriveled mouth, and 2 faint tears on his cheeks. His height is still a little higher than the cat's eye, and he should have been on tiptoe or stepping on a stool just now. Who are you? What's the matter? He asked cautiously. Even though he had tried his best to suppress it, Unioff could still hear a choked sob. Harry Potter. Gadwin was obviously a little surprised too. But he quickly accepted the fact, leaning down and unfolding his papers for Harry to examine. I'm Gadwin Roberts, Auror at the Ministry of Magic, and I'm here to take you to Hogwarts. Harry's slightly red and swollen eyes suddenly lit up, and asked incredulously, really? But he immediately looked at Gadwin suspiciously. The wizard he remembered was not like this with a suit and leather collar. Of course it's true. Gadwin patted Union on the shoulder and said, he's just like you. Yunfu showed his hazel wand knowingly and said, hello, I'm Yunfu Geralt, and I'm also a freshman going to Hogwarts. Please give me more advice. Harry believed it now. He happily opened the door and said, hello, I'm Harry Potter, please give me some advice. He held out his hand. Unioff was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Harry raised his head slightly, raised the round-rimmed glasses on his face, and rolled his eyes up a little. Is there nothing stuck on the lenses? Yunfu came back to his senses, smiled, and said, it's nothing, I just saw some cracks on your spectacle lenses. I'll fix it for you. He stretched out his wand, tapped it on the spectacle lens, and said softly, reparo. Just listening to the pop sound, the cracks on the top disappeared, and even the bent and worn parts of the frame were repaired together as before. Harry's 2 eyes stared blankly at the place where the crack was repaired, almost becoming cross-eyed, and his mouth also turned into a small O shape. Harry was a small boy, but he was wearing clothes that were a few sizes bigger than him. His face was rather thin, but he had the same jet-black hair as Unioff's, and a pair of emerald green eyes. Under the bangs in front of the forehead, a faint lightning scar could be faintly seen. He heard Gardwin's question and replied, you mean Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia? They drove away 2 hours ago and they're taking Dudley to school. Dudley is my cousin. Gadwin frowned and asked, don't they just let you be at home alone? Actually, they don't worry about me being at home alone. Before Gadwin's face loosened, Harry continued to say, they are afraid that I will tear down the house. Occasionally, strange things will happen around me. Of course, I now know that it is all the effect of magic. But they have to take Dudley to school, he said. They were supposed to take me to the 9 platform, but Uncle Vernon suddenly told me this morning that someone from the government called and said they would send someone to pick me up. Past. I thought he was lying to me, but I didn't expect it to be true. At this point, he was obviously relieved. So that's the case. Gadwin nodded. Can you let me go inside and take a look? Harry hesitated a bit. He looked at Union again, and then stepped aside and said, okay. Gadwin went in to check and found no traces of magic. He turned around and said, sorry, a lot has happened recently, so it's inevitable that I'm a little suspicious. What's the matter? Harry asked curiously. About this, you can ask the friend you just met in the future. He knows much more than me. Gadwin said, however, it's getting late, so let's hurry up. Where is your luggage? Harry glanced at University curiously, but still focused on business. He walked to the stairs and tried to pull over his bulky suitcase, which also had a bird cage with a snow owl locked in it. Gadwin went to help him carry the suitcase out, but Harry was still holding the birdcage himself. They walked out and closed the door. Unioff looked at the snow owl in the cage and couldn't help saying, what a beautiful snow owl, my friend also has one. Really, said Harry somewhat surprised, Hedwig has company now. Shui Xiao blinked his big round eyes and let out a goo-goo sound. Pu Ruru, Pu Rong exposed half of his body from the neckline. It just woke up and hid in Unioff's clothes, and it has been sleeping. What is this? Harry's eyes widened. Push room. Unifer pulled the puffball out of his collar and put it in his hand. It's a very easy to care magical pet with very soft fur. Would you like to touch it? Can you? Harry asked. Of course. Harry carefully took Puffy and touched it. Puff was very well behaved and did whatever she wanted, but it wasn't as close as he did with Union. Gadwin urged, get in the car first, if you don't want to be late. Let's talk as we walk, University suggested. Okay. As Harry walked, he handed the velvet back to Union and said, it's really comfortable to touch. What's its name? I haven't gotten up yet, said Unioff. In his opinion, the function of the name is mainly to refer to it clearly, and there is only one Puffy Velvet in his life, so the name is completely unnecessary. In addition, the naming is also very troublesome. He told the truth. The truth is this truth. Harry glanced at him, but it always sounds a little strange. He said a little embarrassedly, my Hedwig can also be touched by you, but it is not convenient for him to be in the cage now. Unioff smiled, it doesn't matter, there will be opportunities in the future. The two got into the car, and Unioff told Harry to fasten his seatbelt, and then it was another thrilling drag racing ride. When turning the corner, Harry and Hedwig both widened their eyes and screamed. Unefo and Pu Rong closed their eyes together. It is worth mentioning that when they were almost in London, they even caught up with the Dursleys' car, which Harry recognized at a glance. They arrived at King's Cross at about 10:20. Gadwin helped them put the suitcases on the trolley and helped them push the station. The beige brick wall, the sunlight falling through the glass iron boron, reflected one bright square on the ground. The station was crowded, but not crowded. Overall, a warm and peaceful scene. After a while, they came to the edge of the partition wall between platforms 9 and 10. That's it, all you have to do is walk straight into the wall, don't stop, and you'll be able to get to platform 9. Gadwin said beamingly, Yunvo, you have experience, just like St. Mungo's. His joy had already jumped to his face, and he was simply beaming. Yunvo nodded speechlessly. He pushed the cart towards the metal partition wall, demonstrating for Harry. However, halfway through the rush, he suddenly stopped, his face so dignified that water dripped. What's the matter? Gadwin said with a smile, aren't you afraid? Unioff was too lazy to pay attention to him, staring at the system prompt that suddenly popped up. Detected that the host received the first drop of pain. The thing of pain is condensed from the most fundamental pain of the qualified person, and it can also increase the construction progress of the well. At the same time, the thing of pain can double the output of the water of desire. www.reading.com. Note 1. Birth is hard, old age is hard, sickness is hard, death is hard, love and separation are hard, resentment is hard, not being able to seek is hard, and the 5 yin are inflamed. Note 2. Pain is the source of desire. The current source of suffering, Indreach roll. Condensation speed, affliction 2 drops/day. Condensation speed, water of desire 5 drops/day. He didn't care what others thought of his staring into the void, he just took out Indleshi's card and checked it out. With just a glance, he noticed the change in the painting, the platinum blonde hair turned silver, the light blue eyes turned snow, and the complexion became even paler, and a black mist oozed around him. Looking further down, I saw that the card description added another paragraph, important update, on September 1, 1991, at 10:23 a.m., Indreach Roar had a magical awakening in Azkaban, the North Sea. Thousands of resentments were gathered in one, cold to the bone, but he still maintained a trace of sobriety. Seeing this, the air around Union Buddha suddenly swayed, the light distorted strangely, and the surrounding scene was blurred, as if it was about to melt. But in the next second, calm was restored. Lack of information, most questions cannot be answered. In general, he will instinctively stop thinking, because thinking without information often leads to two outcomes. One is the boundless delusion, the second is stupid and narrow-minded stubbornness. But now, he can't do that, or, in other words, some want to let it go, as if this would make him feel better. Escape, although shameful, is useful. At this moment, Gardwin's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Jerry L. Greer. Gadwin pressed his shoulders and shook it vigorously. What's the matter with you? Universitier slapped his arm away like a conditioned reflex, and said in an uncontrollable indifference, I'm fine. It's no wonder. Gardwin's voice was short, he was afraid that Unioff would make another huge noise. He didn't think that the distortion of the light just now was his hallucination. Moreover, the expression of Unioff was obviously wrong. This is King's Cross. It's not a remote place like the original site of the orphanage, but a real downtown area. If something goes wrong, the Ministry of Magic will have a hard time. I'm really fine. Unioff tried his best to soften his tone. Being disturbed by Gadwin, he had to break free from his useless thoughts and face the cruel reality. Then, I found myself with two options. One is to pretend to know nothing and become a bystander, an outsider. The advantage is to stay away from disputes and enjoy yourself. The current situation did not have a substantial negative impact on him, and even accelerated the progress of the construction of Mansu. Although cruel and cold, it is the truth. The downside is a lack of control over the future. It won't affect him now, doesn't mean it won't affect him in the future. As the so-called temporary happiness, fate has already marked the price in secret. He couldn't help but think about it. The second is to get involved and try to guide and control the development and trend of the situation. The pros and cons are diametrically opposed to the first option, and it is entirely possible that it is a thankless thing, and if one is not handled properly, it will even affect its own development and lead to even worse results. Then it will make him feel a little more at ease. There is no difference between the two choices at the rational level, but the preference is different. According to his original personality, he was actually more willing to choose one. After all, in his previous life, what he hated most was trouble. If the burden is too heavy, can't you just let it go from the beginning? This sentence is not just words. However, in the next second, Ms. Garrel's words and deeds for more than 10 years came to mind, and her started to ache again. Unioff sighed indistinctly, then smiled helplessly, and made his choice. I just have a bad feeling about it, he said to Gardwin. A bad feeling. Gardwin's eyes sank, and he couldn't help raising his voice. What did you see again? Unsurprisingly, Gardwin really attached great importance to it. After all, he had already successfully made a prophecy and it had been fulfilled. Yunbo felt a little more happy in his heart, offsetting some of the negative emotions. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a light purple paper airplane flying straight in like a rush of electricity, hitting Gadwin's hand. Gadwin raised his hand and motioned for Unioff to wait a moment. He had to focus on the paper airplane first, which was an important expedited document, and although Unioff was a little unusual, it seemed to be controllable at the moment. Correct judgment of priorities is the basic training of an excellent orator. He spread out the paper, glanced at it, and his pupils trembled. Glancing at him, his face changed drastically. Looking at it again, my fingers are shaking. This time, it's obviously not because of the smirk. Yunbo squinted his eyes slightly, then opened them immediately, as if asking normally, what happened? Gadwin put away the paper and said irritably, don't ask so much about the Ministry of Magic, children. Didn't you show it to me in the morning? Unioff asked tentatively. It's different, this time it's an important secret, Gardwin said solemnly. Hey, Unioff sneered, even if you don't tell me, I probably know what's going on. What's the matter? Gadwin stared at him suddenly. Yunbo tapped his ear twice with the index finger of his right hand, and hooked his hand again. Gadwin understood and leaned over. Unioff whispered, is it something to do with the prison? He did not mention Azkaban, nor did he mention Indreshi, and he controlled himself in a position relatively far from the center of the incident. In this way, even if you guess wrong, there will be no big trouble. On the contrary, you can go deeper and deeper. It is better to be slower than steady. He is too weak, that's all he can do. Then, he heard Gardwin's voice trembling slightly and asked, how do you know? The voice is also very low. I saw. Union said slowly. What did you see? Gadwin asked anxiously. Yuna said carefully, a cruel prison. Gadwin listened intently and waited for the next paragraph. However, there is no following. Although the train station was still noisy, he felt that the air was so quiet. What else? He asked involuntarily. What else? Yunef asked knowingly. More detailed. Gardwin had to say a little more clearly. No more details. Having said this, Union 4 paused for a while before continuing, but if I knew more, maybe I could see more. Silence for a second or two. www.reborn.com. Gadwin looked over with a suspicious look, wondering if Unioff really didn't see it, or if he was exchanging information with him. But he remembered the painting by Union. That kind of concise to the ultimate unique style. Maybe he really only sees so much? He thought for a while and said in a low voice, I can't reveal the specifics for the time being. I need to submit an application to the ministry, but I can tell you one thing now. The wizard criminals escaped from Azkaban. Azkaban should be the prison you see, and it is the only wizard prison in the British wizarding world, he said, and today is the start of school again. Today, in order to protect the safety of the students, the ministry asked me to accompany you to Hogwarts. Have you seen anything after knowing this? He asked again. Of course not. How can it be so fast? Do you think that the prophecy is my velvet, throw it out and then fall back? Yunfu said calmly, as usual, but if I see anything again, I will definitely follow you. Speak. You must tell me. Gadwin emphasized again, although you may not understand it, it is already an extraordinary period, and the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts are on the same side. A grasshopper on a rope? Unioff asked. A grasshopper on a rope, said Gadwin with certainty. Harry, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't help but ask, what happened? From the side, he watched the two people change their faces one by one, and whispered mysterious whispers with their ears. He was really puzzled. Moreover, there is a feeling of being isolated outside. It's nothing, it's just that some little things happened. Gadwin explained, I'll go to Hogwarts with you next. You're going to Hogwarts too? Harry said in surprise. Why? To visit an old friend, said Gadwin. Harry looked suspiciously at Universitier again. Gadwin pressed his knee against Yunbo's waist. Unioff had to say yes, he went to visit an old friend. Harry was stunned, knowing that the two must be hiding something from him, and pursed his lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. But right away, he saw Unioff wink at him, as if to say, I'll tell you later. Harry glanced at Gadwin, and suddenly understood something in his heart. Oh, he nodded obediently. Come in, said Gadwin. Unioff nodded, stopped rushing, and simply walked towards the partition wall. In the next second, he passed through the wall and came to platform 9. As soon as he looked up, he saw a bright red steam locomotive parked on the edge of the platform crowded with passengers, blowing out thick white smoke. The sign on the train reads, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Pu Rongrong also stuck out her little head from her clothes pocket, her little eyes full of curiosity. It didn't take long for the sound of a wheelbarrow wheel to be heard behind him. Unioff turned his head and saw that Harry had also come in. He looked at the lively scene, his eyes gleamed with joy, and his mouth couldn't help but grin, showing a row of white teeth. Then there was Gadwin, who attracted people's attention as soon as he appeared. His Wall Street dress was really eye-catching here. Let's go, Gadwin urged, leading the two through the crowd. The first few carriages were already crowded with students, and the three of them could only walk towards the rear of the car. The crowd was really messy, and there were many cats of various colors on the ground, buzzing voices, and the shrill chirping of owls. However, Harry's snowy owl was not at all noisy, and even narrowed his eyes and dozed off a little. The cyclonist's journey made it emaciated. Finally found an empty box. When getting on the bus, Gadwin was almost stopped by the station attendant, but he was released immediately after showing his ID. It's really convenient, said Harry enviously. Do Aurors go wherever they want? Almost. Unioff nodded and said, but it's also very busy, and it's easy to get injured. It's a high-risk occupation. To be honest, we were still in the hospital yesterday. Really? Harry asked in surprise. Really? Eugene said affirmatively. Gadwin turned his head. Who do you think it's because of? He helped put Unioff and Harry's suitcases on the pedals, which were heavy because they contained books. There was a small wooden table in the box, with gray-blue plaid sofa seats on both sides of the table. It was a bit old, but it looked pretty clean. Eugene sat down by the window, Harry sat across from him, and Gadwin sat next to him. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was really crowded outside. I don't know how many years I haven't been on this train. Gadwin looked at the layout of the box and suddenly said, I really miss that time. Harry was a little surprised and asked, did you also graduate from Hogwarts? Of course, said Gadwin. Where else would you graduate from? There is no second school of magic in England. I graduated in 1979, and then joined the Ministry of Magic to receive Auror training. He recalled the past. It was a mess. I only trained for 2 years before I started working, and it would have taken at least 4 years. He was obviously a little proud of this experience, otherwise he wouldn't tell it. If it was normal, Yunino would naturally follow him down to get some information, but now he is in a really bad mood, so he just looks out the window. Harry was a little curious. In his opinion, Gadwin was undoubtedly an excellent graduate, so he asked, can you tell me about Hogwarts? For example, what to pay attention to be honest, I have some worry because I don't know anything. In the end, he was a little worried. Gadwin introduced him to Hogwarts, including the 4 colleges. Surprisingly, he actually graduated from Ravenclaw. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is indeed no more suitable one. Ravenclaw is a house for smart people, he said, but Gryffindor is not bad, then Hufflepuff, and then Slytherin. It's better not to go there. Unioff thought of Snape. If he was here, he would definitely say something very bitter, and maybe even beat someone. I don't know what college I will be. Harry said worriedly, how are colleges divided? It's a sorting hat, Gadwin said with a grim smile, suddenly lowered his voice, and said solemnly, we usually call it a separation hat. You need to wear it at the sorting ceremony, and then it will twist your head off, weigh it, and divide it into colleges according to the weight of your head. Really? Harry had some doubts. www.readon.com. Of course it was true, said Gardwin. Ask Geralt if you don't believe me. He kicked Unioff's foot. Unioff glanced at him and nodded. There is still a place for him to be useful next, so let's cooperate with him on this kind of thing. Unioff thought. There was a flicker of horror in Harry's eyes. Can the other end go back? He asked. Most of them can be set back, but there are exceptions. Gadwin paused and asked Harry, do you know ghosts? And ghosts? Harry held his breath. Is Hogwarts so scary? Of course there are ghosts, and there are quite a few, said Gardwin. Gryffindor has a ghost called Nicknear Headless, whose head and neck are connected only by a layer of skin, which is because in the separation, there was a little problem with the sorting ceremony. Harry couldn't help but ask, is he still alive then? I mean then. Of course he's alive, Gadwin said with interest. I just can't participate in Quidditch, because his head will fall off. Can you imagine him hanging his head on a broomstick? Although he didn't know what Quidditch was, Harry still knew about the broomstick. He imagined it, and shivered subconsciously. Hogwarts is completely different from what he imagined. Just then, the sliding door of the box opened, and a red-haired boy stood outside. He immediately saw that there was an adult here, and hurriedly said, sorry, I pulled the wrong door. Outside the window, the platform was moving backwards and soon disappeared. Also disappearing are those who are waving goodbye. Just now, Unioff saw a little red-haired girl crying and laughing, running along with the train, and she kept waving her hand until the train accelerated. She should be saying goodbye to her brothers. He suddenly felt a little empty. After going to Hogwarts this time, he didn't know how long it would be before he could go back. Maybe you should try to learn how to apparate. This will also make it easier to move. On the other hand, Gadwin continued to tell Harry about Hogwarts, and even talked about some shortcuts and secret passages, ordinary ones, which Eugene also took note of. After a while, the sliding door was pulled open again, but only a third of the way open, revealing the boy's face just now. He said timidly, can I sit here? The other places are full. He looked embarrassed, feeling that he had been wandering outside the door for a long time. Harry looked at Gardwin, who said to Harry, you decide. Harry was a little surprised, but immediately said to the boy happily, of course. I'm Harry Potter, what's your name? Harry Potter. The boy's eyes widened immediately, so surprised that he even forgot to be shy. Are you Harry Potter? Harry nodded. I'm Ron Weasley, nice to meet you, he said proudly, sitting beside Harry. If my family knew I was sitting with Harry Potter, will be amazed. Harry said a little embarrassedly, is it such an exaggeration? Of course, Ron said excitedly, we all know that you are the savior. And you're. He carefully pointed to his forehead. Harry was even more embarrassed and said, actually, I don't know what happened, but it's true. He brushed a lock of hair from his forehead, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. Yunvo couldn't help but look over. It was the first time he saw the scar in its entirety. He suddenly squinted his eyes so as not to shoot out all the light. He saw a thin illusory tentacle. Can I touch it, Harry? He asked. Huh? Harry suddenly looked over in surprise, but what he saw was the serious eyes of Unioff. He nodded subconsciously, and said, okay. Yunfu stretched out his right index finger to lightly touch the scar. With a slightly concave touch, he stretched out his thumb again, and put his together, as if he wanted to twist something. Is there something? Harry felt itchy from being touched. It's nothing. Unioff shook his head and retracted his fingers. I'm just curious. Okay, Harry said with a frown. He felt that there was something Univave had to hide from him, but there was nothing he could do. Eugene also smiled helplessly. He knew that Harry was curious, but he couldn't tell him that he saw Voldemort's soul breath on his forehead. It will frighten children. He looked at Ron again, introduced himself, and said, hello, I'm University Geralt. Hello, Ron said. Only then did he remember that Harry and him were not the only ones in the box, and he gave Gadwin a peek at Gadwin again. Gadwin felt his gaze and said hello, I'm Gadwin Roberts. Hello. Ron greeted again and asked hesitantly, are you a teacher at Hogwarts? Do I look like a teacher? Gardwin was stunned for a moment. Aren't you? Ron asked in astonishment. Oh, I am. Gardwin suddenly laughed. Upon seeing it, Yunvo knew that his bad tastes had come up again. Guess which class I teach? Gardwin said, if you guess right, I'll give you 10 points. By the way, he winked at Harry who seemed to want to say something. Harry thought for a while, then stopped talking. Really, Ron said happily. He never expected that there would be an opportunity for extra points before the school started, but he immediately frowned again, not doubting Gadwin's identity, but thinking and recalling. After a while, he suddenly loosened his brows and said tentatively, "Are you the teacher of defense against the dark arts? I heard from my brothers that only the teacher of defense against the dark arts is vacant." "Yes, yes," Gadwin jokingly agreed, "but before that, I was still your father's colleague." "You are the child of the Weasleys. You still know my dad," said Ron in astonishment. "Of course, Arthur Weasley, we have a good relationship." Gadwin pointed to his shoulder. "At the beginning of the month, he was injured and accidentally shot in the shoulder, and I went to see him." "How is he now?" "It's basically healed, but he always feels some pain." Ron was a little happy and a little worried. "He talks about this every day now." At this time, the train had already left London, and outside the window, there were large fields and grasslands, green everywhere, cattle and sheep were grazing comfortably and basking in the sun, and the mountains in the distance seemed to be motionless. They gradually stopped talking. When the words are exhausted, the natural scenery is endless. Unioff once again took out the Transformation Guide for Beginners to study. Although he already remembered almost the contents of the book, his understanding was far from complete. Around 12:30, there was a loud noise in the aisle, the box door was pushed open, and a woman and a trolley appeared in front of them. The trolley was full of various foods. "With Gadwin, of course Gadwin, please." He readily paid a gold galleon, and in exchange for a lot of bizarre food. "This guy also seems to be quite rich." The four of them started to eat. Universitier prefers the crucible-shaped cake and the licorice wand, especially the licorice wand, which has a fresh sweetness. "Bibi Duaei beans, thank you for not being sensitive," because he tasted the smell of booger at the first time. Harry and Ron discussed chocolate frogs and Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, I hope to see Dumbledore soon," Universitier thought. Before I knew it, the scenery outside the window changed to woods, rivers and hills. Unioff continued to read, and the middle box door was pulled open 3 times. Once was Neville looking for toads, but the crowd did not provide any useful clues. Once was Hermione helping Neville find the toad. She was interested in Gadwin, at first because of the dress, which made her feel friendly, and then because of her status as a teacher. Yes, he still maintains this status, and she thought it would be nice to be in the same box with the teacher. Well, maybe there's something else to learn. Unioff got acquainted with her for a while, and she didn't have much contact with her, and then she continued to look for Toad. The last time it was the Malfoy trio, they saw Gadwin, and there was no conflict between them. All the way was calm, but the sunlight outside gradually disappeared, the dark clouds came again, and it even started to rain. Bang, 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 the sound of the train rolling over the rails came clearly. Unioff was about to leave the box when Gadwin pulled his sleeves. He also stood up and said, "I also feel the same way. Let's go together. Are you my junior high school classmate in my previous life, and you even have to go to the toilet together?" Unioff groaned in his heart, but knew that Gadwin couldn't get rid of him, so he nodded indifferently. The two walked out of the box one after the other, came to the aisle, and gently pushed the door closed. "What's the matter?" Gadwin asked in a low voice. "It's definitely not as simple as going to the toilet. I really want to go to the toilet," Unioff said, but immediately changed the conversation. "However, don't you think the weather has suddenly become unusual?" Gadwin looked out, and saw the rain slanting across the car window, like a transparent star, like falling snow, like flowing scars. Farther away, it is completely black, and it is impossible to see clearly. But now it's 5 or 6 o'clock at most, how can it be so dark? And the temperature also dropped. He seemed to think of something, his face changed. Shen Ning was like the car window at this time. "Oops," he said. "What's so bad?" Now it was Unioff's turn to ask. "How could they attack here?" Gadwin murmured, "It's clearly not on the same path." "What's the matter?" Eugene asked. The air was silent for a second or two. "I couldn't tell you originally, at least when it was approved." Gadwin took a deep breath and seemed to convince himself, "But now it's a special situation. I'm afraid the Dementor is here," he said. The Dementor is a dangerous and terrifying magical creature. Before today, even before the morning, it was the guard of Azkaban. Before the morning, Unioff frowned, and he could easily associate this with Endrich. "Yes, before the morning," said Gadwin, "and now they are no longer guards, and may even be enemies. They left Azkaban one by one. According to the information, they are moving southeast from the waters of the North Sea, so you may not understand. To put it simply, I know, it's not on the same line," Unioff said. He recalled a map of Europe from his brain and recalled it easily. The North Sea is to the northeast of the island of Great Britain, and if the Dementors move from there all the way to the southeast, it will enter continental Europe, most likely into German territory, and unlikely to appear in Britain. We may have encountered a small diversion, but it's quite troublesome. I'm the only Auror in this car, and I don't know if there are other Hogwarts teachers. But even if there are not enough people, Gadwin said. More importantly, the staff here still don't know the change of the situation. Maybe they will stop the train. That would be bad. I have to go to the locomotive to explain the matter. Then, I saw him crouch down, put his hands on Uniof's shoulders, and look at him, looking serious and serious. In the meantime, I hope you can protect Harry and Ron. Yunfu was stunned for a while, with an embarrassed expression on his face. Did you ask the wrong person? I'm just a little wizard who hasn't entered school yet. If the Dementor is really as terrifying as you said, and it attacks, I'm afraid I can't even take care of myself, so how can I protect others? Every word is carefully considered, but every word is reasonable. If it is an ordinary person, it is naturally impossible. Gadwin said solemnly, but there is such a possibility in you. What's the possibility? Yunvo was slightly puzzled, but he knew something in his heart. If he had only 5 points of confidence before, he now has about 7 points. Gadwin explained the reason. Yesterday, when you were still in a coma, I talked to Kingsley about you. Yunao looked unhappy. He didn't like others discussing him behind his back. Gadwin noticed this and said, this may not be good, but it is impossible to avoid. After all, you are so special, how can you not teach people to talk about it? It makes sense. Uniof touched the wand in his pocket and asked, then what did you guys talk about? Your magic, and the illuminating charm, Gadwin said. Your illuminating charm is incredibly dazzling, and it seems that only you can extinguish it. Yes, but so what? Eugene looked at Gadwin, and looked at him calmly. Do you still expect me to use the lighting spell to deal with Dementors? Gadwin nodded. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Uniof said. Gadwin looked out the window. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and the darkness was getting thicker. I heard Kingsley say. He suddenly felt a little dry mouth. After all, when he listened to it, he only thought it was Kingsley joking, but now, in such a predicament, he can only do everything possible. Besides, Kingsley rarely joked. Does your lighting spell have another special form? Uniof nodded. Can you let me take a look? He asked. I can't. Uniof rejected directly, unless you explain why. Gadwin's teeth were itchy. Sure enough, this kid is trouble. But this kind of thing can't be forced, he can only explain. Kingsley said that kind of light is somewhat similar to the Patroness charm. This is the Patroness charm. He pulled out a rather beautiful wand from the inner pocket of his suit, which matched his outfit perfectly. I saw the wand wave gently, drawing a circle in the air, and the tip of the wand condensed silver-white light. Then I heard him chanting a spell, Expecto Patronum. With a burst of white light, a silver-white swallow flew out. This is the Patroness. It can resist the invasion of Dementors, and even disperse them. www.reborn.com. Gadwin introduced. He looked at Uniof. If the special form of your lighting spell can also emit such light, then it may be useful to Dementors. I need to make sure, he said. Gadwin's sincerity has already been given, and Uniof naturally cannot be stingy. He took out the hazelwood wand, softly recited Lumos, and at the same time injected spiritual power. The tip of the wand exuded a silver-white warm light. Gadwin's eyes widened involuntarily. Although he was prepared, he was still very shocked when he saw this scene. Very similar in nature. Even exactly the same. He suddenly felt that his teeth were sour, as if he had just bitten the most sour lemon in the world. Whose lighting spell can be used as a guardian angel? You must know that the Patroness charm is notoriously complicated, and most wizards cannot successfully cast it in their entire lives. And Unionfo achieves the same effect with just a lighting spell, but he was also a little fortunate. If it weren't for this, given the current situation, it would be really difficult to handle. Then Harry and Ron will be handed over to you, he said. If possible, help others too. After all, they are all your future classmates. It's good. I don't need you to tell me about this kind of thing, Uniof said. Then I'll go to the locomotive now. Gadwin stood up. This is the rear of the train. It will take some time to get there. I hope the Dementors don't come too soon. What else? Gadwin asked. Afterwards, teach me the Patroness mantra. Yunvo said. Time is running out. It's done, Gadwin said. Uniof loosened the hem of his clothes. Although there is some suspicion of taking advantage of the situation, he can't let go of any chance to become stronger now. He watched Gadwin walk towards the front of the car, walking faster and faster, almost as fast as running, and finally disappeared behind the door between the carriages. I should act too, he thought. He went to a toilet first. After washing his hands, he went back to the original box, pushed open the door, and found Harry and Ron looking outside against the dark car window. Hearing the sound of the box door being pushed open, he suddenly turned his head. Scared me to death. Ron saw that it was Universitaire, touched the position of his heart on his chest, and suddenly realized that Gadwin was not there, and asked, Where's Mr. Roberts? He's going to the locomotive, said Union. What is he doing at the locomotive? Ron asked. Don't let the train stop. Uniof walked into the box, took out the black wizard's robe from the suitcase, and said, You better put on more clothes. Gadwin asked me to protect you, but I have to find someone. He had to find Hermione, or at least not let her have an accident. So you have to follow me, he said. Will the train stop? Harry asked. Protection, is there any danger? Ron was a little surprised. Although the two were puzzled, they were led by Unea, and they all found out their wizard robes to put on. Wizard robes are the warmest. I can't tell you in one breath. In short, there is a Dementor that is going to attack this train. Dementors are a kind of terrifying magical creature. Unea said, next, you have to follow me closely. Dementors, Ron cried out in horror. What's wrong? Harry was startled by Ron. It's a Dementor. My father said that a Dementor is the most hateful existence in the world. Ron's eyes and mouth were wrinkled in the direction of his nose, showing a very ugly look. It is said that it will absorb people's happiness, when there is no more suction, will out people's souls and turn people into beings like them. Sounds like an infected zombie. Harry tried to understand from his own experience. It's more terrifying than zombies. Zombies are nothing at all. There is a ghoul in the attic of my house. It's our family's pet. Ron kept talking, as if this would make him feel better. There are ghouls in your house, Harry said in surprise. Compared with the Dementor who didn't know what it was, the ghoul, a creature with a certain reputation in the Muggle world, made him more concerned. The rattling of the wheels has slowed down, indicating that the train is slowing down. The air has dropped several degrees. Seeing that the two of them were already dressed, Unefo said, let's go, while the Dementors haven't fully arrived yet. Can't you just stay here? Ron asked. Who are you going to go to? Hermione Granger, he said, the little witch who visited us this afternoon. Do you have anything to do with her? Harry asked. There was a little witch there in the afternoon, and they naturally remembered it. Unioff murmured, he hadn't thought of a specific reason yet. He walked down the aisle, closed his eyes, and tried to sense Hermione's position. When he is close to the qualified person, if the qualified person has strong mood swings, he will feel the same. After 2 or 3 seconds, he opened his eyes, but he didn't sense it, indicating that Hermione was in a calm mood. At this time Harry and Ron also came out of the box. What to do? Harry asked, looking a little excited. Look for them one box at a time, and remind them to put on their clothes by the way. Unioff said, although it may not be useful, the warmth will at least make people feel better. However, you can't tell them that it was a Dementor attack, that would cause panic. He added, let's unify the caliber, let's say it's super cold air, let them keep warm, and it's best to prepare some candy. Candy can resist the negative effects of some Dementors. Of course, don't say this reason, just say it's a calorie supplement. Harry and Ron nodded. Then, let's start from the box next to us. Unioff led Harry and Ron to the last box. I'll demonstrate first, and then we'll split up, provided we're all in the same compartment, so that even if something happens, I'll be there in time. He arranged it in an orderly manner, reducing a lot of anxiety. By the way, how are you going to protect us? Ron asked tremblingly, still feeling a little scared. I'll know when the time comes. In short, I'll be able to keep you safe. Universitier said without doubt. Now, we have to start the first step. He pushed open the door of the carriage, and several boys sitting inside suddenly looked over. Who are you? One of the boys with light brown hair asked in a harsh tone. We belong to the student union. Unioff said calmly, he had seen such children a lot in the orphanage. Come here to remind you to wear more clothes. The temperature will be very low next. It is best to prepare some candy. Add calories with chocolate. Then, without waiting for their response, he just closed the door again. It's that simple. Unioff turned to Harry and Ron and said, find Hermione and say, and the rest is just like I did. Okay, Harry replied, but what if they don't believe it? Unioff held back the phrase, I don't believe in me www.readon.com and said, what we can do now is to inform the vast majority of people as much as possible, so it cannot be ignored by a small number of people. Hold your time. So, with the identity of the student union, they will naturally believe it. He said, if they don't believe it, it is their own business. We have no time and no obligation to explain to them. Then why not let them come with us? Ron asked. It's safer with more people. The aisle is very narrow, so it would be nice to be able to stand the 3 of us. Yunvo pointed to the ground. No matter how many people there are, they won't be able to move. Okay. He clapped his hands. Now each of us is in charge of a box. Speed. Hurry up. He could already feel a chill approaching, and urged, the Dementor is coming soon. He ran to the penultimate box first, leaving the 3rd and 4th boxes for the 2 of them. Harry and Ron looked at each other, then began to act. A carriage is not particularly long, there are only a dozen boxes at most, and this kind of simple thing is easier to do. The 3 acted separately, but within 2 or 3 minutes, they were all done. The violent shaking of the train caused the 3 of Unioff to fall to one side involuntarily. They pressed their hands on the window glass, and felt an astonishing chill invade along the glass. The white ice spreads like cracks on the other side of the glass, and the rainwater is frozen one after another, just like a frozen lake in winter. The speed of the car slowed down further, but fortunately it did not stop completely. After reducing to a certain extent, it continued to drive forward at a relatively uniform speed. Gadwin should have reached the front of the train, otherwise the train will stop. The reason why it is so slow may be due to the weather. If the rails are also frozen, for safety, you have to slow down. The clanging sound of the wheels, accompanied by the clanging sound of ice chips, Yunvo exhaled a breath of hot air, and immediately saw it turn into white smoke. This side of the aisle is almost all transparent glass windows, which can let in warm sunlight on weekdays, but at this time it has become a source of fear. I saw black strips of cloth whizzing past, and the lights were flickering, and it seemed that they might go out at any time. The little wizards stuck their heads out of the box to check the situation, and when they saw this scene, they immediately shrank back in a panic, and closed the door tightly by the way. At the same time, Eugene felt a sense of surprise coming from the depths of his soul. It's Hermione's side. Ron shivered as he hugged Harry and asked, "Are we really going to open the door?" The Hogwarts Express is an old-fashioned train. There is a considerable gap between the carriages, and there is a platform like a balcony. Both sides will be surrounded by iron bars. It is naturally not a problem to pass through on weekdays, but now it takes some courage to pass. Of course, Unioff drew out his ebony wand. "I can't stop here." "Okay." Ron swallowed, and Harry also looked nervous. Unioff stepped forward to touch the handle. The metal was icy cold, and just as he was about to turn it, he heard Ron and Harry scream in horror. He raised his head and saw a gray-white hand on the edge of the window next door, glistening eerily, covered with disgusting mucus and spots, scab knuckles slowly moving on the glass, making a creepy sound. The next second, that hand suddenly disappeared. In its place was a spooky face completely hidden under the hood. "I think the door should be locked," Ron cried. However, it was too late, and the handle twisted in the direction of opening, not from Yunvo, but from outside the door. Yunvo tried to reverse the handle, but an extreme cold was passed along the metal, and he had to let it go, otherwise he would be injured by the frost. Under the circumstance of restraint, there is no need to make this sacrifice. Besides, it was originally intended to be opened. However, Ron didn't think so. He mumbled "it's over, dead" and the like, but he didn't run away, just grabbed Harry's arm tightly. "Relax." Yunfu's face was calm, although he was a little nervous. After all, it was his first time against a Dementor, but now that someone was watching, he naturally couldn't show it. "How can I feel at ease?" Ron exclaimed. "Why do you encounter such a terrifying thing? It's only the first day of school, and you haven't even arrived at Hogwarts." Harry gritted his teeth, held his wand tightly, and stared at the Dementors. With a cracking sound, the door opened a gap inward, and the whistling cold wind suddenly poured in from the outside, and the sound of teeth chattering came from the side. The next second, the door was completely opened, revealing a tall figure in a black cloak. It was suspended on the ground, its lower body was empty without legs, and its upper body was completely shrouded in a black cloth sunken inward. The two exposed arms were rotten to reveal bones, and there was a faint smell of disgust. It lowered its head slowly, took a long breath slowly, and made a gurgling sound in its throat, like trying to breathe in water. A biting chill swept over, and in addition to that, Unioff also felt a strange pulling sensation from the soul level, but it wasn't enough to shake his spirit at all. Only Harry and Ron were greatly affected, especially Harry, whose eyes had a tendency to close. Unexperienced, Unefo waved his ebony wand and read out Lumos clearly. Spiritual power poured into it, and it combined with magic power. "Shoot out." The Dementor instinctively covers its head, even though it appears to have no eyes at all. Then, he was pushed out. This effect seems to be somewhat different from the Patronus charm in the movie. If the Patronus charm in the movie shows a chemical reaction-like change to the Dementor, then the effect of Unioff's light on the Dementor is more like a physical force and force relationship between. There is only a blocking effect, but there is no feeling of special restraint. So, what happened? Unioff was a little curious, but now was not the time to study. "Let's go." He greeted the stunned Harry and Ron. The two nodded woodenly. With the light on, he walked out of the carriage, and the rain flew diagonally and fell on his face. There were still other Dementors flying nearby, and they even tried to approach, but they were blocked by the light. Harry closed the door again. Read www.uukansha.com suddenly asked, "If we leave, will other Dementors enter again?" "It should be," said Ron. "The Dementor wanted to go in just now." "We've got to get the people inside to lock the door," said Harry. He was about to go back when he heard Unef say, "Don't be so troublesome." He opened the door of the car in front and said, "You go in first, and I'll lock the door with a locking spell later." If the locking spell can't prevent the Dementors from invading, then ordinary door locks can't do anything. Ron nodded. "That makes sense." The two went in first, with Unioff following behind, leaving only one hand holding the wand outside. He counted the time, extinguished his wand, and cast a locking spell on the opposite door. Hearing a strange creaking sound, the opposite door was automatically sealed. Then he immediately came to the door here to prevent the enemy from being attacked. Speaking of which, he tried to use two wands to cast spells at the same time, and the result was very unstable. Unless it is a last resort, it is better not to use it as much as possible. After taking care of his worries, Yunbo turned around and began to look at the situation here. The lights went out completely, and the dark carriage echoed with the unique clucking sound of a Dementor. Obviously it had been invaded. In fact, they were leaning into several boxes, feasting. Without thinking much, he used the lighting spell to push over. The temperature is getting lower and lower, and the whole car seems to be a refrigerated room, and they are the fresh meat or fresh fish to be refrigerated. Yunia fought a cold war, not because of fear, but because the temperature dropped to a certain point, and the body's automatic response generated heat through friction through trembling. Suddenly there was a shrill scream from the box, which logically shouldn't be, because he had dumped the Dementors out of the car like a dustpan. Why do they still scream? Yunioff tilted his head and knew the reason. He saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on the glass window of Deo, and there were black shadows covering the outside of the ice layer. Presumably it was the same on the other side of the box. Is the train really running? He felt the vibration from the ground and made sure that the train did not stop, and even accelerated a little. Are these Dementors persevering? Thinking like this, he felt a burst of depression for no reason. This depression didn't come from outside, but from inside, as if the sewer pipe was blocked by something, and the bathroom was full of water. I feel like I'm wearing less clothes. Harry clutched his wizard robe tightly, as if trying to squeeze out the cold air inside. It's too cold. Ron nodded in agreement. I would have put on a quilt if I knew it earlier. They continued to move forward. There were Ron's two older brothers, George and Fred, in this carriage. As long as the Dementors didn't come in, the order could be maintained. In the third carriage, they finally met Hermione. In the darkness, she lit her wand, held her head up, and patted her chest. She was talking to someone in a box, and when she got closer, she knew that it was such as it's okay, safe, rest assured, wrap it around me and so on. She also saw the three of Unioff and walked over quickly and asked, "Why are you here? Did the Dementors do anything to you?" She looked them up and down, and her brown blonde hair shook. "We're fine," Harry said. "We've got Univave, and he's got a way to control those monsters. We're here for..." Union immediately interrupted, "Are you all right here?" Several Dementors entered the last carriage, and many were attacked, and some fell into a coma. He looked at the quiet carriage, except for the dark shadow sticking to the window, causing the air to be icy cold. It was as if he had not been attacked. Hermione lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said, "One came in at first, but it floated out again soon, and then it disappeared. I think," she said hesitantly, "they don't actually have much malicious intent." "God, how could you think like that?" Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Dementors are the most hateful creatures in the world. They drive people crazy and turn them into walking dead. You didn't see those comatose ones. People, their bodies are getting cold. I know. I've seen it in dangerous races and creatures, said Hermione angrily, but Dementors are definitely not nasty creatures. At least not the worst. I think female ghosts are much scarier. In my opinion, it's almost the same. Ron pouted. Okay, stop arguing. Harry said with a bit of a headache, the question is what should we do now? The Dementors are still sticking outside to cool us down. He looked over with some anticipation in his eyes. Is there anything you can do, Union? But I'm sorry, Unioff let his expectations come to nothing. He leaned against the glass and didn't seem to feel the cold. Just go to Hogwarts, he said. Ha! Ron and Harry opened their mouths together. It's impossible for me to go outside and drive them out. Unioff said, looking at the shadows on the window, it's a little cold, but it's better to put on more clothes. As long as they don't come in, there will be no major problems, and the rest will be fine. Leave it to the teachers and professors at Hogwarts. It took a while for Harry to accept the fact. Okay, he said, you're right, but shouldn't we go and see if there's a Dementor in there? Yeah. Unioff was about to nod his head when he saw the door on the other side suddenly opened, and an adult walked in from outside. It was Gadwin. You are all here, nothing happened, he said loudly. Nothing happened, said Harry. We're about to go to the front to see. How is the front? I'm relieved to see that you guys are all right. Gadwin came over. It's fine up front, but I'd better go back to the front of the car later. There can't be any problems there. Is it all right to let them stick outside? Harry pointed to the car window. It can only be like this for the time being. Gadwin said helplessly, I originally thought that as long as the train didn't stop, the Dementors would give up soon. Generally speaking, they are not so persistent, but now it seems that they will always follow us to the station. But I have sent a letter to Hogwarts, and they will meet us at the station. It will be there in about half an hour, just bear with it. Although the result wasn't great, the safety was ensured anyway, so everyone felt a little relieved. Next, Gadwin went to check on several other carriages, and Hermione found 2 nearby seats for Harry and Ron. Unea said to them, and went to the platform between the carriages alone to blow the air. www.readon.com. The brightness of the lighting spell was reduced to a minimum, only covering himself. The cold wind and cold rain followed, hitting the windshield, crackling, but a lot of them still blew in from the side, wetting his robes. You'll definitely catch a cold like this. Hermione's voice came from behind. Turning his head to look, he saw Hermione's head sticking out of the open compartment. At this time, I kind of want to catch a cold, Unioff said. I just need to wake up. Have you been drenched? Hermione said bluntly. She thought for a while, waved her wand, and said to him, impervious, waterproof and moistureproof. The rain was suddenly separated by an invisible film. She pointed to herself and cast the spell again, and walked out wrapped in a cloak, but she was still a little shivering, and the spell did not protect against the cold. Don't come out if you feel cold, Unioff said. It's not cold, Hermione said stubbornly. She imitated Unioff's example and leaned her arms against the railing. He took a deep breath. Yunfu controlled the lighting spell to magnify a little. In addition to resisting Dementors, it also had some effects on increasing the temperature. No need, said Hermione. Of course, Unioff couldn't really take it back. Hermione curled her lips and tried to cast a lighting spell. After comparing the effect, she put it away in disappointment. Unioff scratched his hair and felt a headache. He hadn't figured out a reason yet. Knowing that Hermione had nothing to do, he simply wouldn't come. Have Neville's toad been found? He tried to digress. Of course not, the lights are off. Hermione said naturally, it's pitch black, how can you find it? You can't come here for such a question, right? She looked suspiciously, her eyes sharp. Why isn't it possible? Unioff continued to talk, as many topics as needed. When Hermione was almost saturated, he would leave. That's what he thought. If you care so much about Neville's toad, you've been looking for it with me before, and you won't have to wait until now. Hermione thought clearly, it's more likely that you like me than this. But I want to explain in advance that I don't like you. You feel too good about yourself, too. Yennefer groaned. It's like a mother-in-law at a vegetable market complimenting her on the freshness of her vegetables. Who is the mother-in-law? Hermione's nose was crooked. Isn't your focus a bit wrong? Unioff glanced at her. Suddenly, the two of them couldn't help laughing, and Unioff realized what they had in common. They both came out to breathe. Look at your preoccupied appearance, it's like water has entered a pumpkin. Maybe it will make a thump, thump, thump. Hermione shook her head and demonstrated, her hair flying in the air. It hit the raindrops and fell on the face of Unioff, but bounced back because of magic. Aren't you the same? Unioff put a hair on his ear and a hair on top of his head together, suddenly running out, suddenly talking about narcissism, and shaking his head stupidly. It must be a brain which nerve is connected wrongly, connecting the language center and the motor center in one. Hermione stomped hard, stepping on his toes. I did not do it on purpose. You did it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose, I just kicked on the ground. Your feet were unlucky and placed there. Hermione raised her head. Is that my foot's fault? I can guarantee that it is sticking straight down from my pelvis, standing on the ground without any crookedness, plus it was cold. I'm so sorry, but my foot is crooked. But why do you speak like a muggle? Sorry, I didn't know about magic in the last 10 years. Then we're almost there. No, we're far from each other. Even without magic, I'm not an ordinary person. Who is that? Business owners, company directors, big capitalists, and some of the top richest people on the Forbes list. Your family is rich. My family is very poor, but as long as I have the ability, the money will come sooner or later. The person who feels good about yourself is actually you. The sky was overcast with clouds, and there was a gust of rain and wind in front of us, and there was a Dementor on the side, but the two of them just quarreled. After Gadwin checked the carriage, he passed by here when he returned to the front of the car, and glanced in surprise. Seeing that there was no danger, he left again. Hermione let out a white breath. I feel better, how do you feel? It's okay. Unioff felt that arguing with an 11-year-old girl was not something to be proud of. What do you mean? Hermione narrowed her eyes like a little lion. It's very good, yes, I'm used to being modest, Unioff said. That's about it. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then asked, what are you worried about? You speak first. I asked first, Hermione said angrily. It's like saying your own name before asking someone else's name, and you have to tell your own story before asking someone else's matter. Yennefer wouldn't give in an inch. The air was quiet for a while, and the sound of wind and rain prevailed again. I'm worried about my friend, how about you? I'm worried about my friends, my subordinates, and my creditors, Unioff said. How did so many relationships come together? Hermione looked over suspiciously. Besides, how old are you? You have subordinates. With all my life and my life, I can be your father when I am old. Hermione snorted and said dismissively, then I count 3 lifetimes up, and I can still be your grandmother. Unioff was stunned for a moment before he said, okay, let's put aside age. In short, it's such a complicated relationship. Because the relationship is complicated, I don't know what to do. He said, to be precise, it's not that I don't know what to do, but I don't know if I have done my best. If you don't do your best, you will inevitably feel ashamed, he said. But Hermione thought for a moment and said, don't you know that very well? Clear what? I didn't try my best. She was logical. That's why you feel ashamed here. I was stunned for a while. Has anyone ever told you? Eugene said, turning his head, you are very annoying sometimes. Hermione stomped her foot again, but this time she was dodged by Unioff. But smart people are like this, he said. I'm leaving, and you have to go back to the carriage www.reborn.com or the Dementors will take you as food. Where are you going? I'm going to find Gadvin. Unioff turned and walked towards the front carriage. I did everything that I had to do, and said everything I needed to say, so that I didn't need to get caught in the rain. Dong dong dong. Unioff knocked on the cab door. Although the train was about to arrive, he had decided not to wait for Dumbledore. In fact, once he cast aside his prejudice against the Ministry of Magic, he found that the Aurors he knew were actually quite trustworthy. Moreover, since he has decided to do his best, the more power he can mobilize, the better. Hogwarts, Ministry of Magic, he wants to try it all. The door opened, and Gardwin's figure was revealed inside. He first looked left and right, and then lowered his head to see Unioff and Hermione. Yes, Hermione followed. I can't read books at this time anyway, she said. Besides, I still don't know what you are looking for from me. She still hadn't forgotten about this, and in desperation, Unioff had to take her with him. The most important thing is that she may have the qualification to know. Why did you come to the front of the car? Gadwin said boredly. Hogwarts is coming soon, you should pack your luggage. The so-called lamp is to put the filament in the transparent glass, so that it shines and is protected from the attack of moths. This is undoubtedly correct. If you want to shine for a long time, you must protect yourself. But human beings are such a kind of species, they are extremely moving and thinking about stillness, and they are extremely thinking about moving. I'm a human being, Ionfo thought, not a god. At this time, they were sitting in the 2 or 3 seats in the front of the car, and Gadwin cast an earplug and listening spell, so that the driver and others could not hear their voices. He waited silently for Yunvo to speak. He didn't need to say anything to bring in. When a person really wanted to say something, others would just block him, but he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Even though he had only been with him for a day or two, he had already deeply understood that it was not easy to know something from Unionfo. Now that this kid took the initiative to be frank, he was overjoyed. Unioff glanced at him and asked, do you remember Hendrik? Of course I do. Gardwin took out the magic photo. Does it have anything to do with her? Unioff took the photo and handed it to Hermione. Hermione scrutinized Dumbledore and Leslie in the photo. After a while, her eyes showed surprise. She opened her mouth to ask something, but she tried her best to stop it. It was agreed in advance and she could only listen in. Univave said to Gadwin, the reason why the Dementors left Azkaban is inextricably linked with Endelshi. He held his eyes and said, I see her changing, her hair and eyes are turning white, and a mysterious black mist surrounds her. Those Dementors affect her, and at the same time she affects those Dementors. The reason why we encounter such a small group of Dementors now is probably due to her influence. Gadwin took out the note and recorded it solemnly. He didn't want to miss anything. Hermione hesitated beside her. After a while, Gardwin finished recording and stopped writing and said, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's too bizarre. If it weren't for the fact that it happened together, it might not be convincing, to be honest. Isn't too cheap information worth believing? Unioff sneered and said, but I'm just stating some facts that I know. I personally believe what you said very much, Gadwin said apologetically, but it's hard for other people to say. They may think that this is your fabrication to make us invest more in saving Heinlesch. Lie. I know, Union said, but I'm not asking for understanding, I'm just telling a fact, whether you believe it or not. I'll do my best, Gardwin said. At least your tone is somewhat prophetic. Anything else? He asked. Univave said, there is a secret about Indrahi. What the secret is, I don't know, but it is the secret that connects her to the Dementors, and the people who kidnapped her. Obviously that's what it came for. What I'm wondering is, what is this secret, and who will know this secret? I hope you can start an investigation from this angle. Gadwin frowned and nodded, and suddenly said, even if the investigation comes out, I won't necessarily be able to tell you that there are confidentiality regulations in the ministry. I know. Union said, I was very concerned about this, but now I realize that it doesn't matter. The important thing is to move things forward and save Heinlesch as soon as possible. He said to Gardwin seriously, I'm afraid you have a headache now. The Dementors have rebelled collectively, and Azkaban has lost his guard. He sneered, prison break? Riot? Or what? But if you don't save Heinlesch, things will only get worse. Gadwin suddenly looked at him seriously, is this what you saw too? I saw a little bit, but this kind of thing can be known with a little reasoning. Unioff said, you followed us to Hogwarts, but you were not prepared for the attack of the Dementors, which means that it is not on your guard. Within the target, then what are you guarding against? The prison without guards, all I can think of are criminals. Is that so? He asked. Gardwin glanced at Hermione, who was staring at the magic photo. He nodded and said, you have to keep this matter a secret, otherwise it will cause a big panic. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic can't even handle 1 or 2 fugitives? Unioff said half jokingly and tentatively. If there were only 1 or 2 fugitives, it wouldn't be the case, Gardwin said. But now the situation is that it's almost a third of the way. This is the result of Dumbledore's timely arrival. Is it so rubbish? Now it was Yuna's turn to be surprised. Apart from the Dementors, don't you have any other security measures in place? Of course there is, but it's been damaged. Gardwin said angrily, I can't go into more specific details. In short, the magic world is full of storms right now. He urged, the reason why I tell you, on the one hand, is in return for the information you just received, and on the other hand, I want you to pay attention to safety. Some of your special abilities are best hidden, so as not to be watched. Of course www.reborn.com is not hiding from me. He added, I am someone you can absolutely trust. Yuna was non-committal. At this moment, the driver in front suddenly said, it's coming. Gardwin asked Union, is there anything else to say? Unioff shook his head. Hermione asked suddenly, what about these Dementors on the train? Expulsion, of course, Gardwin said. Actually, it's better to eliminate, but Dementors can't be physically killed, so it's very troublesome. Hermione breathed a small sigh of relief. You'd better get ready to get off, Gardwin said. Unioff took Hermione away from the front of the car. Hermione opened her mouth to ask, but Unioff interrupted what she was about to say. Are you wondering who I am? Who is Heindulch? What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with you? Hermione nodded angrily. Get to know each other again. Yunvo stretched out his hand. I'm Yunvo Greer, Mr. Knight's Watch's agent in the real world, a higher-level existence than you. In a sense, it can be regarded as yours, boss. Hermione opened her mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. After a while, she regained her senses and said, is there anyone else in the mansion? Of course. Union said with a smile, you wouldn't think that it's just you and English in the long night. Several silver-white animals galloped past, shining brightly, and the Dementors were expelled to the sky, and could not enter an inch. But they didn't fly far, just lingering nearby, with cloudy clouds, rainy weather, and a biting wind. The little wizards shoved and rushed to the car door one after another. They really couldn't bear the cold in the car. Although it's not much better outside, at least it doesn't give people the feeling of a freezer. On the dark and small platform, there was a tall black-haired witch in a dark green robe and a Scottish plaid shirt, and a short old man in a dark golden robe. Gardwin introduced that it was Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, the 2 deans of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Then, he went to arrange order with them. Those who were still in a coma or suffered heavy mental trauma were immediately sent to the school for treatment. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore was not seen. Eugene couldn't help but recall Gadwin's words. Could it be that he is still suppressing a group of prisoners in Azkaban? Following behind the crowd, and led by Hagrid, Unioff walked down a steep and narrow slope. There are dense woods on both sides, and behind him is a brooding Hermione Granger. Obviously, she was not used to the sudden arrival of an immediate boss, and she also had many doubts. I still don't understand, she asked, pulling her hair. If it's what you said, why have I never seen you in Mansu? On the one hand, the time is different, Unioff said. Hermione nodded. If the time was misplaced, it would be impossible to see her. She also made an appointment with Miss Dementor, and consciously searched for it so that she could meet all the time. And on the other hand, she asked. On the other hand, it's because I don't want to be seen by you either. Una said, my soul form is different from yours, it's a human form. A humanoid? Hermione asked curiously. It's the same as I am now. Unioff said, if you see me, I will be exposed in reality immediately. That's right. Hermione nodded, but then said again, now, anyway, I already know if I can see you in the mansion. She always believed that Mansu should prevail. Still not. Eugene refused. Why? Hermione asked suspiciously. Because it's a humanoid, he said blankly. What happened to the doll? Hermione looked confused. Unioff turned his head and glanced at her, and said helplessly, did you have any clothes on when you were in Mansu? Hermione was stunned, then blushed. It doesn't matter if you are an animal, thick hair is natural clothing, but human fur has long since degenerated, said Unioff. So you're chi. She was so surprised that she even tied her tongue. Naked. Eugene gave her a more elegant word. Yes, naked. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help lowering her head, but then she raised her head and asked, but Miss Dementor has a robe. Unioff asked, isn't the robes of Dementors part of their bodies? Do you think they would wear a special piece of clothing to cover their shame? Hermione was persuaded again. In short, I can't appear naked in front of you, although you are just an otter in Mansu. He concluded, even if you don't care, I do. Hermione nodded, then became furious. It doesn't matter what you call me, I'm very good at it. She kicked the ground in anger, stepped on a rock, and almost fell over. Yunvo grabbed her sleeve and pulled her with her skillful force. If you must prove the truth, I can make an appointment with you to have a few words in the dormitory. He said, also, you can also ask Mr. Night Watchman. Hermione stabilized her body, took a deep breath, and regained her composure. Okay, when? Let's talk about it. Union said, I'll find you when the time comes. My authority is higher than yours, and you won't be able to find me. I have the right of way through the woodland. Hermione refused. I have it too. Unioff said indifferently, the two cancel each other out. Damn, Hermione gritted her teeth. The next second, a loud "oh" suddenly erupted from the front. Yunbo pulled her sleeves and turned a corner, and saw that the narrow path came to an end, and a black lake suddenly opened in front of her eyes, calm and deep. Looking around, I saw a castle towering with many spires, towering majestically on the high hillside on the other side of the lake. That's Hogwarts. Let's talk on the boat. Okay. Hermione nodded. The two boarded a small boat and stared down at the third person who wanted to come up. After a while, the boat started by itself, making ripples on the lake with waves as flat as a mirror. Unioff looked up, and the stars in the night sky were twinkling, beautiful and charming. However, as long as you go back a little, you can see a huge and strange gray cloud pressing down on the sky where it came from. If you listen carefully, you can still hear a little bit of the howl of the wind, the cry of the rain, and the shadows are there under the gray cloud, in the wind and rain, flying and circling. Still refuse to leave. Why won't you leave? Dementors. Unioff pointed it out to Hermione. On one side is the splendid starry sky of Hogwarts without Dementors, and on the other side is the cold and cold frontier with Dementors. The world seems to be divided into two. Speaking of which, what would have happened if Heinlesch hadn't been recruited in the first place? He couldn't help but think so. Reading www.uukunsha.com. Can you tell me about Miss Dementor, Hendrich? You seem to know each other in reality. Hermione asked suddenly. She wants to know more about Miss Dementor. You want to know? Unioff asked. Of course I want to know, said Hermione. Unioff closed his eyes, and as the boat opened a scar on the lake, the memories that were suppressed somewhere in his heart gradually emerged. About standing in front of Diagon Alley for a long time, about her asking if the clothes look good, about helping him pick out all kinds of must-have items, about wands and debts. Actually, I haven't known her for a long time, mainly because I owe her 14 gold galleons. He picked up one or two less important things to tell Hermione, and finally mentioned the collapse of the leaky cauldron. Hermione's eyes were red when she heard this, but she suddenly asked, why did they blow up the leaky cauldron? Unioff frowned and said, maybe it's because if they don't blow up the leaky cauldron, they won't be able to find Indreach. There is a room 13 there, guarded by the faithful charm. If Indreach is there, if you hide inside, you won't be discovered. But if you blow up the whole bar, that room will definitely be destroyed as well. But, didn't you say, photo? Hendrich lives in room 12, Hermione also asked with a frown. The boat sailed smoothly across the lake, like a blade slicing through black glass, and lowered its head through the ivy curtain covering the front of the cliff, as if a castle was standing overhead. And Ning gradually soothed the hearts of the little wizards. Do you have any way to rescue Hendrich? Hermione asked awkwardly. For a while, she was still not used to this name, but in reality, she would try her best not to call Miss Dementor. Unioff frowned, and finally said frankly, at present, I don't have a practical and effective plan. Those people, they have great strength and power, they can formulate detailed and meticulous combat plans, and they execute them resolutely. Some people are even willing to make huge sacrifices for this. He recalled the tragic ending of the giant dragon and the dark wizard, and despite their opposing positions, he couldn't help but be amazed. It's like a well-trained secret army. Such an enemy cannot be defeated so easily. We can only wait for the opportunity. Wait for the time. Hermione couldn't help but stand up, her voice rising, but she immediately knocked her head to the top of the hole, and sat down with her head in her back, tears welling up. The boat swayed erratically for a while, so that it didn't fall. The people in front all turned to look. Sit tight. Unite grabbed her. The information I know has been disclosed to the Ministry of Magic, and they absolutely cannot tolerate such a force lurking in the dark. In other words, everything they can do has been done. There is no way to do what can't be done, and for now, the only way is to increase our strength as soon as possible during this period. He glanced at Hermione and said, if you can think of a better way, I'll do it right away. Do you have one? Hermione covered her head, her eyes clouded with tears, but she was still angry. But after a long time, won't something happen to Heinlesch? At least their lives are safe, said Unioff. According to the current information, those people just used Endelshi to cause a group migration of Dementors, and by the way, they caused a collective escape of wizard criminals. Although the momentum was huge, but it can only cause temporary turmoil in the magic world. Although he knew that it wasn't that simple, he could only speak lightly now to lessen Hermione's worries. The real value is still in Indreach itself. Although I don't know what that value is, since those people are looking forward to it, maybe it is the power that can subvert the magic world. Subvert the magic world. Hermione couldn't help opening her mouth, and her worries were instantly replaced by shock. Is Miss Dementor so powerful? Yes, subvert the magic world. Universityr said affirmatively. So, instead of worrying about the safety of Heinlein, it's better to worry about what damage she will cause to the magical world, maybe even us both. He guided, in order to prevent this from happening, we have to study hard, improve every day. Then can we keep up? She was even a little worried that she wouldn't be able to keep up with the progress. Of course I can keep up, Unioff said confidently. As for you, he said, how do you think you can learn spells by yourself? It's all right. She said hesitantly, I've already learned the spells in Standard Spells, Beginner. Do you think this is something a normal little wizard can do? Una continued to ask. She originally thought that Heinreich was the norm, but only when she got on the train did she realize that it was amazing that an ordinary little wizard could cast a spell or two. But compared to subverting the magic world, she is a little less confident. Don't doubt yourself, Eugene whispered. We learn faster than most wizards in the wizarding world, and most of the problems they encounter can be solved by us. We grow like a rocket, breaking through the sky. We are the light of salvation. Hermione was a little excited, but she felt a little ashamed and blushed a little. Is it a bit too exaggerated? I didn't let anyone else hear it. Yunvo said indifferently, besides, if we couldn't do this, we wouldn't be able to rescue Endrich. He patted Hermione on the shoulder and said, it is up to us to save the world, so we must study hard. Hermione didn't know what to say for a moment. With a bang, the boat docked. Before they knew it, they had passed through a dark tunnel to the underground of the castle and arrived at a place similar to a pier. After getting off the boat, he didn't speak anymore. Those who should be fooled have already been fooled. Any more talk will only have the opposite effect. In the final analysis, he didn't expect Hermione to be of any help, he just hoped that she could study with peace of mind. Following Hagrid up a tunnel between the rocks and a flat stone staircase, they came to a huge oak door. Hagrid raised his fist and knocked on the castle gate 3 times. The gate opened immediately, and a bright light shot out from the door, like a bright fog. Mag was already waiting there, his face was tight, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. She opened the door wide, revealing a huge hallway, illuminated by flaming torches as bright as day. Unioff followed the crowd in, and they came to a small side hall. There were already a few people waiting there, the same ones who had passed out in the train earlier. They have woken up, and their faces are slightly pale, but they are generally fine. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall said. Although there were some accidents, the opening banquet will still be held as normal. I hope you can forget that unpleasant experience. Then, she explained the sorting ceremony and the Academy Cup. Her tone seemed a little anxious. She instructed everyone to wait here for a while, tidy up their appearance, come to pick them up after a while, and then left the room. There was a burst of chatter in the side hall. Some were discussing the division, some were discussing Dementors, and Hermione seemed a little uneasy. Do you know which college I will be assigned to? She asked a little nervously. www.reborn.com. You seem to have the ability to predict. Probably know a little. Unioff said mysteriously, but I won't reveal such trivial things. If there are too many leaks in the future, they will be punished by God. It's better not to disclose it. It's hard to say anything now. If Hermione is not assigned to Gryffindor, his image will be lost. Hermione glanced at Unionfo with dissatisfaction. The gods were the most annoying. At this moment, 20 or so ghosts suddenly appeared in the room, which startled many people. They were floating and talking loudly in the room. Unioff looked at these existences between life and death with some curiosity, and suddenly asked a fat white ghost passing by him, what's the difference between you and a Dementor? Dementors. The ghost was startled suddenly, looked around and said in horror, where are the Dementors? She looks like she's afraid of Dementors. We met Dementors on the way to Hogwarts, said Union. They seem to be quite similar to you, although one is black and the other is white, but they are both floating and belonging to spirits. Creatures. Seeing that there were no Dementors around, the ghost seemed annoyed and said, how can you compare us with that dirty thing? We are noble ghosts. And Dementors can't even talk. Then another ghost said, but the Dementors can you up like a drink. Mag came back soon, and the ghosts immediately left through the wall and went to the next door. According to her request, the little wizards lined up in a single row, with a dark-skinned Indian girl in front of Unioff, followed by Hermione. Out of the room, through the foyer, through a double door, into the resplendent auditorium. For long tables stretched from the door to the end, with gleaming gold plates and goblets on them. Students of all grades from various colleges sat around, and thousands of candles floating in the air illuminated the auditorium. There was another long table on the upper stage of the auditorium, which should be the seats of the teachers. Unioff glanced at it and immediately found that the three-pointed seat where Dumbledore was supposed to be sitting in the middle was empty. Haven't come back yet? He was slightly disappointed. Continuing to look to both sides, he saw Snape in a black robe sitting in a corner seat. Snape seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes instantly landed on Eugene. His eyes narrowed like a conditioned reflex, and his brows were slightly wrinkled, but he quickly turned his eyes and saw Harry, who was talking to Ron in front of him. His brows stood up immediately. It seems that no matter what changes occur, Snape's love for Harry will not diminish in the slightest. Next to Snape sat a man in a ridiculous scarf, pale and young, who always glanced at Dumbledore's place. Unioff held his eyes, and he saw a double image on the teacher's face, which gave him a similar feeling to the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. It must be the legendary Quirrell double-faced person. Then there was Gardwin, who even moved a chair and sat on the far side. His face seemed a little smug. It is estimated that I have only sat in the student seat before. Mag brought them to the long table, and asked them to line up facing all the senior students. Hundreds of faces were mixed in the candlelight, and Unioff thought of the morning hall for some reason. Then, I saw McGonagall move a tall four-legged stool, and put a tattered pointed wizard hat on the stool, which was covered with patches and was filthy to death. Are you going to wear this thing later? Unioff frowned deeply, his cleanliness fetish. Not far away, Harry had a very nervous expression. He still remembered the legend of the split cap, and the experience along the way was really terrifying. No matter what they were thinking, in a word, everyone was staring at this hat, and it had become the focus of the audience. I saw the hat twist, and a wide slit opened at the brim, like a mouth, and then I heard it sing, "You may think that I am not pretty, but don't judge people by their appearance. Any thoughts hidden in your mind can't escape the golden eyes of the sorting hat, because I am a thinking hat." After the sorting hat finished singing, the audience burst into applause. It bowed to each of the 4 dining tables, then stood still. Mag took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in his hand. "Now, classmates who reported their names, please come this way, put on your hat, and then decide which college you want to go to." She glanced at the parchment and called out the first name, Hannah Abbott. A little girl with 2 blonde braids stumbled out of the queue and put on a hat that just covered her eyes. She sat down. "Hufflepuff," cried the hat. There was a burst of cheers from the long table on the right, as if the unpleasant experience on the train had been forgotten. Susan Burns. A soft and cute little girl with a round face walked over hesitantly. Hufflepuff. The long table on the right burst into cheers again, but it seemed to be a little weaker. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. This time the second table on the left clapped, but there seemed to be the fewest people there, so the sound was not as good as before. After calling a few more people, Unioff found that the order was probably based on the initials of their surnames. He figured it out, it should be his turn soon. Just thinking about it, he was called Universal Geralt. One hand poked his waist, turned her head and saw that it was Hermione. She raised her small fist and made a come-on mouth. What's so good about this kind of thing? But Unioff couldn't help but smile. He walked over, picked up the hat, and had a terrible slippery feeling. It's been a long time since this broken hat was washed. He wanted to pull out his wand to clean it up, but he held back, and it would be fine in a while. He put on his hat and sat down. The sorting hat twisted on his head for a while, rubbing his scalp fiercely, as if it was going to shave him off. Unioff endured it silently, feeling like every second was like a year, thinking if he could hurry up, he probably had to wash his hair tonight. After an unknown period of time, a small voice suddenly sounded in my ears. "I can't read it," said the hat. "I can't read it for the first time in more than 1,000 years. Empty, empty, quiet, where should I assign you?" "Whatever you want." Unioff urged in his heart, "Can you hurry up?" He felt that the oil stains from the hat were about to seep into his scalp, but the hat couldn't read his thoughts. It rubbed it a few more times, and said softly, "Can't be understood. www.readem.com. Maybe because your hidden wisdom is higher than mine, maybe you are suitable for Lavine Crow." Unioff heard the hat calling out the name of the hospital to the entire auditorium. He immediately took off his hat and walked quickly to the Ravenclaw table. A brown black-haired boy stood up and shook hands with him. "Welcome to Ravenclaw." Then there was a girl with long curly hair. They seemed to be prefects. "Thank you." Eugene thanked politely and found a seat to sit down. Then he caught a glimpse of Gadwin smiling at him. Yes, they are now residents. After Unioff, it was Hermione's turn again. Granger and Geralt were close together. The sorting hat smacked its mouth in dissatisfaction and called out the name of Ravenclaw. Hermione took off her hat and glared at him, making him a little confused. However, she immediately smiled again and ran straight to the long Ravenclaw table, shaking hands warmly with the 2 prefects. Afterwards, she sat next to Unioff. As soon as she sat down, her face changed, and she said, "Do you know what the sorting hat said?" "What did you say?" Eugene asked. Unioff looked up at the ceiling, which was enchanted, and the night sky was as bright as the stars above the Black Lake. "How come it's a lifetime?" He raised his head and said, "A person's lifetime will not be determined by one thing, just like this auditorium is not illuminated by a beam of light. Suppose there are 10,000 candles in this auditorium, and each candle emits 10,000 rays of light, then a total of 100 million rays of light will make the place flourish. It is a cumulative result, not an instant decision." Light entered his eyes and reflected from his eyes. Hermione glanced at him strangely, not understanding why this man suddenly said this. "Why are you babbling? It's like a hole in the sky has been opened in your brain." She said, "I'm just complaining." But she couldn't help but be infected by this context, and said things that she was unlikely to say normally. Besides, there are important things in the world, so is magic, and so is Mansu. She lowered her voice. It's because of such a significant event that I'm here, otherwise I might be at Eton College. My family had an appointment for a long time, and then Professor McGonagall suddenly came. It can be said that it completely changed the trajectory of my life. Do you think this change is okay? Unioff asked politely, as if investigating the product experience. I've never thought about this. Hermione said, why don't you read a few more books when you have time? It's really hard work. Yunvo couldn't help but sigh. That's worth talking about. Hermione raised her nose. However, since you asked the question sincerely, I'll think about it with great compassion. It's just a very simple question anyway. Thanks. No thanks. She paused for a moment, cleared her throat, and began to answer, as if the answer was already there. There are definitely problems, she said. A lot of hard work is in vain. English, math, science, history, geography, computers. It's unlikely that future exams will get them. But compared to magic, these seem to be nothing. Magic. She took out her wand, a wand with rattan whiskers around its body. As long as you are a normal person, know that magic exists in this world, and you have the opportunity to learn it. Would you refuse such an opportunity? Would you refuse? She looked over. Yunvo thought about it for a while, over and over again, and finally came to the same answer, no. Yeah, it's as if we were born to pursue magic. The same is true for Mansu. Hermione said rightfully, who can refuse the opportunity to be smart? And it's not just smart. Full of energy, strong magic, learning magic is 1,000 miles away. Not to mention there are cute Miss Tree and Dementors. Magic power is strong. Yuna was suddenly startled. What? Hermione was a little puzzled. Don't you feel that way? I really haven't. Unioff shook his head and said honestly, however, it may be that there is too much magic. When he said this, he heard a sound of gnashing his teeth, but following the sound, it was Hermione's very kind smile. He looked at Harry, who was wearing the sorting hat on the stage again, and the sound of grinding his teeth came from his ears. Turning her head again, she saw Hermione smiling very kindly. Gryffindor, cried the sorting hat. The most enthusiastic cheers erupted in the auditorium in an instant, and Unioff also clapped his hands. Hermione clapped her hands too, but still snorted angrily. There were only 3 people left on the stage, and it didn't take long for them to be divided, one each for Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. Ron was still with Harry. After the sorting ceremony was over, Mag habitually glanced back, then came back to his senses and announced, the banquet starts now. With a wave of her hands, all kinds of food suddenly appeared from the golden plate on the dining table like flowers, and she rolled up the parchment, picked up the sorting hat, and left. Dumbledore still hasn't returned. Quirrell tried to chat with Snape, his fork pointed at Dumbledore's position from time to time, not knowing what he was asking. Snape looked at Harry from time to time, not sure if he heard Quirrell's question, but he always felt that he answered quite casually. Gardwin was on the sidelines with Flitwick. There is a narrow long table, and inexplicably several waves of forces will gather. The ghosts of the various colleges that were originally onlookers were also seated one after another. Among them, Ravenclaw's college ghost was quite eye-catching, and it was the most beautiful of all ghosts. It's just that she didn't chat and laugh with the students like Nick and Gryffindor, but sat in the front seat quite proudly, not even nodding her head as she floated by. I heard from the person next to me that it was Miss Grey, but University knew that she was also the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of the Academy, at least in the movie. While observing the environment, he inserted something into his mouth, filling his stomach unconsciously. However, he still ate the pudding seriously at the end. It was refreshing and delicious, and it was very tired. All the food on the plate disappeared, Dumbledore was still absent, Professor McGonagall stood up, and the auditorium returned to silence. Presumably everyone has had enough to eat and drink, and now Professor Dumbledore should speak, but he is temporarily away from school for some things, so I will announce some precautions for him. She took out a piece of parchment and read, first, as in previous years, the forest area on the edge of the school grounds prohibits any students from entering. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the administrator, asked me to remind everyone not to cast magic in the corridor between classes. We have a special place for casting spells. Thirdly, the review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in participating in the college team, please contact Ms. Hooch. Fourth, if you don't want to suffer an accident and die in pain, please don't enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. She raised her head, glanced around, and continued, Fifth, the Dementors that attacked the train seem reluctant to leave, they were driven to a valley near the station, we have taken some protective measures to prevent them from coming out, but you'd better not approach www.readwn.com if anyone sees a Dementor near the school, please be sure to notify the teacher. Sixth, advice from the Ministry of Magic, always pay attention to personal safety, and if you encounter a strange wizard, you should immediately notify the teachers nearby, or Mr. Gardwin, the Auror of the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, no one is allowed to leave the school unless there are special circumstances, including 3 students in grades and above who want to go to Hogsmeade Village. A low whimper suddenly sounded in the auditorium. Yunbo heard words such as unfavorable time, unfortunate fortune, unfortunate fate, and so on his long table. They are all senior students. Silence. McGonagall raised her voice. The auditorium fell silent again. Then she heard hesitantly say, "Let's go to the last part of the opening banquet. Sing the school song." I saw that all the teachers looked over, most of them were encouraging and instigating. As soon as she closed her eyes and pretended not to see, she flicked her wand, and a long golden ribbon flew out from the wand, and neat lines of words were coiled around the dining table. "You can choose the tune you like," she said. "Of course, it's better to have it all together. Get ready, sing." In the end, the school song was still sung in various ways. There was no unified tune for everyone, and each academy also had its own style. Slytherin is dark, Ravenclaw is mysterious, Hufflepuff is relaxed, Gryffindor sings everything. After singing the school anthem, McGonagall announced that everyone could go back to the dormitory and go to bed, and Unioff took this opportunity to run to the staff table to remind Gadwin about the Patronus charm. Okay, Gardwin said helplessly, "but it can't be tonight, I have other things to do. You can look at the class schedule first, and then we'll make an appointment. I'll stay here for a long time." University nodded in agreement and returned to the team. Ravenclaw's male prefect Robert Hilliard and female prefect Penelope Cravat were already greeting the new students. Unioff glanced at it, and suddenly realized that there were actually very few freshmen. His own academy barely managed to gather 10, and the Gryffindor next to him couldn't even gather 10. This is similar to an ordinary Muggle school in the UK, but the problem is that there are many Muggle schools, but there is only one Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry. How easy it is for the wizarding world to fail. Followed the prefect through the noisy crowd, walked out of the auditorium, climbed the marble stairs, and kept going up. It wasn't until the 6th floor that he turned a corner, walked through a corridor, and then followed several consecutive corners. They passed suits of ancient armor, and the sound of footsteps rattled their helmets. "How high, how high?" an Indian girl said in surprise or complaining. Her name was Padma Patil, and her feet were heavy as if they were on anklets. She also had a twin sister who went to Gryffindor. The long curly-haired prefect Penelope replied, "There are still a lot of stairs to climb. Ravenclaw's common room is the furthest and highest at Hogwarts." Hermione couldn't help but feel a little sad, but it wasn't because she felt that the road was far away, but she was worried about another aspect. "Aren't you going to be late for class? If you don't get up earlier, of course you will." Penelope said, "It's good to get used to it, we all come here like this." They came to a spiral staircase, went up in dizzying little circles, and finally came to a door. There was no handle or keyhole on the door, just a polished, aged plank with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Penelope knocked on the door, the eagle mouth opened immediately, and a gentle, musical sound came out from inside. It asked, "Will the world ever end?" Penelope didn't answer, but turned to look at the crowd. "The Ravenclaw feature," she said, "has to answer the question to get into the lounge, and there's a different question every day. What if I can't answer? Or what if I answer incorrectly?" a tall, thin boy asked. He was Terry Boot, the third to wear the hat at the sorting ceremony. "Then we have to wait for someone else to answer the question correctly," Penelope smiled. "In Ravenclaw, it is common for 20 people to block the door to solve the problem." Unioff saw Hermione's eyes glow. "I'll answer first tonight, after all, it's a bit late." Penelope said, "However, there's not necessarily only one answer. If you're interested, you can try to think for yourself. If you believe in it, you will have it. If you believe in it, you will not have it." She replied. "Makes sense," said the knocker. Then, the door opened. Penelope led them into the lounge. This is a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the walls, hung with blue and bronze silks, and from one of them, you can see 2 parts of the night sky outside. The ceiling is in the shape of a dome, with stars painted on it, brighter than in the night sky, and the dark blue carpet below is also full of stars. The room had tables, chairs, bookshelves, and in the alcove opposite the door stood a tall white marble statue, presumably Rowena Ravenclaw. She has a teasing smile on her face. She is beautiful, but has a distance, but she never tires of seeing it. Yunfu walked to the window and checked the environment. He visually estimated that he was 60 to 70 meters above the ground. He felt a shaky feeling, and he would definitely fall to his death if he jumped down. Hermione also came over to look at it. She felt dizzy and her feet softened, but her arms were firmly propped against the window sill. After a while, the 2 prefects began to greet the boys and girls respectively. Their dormitories were still above, and the entrances were on the left and right of the statue. "There is no highest, only higher." Saying goodbye to Hermione, entering the door on the left, at the top of a spiral staircase, Unioff and the boys finally found their own bunks, 6 beds with 4 posts, hung with dark blue velvet curtains. The suitcase had already been delivered, and Unioff found his own puff pastry in a box. Several roommates greeted them casually, then put on their pajamas and went to bed. They were so exhausted that they fell asleep. Unioff looked at the timetable. Tomorrow morning will be 2 potions classes, and afternoon will be a history of magic. He took out 2 books and a notebook and put them on the bedside table. Then, he teased Pu wrong again and put it by the pillow. Put down the curtain, lie on the bed, and look at the top of the bed. 2 lines of clear tears suddenly flowed down his cheeks. His heart was not sad, he didn't even have superfluous thoughts, and his will was absolutely tenacious. At most, he felt a little empty. The sudden tears are just the body's automatic response, he said to himself. After all, the body is only 11 years old, so it's normal for him to be unable to restrain himself. Just let the body vent. So he opened his eyes and let the tears flow quietly. However, the other half's reason told him that this is not just a matter of the body. The truth is, since he received the news from Heindlch at noon, something was wrong with him. He was really out of control, otherwise he wouldn't have talked so much to Hermione on the platform of the train, wouldn't have taken her to meet Gadwin, wouldn't have told her about Heinrich. Reading www.ucanshu.com will not make up the identity of an agent in order to make up for loopholes. Whether it is a human being, a god, rational or irrational, no matter how many reasons you can find, the truth is that it is not beneficial to his situation, but instead exposes many flaws. This means that not only has his body reached a certain limit, but so has his mind. Yet another voice strongly denies this. 2 kinds of thoughts spread in his body, like 2 spiders each crawling through half of the blood vessels, forming cobwebs of different structures but equally dense. Mesh his breath, mesh his heart, mesh all his purposes and actions, and form a cocoon. Pu wrong stuck out her tongue and licked his face. It was itchy, but it seemed to be separated by a layer of frosted glass, so she ignored it. Tears with the pillow, it was a little damp and cold, so I didn't care about it. My hands and feet are a little numb, but I don't care about it. Even Mansu didn't want to go. Time seems to stand still, and the picture ceases. As if the of fate was carefully maintaining the balance on both sides of the scales. At some point, this balance was upset. A message came from the system. It is detected that the influence of the host on the world has accumulated to a critical point, and it is detected that Mansu has reached 2 key nodes in the world. Connection started. The connection is complete. Eton is a boys' school, and I changed what Hermione said that day. Sure enough, you still need to read the comments, and it's totally useless to not read the comments. A staged victory, no problem. After all, an esoteric simulator can be considered a victory when it comes to a relationship. I am at least a small victory. Then, the conclusion. 1. About the manuscript, I wrote too much about admission. I remember that the first draft was 40,000 to 50,000 words and was accepted for admission. Of course, that draft was greatly rejected by the editor, because the first 10,000 words would not work. Fortunately, it was rejected, otherwise there would be no manuscript. The second draft was a rough draft. I thought it was quite thin at the time, but the internal submission was accepted. Thank you for not killing it. The third draft adjusted the perspective and adjusted it to the protagonist's perspective as much as possible. Only Indrich and Hermione will get more subjective perspectives. The fourth draft adjusted the plot, mainly through discussions with a friend who fluttered the streets. He believed that admission should be a little more passionate and turbulent. This is the root of all evil. Originally, I probably just thought about the magic awakening and almost finished school. The following is the fine-tuning when the manuscript is actually published. The original manuscript has been reduced to a rough manuscript or even a scrap manuscript when it is 60,000 to 70,000 words, and the later is probably the date code. When it comes to happy plots, it goes smoothly, and when it comes to sad plots, it's very slow, especially starting from Heinlech, because I knew she was going to be kidnapped, so I had all kinds of pain a few days before that. Writing a transition chapter is also very painful. The transition chapter means a bunch of trivial information that has to be written, which is quite troublesome to organize and may be missed. It was also very painful to write at the end of the volume. I originally planned to meet a Dementor on the train, but it turned out to be a sad one. I wanted to mention my emotions, but in the end my emotions were exhausted. I was also exhausted. Physical and emotional are not very good, and I ended up losing sleep after writing the volume last night. So can you take a break? Just today? I want to make up 4 players super justice. I chased 200 or 300 chapters before, but I stopped chasing it because of some things, and now it's all over. However, a certain devil conqueror is still breaking. There must be a chapter, after all, it is still in the recommendation period. 2. About the epidemic, blockade, and food. When the city area where I was located was infected, I was blocked, just when I was writing Enlek. Colds, headaches, so that Henderleach didn't describe enough. It should have been a little more sharp, no. But now it's fine, it's better if it's lighter, it's more suitable for the feeling of light novels. I have a cold, take medicine, and sleep longer. I didn't eat takeout for the first few days. I ate instant noodles for 4 or 5 days in a row, and the update was slow. Later, I had takeout, which was better. The biggest impact of the epidemic on me is the source of food and the writing environment. I used to be able to go to school to sit and write, but now I can only sit on the bedside or squat on the lazy sofa on the balcony. The body is about to be destroyed. So can you take a break? Just today? There is still one chapter. 3. About the daily schedule. My current life is mainly occupied by 3 things: sleeping, coding, reading. Occasionally visit Station B, don't play games. I'm a student, I haven't got a job yet, but I've already written several novels. This was a great breakthrough for me, both in terms of writing ability and grades. This is due to reading books. I read the original Harry Potter books and Haruki Murakami, and then there are wikis, but wikis are not books, they can only be regarded as materials. Actually, there are several books that I want to read, including Player's Super Justice and The Book of Problems. The latter is a real-life book about lamps and lanterns, and I have been borrowing them for more than a month. But I don't have time to watch. Recently, I have been sleeping more and more time. Maybe my body is too weak and I want to go out to exercise to earn some energy. I now understand why the light's ascension path is getting thinner and thinner. So can you take a break? And there is still a chapter. 4. Summary of writing skills. My writing ability in this book can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, at least for me, at least I can read it. Looking back at the previous works, what kind of is that? I hope that in the future I can still have this idea from time to time. To sum up, it is probably the following points. 1. To grasp the perspective. Perspective is the first element. Just as big eyes are always the first sitchin we invite, perspective is also the first element of writing. I don't write about God's perspective, but only subjective perspective. This is the first rule I want to follow. In this way, information can be synchronized, and there will be puzzles and emotions. God has no emotions. 2. Progressive. The biggest difficulty in writing esoteric teachings may be the problem of understanding, and I have been deeply frustrated at this point. In my last book, Writing and Writing, I lost myself writing, it was a mess, and the water was on the shelves. Because the esoteric worldview is really complicated. It takes 10 lifetimes to study invisible techniques. Not a lie. So I can only write this book slowly. The only thing that can be used in the first volume is the lamp, and the cup and moth are exposed. In the end, Chi Hsien got it. In addition, even emotions need to be gradual. Esotericism is very emotional, fascinated, restless, fearful, crazy, and reminiscent of moments. I attribute it to emotional exhaustion and collapse. It didn't come all at once. The protagonist was not caught in the heart by some emotion all of a sudden, or even from some mysterious influence, but from repeated real blows. A real crash. I think Murakami does just that. A real crash. Really collapsed. However, I don't know if I have written that feeling. I am a new author, and I am afraid that I will only be moved by myself. 3. Characters, dialogues. Yes, I put the characters on the third point. Only with the foundation of the first 2 points can we talk about the character level. Otherwise, things will not be explained clearly, and the characters will not be able to stand. Characters are mainly divided into static description, action description, and dialogue description. Static description is to write about appearance. There is nothing to say, I am very good in this area, and there are more people who write well than me. Action description is to write action, which is divided into big action and small action. Big action involves the switching of scenes, sense of movement, shock, and pleasure. Small action involves the character, habits, and cuteness of the characters. I'm pretty average in small movements, so it can only be considered a pass. However, when it comes to moving the camera with big moves, I seem to be okay, and I barely hold on to it for a few big scenes. Dialogue description is the most important thing, I think. After all, daily chat is the backbone of light novels. The most important thing about dialogue is to have the feeling of dialogue. The people in the novel are talking to the people in the novel, not to the readers, nor to the author. They only speak to those who speak to them. It may sound a little devious, but that's what it is, and it also has something to do with perspective. The second is the fun of the conversation. For example, Snape's complaints and magical metaphors. He hasn't appeared for a long time, but he will be back soon. Reading www.uukangsha.com. The best metaphors and rants are always for Snape. By the way, a long dialogue is divided into several pairs of quotation marks. Of course I know how to use quotation marks, and I also want to write a long and non-segmented dialogue like Murakami. But the problem is not to segment, it goes against the reading habits of people today, especially if everyone still reads online articles. Of course, using quotation marks to divide a sentence into several paragraphs is also against the habit. But after weighing it, the former is more serious. As for the front quotation marks not added, I'm a typographyist, I've studied design for a while, and I'm very uncomfortable when I see no quotation marks at the beginning of a paragraph. I'll think of a way. 4. Some coincidences. There were some coincidences that I didn't expect during the writing of the novel, like the resemblance of Indrich and Harry. Another example is various time points. If they correspond to the meaning of a Sai Chen, most of them are quite appropriate. The most recent coincidence was last night's update. At the end of the volume, it happens to be chapter 71. The Night Watchman is 1, the light is 1, and my birthday for the protagonist is also January 1st. The Night Watchman is always the first Sitchin we invite. Kai is 7, and 7 is an important number in both the esoteric worldview and the Harry Potter worldview. Unetho was stunned as if he had just woken up from a dream, as if he had woken up from a hibernation. The cracks in the body and mind are not closed, and maybe once they are opened, they cannot be closed. Yet he accepted. That's it, he said to himself, a contradiction is a contradiction, and a person is a contradiction. Then everything started to flow again, to continue. He wiped his cheeks, and under Pu Rongrong's curious eyes, sat up from the bed, opened the virtual panel, and checked the news. First of all, of course, the system's victory speech. Victory? What an irony. However, he immediately noticed two prerequisites for the so-called victory. First, the impact on the world has accumulated to a critical point. Second, Mansu has access to two key nodes in the world. The first point is very easy to understand. He has experienced a lot of things in the past 2 days, and almost everything is different from what he saw in movies in his previous life. To put it more broadly, since he awakened the system, or since he was born, the world has undergone some changes, but the recent changes have been particularly severe, as if a volcano has entered an eruption period. As for the second point, there are some doubts. What do the two key nodes refer to? Hermione and Hindlesh? Or something else? With doubt, he continued to look down. In addition to the victory speech, there are many other news. Bear the brunt of the impact on the world. Mansu has initially connected with the world. Afterwards, within a certain range around the key nodes that Mansu communicates with, there is a certain probability that a person with a spirit will enter Mansu in the form of a soul phantom. The more likely it will enter Mansu. Spiritual people are different from qualified people and cannot actively participate in the construction activities of Mansu, but certain characteristics and resources that they possess or carry may become one of the raw materials for the construction of Mansu. The existing rules and areas in Manju may have a corresponding impact on the spirits. The key nodes currently communicated Hogwarts, Nurmengard. There are no more than 3 spirits who enter Mansu through key nodes every day. Important reminder, Mansu is no longer completely closed, and the host must be cautious of prying eyes from others. Yunbo savored the information carefully and gradually understood. To put it simply, with the staged victory he achieved, the system received a major version update for this broken game. If it was said that it was a single player of his own at the beginning, and that after recruiting Hermione and Hindlesh, it was a local area network, then this time may be a small-scale public beta. However, from the description, this new player is not so much a player as it is resources, raw materials, leaks. Not only does he not have the sovereign power he has, but he can't plant trees like Hermione and Hindlesh. Even, whether you enter or not, you may not be able to control yourself. It seems to be affected. As for what kind of influence it will have, and what kind of characteristics and resources the psychic will possess and carry, we can only observe it after the actual encounter. Then there are 2 key points. He can understand Hogwarts, he himself is at Hogwarts, and it may be called contact. But Nurmengard, all he could think of was Enlek. Is Indrich in Nurmengard now? He had seen this place in History of Magic. It was a wizarding prison in Austria, and the only prisoner in this prison was the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was defeated by Dumbledore. Judging from the migration direction of the Dementors, it seems that they can indeed reach Austria. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Hidleric, what is the relationship between these? Yunfu closed his eyes and cut off this thought. The information he obtained was still not complete enough to think deeply. After a while, he opened his eyes and continued to look down. It was another piece of heavyweight information. New type of open books, Kai Revelation, one of the 9 root principles, including revealing, opening and dismantling, related to wounds, locksmiths, doors and keys. Revelation does not allow closure and isolation. Looking at this newly unlocked rule, Unioff looked thoughtful. It is also a criterion. Chi appears to be more difficult to understand than lamps. Lamps can be attributed to a collection of concepts in the spiritual realm, and Chi it seems difficult to make such a simple classification. Quite complicated. Then let it go. He clicked on Kai's tome list, and saw a solitary spell displayed in it. Secret of the Lock and Key, the 2nd level initiation spell uses faith as the material to construct the key. Remarks, if there is a lock, there is a key, and the key is in the shape of a lock. What is confidence? What is the key? Unioff looked at this new spell, and suddenly had a feeling of returning to the awakening system 10 years ago. At that time, he seemed to be so doubtful about the concept of Mansu. He could only continue to look down. The first is confidence. Faith, the power of belief in a code. Faith can be produced by both the fit and the spiritual. Hint, as long as you believe in principles, even a spirit person who has never entered the mansion can generate confidence. Then there is the key www.readum.com. The key, the wound of the world is a door, its scab scar is a lock, and the faith of all beings is a key that can open them. Note 1: use the key to open the wound of the world, and you will enter a copy of history. The copy of history will not affect the real world, but if the open wound is deep enough, there may be a chance to enter the real history. Note 2: the more times you enter the historical copy, the more confidence you can use to build the key, the deeper the wound will be opened, and the more people who can enter. Note 3: there are different types of keys, and different types of keys have different historical characteristics. The types of keys are unlocked with the unlocking of the Apocalypse spell. The unlocking of the Apocalypse spell is related to the degree of opening of the world. The type of key that can be constructed at present, the key of the forest. To construct this key, you need to invest at least 100,000 points of faith. As for other features of the forest key, the system has not given a more detailed description, and it may only be known through personal experience. Yunvo swept the above information several times, and roughly understood the meaning. To put it simply, it is like playing a game: you can download a copy, and you can also bring people. As for the so-called key, to a certain extent, it can decide which copy to take and how many people to bring. If you enter the dungeon enough times, you will use enough confidence to build the key, and you will even have a chance to enter the real history. Unioff looked at the number of 100,000 and didn't feel much surprise. The numbers given by the system are always very large, like the woodlands and the wells, as if they were born to do big things. It's just that, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate. Coupled with the previous reminder on trustworthiness, does this force him to spread knowledge about the code? However, this idea disappeared in the next second, because he found that if he only built the most basic key to the forest, it might not take long. The current host holds credibility, 10,287 source of credibility Universal Geralt, 10,151 points/day. Hermione Granger, 73 points/day. Indreach Roll, 63 points/day. Miscellaneous, 0 points/day. Apart from the miscellaneous items, Unioff easily recognized that this was the number of trees of knowledge that everyone had planted. After all, he had done a settlement for Hermione and Endlessy a few days ago. He was a little surprised that Zinli was actually associated with this, but it seemed reasonable. Compared to this, he was even more suspicious about himself being included. Not bad, but he went back and took a look at the description of Zinli. Faith, the power of belief in a code. Faith can be produced by both the fit and the spiritual. After a little thought, determine the next two facts. First, the credibility comes from the belief in the code, not the belief in him. Second, to a certain extent, he himself is counted as a qualified person. He couldn't help but re-examine the word qualified. Qualified, what kind of qualified? At that time, it was quite strange to recruit him. There were so many 11-year-old girls in the UK, but Hermione and Heinlesch were recruited. Now it seems that it may not be a coincidence, but from the current demand, this seems to be a good thing. Otherwise, with 100,000 points of confidence, he would have to reach the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. And now, if nothing else happens, it only takes 10 days. Speaking of which, if he can also produce credibility in the past 10 years, wouldn't the keys come rolling in? However, it seems that the previous ones are not counted. Is it? Or has it been used? Or is it impossible to store? Eugene couldn't answer this until the end of the important information prompted by the system. After thinking about it for a while, he took out Indelshe's card to check, and found that there was indeed another line in its description. Important update: on September 2, 1991, at 1:57 a.m., Indreach Roll arrived in Nurmengard. Looking at the system time again, it is already 2:15 minutes past, and 18 minutes have passed in a short time. Before that, he seemed to have heard a prayer from Hermione when she entered the mansion. Counting the time, he probably left before the mansion changed. That's fine, so that he won't meet the spirits one step ahead of him. What exactly is a spirit being? He was also a little curious. Besides, there are things of pain to look at. So, he whispered Mansu in his heart and entered. The entry experience this time was unprecedentedly stable. It was like taking an elevator straight up and down. It was very smooth. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in front of Mansu's familiar cobalt blue night sky. However, it seems that there have been some changes. The most intuitive one is that it is brighter than before. The light came from the sky where he didn't know how high and how far. It was different from the silver-white light he emitted when he was in the form of a night watchman. It should have been pure white at first. It's just that when this pure white light shines downward, it slowly soaks up that ray of cobalt blue, as if the sun's light sinks into the sea. In order to make a more comprehensive and detailed observation, Unefo changed into the form of a night watchman. He felt that he found that the trees in the woodland were cheering silently. They undoubtedly want to grow towards that light source, and it is also growing upwards, including those trees that have not grown for a long time. That light seems to be able to replace the role of mental power to a certain extent. Although it is not as obvious as mental power, it is worse than not having money. It is like a selfless gift. This is definitely a big improvement. Just as Hermione couldn't satisfy every tree in the Granger family, Unioff couldn't satisfy every tree in the woodland. And with the increase of new trees, those old trees want to be irrigated, and they have been lined up for an unknown time. For this, he was somewhat apologetic. Now that this problem is finally solved, he also feels much more relaxed, and he is also happy for the trees. They all want to grow, no doubt about it. He rolled his pupils and continued to check, but there seemed to be nothing else to pay attention to. But everything changed when he focused on two tiny stars in the night sky. Those were the two stars that led Hermione and Indleshy to come and go. From a distance, they looked like small holes pierced by needles. Although I had observed them before, I didn't feel anything special. Now, however, it seems to be different. He felt that he could communicate with those two stars, and through there, his eyes might be able to contact the real world. So they went to communicate, and Unioff remembered which one was Hermione and which one was Endlessy. To be on the safe side, he communicated with Hermione first. Suddenly, in the horizon, the scenery changes. His eyes followed the faint starlight into the arched window, and fell directly on the little girl who was soundly asleep under the dark blue curtain. She was covered with a blue quilt dotted with stars and a lovely pink nightgown. She was on her side, and her hair was scattered on the pillow. www.readon.com sound asleep. One of her arms was exposed, a small pink-white fist appeared from her cuff, and one foot was kicked out of the quilt, white and small, with 5 well-shaped toes. Yunvo immediately withdrew his gaze. He thought it was a bit presumptuous, but fortunately Hermione didn't have the habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, however, I still need to look at Hinderreich. You have to watch, at least understand her environment and living conditions. He communicated with another star, his eyes fell, and he passed through a dark tower in the dim space. In a mottled stone room, he found the trace of Indreach. She was lying on a black stone bed with her eyes closed, wearing a white dress. Her long silver hair spilled from the edge of the stone bed and almost fell to the ground. In front of her, a thin old man with silver hair was holding a wand in the shape of a dry branch. The tip of the wand emitted a milky white light, shrouding Hinderreich. It seems to be in treatment. Yunvo was about to continue to take a closer look, when he saw that the skinny old man raised his head in a conscious way, almost to meet his gaze. However, in the end, I didn't find it, but I was a little suspicious, and the treatment stopped. Universitaire saw Endreach frown. He restrained his desire and stopped looking. Although he had always told Hermione that Heinlesch would not be in danger, but that was his inference in the end, and it was far less reassuring than seeing it with his own eyes. Judging from the situation just peeped, the old man who was suspected of Grindelwald did not show any further malice towards Heinlesch. In this way, there is room for everything. However, considering the extreme sharpness that the old man had shown in a short period of time, Unioff felt that he should be more careful in his actions in the future. The best thing to do is to wait for Indrechi to wake up and try again to see if he can get in touch. This matter has come to an end temporarily, and Unioff begins to deal with other matters. You can't always wait. He swept a circle of woodland and found that there was an indifferent spirit at this time, so he changed his body to look at the painful thing. Like the water of desire, suffering exists in the well. Opening the shady trees, Unioff saw a pit that was already quite obvious on the ground. Well, construction progress, 0.225% water of desire, 37 drops things of pain, 4 drops. Note 1, a certain amount of water of desire accumulated in the well may realize an appropriate wish of the host. Remark 2, each time a certain amount of misery is deposited in the well, a suitable curse for the host may be realized. It seems to be a type of thing, even the remarks are similar. With such a preliminary impression, Unioff looked into the well. No matter what, he had to look at the real thing. Through the barrier of the silver outer membrane and the colorful inner part of the water of desire, he faintly saw the black liquid precipitated below. In order to see more clearly, he asked the tree to separate the waters of desire, and although they always had a tendency to accumulate, it would take some time for them to come together again. In this way, he brought the painful thing into his eyes. It is the exact opposite of the water of desire, which presents a fairly pure black inside, while the edges are surrounded by a little warm or bright 7-color luster. It's a bit strange, but Unioff felt that the look and feel of this thing seemed to be better than the water of desire. There is a real sense of reality. It is not vain. If it is not a good thing, it is not a good thing. It is genuine. Under this background color, the edge is decorated with a little color, and even made him have a ridiculous association of the sea of suffering is boundless, and the back is the shore, and the water of desire is more like a coquettish bitch. How can these two things work? Unlike before, he now hopes to use everything that can be used. However, they obviously haven't accumulated to a limit, and they only exist at present. Yunvo shook his head and hid the well again, but there is no doubt that it is much more difficult to move now than before. It can be imagined that one day it will be completely fixed, and then it will be discovered or found by someone else. I don't know what it will be like by then. Although he already had the idea of using well, he still felt that it would not be a very good thing. Afterwards, Unioff planted the only seed of knowledge today, which was gathered while on the train. At that time, he still read the book for an hour or two. Then he started to take care of other trees, and waited for the arrival of the spirits by the way. However, there has been no movement. Not to mention 3, but none. It seems that the so-called certain probability is not very big. Maybe it is 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even smaller. But that's fine. He doesn't need to spend too much energy to deal with it. For now, he really doesn't think there is anything that needs new players to participate. Looking at the system time, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and Eugene decided to leave the mansion to sleep for an hour or two. After encountering the flood of information from the future, daily sleep is no longer just for rest, but for re-encountering with the future. It's unlikely, but it's always possible. After all, it has already appeared once. But immediately, he stopped thinking about leaving Mansu. Because, at this very moment, the woodland finally welcomed its first uninvited guest. And Yunbo immediately knew that even though he was in a human state, his control over Mansu was much stronger than before. He switched back to the form of a night watchman, and saw somewhere in the woodland, under a banyan tree, a small pale white phantom roll to the ground like a ball of fur, and bounce back lightly, as if it had issued a pula grunt sound. Although its shape is very vague, Yunbo recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the velvet of my own? However, it cannot be said to be certain, because Hogwarts may not have other velvet. And the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also says that most of the puffs have similar behavior patterns. It is even possible that the phantom of someone's soul is the appearance of Pu Rongrong. After all, he was the first spirit person to enter the mansion. Without a comparison, Yuna couldn't tell what the situation was. Maybe you can go to the reality and check to see if the puffy velvet is sleeping. Pu Rongrong doesn't necessarily sleep at night, because occasionally he wants to dig his booger. Before that, though, he had to experiment with something. He let the banyan tree use its air roots to gently knock the pale white hairball into the air, and floated towards his direction. www.readum.com. He also used some vines to add momentum along the way, and then heard the little guy make a terrified The voice is somewhat similar to the situation when racing in the morning. At least it's not human beings, Unioff thought, otherwise he would have spoken something human. The little guy quickly floated under the silver pupils and looked over in horror. Although he could hardly see his eyes on the blurred phantom, Unaf still felt that his eyes were wide open. But it let out a thin exclamation again, presumably because it had never seen such big pupils before. Then, it shed a little hair. Speaking of which, it also lost a lot of hair along the way. I don't know if it will cause any damage, but I can't tell it yet. Unioff couldn't help thinking that Hermione, who was also a hairy creature, at least in Mansion, had never lost her hair. Could it be that this is the difference between the fit and the spiritual? Could this hair be the so-called material of the system? But what's the use? Unefo asked the tree to collect the hairs first, while he said, "Welcome to Mansu." The little guy shivered and lost his hair. "I am the night watchman." The little guy continued to shiver and lose his hair. Unioff stared at Puffy. Its head was bending toward the ventral surface, its body curled up into a ball, rolled into a small ball of hair, its head and limbs were wrapped in it, and it was shaking as if the vibration mode was turned on, as if having nightmares. Yunfu tried to poke it, but there was no response. He pinched the back of the neck and lifted it up, and its body opened involuntarily, and its 4 small white claws fluttered like drowning. Unioff scratched its belly for a while with the other hand before finally scratching it awake. As soon as the little guy woke up, his eyes widened violently, his limbs stretched out like electric shocks, his mouth opened as much as possible, his breathing was tight, and his chest and abdomen moved like waves. At the same time, Universityer felt that something was missing in the mansion, like a strand of hair had fallen out. He turned to Mansu to take a look, and found that the phantom had disappeared. In this way, he was sure that the puffy velvet that had just entered Mansu was indeed his own. Then, he looked at the hairs collected by the trees again, and they were all still there, not disappearing with the departure of Pu Rongrong. But to be honest, it doesn't seem to be of any use. At most it adds a little amount of material to Mansu. Or can it be used as fertilizer? Yuna asked the trees to bury some of their hairs in the soil, and planned to wait a while to check the situation. And then back to reality. In such a short time, Pu Rongrong has consciously got into the neckline of his nightgown, huddled on his collarbone, and touched his body temperature, as if it was safe. The fluffy body trembled faintly, but it was much better than before. Unioff didn't grab it out, just let it stay there, using the other hand to pick up the hair on the edge of the pillow, climbed out of bed and put it in a box. He still remembered that the fur of the pudding can be used as a potion material and should not be wasted. Pu velvet is actually not that easy to lose hair. He originally planned to cut it with scissors after it grew to a certain extent, but now it has dropped so much. Could it be because of the hair loss in the mansion, and then the feedback came back to reality? It is easy for him to think in this direction, and to think down this line of thought. If it's not hair, but other parts, what will happen in reality? Hands, feet, head, will it follow? It's just that these things can only be known when the next spirit person enters. He started to sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Unioff woke up on time, and was in a dreamless sleep again. In such a deep slumber, consciousness seems to be living in the shadows, and it seems to be sleeping in the deep seabed, which makes people nostalgic. However, no matter how nostalgic he is, he will still wake up when he should wake up. He is full of energy like a gorilla in the courtship period. If he does not spend it to a certain extent, he will never go to rest again. Unioff caught the puffy fleece nestled in the nightgown. It didn't know when it fell asleep again, but this time it was very stable and did not enter Mansu. Get out of bed, fasten the curtains, make the bed lightly, put on the short-sleeved lining, and cover the wizard's robe. The 5 roommates were still fast asleep, and they didn't know when they would wake up. They were sleeping in various postures. Terry opened his mouth wide, and Unioff thought maybe he could buy some cockroaches. He took the toiletries, tiptoed out of the room, walked down the spiral staircase, turned a corner, and found the bathroom. The bathroom is a circular room, quite luxurious, full of Ravenclaw style. Snow-white walls, blue floor tiles, a large circle with a scale on the edge drawn in the middle of the ground, and then a piercing star inside. In the center of the star is a white rounded rectangular container for used towels. To the left of the bathroom is a vanity mirror, which is very bright. On the left is a very wide water curtain mirror. The clear water hangs like silk from the height of the wall and is caught by the pool below. There is no splash, and the height of the water surface is always maintained at 3/4. On the right is a row of small circular single rooms. The entrance to the single room is a roller shutter. When Yunaifu walked in and looked at it, he found that there was also a roll-shaped partition. Outside the partition, there were clothes hooks for hanging clothes and a shower head inside. There is also a towel rack in the opposite corner of the bathroom, with a pile of white towels on it. Clean, elegant, no odor. Onif's sense of belonging to Ravenclaw skyrocketed. He used a toothcup to pick up the water hanging from the water curtain, and when he touched the water, it was cool and refreshing, giving people a sense of sobriety. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, he felt that his mouth was very fresh, like chewing mint. He went to get another towel, it felt soft to the touch, put it in the water curtain, it was full of water in an instant, it was heavy, wrung out, and put it on the face, it was very comfortable. He quickly finished washing up, and he felt a little lingering when he walked out the door. This bathroom is really wonderful. Was it designed by Rowena Ravenclaw himself? Otherwise, how could you understand this? Ravenclaw Seago. Immediately afterwards, he was a little curious. What are the restrooms of other colleges like? Have a chance to see it. Reading www.uukunsha.com. I went back to the dormitory and put away the toiletries. The 5 roommates were still sleeping. They had class at 9 o'clock. He came to the common room with a book and saw Hermione was already sitting on the sofa reading a book. She was still wearing a wizard's robe, her waist was straight, her brown blonde hair was sprinkled on her shoulders, her head moved to the right with her gaze, and she quickly returned to the far left every time she read a line. The morning sun shines brightly. Good morning, Universitaire greeted him. Good morning. Hermione glanced up at him, then lowered her head and continued to read, as if he couldn't compare to a character in the book. What are you reading? So fascinated? Unioff asked. Hermione was not reading any of the 3 books that might be used today, and it was very thick and old. The Guide to Making Potions, I just got it from the bookshelf. She stretched out her arm and pointed to the tall and narrow bookshelves beside the arched window. There were 8 such bookshelves in total, all filled with books. What's the content? Unioff walked over, leaned his elbows on the sofa, and asked curiously. It's an extension and advancement of Magic Potion and Potion. Hermione picked up the book and showed it to Unioff. Unlike Yindelshi, she seems to be happy to introduce books to others. Although no new method of making potions is introduced, the production process is described in more detail, and it also involves the medicinal properties and pharmacology of herbs, and thousands of kinds. Miracle herbs can also be combined. The air in the summer morning is warm and refreshing, and since Hogwarts is built in a forest valley surrounded by lakes, the air is especially good. Hermione's white, small ears peeked out a little from her dry, fluffy hair, and she talked enthusiastically about her harvest. Different parts of a herb tend to have similar but different effects. She raised a finger. For example, valerian has a sedative effect, but valerian root is generally used to make living decoction, because the root is related to precipitation, which can be extended to sleep, and valerian branch is used to make forgetting potion, because branches are associated with stretching, where memory is diluted. The book says that the roots and branches of most herbs are often in such a relationship that they are on opposite ends of a property. Isn't it interesting? She turned her face slightly, raised her eyelashes, and asked Universitaire, it is said that some medicinal herbs can be substituted for each other according to a certain principle, but I haven't seen the specifics. It's interesting. Unioff agreed. His mastery of potions and herbs was limited to 2 first-year textbooks, and he didn't know much more than Hermione. You're a potion master. It's still 108,000 miles away from the master of potions. Potions are not so easy to master. Hermione retorted, don't talk about anything else, Just talk about the problem of practice. The simplest potions will take dozens of minutes to boil, the more advanced ones will take several hours, and the most complicated ones will take a month or two. This is not counting the collection of materials. She sighed, as if she was lucky enough to pick up a shell or two on the beach, only to find that there were bigger and more beautiful ones in the distance. But after all, she was praised, she was still a little happy, the corners of her mouth sank slightly, her lips pursed like a crescent moon looming in the dawn sky. She paused, and then asked, "Do you want to see it? I can borrow it from you after reading it, but it is estimated that for several days, and I don't know if there will be other assignments." Yunfu turned aside, put the textbook on the desk, and said, "Look at it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, time is limited, it's better for us to study different fields separately. We can also share our own knowledge at that time." Experience. That makes sense. Hermione nodded and asked, "Which courses are you going to go into?" "Spells and Transfiguration," said Union. Hermione frowned and said, "I'm also interested in Transfiguration." Eugene knew what she meant and said, "Then study it together. Transfiguration is the most complicated magic, suitable for brainstorming." "You're right." Hermione smiled instantly, "and the knowledge of Transfiguration is also used in potions. Although it's not clear exactly what it is, it's written in the book. The potion in the future will be entirely up to you." With the appearance of being entrusted with a heavy responsibility, Unioff went to pour the tea again. The teapot was on a nearby coffee table. "Water is warm. You burned it?" Unioff asked. "No." Hermione shook her head, "It should be magic." Yunvo poured a cup. Tea cups and everything were available on the table. After taking a small sip, there was nothing wrong with it. It was normal warm water, so he poured a cup for Hermione. Hermione took a sip. She spoke dryly and was a little hungry, but dinner in the auditorium would not start until at least 7:30. "It's time to prepare some snacks," she whispered. Unioff touched his pocket, which contained compressed biscuits and a licorice wand. He took out the licorice magic wand and gave it to Hermione. "Do you want to eat? Leftovers from the train yesterday. It's okay to dislike it. I'm not that particular." Hermione was hesitant at first, but after being told this by Unioff, she immediately accepted it. "Besides, I was really hungry, I couldn't bear it without seeing what I was eating, but I couldn't bear it when I saw it." "Thank you," she said. "No thanks," Unioff said. Then, he went to the bookshelf to look for books, and opened a pack of compressed biscuits. The compressed biscuits tasted normal, but when he was hungry, he always brought some with him. The bookshelf is divided into 7 layers, and the books on it are dusty. In some years, the titles of the books often contain words such as guide, analysis, and exploration, which are more theoretical. Yuna found a copy of Transfiguration, Understanding and Imagination at the bottom of the bookshelf near the left side of the entrance, and sat down on the sofa, chewing biscuits and drinking tea. The book is very thick, with about 400 or 500 pages. From the catalogue, it is mainly divided into 3 major chapters: Introduction, Understanding, and Imagination. Each major chapter is divided into some small chapters. For example, Understanding is divided into Understanding Shape, Understanding Material, Understanding the Whole, Understanding Life. Among them, there are 70 or 80 pages for understanding shapes and materials. There are only about 10 pages for understanding, and only 3 pages for understanding life. Unioff turned the pages and took a look, and found that he simply mentioned understanding, the concept of life, including agonies and the like. The imaginary part is similar. However, this is also normal. If there is really detailed content, this book should be in the restricted area of the library, not in the Ravenclaw common room. But it's enough for him. About deformation www.readun.com. He really has too many things he doesn't know. The lounge was quiet, the angle of the light shifted slowly, and around 7:10, other people began to appear. First of all, the 2 prefects were a little surprised to see Unioff and Hermione. They thought they had woken up early enough. After greeting, Pinello said jokingly, "Maybe what I'm seeing now are 2 future prefects." Hermione was a little embarrassed, and Unioff hurriedly said no. "I'll have dinner later, do you want to come together?" Pinello invited. The 2 naturally agreed. Unioff put the book back in place, went back to the dormitory and woke up several roommates. In fact, some were already awake, but they were reluctant to get up. Then he brought the crucible, returned to the lounge, took the textbook, and headed to the auditorium under the leadership of Pinello. As for another male prefect, Robert Hilliard, he seems to prefer to be alone. "That's how Hilliard is, don't worry about it," Pinello said helplessly. "I've known him for 3 or 4 years, and I haven't gotten to know him well, but he's still very reliable, and he can handle any problems. You can find him." She added, "Of course, you can also find me." Unioff and Hermione nodded. But Hermione still felt a little strange, because Hilliard was also going to dinner, and even if he went his own way, he should be on the same road with him. But at this time, he was nowhere to be seen. She asked the question. Pinello hesitated for a moment, and his hair shook. "He probably went to the secret passage." Pinello finally said, do you know the secret passage? I know a little bit. Universitier said that Gadwin had said a few things on the train. I heard that there are many secret passages at Hogwarts. Yes. Pinello nodded. Hilliard is very interested in these secret passages. In fact, most students are interested in secret passages, but Hilliard is different. Not quite the same? Eugene asked curiously. Pinello nodded and led them through the corridor they walked through last night. For ordinary people, the secret passage is mainly to facilitate reaching a certain place, such as the two Weasleys in Gryffindor, they always going in and out between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. I think they'll still do it even with the closures now. They're used to it. But Hilliard's purpose is to understand the secret passages themselves. Pinello smiled. He sometimes even detours unnecessary distances in order to walk the secret passages. I bet he is better than us. Arrive at the auditorium later. They turned a corner, then simply went down the stairs, and after 10 minutes, they reached the first floor. It was a lot easier than going up last night, and if it wasn't for waiting for the stairs to move to the correct position, they could have been faster. There were not many people in the auditorium, they were the first group. Pinello led them to the long table in Ravenclaw, picked up a spoon and tapped lightly on the edge of the golden plate, making a crisp clang sound, and saw a breakfast emerge from the plate. Bacon, meat floss, toast, milk, and small tomatoes. Unioff and Hermione also learned to do it, and they got their share. Sure enough, I didn't see Hilliard's figure. It wasn't until they ate for a while that he appeared late and sat beside him. After a casual chat, halfway through the meal, a dozen owls fluttered in and flew in. Pinello received a copy of the Daily Prophet, which had a report on Azkaban, 5 or 6 Grey Roar wanted notices, and Sirius, but the general tone of the news was that everything was still there, within the control of the Ministry of Magic. Hermione hesitated on the side, but she knew that there were more than a few people who ran out. After the front page was a follow-up report on the dragon attack. The Ministry of Magic dispelled the influence of this incident in the Muggle world through a clever public opinion tool, namely, that the fire dragon was a similar-shaped flying airship, and it was actually built to fly over London. Then came the Leaky Cauldron, where many wizards wrote letters calling for reconstruction, but it's hard to say exactly how, because the place has been exposed to Muggle sight. On the other hand, Hilliard received a copy of Witcher Weekly and 6 gold galleons, which is the fee for an article. Una was very interested in this and asked him about it. Contrary to his expectations, Hilliard did not hesitate to give specific submission methods, and it was not limited to one magazine, but also packaged newspapers and periodicals such as Muggle Today and The Quibbler. Universitier expressed his gratitude. After the meal, there was still some time left before going to the library with Hermione. The library is on the second floor and is easy to find. The space inside is very large. There are thousands of bookshelves lined up in rows. Naturally, there are thousands of books stored in it. Unioff felt that the space here should be expanded. He didn't read any books, but took the time to browse the entire library and found that the collection was quite mixed. In addition to professional books such as magic spells, potions and herbs, there were more miscellaneous books, ranging from magical unofficial history, everything from wizarding fiction to Quidditch and food cooking. This is the ordinary book area. There is another area at the back of the library, separated by a rope, which is the legendary forbidden area. Yunbo naturally had a desire for the books in it, but to borrow books in this area, he needed the permission of the teacher's autograph. And Mrs. Pants, who manages the library, is very close to this piece, and she doesn't know how she knows it. As soon as Unioff walked to the edge, she appeared with him, staring at him intently. Unioff could only stop and explore when he was fully prepared. By the way, I borrowed a copy of the History of the Wizarding Wars. At around 8:20, although it was still early for class, they still decided to go to the class location first. This decision is correct. With no one to lead the way, they finally realized how hard it was to find a way at Hogwarts. Stairs that are always moving, all kinds of doors. Some doors looked like doors, but they were actually walls. Hermione suffered a loss and bumped into them, her forehead flushed red. In the process of finding the way, Unioff gradually realized that he seemed to have a certain talent for distinguishing the authenticity of these doors. The real door would give him a vague sense of inhalation, as if beckoning him to enter. In addition, there was plenty of time, so despite encountering all kinds of unreliable ghosts and portraits to guide the way, and the troublesome Peeves, they finally arrived at the potions class 20 minutes early. Classroom. The classroom was underground, quite cold, and it actually felt more like a biological laboratory to Unioff, because the shelves on the walls were filled with all kinds of labeled glass jars, which were soaked in solution with taxidermy animals with strange postures and frightening expressions. In a small jar www.readun.com Universitier also saw a velvet. Fortunately, I didn't bring it out. There were already some people in the classroom, all of them Hufflepuff students. After inquiring, I realized that they had specially sent a senior who didn't have classes in the morning to lead the way for the new students, so they arrived very early. Another 10 minutes passed before he and some of Hermione's roommates arrived, sweating profusely. Before they could sit still, Snape slammed the door and walked straight into the classroom, walked quickly to the podium, glanced around with his gloomy eyes, and saw Unioff and the wizard he hadn't had time to put in History of War. His face was as black as the bottoms of several cauldrons on the podium. Unioff immediately opened the 2 books from potions and put them on top. Snape opened the roll call with a snap. Without even looking at it, he called him directly, Universal Geralt. Arrive. Snape chuckled. A arrogant little wizard who mistakenly thought that he had reached the graduation level in potions, and even read other books in my class. There are still 10 minutes to go to class. Yunvo thought for a second, then argued. Did I tell you to talk? Snape said. Yunvo kept his mouth shut. 1 point from Ravenclaw for your arrogance. Snape picked up the quill and made a note on the parchment. Humph. Snape snorted coldly and slapped the roll call on the podium. The atmosphere of the classroom, which had just relaxed, immediately became tense and thin. I know some of you don't think potions are great. He stepped down from the podium, his long black cloak dragged on the ground, moving like a snake, because this class requires little wand waving, and no need for the great magic cannot burst out with dazzling light and shocking sound effects. He looked at Universitier, looked him in the eye, and said, so you really look down on this class because it doesn't work to your strengths, Jeriel? Unioff didn't refute, although he didn't look down on it, but he did put the potion at a lower level. There are many things he has to do, all kinds of messes are in front of him, and the goal is beyond his reach. Snape said, I don't expect you to, and you. He swept towards everyone again. You can truly understand the beauty of the slowly simmering crucible with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You won't really understand the liquid flowing into people's blood vessels, that kind of magical power that makes people's hearts and minds blur. Most of you will even suffer in this class, but it's the foundation of raising prestige, brewing glory, and even preventing death. I don't think you'll think it's easy to do that. The whole class was silent. They don't know whether it's glory or not, but they already know if it's easy or not. However, Hermione almost moved to the edge of the chair and leaned forward, seeming to agree with Snape. Jeriel. Snape still didn't let Unioff go. Of course you may have a very high level of potions, so that you don't have to take my class at all. Maybe I should test you first to avoid misunderstanding. Of course now it's not too late. Unioff felt a little embarrassed. No matter how mature his mind was, the limitations of his identity and strength prevented him from escaping from the position that Snape arranged for him. But he still had some confidence, not to mention the formula of life and death water, the source of Bezoar, the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf-poison aconite. As long as it was the content that appeared in the 2 textbooks, he would definitely be able to answer it. However, Jeriel, what would I get if I added moonstone powder to hellebore syrup? Snape asked. Una was slightly taken aback. Hellebore, he naturally knew, is a flowering plant that is mostly poisonous and can cause symptoms ranging from dizziness to cardiac arrest. But he didn't know what the hellebore syrup was for. As for moonstone powder, I don't even know what it is. Unioff glanced at Hermione. Hermione's reaction was similar to his. This is not the content of the 1st grade, so you don't know, do you? Of course I don't know. I thought you knew everything. Snape curled his lips. The combination of moonstone powder and hellebore syrup can be made into a demulcent, and this potion must be made in a strict order. So you know yourself what went wrong? You should do potions class in potions class, Unioff said. It looks like you're still a little smart, but I hope you'll use it in the right way. Snape returned to the podium and picked up the quill. Ravenclaw takes another point. Why? Eugene couldn't help asking. Although he didn't care much about the Academy Cup, Snape's deduction was outrageous. Snape raised his head. Didn't you already know you were wrong? Yunvo was speechless. The potions class continued. Although the questions asked were completely out of line, in practice, they were still instructed to mix and prepare a simple potion to cure boils. Perhaps as he himself said, what should be done at any time. Snape walked around the classroom, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush the fangs of snakes. Although the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have some talent for concocting potions and have not had any major accidents, they have been caught with a lot of small problems. Even Hermione was singled out for a flaw. When she cooked the tentacle slug, she let the tentacles touch the bottom of the pot, leaving a little burnt mark, which should have no effect on the potion's effect, but was criticized anyway for careless. Unioff completed every step with extreme care. He was undoubtedly the most important person to take care of. Snape stared at his cauldron for a long time, giving him the feeling that he was ready to deduct points all the time. But in the end Snape walked away without saying a word. Extra points are absolutely impossible. Potions class lasted until 11 o'clock, and these 2 short hours exhausted all the little wizards. Snape demanded full attention and always interrupted, pointing out mistakes, which made them very uncomfortable. Contradiction. At the moment when the get-out-of-class bell rang, everyone wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to let out the air. It wasn't until Snape finished assigning the 1-foot-long thesis assignment and spit out the word "get out of class" that a stone fell in their hearts. www.reborn.com and began to pack up their things. Unioff stepped forward and asked, "Professor Snape, I want to ask you something, do you have time?" Snape frowned, "No time." He didn't give University a chance to speak again. He walked out of the classroom and walked away. Yunvo sighed. He thought he could say a few words, but he refused so bluntly. In the end, he was still not strong enough, and Snape didn't take him seriously. I had no choice but to go to lunch. At the dinner table, Hermione summed up the gains from the potions class, but Snape's strictness didn't hit her at all. She even thought it was right. Potion preparation is indeed a precise science. It may not matter if the primary potion is sloppy, but at the advanced stage, a little mistake may cause the whole pot of potion to go to waste. Snape, it's for our own good that the professor is so strict. But deductions are outrageous, complained Padma Patil, the little Indian which sitting next to Hermione. We were bottom on the first day of school. I feel like we're far from the Academy Cup. It will be added back. Hermione said affirmatively, this afternoon is a good opportunity. Professor Binns, who teaches the history of magic, is a wise man. As long as he behaves well, he will definitely get extra points. How did I hear he was a ghost? Padma asked. He's a ghost, but not ordinary, said Hermione. I saw him in Hogwarts, a history, where he was said to have been at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when it was founded. Yeah, Professor Binns is over 1,000 years old. Hermione nodded. Actually, many ghosts in Hogwarts are very old. After all, they won't die. I won't die. Padma looked longingly. I hope I can also become a ghost in the end. It's not necessarily a good thing to be a ghost. Hermione looked around and said in a low voice, don't you think most ghosts are a little weird? Padma thought for a while and said, it's a bit. Seeing that the topic was about to be deviated to the point where he didn't know where to go, Unioff spoke up. Let's talk about Professor Binns, okay? I'm very interested in him. He hadn't read Hogwarts, a history of the school, so he only knew that Professor Binns was very old, but he never imagined that he would be so old. What kind of person is he, a ghost? He asked. Hermione raised an eyebrow. She was glad that Unioff asked her questions. I don't know why, but she felt a special sense of refreshment when answering a question for Union. Then I'll tell you. She glanced upwards, as if recalling. Professor Binns is an admirable professor, and he is very knowledgeable, she said. The book says that he was very famous in the wizarding world when he was alive, and his speeches were cadenced and brilliant, and many wizards would come here. And after he joined Hogwarts, the history of magic class he taught was also very popular, and the students' evaluation was like telling a story as attractive. Unioff tilted his head and thought for a while, and felt that the information he had obtained in his previous life seemed different. Are you sure? He asked. Of course. Hermione said dissatisfiedly, how could I possibly remember wrong? Unioff looked at the history of the Wizarding War on the side of the stool, thinking that maybe he could ask Professor Binns for some advice. He needs to have a deeper understanding of Grindelwald before he can speculate on his purpose. So, after lunch, he went straight to the magic history classroom, where he read while waiting for the class. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the class bell rang, and Professor Binns got out of the blackboard on time, causing the little wizards to be surprised. Despite his hilarious appearance, he himself looks rather old and shriveled, wearing a pair of small, chunky glasses that make him feel downright pedantic. He introduced himself and said, I'm Professor Binns, and I teach you the history of magic. Then, without opening remarks like Snape, and without naming names, he started teaching. Please open the textbook. Today we will learn the medieval historical background of the contradiction between wizards and muggles. Then he kept talking, without asking questions, in a monotonous voice like an old humming radio, as if replaying at the touch of a button. Sometimes they stop inexplicably and fall into deep thought in a trance. In addition to the hot weather, he only spoke for 5 minutes, and the little wizards were already drowsy. Unioff couldn't help but glance at Hermione. The latter's expression was a little subtle. After all, she blew Professor Binns at noon. But the two of them still listened carefully. In fact, they were the only ones in the entire classroom who could resist this hypnotic effect. Then, I heard some boring and interesting content. The first written Elder Wand with particularly powerful and dangerous magic, it should be the Elder Wand, Universe thought. His master is Emmerich, known as the Demon. He is a short-lived but extremely aggressive wizard. In the early Middle Ages, about AD 810 to 815, he carried out a reign of terror in southern England. He was extremely cruel to muggles, and created various punishments, including a horrific waterboarding to punish and kill those who resisted, and he is said to take pleasure in it. However, such a reign of terror did not last long, and one day a wizard named Egbert appeared in the west of England, who devised a duel and killed Emmerich in this duel, become the new owner of the Elder Wand. This duel was extremely ferocious. Emmerich's limbs were broken, and he was finally killed by a black magic. Egbert became the new owner of the Elder Wand, but it didn't last long. He started another brutal reign, even worse than Emmerich, so he was called the Devil. A few years later, another dark wizard appeared in northern Europe and killed Egbert, and his rule was not much better. This period is collectively referred to as the period of the reign of dark wizards. Thanks to their efforts, the reputation of wizards has become very bad, and they once became synonymous with demons. Muggles have changed their colors when they hear wizards. Around 900 AD, the hatred of Muggles against wizards reached a limit, and the church began to hunt wizards initially, but it was useless. They did not have special power, and the so-called wizards caught were actually ordinary people. But there are exceptions. They will attack the children of wizards, and sometimes they will kill wizards through despicable means such as poison. The hatred between wizards and Muggles is getting deeper and deeper, and there are more and more dark wizards. It is difficult for wizards to live normally in Muggle society. For this reason, the foremost talented wizards at that time made the decision to stay away from Muggles and open a wizard training school. The school they founded is now Hogwarts. The class is almost over until the Ravenclaw eccentric Uric, an eccentric wizard who wears a jellyfish as a hat www.readon.com. Except for Unioff and Hermione, who heard from the beginning to the end, the other little wizards either slept or deserted. Mainly because of Professor Binns's procrastination and lack of rhythm. But the content of his lectures is actually very informative, several times more detailed than the textbooks. The feeling to Unioff is very much like a university teacher in a previous life. When the get-out-of-class bell rang, Professor Binns assigned a foot-long thesis assignment, and then went back and forth. Unioff stepped forward without hesitation and said, "Professor Binns, you speak very well. I am very interested in the history of magic. Can I ask you some questions in this regard?" Professor Binns paused in the air, and after a while, he turned his head. He glanced at Universityer with a somewhat dazed look, as if he had dropped the line. After a while, he calmed down and said, "I will teach the 5th grade later." Unia was a little confused. "Then where are you going now?" "Hogwarts does not have a second history of magic classroom." Professor Binns answered faster this time, "The staff lounge." "The staff lounge seems to be on the 1st floor. Then when do you have time?" Unioff asked. Unioff planned to wait in the charms classroom until Professor Binns finished the next class. Hermione came over and said that she had made an appointment with her roommate Pudma to do homework in the library. Univafe agreed. Hermione should make more friends. He was left alone in the classroom. 10 minutes later, senior students came in one after another, and among the crowd, Universityer saw Hilliard and Pinello. It was Hilliard who I saw first, with golden hair, thin and tall, loner, and a very strong presence. Both of them also saw Union, and Hilliard walked over and said, "In theory, Hogwarts doesn't allow juniors to take classes with seniors. Points will be deducted," he emphasized. However, his expression was indifferent, showing that he was only reminding him out of duty, and he didn't have to kick Unioff out of the classroom. "I talked to Professor Binns," said Union. "I did say it, but I got a rather vague answer." "Oh, that's good. I don't know if he believes it or not, maybe he just needs a reason." In short, he explained it to Pinello, and sat down in a seat not far away, leaning on his chin, yawning, and in a short while he was wandering around the world. "I don't know what I'm thinking. It makes sense that Ravenclaw won't win the House Cup, but having such a prefect is undoubtedly a lot more convenient for Unioff." The recess passed in a flash, and as the class bell rang, Professor Binns emerged from the blackboard again, and his movements were almost the same as the last time. It's just that the content of the talk has become a giant war, as if the radio has been replaced by a hypnosis tape. Eugene spread his thoughts out of boredom, wondering whether the description of Professor Binns in Hogwarts, a history of the school, was wrong, or whether it was deliberately added luster. Such things are not uncommon, ancient and modern, all over the world. Everywhere, the magical world may also have this tradition. Half reading, half listening to the class, and finally when the get-out of class was over, it was already 5:30. Unioff stepped forward to stop Professor Binns, who was about to get into the blackboard, but was greeted by the latter's puzzled eyes. He didn't seem to remember what he promised, so Unioff had to repeat it. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Go to the staff lounge and talk." Then he disappeared from the blackboard again. Unioff had to spend some more time finding the staff lounge. The entrance to the staff lounge was a wall, and in front of the wall were 2 stone beasts, and when he saw him approaching, the stone beast suddenly spoke. The stone beast on the left opened his mouth wide. "Hey, little wizard, who are you looking for? There is only a slow-moving old undead Cuthbert Binns that no one will look for. Peeves occasionally comes, but not now. I am Stone Beast left, and next to me is Stone Beast right." The Stone Beast on the right turned his head and shouted, "You are stupid. The Stone Beast is left. Didn't Binns just say that a little wizard will come to him? You're stupid." Binns is so confused that he wants to die all day. How can he remember a little wizard? The Stone Beast on the left said, "Besides, it's just the beginning of school, not the end of the semester. How could a little wizard come to him?" Unioff scratched his hair and said, "I'm here to find Professor Binns." "That's really weird." The 2 stone beasts muttered like this, and a transparent ripple flashed across the wall, and said in unison, "Go in." Unioff walked in. What came into view was a long room with decorative wood panels on the surrounding walls, and old black wooden chairs that didn't match the floor. Professor Binns was lying in an armchair in front of the fire, eyes closed, as if sleeping. "Is the ghost going to sleep?" Professor Binns, Eugene tried to call softly. Hearing his voice, Professor Binns sat up a little, looked over. His eyes were clearer than when he was in the classroom, although it may not be appropriate to use this to describe a ghost, and he was separated by a pair of thick glasses, but Unioff had this feeling is very clear. Oh, it's you. His reaction became more flexible. What's your name? Universal Geralt. Oh, Mr. Geralt. Just call me Universitier. Okay, Union, what questions do you want to ask me? He raised his hand to get the teacup on the table, passed it through, but didn't pick it up. Stunned for a moment, Universitier stated his purpose bluntly. I want to know about Gellert Grindelwald, and I think you may be able to teach me. Professor Binns was still in a daze. A bird flew past the window before pecking back his soul, even though he was a ghost himself. Gellert Grindelwald. Unioff nodded. That's a pretty dangerous man, but he's not in this era anymore. Professor Binns asked, do you understand what he's going to do? He feels different, not as old-fashioned as in class. Do you know about the recent fire dragon attack? Unioff said the reason he had prepared for a long time. I have a newspaper. Professor Binns nodded. I heard that there was a lot of commotion. Not confused at all, thought Unioff, and read the newspaper. Speaking of which, he was still curious about how the ghost took the newspaper, but now is not the time to ask that. He pointed to himself and said succinctly that Fire Dragon was the one who attacked me, and the Dark Wizard came with me. If it wasn't for the presence of Aurors, I might have died. There are some clues pointing to Grindelwald, so I want to know what kind of person he is, what does he want to do, and why does he do that? I also checked the book. You read the book www.uukansha.com. He picked up the history of the Wizarding War in his hand. But the books are all about the damage he has caused to the magical world, and the logic of his behavior is all to point to. There is only a slogan called for the greater good, but what is greater interests, but they are not discussed. He bowed to Professor Binns and asked, I have a lot of confusion. I hope you can teach me. Professor Binns was a little moved. He floated up from the armchair, trying to pull up Unioff, but his hand passed through Unioff's body, and there was a cold feeling like ice water. Get up, I'll teach you, he said anxiously. Only then did Unioff stand up. Sit down, Professor Binns hissed and said. Unioff pulled an old black wooden chair aside and sat down respectfully, his back straight. Seeing the scene, Professor Binns sighed and said, don't be so restrained, or I will be restrained too. Universitier relaxed a little. Professor Binns also lay back in his armchair. Let me think about what to say. He pondered while leaning against the wrinkles on his forehead. Grindelwald is quite a complicated person. After a while, he suddenly frowned again and asked, are you really sure that someone from Grindelwald attacked you? Grindelwald was a very talented man, Professor Binns said. I don't think he's actually really evil in the strict sense. Not an evil person in the strict sense. Unioff frowned. He felt that Grindelwald had gone too far. Attacked him, attacked the leaky cauldron, robbed Yindelshi. Although I saw the scene of Grindelwald treating Heinlesch last night, if he hadn't kidnapped him, Heinlesch would not have been tormented by this. The cause and the effect, Yunfwo can clearly distinguish. But Professor Binns said, yes, although there may be some personal emotion in it, because he is very similar to a man I know, and in terms of motivation, he is just a person who has been carried away by his own grand ideals. Paul. He added, also, his ideals have now been basically shattered, so he locked himself in Nurmengard. Una couldn't help but ask, what exactly is his ideal? Professor Binns smiled and said, overturn the International Statute of Secrecy and establish a benevolent new global order led by wise and powerful witches and wizards. Benevolence. Eugene had to notice that this word really didn't match his impression. Yes, kind. However, Professor Binns affirmed, he predicted World War II in the Muggle world. In that prophecy, he saw the brutal war of Muggles, and the war reflected in that war is no longer the pediatric thing of the 19th century, but a force more than a sorcerer. He looked over and said solemnly, you may not understand it well, you think Muggles are a weak race, but in fact, Muggles have spread to every corner of the world like air. We wizards only occupy a little corner. Unioff smiled and said, Professor, I'm a Muggle. Professor Binns couldn't help looking at him several times, and said, that's convenient, otherwise I wouldn't have a good way to explain it. After all, I can't cast a spell right now. He continued, in short, Grindelwald predicted this terrible power, and he believed that if Muggles with this terrible power, if one day realized the existence of the wizarding world, it would inevitably bring disaster to wizards. Universitier thought about it, and felt that Grindelwald's worries were not necessarily unreasonable. Although wizards are still far superior to Muggles in some technologies, the difference in population base between the two has already determined that technology will develop faster than magic. You must know that there are only more than 40 freshmen at Hogwarts this year, and even if they are all geniuses, there are only more than 40. And how many geniuses are there in the Muggle world in a year? He nodded in agreement. Professor Binns said, this prophecy was widely circulated at the time, so it caused a lot of discussion in the wizarding community. At that time, there were two trends of thought that were rampant. The first trend was to further strengthen the Secrecy Act and completely isolate the wizarding world from the Muggle world. Generally speaking, the Ministry of Magic of various countries was more inclined to this idea. And the second trend of thought is to break the secret law and use World War II as an opportunity to establish the dominance of wizards on a global scale. Grindelwald is this view. Having said that, he instinctively went to get the teacup on the table, but suddenly stopped, seemed to realize that he was a ghost, and sighed. "Which view would you support?" he asked, tilting his head. Unioff thought for a moment, then said, "None of them are supported." Professor Binns adjusted his glasses and seemed a little surprised. He paused and asked, "Tell me why." Unioff said his thoughts, "Complete closure and isolation do not exist. Sooner or later Muggles will discover wizards, it is only a matter of time. However, even so, the wizarding community cannot be destroyed, on the contrary, it will be regarded as a special. Those who are able are given preferential treatment. The standard of living of the wizard will even improve several levels." Professor Binns was silent, and after a while, he said, "Perhaps, this is the most normal thought." But at the time, neither Grindelwald nor the Ministry of Magic of various countries thought about it. Or in other words, unwilling to think about this, Yunvo thought, after all, this is equivalent to being supported by Muggles. To put it simply, it's downgrading. Thinking of this, he sighed imperceptibly. People are bound by such illusory things, and sometimes he himself is like this. Even if he has the idea of lying flat in his heart, he still can't do it in practice. Professor Binns continued, "In short, Grindelwald has attracted a group of supporters with his ideas and charisma. In the eyes of those people, Grindelwald is the patron saint of the wizarding world. The patron saint, of course, cannot be evil," he said, "but the question is, who are the people he attracts?" He attracted some radicals, and he was a radical himself, and his organization became a radical organization. And radicals are called radicals because they are only a minority. Most wizards are still happy to live under the protection of the International Statute of Secrecy. However, Grindelwald also saw this. He paused, as if waiting for Unioff to ask a question. Universitaire was also very generous. Grindelwald also saw this. Professor Binns happily wanted to pick up the teacup, but his fingers passed through the cup again. He sighed and said Grindelwald saw this too, but he still insisted that World War II was the best opportunity of a lifetime. Once this opportunity was missed, it was impossible for wizards to dominate again, so he still initiated ill-timed violent reforms. So, he failed as a matter of course. Although his power flourished for a while, countless wizards also lost their peaceful lives because of him, and these wizards became his enemies. In that case, no matter how strong he is, and there is no spare energy to stir up the disturbance in the Muggle world. With the end of World War II in 1945, Grindelwald lost what he thought was his best chance. Before him, there was only infighting between wizards. Professor Binns looked out the window. www.reborn.com. It was already dark outside. He said it was also that year that Dumbledore beat Grindelwald. Unioff savored it carefully and looked at Professor Binns. "What do you mean?" Professor Binns waved his hand and said, "It's just a personal guess. I haven't asked Dumbledore what the specific situation is. However, you should probably be able to understand why I say that Grindelwald is not an evil person in the strict sense." Unioff nodded. "So," Professor Binns smiled, "I'm quite surprised that you said that the one who attacked you was the one from Grindelwald. Not to mention, those followers of his back then were too old and scattered, and even if there were some left, there was no reason to attack you. I think that even if there are 10 silently placed in front of him now, he is unlikely to be tempted, because, for him, the most important thing is not the matter of strength, but that his ideal has completely lost its foundation." However, Yunvo looked at the fire. The fire was burning fiercely, with no intention of going out. In fact, he is now more certain that everything is exactly what Grindelwald did. Because Grindelwald really wasn't interested in him, he just used him as a bait to lure away the Ministry of Magic. In addition, the dark wizard who attacked him also happened to be an old man, and even the dragon was an old dragon. If what Professor Binns said was true, and even if there were 10 silently standing in front of him, Grindelwald would remain unmoved, then Unioff would have to guess from his most fundamental ideal, namely Grindelwald still wanted to build what he called a benevolent new global order led by wizards, and in Heindel saw another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity comparable to World War II. Just what is this wonderful opportunity? Wizards in the wizarding world are still accustomed to a peaceful and comfortable life under the Secrecy Act. If Grindelwald continues his violent revolution, it will be nothing more than repeating the same mistakes. As for Muggles, Yunvo recalled the history of his previous life. After World War II, there was no bigger war. The next most important change in the era was the internet. In the era of entertainment to death, maybe you can turn the tide by becoming an internet celebrity? Heinlein became an idol to save the wizarding world? Unaz's nerves became dull for a moment, and he immediately threw this unreliable idea with zero possibility out of his mind. Compared with this, the small piece of chaos in the UK brought about by Voldemort's return in the movie is more realistic. But what is this compared to the global chaos of World War II? In the movie, even the International Federation of Wizards did not make a move. But, other than that, what other mishaps could happen? There was still a big missing piece of the puzzle, so he had to ask Professor Binns, maybe you don't quite understand it, but I'm sure the recent events are all about Grindelwald, and even if you don't believe it, you might as well make such an assumption first. Under what circumstances would Devo make such an action? I saw Professor Binns shook his head and said, sorry, I can't imagine it. Unless Grindelwald is crazy. Or the world is crazy. Now think about it, even if he succeeded in overturning the secrecy law back then, but with wizards how can this number of people rule the world? Now is not the ancient times. Unioff asked from all angles, but the answers were similar. It was as if he was walking on a narrow mountain road with cliffs on both sides, but a huge black stone blocked his eyes. No matter what, it was difficult to advance a single point. After some lackluster chat, he decided to bid farewell to Professor Binns. Just before saying goodbye, he asked another question that had nothing to do with Grindelwald, namely why Professor Binns was completely different from when he was in the history of magic class. Professor Binns smiled bitterly and said something unknown, I'm a weakling. When he asked further, he just shook his head and didn't speak. Coming out of the staff lounge, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Unefo looked at the end of the long corridor that disappeared at a certain corner. His stomach was suddenly unbelievably hungry, and his stomach roared like boiling water, like blood all over his body. Falling here with the brain, the acid will digest all the nerves. Regardless of the two talkative stone beasts, he hurried to the auditorium, hoping that there would be something left. But where is there anything left? Even the dishes are cleaned up, and the 4 long tables are laughing silently like grinning mouths. He thought about it, and decided to go to Hufflepuff's kitchen, where Snape had brought him food, maybe a little. As for the specific location, before the potions class in the morning, he heard from the Hufflepuff students that it was directly below the auditorium, and their common room was next to it. The sign was a pile of large wooden barrels. Should be easy to find. Endured hunger and left the auditorium, stepped on the creaking moving stairs to the basement floor, and walked along the corridor to the location directly below the auditorium. I thought I would meet a Hufflepuff student, so I could ask for directions, but in fact, none were found. But maybe he was lucky enough, or maybe the road was not complicated. He soon found a place where wooden barrels were piled up, and there was a huge still life painting of fruit bowls near the wooden barrels. But there is no obvious entrance. Obviously, it's a secret door again. Hunger washed over Unefo's body like a tide, and he couldn't help but feel a little irritable in his heart. Why are there so many things in the world that he doesn't know? The secret door is like this, and so is Grindelwald. It is precisely because of such ignorance that there are so many uncontrollable accidents, and after the accident, one can only be surrounded by doubts of one kind or another. He couldn't help thinking of his night watchman form in the mansion, and suddenly felt that it would be great if he could be as omniscient and omniscient in reality. And the more he thought about it, the more irritable he became. This irritability is intertwined with hunger, just like the brain is intertwined with the intestines. The brain is crawling in the intestines, and it is almost uncontrollable. Gotta know more. A voice echoed in his ears. Whether it is the knowledge of magic, the situation of the world, or the secret of the human heart, as long as you know, there will be no confusion. The sound was so loud that it seemed to pierce through his eardrums, or simply came from his brain, and at the same time it was mixed with the sound of his intestines curling and squirming. The light of reason shines. Yunvo bit the tip of his tongue hard, accompanied by a deep pain, a basin of cold water poured from head to sole, the chill extending along the spine to the nerve endings between the fingers. There was silence in the corridor, and after a long while, I heard the sound of my exhalation www.readon.com sweating profusely. He has to eat quickly, he thought. He was hallucinating from hunger. This idea is absurdly simple, but that's what he was thinking at this time. However, still no Hufflepuff students passed by. The hunger deepened, he felt that maybe he should find it himself, and carefully imagined that he should have such ability. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the existence of the secret door. It was a feeling of inhalation. The closer he got to the secret door, the stronger the inhalation. When he really touched the secret door, he would even have a feeling of sliding into it. This is the ability he discovered when he was looking for the potions classroom in the morning, and he thought it might be related to Kai. And now, he is going to use this ability to open the door to the kitchen for him. He soon found out. There are 2 secret doors, one is the barrel pile, but that should be the Hufflepuff lounge. Another place is a still life painting of a fruit bowl, which, not surprisingly, is the entrance to the kitchen. But how to get in is still unknown. Yunfu stretched out his fingers, still closed his eyes, and groped meticulously in the still life painting, looking for the place where the inhalation was most obvious, inch by inch. Maybe the secret door was too simple. In just a few seconds, he found the secret place, and his fingertips were stuck there, and there was a feeling of sinking. The fingertips moved slowly along the sunk, and the palms suddenly touched something. As the door was pushed open, a beam of warm orange-red light came into view of Unefo, followed by cheerful laughter, which flew out like a fairy. I saw that the kitchen was spacious and spacious. The 4 walls were made of large yellow bricks, and there were 4 long black oak tables in the middle, which corresponded to the auditorium above. At one of the tables, there were dozens of Hufflepuff students sitting around, eating, drinking and chatting, and some people waved their wands to change their hair into various shapes. No wonder I didn't see any of them on the road, it turned out to be all here. Following the tangy aroma, Unioff saw a pile of sumptuous food on the long table. Potato chips, pea shoots, carrots, apple pie, syrup tarts, chocolate lightning puffs, fried jam donuts, jam roll pudding, strawberries, jelly. Although there was no meat to eat, his stomach was still churning, and he let out a long howl like a wind tunnel. In his stomach, he seemed to have a hungry lone wolf howling at the moon on the top of the cliff. This voice suddenly attracted all eyes. "You Nefo!" Before he could be embarrassed, the owner of one of the eyes called out his name in surprise. Unioff looked at the voice and was surprised to find that Hilliard was also here. He was sitting next to a chestnut-haired girl with pimples on her face, who was a head or two shorter than him. He was holding a spoonful of rice pudding in his hand and looked up, as if he was eating it for himself. This guy. For blushes appeared on the faces of Hilliard and the girl next to him at about the same time, but the former was worthy of being a Ravenclaw prefect, and his face quickly returned to normal, greeting Unioff as if nothing had happened. Go over and let Unioff sit on the other side of him. At the same time, he also explained the situation in the kitchen. Simply put, it's the Hufflepuff welcome party. Although it was the opening feast yesterday, Hufflepuff has its own historical tradition. As for him, a Ravenclaw prefect, why did he appear at the Hufflepuff party? Hilliard lowered his head and smiled at the girl, saying, "Should I be attending as a family member?" Unioff was speechless, recalling Pinello's words, "I've known him for 3 or 4 years and we haven't known each other well." So it turned out that they were familiar with other academies. Not much to comment. Union ate the chocolate lightning puff in one bite, drank a sip of spiced mead, and then picked up 3 pieces of potato chips and put them together in his mouth, instantly feeling that his stomach and heart were empty. Being filled, being satisfied from the inside out. The kitchen is such a great place. Would you like some barbecue? Hilliard said. We weren't really hungry, so we just had snacks, drinks, and desserts. Unioff nodded. Hilliard knocked on the table and said, "Please have a grilled steak, thank you." Soon, a plate of grilled steak appeared out of thin air on the table, and there was a little golden oil sizzling on the surface, and Union couldn't help but move his index finger. He cut a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, only to feel the full meaty texture of the beef dancing on his taste buds. It's weird to say, I didn't feel so delicious yesterday, maybe because I wasn't in the mood at the time. If it's not enough, you can call again. Hilliard said, there are not many opportunities like this, and even Hufflepuffs don't always eat and drink in the kitchen. Unioff nodded, but suddenly felt that Hilliard was more like Hufflepuff than Ravenclaw. However, this impression soon changed. Hilliard said, there's one thing I'm a little concerned about. Huh? Unioff raised his head. Hilliard was quite tall. About the secret door in the kitchen, he said. The first grade should not know. Teeth chewed the beef. I don't necessarily need to know, but I'm just curious. He said, today is the 3rd time I've met you, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once now. Every time I'm a little surprised. So I'm a little concerned. He grabbed the fries, exactly 3, laid out a triangle on the table, and said, 3 is a wonderful number. In divination, it exists as the smallest polar number. It includes a beginning, middle, and end, representing the concept of wholeness and completion. According to this principle, when the same kind of thing happens for the 3rd time, there should be a little obvious change. For example, 3 lines form a triangle, which is the most stable shape. He said, of course, it is not certain. It's a rather vague thing after all, but I don't think it's a big deal, especially since you do make me care, and I don't care much about it. Unioff took a sip of mead and thought about how to respond. But before he could swallow the mead, Hilliard cried out in pain, and his whole body leaned to the other side. Don't waste food. Hilliard's Hufflepuff girlfriend said angrily, and then saw her look apologetically. Sorry, he just gets sick sometimes. This is not a disease, Margaret. Hilliard retorted in a weak voice, by the way, can you be lighter? I don't have as much fat as you, and theoretically, it will be very painful. There was a faint smile on Margaret's face, and Unioff captured the movement of her joints and muscles from her shoulders to her wrists, and even turned her sitting position a little bit. The amplitude is small, but in terms of the utilization rate of body muscles, the strength should be very large. Hilliard turned pale and gritted his teeth. This time it wasn't theoretically painful, but really painful. After a while, Margaret asked him to pick up the 3 chips on the table and dip them in ketchup. Saving food is a traditional virtue of wizards. Hilliard said helplessly, as a prefect, I should lead by example. Una couldn't help but laugh. Some little witches peeked over. I can find the secret door, Unioff said. It's a little talent. He felt that there was nothing to hide about this ability, and Hilliard gave him a good impression. He introduced him to the method of submitting manuscripts, and he did not trouble him during the history of magic class. Hilliard raised his eyebrows and looked very interested. What is the specific situation? Yunfa thought for a while and said, it's just that you can roughly perceive where the door is, and it's hard to explain in detail. That's a very practical talent. Hilliard sighed. You will definitely be able to show your skills at Hogwarts. How? Eugene asked. Hilliard leaned closer and asked in a school exam tone, what do you think the first thing you do when you go to an unfamiliar place? Unioff thought for a while and replied, do you understand the environment? This is a bit arrogant to say, if it really makes some extremely high demands, that's all, but isn't this a very common idea? Unioff said, anyone would think so. It's a very common idea, but not everyone thinks that way. Hilliard denied, I've asked many people, the first question, everyone answered the same, but the second question the answer, however, is all kinds of strange. He tapped the table with his fingernails, making a sound between crisp and dull. Some people say it's to collect resources, some people say it's to blend in, and some people say it's to better explore. The denial has its own merits, but I think they're still moving a little too fast. He raised his finger and said, in any case, confirming safety is the first priority. Then, seeing that finger swaying from side to side, he said, unfortunately, it is difficult for ordinary people to understand my thoughts. They say that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, so why should you consider safety in the safest place? The problem, isn't it? Eugene asked. Maybe my definition of safety is different. In my opinion, there is no such thing as the safest place in the world, Hilliard said. Even if there is, it's based on some knowledge, and instead of mentioning Hogwarts, it's safest to say that. I think that's stupid. They don't even know what kind of place Hogwarts is, what happened, what kind of secrets exist, and why is it called the safest? He smiled disdainfully. With such a simple idea, the safest place will become unsafe. Become unsafe? O'Neill couldn't quite understand. Let's use an analogy. He pulled out his wand, a reddish-brown wand. The wand has power, but if you don't use it, the wand is just a piece of wood, and if it is held by an enemy, it can even become self-injuring. Weapons. In the same way, you can't use Hogwarts without knowing it, and when someone knows more about it, things get dangerous. Unioff gradually understood and became interested. Then what is your point of view? To understand, to use. Hilliard said, there are many methods, such as magic circles, golems. I occasionally see some Professor McGonagall casting spells on stone statues. It seems to be doing maintenance, but that's the way teachers use it, and for our students, the easiest and most reliable way is to master secret passages and secret places. He seemed to feel a little thirsty, but the drink in the glass was empty, and Margaret gave him more pumpkin juice. He took a sip, and continued, there are many secret passages in Hogwarts, leading in all directions. It is said that it has been preserved from the school days, but I think there must have been some additions over the past 1,000 years. These secret passages lead to different places. My personal hobby is to explore these secret passages and master them. Every time I master one, I feel safe. But the problem is that the secret passage is called a secret passage because its entrance is difficult to find, which is the so-called secret door. I spend a lot of time every year exploring secret doors, which is really nerve-wracking. So, if you can really feel the existence of the secret door, you can naturally feel like a duck in water at Hogwarts. Unioff nodded. After Hilliard said this, he felt that the ability to discover secret doors was indeed quite useful, and began to think about how to use this ability. He looked at Hilliard, and Hilliard happened to look over. University decided to be honest. He said, Senior, you've said so much to me because you want me to help you explore the secret door, right? Hilliard was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Unioff to ask so straightforwardly, but the next second, he laughed and said, you are really concise and lively. Yes. How? Are you interested? Of course I'm interested. Unioff nodded affirmatively, but immediately changed the conversation. But I'm not so interested in the secret path, but rather where the secret path leads. What I want not safety, but convenience. Hope you can clarify that. I see. Hilliard took a jam roll pudding, scooped it out and ate it. Let me think about it. Unioff continued to cut his own steak. He was almost finished, only the meat with fascia around the bone was more difficult to tear off. After a while, Hilliard had eaten the pudding and said, there is a place that may interest you. Where? Unioff asked. A magical room. I don't know what it's called. After all, I discovered it by accident. Hilliard said, I can take you there, but before that, I have to test your ability. No problem, right? Even if it doesn't, you will at least know a secret passage. No problem, Union said. Hilliard's description made him think of the House of Requirement, but he didn't know if it was actually. If it is a bit of a loss. He probably knows where that place is. Although Hogwarts is very big, he should be able to find it with a little time. However, it is better to agree first, at least to save a little time. Besides, the other secret passages that Hilliard knew were also what he needed. Hilliard was eager to try. Are you full? He asked. Are we going now? It's almost there. www.reborn.com. You can eat a little more, but this matter seems to be more important. Okay. Hilliard said goodbye to the Hufflepuffs and hugged Margaret lightly. Many of the little wizards blushed. Then, he took Unioff out of the kitchen. "Let me think about it," he said as he walked. "We're down on the ground floor now, and we'd better drop by the Ravenclaw Tower, but if you can satisfy me, we'll have to go to that room." He said to himself, then that secret passage should be more appropriate. They turned left and right, and came to a lifelike cobra statue at the corner. The cobra was hovering, raising its head, looking diagonally upwards, with a snake letter in its mouth, as if it was about to rise into the air. Hilliard said, "There's a secret door here, try it." Eugene didn't talk nonsense. He held his breath and felt the sense of inhalation. He was sure that it was indeed the snake statue in front of him. Hilliard didn't try to make him more difficult. He repeated his old tricks, closed his eyes and stretched out his fingers to touch the snake statue. The snake statue was carved quite finely, as if it had been magically treated. The scales were cold and smooth to the touch, as if stroking real snake scales. Yunfu observed the snake statue and found that the edge of the back of the cobra's head could slide slightly. He retracted his fingers, looked at Hilliard, and asked, "Is it all right?" Hilliard praised, "Okay, very powerful. The secret door is much more difficult than the one in the kitchen. I only found out the clues after checking a very old book." "Did you detect the secret door through touch?" "It's not exactly tactile, but it's about the same." Unioff said, "Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't go in first and be bumped into?" Hilliard said, "Then go in first, although there are few people in this corner." Walking into the doorway, there is a narrow staircase leading to a high place. There was also a snake statue at the entrance of the stairs. Hilliard touched the edge of the back of its head and slid gently, and the wall closed automatically. Black bloom. Lumos. Hilliard cast a lighting spell, the wand shone shimmering, and led Unioff up. On the walls on both sides of the stairs, there are gloomy portraits hanging, but none of them move, and the eyes are drawn dead and without the slightest light. He introduced, "This staircase should have been built by the people of Slytherin, but at present only Margaret and I know. Well, now there is one more of you, the number is 3, I don't know what will happen." It could be seen that he was really superstitious about the number 3. He continued, "Follow this secret path and go straight up to the vicinity of the divination classroom on the 8th floor. We have to be careful when we get there. Professor Trelawney is very sensitive and can hear the slightest movement. Leilani is a professor of divination. After that, walk a few more corridors and you'll be near the magical room I told you about." Listening to Hilliard's description, Unioff became more and more convinced that the magical room he was talking about should be the room of requirement. Because he remembered that in the movie, Neville left the Gryffindor common room, walked around the same floor, and accidentally found the room of requirement, and the Gryffindor lounge was on the 8th floor. They walked all the way up for 7 or 8 minutes. Although there were many twists and turns, there were such gloomy portraits on both sides of the way, and there were no labels on them. Yunvo couldn't help but ask, "What kind of people are painted on it?" Hilliard didn't look back. It's very dangerous to turn back on such a staircase, and maybe it will cause 2 people to fall together. It's not particularly clear, but it should be related to the Dark Wizard. He brought his wand close to the portrait, and the faint light reflected on the pale face of the wizard above, and said, "I have studied it for a while, but I can only recognize 3. Eddie Franks, destroy a village. Tries Ritchie, throwing poison in the city. William Allendale, for cruel human research." They are all well-known villains in the history of magic, so I speculate that the owners of other portraits are not good ones. I just don't know why they are here, but it's better not to touch them. As he spoke, he finally reached the top of the stairs. It was almost the same mechanism, except that the rotating part became the tail of a snake. Walking out of the doorway is also a remote corner. Hilliard was at the front, and Unioff was at the back. He walked quickly through the corridor. Because it was not curfew time, he encountered several Gryffindors who were still wandering outside. Universitier recognized Fred and George among them, and Hilliard avoided them. "You don't seem to like them very much," Unioff asked. "A little bit. Is there any misunderstanding?" "They are all pretty good people," Unioff said. "It's not a misunderstanding, it's just a lack of compatibility. Last year, I met these 2 brothers in a secret passage, and they started with 2 big shit." Hilliard said with a cold face, "That's okay, but later, I exchanged the secret road route with them once, and when I went in, the secret road collapsed for some reason, and I almost didn't get out." Unioff didn't know what to say. "Of course they didn't do it on purpose," Hilliard said, "but that's the point, that when these 2 brothers and I come together, it's a solid, unfortunate structure where 1 + 2 = 3. So, better to hide." The 2 continued to go round and round, and finally came under a huge tapestry. On the tapestry, a ballet teacher is teaching 6 trolls to dance. The trolls are wearing ballet skirts and ballet shoes, which are very hot. Opposite the tapestry is a large blank wall. The room of requirement, Yunvo thought. Hilliard asked Unioff to stand aside, while he turned back 3 times in front of the wall, and saw a very smooth door emerge from the wall. Hilliard held the copper handle, opened the door, and beckoned Unioff to enter. "You go first, or you might not be able to get in." Unioff walked through the door and found that it was quite bright inside. There were various unknown surveying and mapping tools and instruments placed on the walls, and in the middle was a rather large work table with a scaled-down model of Hogwarts Castle on it. Hilliard closed the door and said, "This is the magic room I'm talking about. I wanted to make a castle model last semester to gather the results. It's a big project, it's easy to be disturbed, and there's no place to put it." And then the room magically appeared. He took out his wand and tapped on the castle model. "Look at my results, although it's not finished yet." I saw that the model became transparent, and the layout inside was unobstructed. The locations of classrooms, offices, lounges, and bathrooms were clearly marked, and Unioff took it to heart. Most of the rooms can see the furnishings inside, which are almost the same, and you can see the hard work contained in them. However, www.reading.com, if it involves the girls' area, such as the girls' dormitory and girls' bathroom, it will be blurry. She should have never entered. Amazing. Unioff sighed. This time he really admired it. It's still a little bit. Hilliard said, without adding secret passages. Some secret passages are very smooth when walking, but it is very difficult to reproduce them on the model. Some walls are very thin, which is theoretically acceptable. There is no secret passage, but in fact there is a secret passage passing through it. Maybe it was the unmarked stretching charm, Una said. It's possible. Hilliard nodded. I'll consider this when I continue production. I hope to see the finished product, Una said sincerely, so that he can rub all the secret passages at once. Hilliard said helplessly, I guess it will take a long time. This year's studies are quite heavy, and I have to prepare for the O.W.L exam. That's a pity, Unioff said. It's not a pity. Hilliard shook his head. I guess I won't be able to explore Hogwarts by the time I graduate. No, it should be said that it must not. Hogwarts has too many secrets. It's time to let someone else complete the model. By the way, do you want to give it a try? Try what? Unioff asked. Perfect the model. I need a room where I can find all the information, thought Unioff. He went back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, focusing on the idea. The room of requirement did not open. Hilliard looked around, no one came, and said, Try again, you have to concentrate. Unioff nodded, although it wasn't a problem of concentration at all. Maybe it's because the goal is too ambitious. I need a room where I can find the information I need. Heindlch, Grindelwald, remove my confusion. He concentrated on the dwindled thought and walked past the wall 3 times. In front of him is still an ordinary white wall. Hilliard frowned and said, I'll try. He successfully opened the door and walked into the same room as before. The castle model stood unharmed on the table. Hilliard closed the door and said, It's not about the room. Are you concentrating? Although it looks serious, only the person involved knows this. I can't say for sure. Unioff said, It's very serious. That's a matter of thinking, Hilliard said. What are you thinking about? If you don't mind saying it. Unioff thought for a while, and told Hilliard his 2 thoughts in turn. When he said, I found all the information, Hilliard looked over with a look of, Are you serious? It's totally unrealistic, he said. Do you really need to find all the information? Yunbo thought carefully and felt that it was indeed unrealistic, and completely exceeded his actual needs. Why do I have this idea? Yuna frowned. Without waiting for him to think about it, Hilliard also put forward his own point of view on his second thought. Grindelwald has heard of a few things, but Heindlch doesn't know who it is. There is no magic in this room yet. To the extent that each person's information can be accurately checked, otherwise there will be no secrets in the world, and your thoughts should be more ordinary. There is a house of responsiveness, isn't it responsive? In the end, after thinking about it, he decided that he wanted a room to enhance his strength. He tried it, and finally it did. The door appeared, and there were a lot of magic books and instruments in the room. Ordinary spells and solutions, self-defense spells, fighting poisons with poison. There is also a target for practicing magic spells. There is a way to learn offensive spells. However, it was almost curfew at this time, and although Unioff wanted to stay here all night, Hilliard remembered his status as a prefect and the responsibilities he had to shoulder inappropriately. Unioff had to follow him back to the lounge. 7 or 8 Ravenclaw students were piled up in front of the lounge door. Today's Eagle Knocker question is, if the world really did end, what would you do? It may have been the Doomsday series recently, Hilliard explained. This has happened before, but this time it was the Merlin series. Then, I heard him answer without hesitation, treasure today. Eagle Knocker said, it makes sense. The lounge door opened in response. Unioff once again lost the opportunity to answer the question. Walking into the lounge, the other students in the back followed suit. Hermione was sitting on the sofa reading a book like in the morning. Seeing Yunfu coming in, she hesitated for a while, then cleared her throat, cough, cough, cough. Universityer understood and talked to Hilliard, who patted him on the shoulder and left. Unioff sat down on the sofa, and before she could speak, Hermione asked, Why are you so late? Unioff told her about going to the kitchen to eat and drink, and received a look of contempt from Hermione. But she still didn't forget her business, and she leaned over and whispered, See you in the evening. Do you still want to confirm? Unioff looked over. Looking at each other, Hermione shook her head, grabbed off the sofa, turned back, and said, "Of course, you must confirm." "Okay." Unioff agreed, "Just right, I have some news to tell you." "What news?" Hermione was a little surprised. "There are some changes in Mansu, I'll tell you when the time comes." Yennefer said, 0 o'clock, is there any problem? Okay. Hermione nodded and stood up from the sofa, then I'll go wash first. However, she immediately asked again, how did you answer the question about the knocker today? Unioff told her that he didn't answer, but he came in. Hermione squinted her eyes, expressing disdain. What about you? Eugene asked. Hermione raised her head, her nostrils turned towards her, and even her hair shook. She said her answer very proudly, fix it. That's what I said. Then the knocker said, makes sense. She proudly walked up the stairs of the girls' dormitory. Yunfu smiled and went back to the bedroom. Pu Rongrong jumped up from the bed, jumping higher than ever before, and threw himself into his arms. Unioff took a look at its fur, and it seemed that there was a new tendency to grow. Washing up, going to bed, entering Mansu, everything is as usual. He first glanced at Indricha's side. Just like yesterday, he didn't wake up, and the old man who seemed to be Grindelwald stood there as if he hadn't moved, and was still treating her. However, the old man didn't seem to notice his peeping, but Unioff was keenly aware that he should be pretending. Take your eyes back. Unioff looked at the star corresponding to Hermione, and suddenly the thought of taking a look also appeared in his heart, and he suppressed it. Not right. In the form of the night watchman, he was clearly aware that his state seemed to be a bit wrong, and at the same time recalled the strange desire that erupted after he came out of the staff lounge. Such a situation has never happened before. Desire has never been so ferocious. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. What happened? He vaguely felt that it had something to do with last night, but he couldn't say anything specific, indescribable. When it was 0 o'clock, Hermione entered Mansu and was surprised by the changes in Mansu. Yunvo hid behind a tree, stretched out a silver white hand, and patted her otter head, which felt good. Hermione was startled. Hermione. Eugene greeted her with the same voice as in reality. Yunvo, it's me. Unioff held out his head. It turned out to be really human. Hermione raised her head and stared at Unioff's face. www.reborn.com Universityer was convinced that she never looked so carefully in reality. Of course, I didn't lie to you, Unioff said. He also looked at Hermione, the first time he had seen Hermione's otter form in Non-Night's Watch form. The fur is very good, just touch it. It is very different from the puffed wool, it is much thicker. I don't know why I remembered the steak I ate at night. Hermione squinted her eyes, Otter squinted her eyes completely, and her beard flicked. You seem to be thinking about something that's not quite right. No. Eugene denied flatly, I just think your otter form is very convenient. Hermione was dubious. Okay, Unioff changed the subject. Is your identity confirmed? No, said Hermione. You stick out one more foot. What for? Eugene asked. I still don't believe that you are completely human. I have only seen your head and hands, but what if your lower body is a fishtail or a horse's body? Hermione said rigorously. That's the case, but is it necessary? Unioff glanced at Hermione strangely. The identity has been proved, in fact, the voice is enough, and showing your hands and head is an extra benefit. Although it seemed nothing on the surface, he was a little nervous and embarrassed in his heart. It's probably not quite what she imagined. She probably just wanted to find someone to plant trees with, because she was the one who took the initiative to find someone with Heinlesch before. However, this time the object was changed to him, but it suddenly became a little embarrassing. Unioff saw that she had already clenched her fists, and it was estimated that with a little stimulation, she would punch her. Although there is no threat. Of course, Union didn't irritate her, he just asked, do you think it's convenient? Of course, I have also taken into account your inconvenience, but it can be separated by a tree. Yunfu looked over, and saw Hermione holding her head, trying her best not to lower her head, as if she was riding a tiger. After all, the words have already been spoken, so I can probably only continue to speak. If it is interrupted in the middle, it will only be more embarrassing. She fixed her eyes on a point in the void, and pretended to be calm and said, I mean, it's a competition to see who can plant more trees. You are completely over your head, thinks Unioff. However, he still agreed. After Mansu changed, the time would have to be readjusted. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, kicked away a small pebble, and found that a small hole had been dug under her feet, and refilled it calmly. She changed the subject and said, by the way, what news are you going to tell me? Yunvo told her about the changes in Mansu, including those with spirits, in detail, and then said, because of these changes, you may not be able to see Mr. Night Watchman recently. With the opening of the world, the pressure on Mansu has eased, and he intends to spend more time on augmented reality. Hermione condensed for a long time before she understood what the opening of the world was, as if she had unscrewed the cap of a soda bottle. Suddenly she asked in shock, does that mean Mr. Night Watch has a connection with the real world? Unioff nodded, yes. And through this connection, Mr. Night Watcher confirmed the situation eventually. Hermione immediately asked, "How's it going?" "It's safe at the moment," Unioff said. "That's great," Hermione said happily, "but why didn't Miss Dementor enter the mansion?" "She has no reason not to. The news I got is that she is still in a coma. When she wakes up, she may enter the dorm again." Unioff said, "But when it is, it depends on the situation." Although Hermione was a little worried, Eugene didn't say more. The two planted trees together as promised, but in less than an hour, Unioff had finished his homework. Under Hermione's astonished eyes, he stretched out a hand and waved goodbye before leaving Mansu. Without the pressure of irrigation, it is so easy. He tiptoed out of the dormitory and came to the lounge. The lounge was empty. He took out the Transfiguration monograph and continued reading, waiting to squeeze out the last drop of energy before going back to sleep. The next day, the first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the classroom smelled of garlic, but Quirrell was originally from Ravenclaw, so everyone held their breath and endured, and Unioff looked at Quirrell's face. "I occasionally think about how to deal with the ghosting, but I still put more energy into learning." Then there was the spell class. There was no pressure. Professor Flitwick stood on a pile of books and called his name. He didn't even teach any spells. He just talked about the points to pay attention to when casting spells. Unioff had already understood it, so he was reading another book entirely. Hermione answered several questions positively, earning 5 points for Ravenclaw. Then there is Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's opening show is amazing, turning a table into a pig. The pig can run, jump and wag its tail, like a real pig, because its skin is not breathable and rub against another table. The Buddha sat in the first row, and when he could get it, he scratched it, and it was so comfortable that he hummed. Transfiguration of this level is simply amazing. Next comes a bunch of notes. Professor McGonagall pointed out that the essence of transfiguration is to conjure something in your imagination, not something that exists in reality. But if something in the imagination conforms more to the laws of reality, it is undoubtedly easier to conjure up. Because things in reality are not only full of details, but their existence forms must be self-consistent. Besides, once you get close to a certain level, there will be a kind of adsorption force that makes the transformed thing completely become something in reality. Simply put, you don't need to know which cells a pig is made of, reality will automatically make up these cellular structures. Therefore, transforming one thing in reality into another thing in reality is the best way to initially practice transfiguration. Yunbo couldn't help but think of the situation when he first constructed the form of the Night's Watch, and Mansu automatically filled it in. Perhaps there is something in common. After that, Professor McGonagall gave each of them a match and asked them to try to turn it into a needle. Both Unioff and Hermione succeeded www.reborn.com, but Hermione still had some thoughts. Because Yunbo not only conjured a needle, but also elongated and thinned the needle, and finally formed a flexible silver thread. This foundation comes from the section on understanding shape in the book in the lounge. It says that the most basic shape transformation is to treat an object as water, which can form various shapes, but must control the overall shape. The volume does not change. Following this trick will make shape deformation easier. Professor McGonagall looked very happy with Unioff's performance. Her face that had been tense was relaxed and she showed a rare smile. She asked Universityr to turn the silver thread back into a silver needle, which was very simple. But it's a little harder to change back to a match after that. Because a match is made up of two parts, a matchstick and a match head, which are two different materials. Yunbo was a little concerned about one and the other. Professor McGonagall reminded him again that the essence of transfiguration is to conjure something in imagination instead of something in reality. Wholeness and self-consistency are the key. Yunfo understood something, no longer split the two parts, and successfully turned the silver needle back into a match. In the end, Professor McGonagall gave Universityr 10 points and Hermione 5 points, which instantly reversed Ravenclaw's decline in the Academy Cup. It also made Unioff and Hermione more popular. For the rest of the time, Unioff spent the rest of the time in the room of requirement, chewing various curses. Because after the end of the first volume, the update was very weak. I did the math, and I owe at least 4 chapters. Moreover, the writing is not so good. The reason for this is that I encountered unexpected difficulties. That is, the rolling from the original. This kind of crushing was not obvious before I entered Hogwarts, and it made me feel uncomfortable in Diagon Alley, but I got through it at the time, and the subsequent plot has nothing to do with the original, so I didn't care too much. But after entering Hogwarts, the crushing was extremely serious. It was like there was a book of Harry Potter standing in front of me. This Harry Potter book was as high as 21 floors, and it was made of heavy refined steel, and it might weigh 108,000 kilograms. It's like a 5-finger mountain existence. This kind of repression directly knocked me down. Every time I started coding, it was as if that Rowling was sitting on it, pointing at me. This is a conflict with the plot of the original book, and there is a conflict with the original book setting. I flip through the settings from time to time, search for information from time to time, and my sense of language is disturbed to pieces. Every day, I turn on the computer, open the document, stare at it for 4 or 5 hours, and delete one line after another, because I can't even make a sentence. In the end, there is still a lack of ability. However, I thought of a new trick today, which is to skip the narrative directly. So things might get better after that. However, I still feel a little sorry for everyone, because theoretically, there are 4 chapters that should be free, but it won't work if it's not on the shelves. I'm really short of money and I need to attend all the time. Speaking of which, can I really persevere until the full attendance, beep beep softly? In order to balance the unease of my conscience and the needs of reality, I have the following free replacement plan. My plan is that after completing the basic 2 paid chapters every day, if there is spare capacity, I will add another free chapter. Is it possible? I don't think it's possible. So there is the next step, which is when I lose my full attendance. Why should I consider this situation? I'm out of money, beep beep. If I lose full attendance, it doesn't matter if there are 2 paid chapters, I will give priority to the original free chapters. Probably so. Harmful. I feel that my performance is very poor. However, there was still a voice in my heart that said to me, get up. You must be able to overcome this difficulty. You will become stronger after passing through. You have to persevere no matter what. You're still far from reaching your limit. It's shameful to admit defeat without reaching the limit. You must be reborn from the ashes after being burned again and again. Mainly related to spirits. From Tuesday to Friday, 4 nights, a total of 9 spirits entered Mansu, all of them animals. Unioff speculates that it may be because animals have a special affinity for woodlands. It's just strange that these animals all showed a strange fear after entering the mansion. Especially when facing him in the form of the Night's Watch, this emotion will become extremely strong. If he, the Night's Watch, speaks, they are even more terrified, almost terrified. Because of this extreme fear, they all left something behind. Bird feathers, insect wings, animal hair, shells, lizard tails, even unicorn horns. And the remnants of these spiritual beings, as long as they are buried in the soil of Mansu for 2.5 hours, they will disappear from the soil out of thin air. But University found no sign of fertilizer, and the trees were not nourished by anything like fertilizer. It is worth mentioning that Hermione also encountered a spirit person once. Judging from the shape, it should be a spider. She was not very afraid, but the spider was so frightened that she backed away, leaving a spider leg in the end. She felt very strange about this. She felt friendly, and her soul form was also very cute. Why did the spider shy away when she saw her, as if she was a monster with claws and claws? She asked Unef about this. Eugene had some vague guesses about this, but he didn't come to a firm conclusion. Because there has never been a human spirit in Mansu, his guess could not be verified. By the way, Purongrong's hair has almost recovered. But where are the Fantastic Beasts' records that the growth cycle of Purong-Fu's hair should be about 2 weeks? That is, 3 to 4 times faster. On the Hogwarts side, Dumbledore has not reappeared, and I don't know if he has returned to school, but no one has seen him. Professor McGonagall announced to the outside world that he was doing an inspection at a foreign magic school, but he did not specify which one it was. There is nothing wrong in the school for the time being, and it doesn't matter to everyone. What should be learned is the study, and the homework should be written. It's just that first-year students generally have some regrets. They haven't seen Dumbledore's real life. Quirrell made a change in the absence of Dumbledore. Not only did he often have a daily prophet in his hand, but his whereabouts were quite mysterious. When Unioff and Hilliard explored the secret passage together, he would occasionally be seen in some remote corners. They found 2 secret doors, one successfully opened and one failed. The reason for the failure was that although the secret door was found, it seemed that the mechanism could not be opened by physical touch. Applying an Ulaho hole to open it didn't work either. Unioff couldn't help but think of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in the movie that had to be opened with Parseltongue, and thought that it might require similar skills. Another secret door that was successfully opened was to Hogsmeade. Hilliard seemed to have anticipated this. I guessed it was, because Fred and George often show up from here. For the rest of the time, Unioff absorbed all kinds of magical knowledge almost greedily, and converted knowledge into a part of strength in the room of requirement. He quickly mastered basic evil spells and defensive spells, including disarming spells, stun spells, obstacle spells, imprisoning spells, whole-body restraining spells, but he was still weak. Because the so-called preliminary mastery refers to casting spells according to standard spells and standard actions. Very slow casting, very long forward swing. Unless it is a sneak attack, it has no practical significance. Therefore, after learning the mantras of different functions, Unef did not learn new mantras, but deliberately chose 2 mantras for in-depth practice. The 2 spells are Disarm and Obstruction. The disarming spell is the most basic attack spell used by wizards in duels, and is the basis for many attack spells. Not only is it simple and easy to use, but the power will increase as the input magic power increases, not just as simple as letting go of the wand. In the movie, Harry used the disarming spell to stun Snape, subdue the Death Eaters, and defeat Voldemort. The potential is unimaginable. In reality, it may not be so exaggerated, but it is also very suitable for young wizards like Unioff to improve their strength. Because impact-type spells such as Stunning Spell, Shattering Spell, and Flying Sand and Moving Stone Spell are actually advanced spells formed on the basis of Disarming Spell. Obviously, mastering the Disarming Spell is also beneficial for later learning. The Obstruction Spell is also a high-growth spell. It is very comprehensive and can play the role of attack, defense, and control at the same time. Unioff had seen Kingsley use this spell and was impressed. It was like an air cannon. The reason why it didn't play a big role at the time was because the opponent was a dragon. If it were a human being, I'm afraid I could be stunned in a flash. The only downside is that the Obstruction spell is also an instant spell and cannot be placed in advance like other defensive spells. He actually wanted to learn the Iron Armor spell, but the Iron Armor spell was a high-level spell, and the advanced spell is very different from the primary spell. If you don't cast the spell according to the standard spell and standard gestures, you will be able to cast the spell successfully. The only high-level spell that Yunver can barely cast at present is the Flaming Flame, and the Flaming Flame is just the simplest of the advanced spells. The reason it is listed as an advanced spell is because it involves a change in nature. It is worth mentioning that the casting difficulty of Clear Water Roquan and Flaming Bear is similar. www.reborn.com. The reason why it is not listed as an advanced spell is because it does not generate as many destructive magic as Flaming Bear. While practicing the magic spell, Unioff was also paying attention to the afterimage of the magic trail flashing in his mind. Originally, he thought that there was enough time, and there was a chance to prostitute from Heindlch, so he did not intend to study it himself. But after what happened, he felt he had to rely on himself. It's just that it is far more difficult than he imagined to get a complete magical trajectory from scratch. This is because casting a spell requires concentration, and concentration means not being able to be distracted, and being unable to be distracted means being unable to pay attention to the trajectory of the magic. The ancestors of the Roll family probably practiced a magic spell to the extent that it was as natural as eating and drinking, and then did research in reverse. This is naturally excellent for family inheritance, but for individuals, it seems very tasteless. After all, if you can use this spell as instinct, where else do you need any magic trajectory? Eugene couldn't help thinking, if only he could split himself in two, just like in the form of the Night's Watch. In the form of the Night Watchman, there is a perspective that can be used to observe oneself all the time. If it can be used to study the trajectory of magic, it is simply copying the answer against it. However, magic cannot be performed in Mansu, and this idea cannot be implemented. Gadwin's whereabouts this week have been rather erratic and difficult to capture. Occasionally met, but also in a hurry, or give Unioff a chance to speak, or prevaricate with various things. Checking the school entrance, discussing matters with Professor McGonagall, visiting Hogsmeade, and occasionally going back to the Ministry of Magic to find information. It means busy. He probably felt that it was impossible to obtain more valuable information from Union in a short period of time. After all, how could the predictions be so different? Maybe this is the world of grown-up wizards, throw away what you've used. In the end, Unioff simply blocked the door of his office early in the morning. There were classes at other times. His temporary office was arranged on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, near the 4th floor corridor where access was not allowed. There may be a Philosopher's Stone there, University thought, and Gadwin might have been used here to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Unioff had no idea about the Philosopher's Stone for the time being. The Philosopher's Stone is undoubtedly a treasure. Nicole LeMay used it to prolong his life. Voldemort may also be eager to regain his body with its power, but Unioff didn't need to extend his lifespan or regain his body, and he didn't know how to use it. For him, the Philosopher's Stone was just a hot potato. Gadwin opened the door early in the morning and was shocked to see Unioff outside. He had no choice but to negotiate with him. "I want to teach you next month," Gadwin said. "Are you joking about Merlin?" said Unioff, who had recently learned Merlin's language due to the environment. "It's going to be difficult for you to learn the Patroness spell this month," Gadwin explained. "Then I can learn it next month?" Unioff questioned. "Not necessarily, in fact, it is best to study next year," Gadwin said, "but I may not be able to stay that long, so next month." Unioff stared at him, the silence indicating his attitude. Gadwin said helplessly, "Since you don't believe it, try it." In the end, they settled on a time and place for a Saturday night at 8 o'clock in the History of Magic classroom. There's a lot of space there, and there's not a teacher in charge of it like other classrooms. At 7:55, Unioff came to the classroom of the History of Magic class. The classroom was empty and dark. It was obvious that Gadwin had no intention of coming here sooner. Turn on the light and wait for 5 minutes to see Gadwin push the door open in time. "Good evening." He had a dusty look with a bag in his hand. Possibly a tool used to practice the Patroness charm, Onivo thought. "Good evening." he greeted back. Then I saw Gardwin come over and put the bag on the table. It was a bag of candy. Yunvo couldn't help but wonder, does this help in learning the Patronus mantra? Well, if you want to say that, there may be a little bit. Gardwin said, throwing a bag of polo preserves, but mainly because I happened to be on a trip to Hogsmeade, and I stopped by Honey Duke to buy some candy. Eat it, you haven't been to Honey Duke's, haven't you? The taste is not comparable to Muggle candy, he said. Why do I feel that you didn't take the Patronus charm to heart? Yunea was a little annoyed, but he still unpacked it. Before, he had been practicing magic spells in the room of requirement, and his physical strength had been depleted. Holding a piece of candied fruit with and taking it out, you can see the golden yellow pineapple pieces inside, with a layer of amber syrup on the surface, and the syrup is covered with snow-white sugar crystals. After taking a bite, the sour and cold pineapple meat is wrapped in sticky and sweet syrup, and the graininess of some sugar crystals stimulates the taste buds. Eugene's eyes lit up involuntarily, and his dissatisfaction with Gadwin was lessened. How is it? Isn't it good? Gardwin laughed. I liked this when I was in school. It's okay. Unioff nodded. Let's start. In such a hurry. Gardwin was a little surprised. It's not just your time that is precious, said Union. Gardwin was stunned for a moment, and looked at University carefully, as if he wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. He sighed. Okay, he said, then let's start. He pulled out his rather delicate wand. I'm not going to explain to you what the Patronus charm does. After all, you've seen it with your own eyes. To be honest, I don't quite understand the use of your Patronus charm. After all, you already have that special lighting spell, and they almost completely overlap in purpose. After a pause, he said, however, the Patronus charm should still be a little more advanced, so it's more difficult to learn. You need to be mentally prepared. Eugene nodded. I'll tell you the standard spell first, Gardwin said. Yes, call Godguard, he shouted. Unlike all the mantras that Yun Buddha has learned, the mantra of the Patronus mantra is clearly divided into 2 paragraphs, with a very noticeable pause in the middle. Each paragraph has a weight and lengthening at the end, and the weighting and lengthening of the second paragraph. Much better than the first paragraph. You read it again. Gardwin looked over. Calling God's guard. Yunvo repeated perfectly. For him, it is not difficult to learn standard spells, but the difficulty is the acquisition of standard spells and the process of simplifying the spells later. Gardwin didn't seem to be surprised, and continued to teach the next step. The movement of the stick is like this. He used his wand to draw a very regular circle in the air. At the beginning of learning, it is better to draw a larger circle, and it will be more beneficial to draw a complete circle. He looked at Union Buddha. You are now chanting the mantra and waving your staff. www.reborn.com. Union Buddha did the same. Nothing difficult. Only the wand didn't move. Instead of mobilizing positive memories, he thought it would be best to let Gardwin finish it first. Gardwin smiled and said, then the most crucial step is to focus on your happiest memories while doing this. It was also the hardest step, he said. Unioff did not understand what was so difficult about it. His happy memories, although not particularly strong, are actually quite a lot. When the orphanage reigns supreme, when you complete the first stage of the system, when you go to Diagon Alley to buy items. He picked a random passage, and while reminiscing, he waved his wand and chanted a spell. Expecto. The first half went well, but when I read the next paragraph, a picture suddenly popped out. The clouds were thick, the heads were shaking, and in front of them was the ruins of the leaky cauldron. The spell came to an abrupt end, as if snapped by an axe. He closed his eyes, opened them again, threw away all the memories in his mind, reselected a pleasant memory, and tried again. The giant dragon rushing towards the face, the crazy dark wizard, the prophecy of overdrawing the body, obviously approaching but powerless. The spell is interrupted again. Unioff shook his head and tried a few more times in disbelief. Unioff felt empty, as if something had been drawn out of his body, and at the same time a supportive thing was weakened, making him feel a little weak. The Patronus charm would bring him this experience, which he never expected. After taking the candied pineapple, taking a bite, it was sweet, and all the memories were stuffed back, like stuffing cotton into a pillow, and it felt better. His control of his thoughts remains top-notch. What's the matter? He asked. Gadwin peeled off a chocolate ball, and a trace of pleasure crossed his face, the effect of the Patronus charm. The requirements for casting the Patronus charm are very demanding, he explained. First of all, people who don't have happy memories will definitely not be able to cast this spell. Secondly, people who have happy memories may not be able to cast this spell, because this spell will make your most uncomfortable memories come out along with them. Unioff thought for a while. That was indeed the case just now, and the memory was like being pulled out by a water pipe. It's paradoxical. Gardwin took a bite from the chocolate ball. That's the hard part about casting the Patronus charm. Most wizards can't summon any form of Patronus, because happy memories are lost to unfortunate ones. Memories interfere and cancel. Moreover, happiness is produced by misfortune. The happier people are, the more unfortunate memories they have. So, he waved his wand, chanted the spell clearly, and a silver-white swift flew out. A wizard like me who can summon a physical guardian is very rare in the entire magic world. Unioff glanced at him, and although he recognized that what he said was the truth, he still wanted to give him a disarming spell, the kind that would hit someone. But he still held his breath and asked Gardwin, "Then how did you learn it?" Gardwin shook his wand and said the secret: time. Time? Yes, time. Recent memories are stronger, and distant memories are more blurred. It's a natural law, Gardwin said. It's only a small effect, because the patroness charm will still give you bad memories. It's exposed, but sometimes that's what makes the seesaw fall the other way, all the way down to the ground. He sighed and concluded, "Your recent memory is definitely not a good one. So, we'll come back next month." "No," Unioff said. Gardwin frowned and said, "I hate doing futile work." Unioff shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't do things that are useless, but according to your theory, this method probably won't work for me." "It doesn't work? Why?" It was Gardwin's turn to ask. Unioff looked up at the lamp overhead. The light was bright. He said, "My memory is very difficult to fade. Maybe when I die, the memory may not be blurred." Gardwin rubbed his head incomprehensibly. "You are only a few years old, and you are talking about death. Besides, your memory must be blurred. For example, can you still clearly recall the situation of wetting the bed when you were a child? Is it?" Unioff looked at him in silence, and began to describe his bedwetting scene when he was 2 years old, from the layout of the room, to every movement of Miss Garrel, to how dry it felt after changing into a new diaper. As his description became more and more detailed, Gardwin's movements gradually stopped. On the one hand, he began to believe that Univifo's memory did not fade, at least it was difficult to fade. On the other hand, he was also amazed that Unioff was able to speak out this dark history with such a straight face. Seeing the change in Gardwin's face, Unioff gradually felt happy. "As long as I wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassed person wouldn't be me. As long as it is a memorable experience, no matter the past few years, I can recall it." He sighed and patted Gardwin's back, because he couldn't pat his shoulder. "I appreciate your kindness, but it's totally useless. But I think you will continue to perform your contract." Gardwin's face gradually became ugly, showing trouble in his eyes. "Don't you have any other way?" Unefo looked at him. Gardwin rolled his eyes and said, Actually, I don't think it's necessary for you to learn the patroness charm, right? You're not afraid of dementors, are you? How about I teach you other advanced spells?" Unioff shook his head. Although this was a good opportunity for blackmail, he also wanted to learn apparition, or the disillusionment charm. The former would allow him to come and go freely, while the latter would allow him to approach the forbidden area, but guarding against it. Mantras are irreplaceable, because he has always had such a question in his mind. Are soul forms and patron saints the same thing? If they were equal, what would be his patron saint? Is it the original human form, or the later Night's Watch? For him, this is a very worthwhile thing to try. Therefore, no matter what Gardwin promised, he would not give in half a step. Of course, it was also because Gardwin's promise was not attractive at all, and the highest price he gave was only 3 high-level spells. 10 high-level spells, Unioff said. "Then I'll continue to teach you the patroness charm," Gardwin said decisively. "So there's still a way." Unioff glanced at him. "There is," said Gardwin, "but it is more dangerous." "Tell me about it." Eugene didn't really care, and it's not that he hasn't experienced danger. Gardwin looked out the window. www.reborn.com. "There are no stars or moon tonight, only the lights are bright. According to your situation, if you want to learn the patroness charm, you will probably have to rely on dementors," he said. "Relying on dementors?" Unioff was a little puzzled. Gardwin nodded. "Dementors feed on positive human emotions. They out your good memories and let you relive your worst memories over and over again." "Isn't that even worse?" Unioff couldn't help asking. "It's worse," explains Gardwin. "But, at that point, you're also more aware of the importance of good memories." He looked at Universitier and said, "In my opinion, the reason your patroness charm was interrupted was largely because you instinctively felt that uncomfortable memory was more important than yours. Most happy memories are more important. So, that uncomfortable memory easily defeated the pleasant memory you recalled. The question is, why do you feel that way?" he asked. "Why?" Eugene already understood somewhat, but still asked. Unioff thought for a while, and roughly understood what Gardwin meant. When casting the patroness charm, you need to focus on one good memory, and at the same time, another bad memory will interfere, and then there will be a battle between these two memories. If the good memory wins the battle, the patroness charm can be cast, otherwise, it cannot be cast. It seems very easy. After all, subjective consciousness will definitely be biased towards good memories. But it's not, because bad memories will be pulled out, even if it's hidden in a nook and cranny. In addition, the victory conditions of the two are also very different. Bad memories only need to be interrupted, but good memories have to be completely suppressed in order to avoid interruptions. Moreover, since there is only one good memory and bad memory in the ring, it is absolutely impossible for good memories to be gang fights with a large number. So, in order to make progress on the patronus, you have to raise the quality, i.e. importance, of good memories, or lower the quality of bad memories. Time is a way to lower the quality of bad memories, but this method is impossible for him, so he can only find ways to increase the importance of good memories. And the method given by Gardwin is to be sucked by dementors, because in that state, people will desire happiness more than ever. After sorting out this set of ideas, Unioff couldn't help but feel a little big. When Harry learned the patronus charm in the movie, why wasn't it so troublesome? But he immediately recalled the scene when he went to pick up Harry. Harry cried because he was worried he wouldn't be able to go to Hogwarts. Apparently in this real world, his time at his uncle's house wasn't a good one either. For him, the Hogwarts experience may have been really important. On the other hand, Uneffo himself is poor, but his misery is absolutely indescribable. What he experienced is a kind of dull and demure leisure time. Harmful. Why do I have to experience these things? He looked up at Gardwin and asked, so, do we have to find dementors? But the only dementors nearby are. Yes, Gardwin nodded, only the ones that came with us. But isn't that locked in a certain valley? Unioff asked, can I go in? I was able to get in, and I was helpful at that time, Gardwin said. But you have to think about it, it's not an understatement, it's quite dangerous, and you can't use your special lighting. Curse to resist, and by the time you want to resist, it may be too late, although I will be watching, but the level of danger is far beyond normal teaching. Immediately afterwards, he took advantage of the situation to turn the conversation, so, now if you want to replace the patronus spell with other advanced spells, it is still too late. Although other advanced spells also have harsh learning conditions, they are relatively that said, it would be simpler and safer. Unioff shook his head, it's still the patronus charm. Since the patronus spell is such a troublesome spell to learn, it is even more necessary to take this opportunity to learn it. After all, I can still find the Dementor. Where will I find it in the future, Nermengard? In short, he made up his mind to learn the patronus charm. However, he was a little worried about another problem, that is, can the Dementors really attract him? When he was on the train, the effect of the Dementor on him was only a slight sway of his spirit. For him, it was the low temperature that was more deadly. But anyway, give it a try first. There is no better way yet. However, I have to go and put on some clothes first, Yuna said. Otherwise, people will freeze to death if they don't learn the spell. You mean to go tonight? Gardwin looked over, slightly surprised. I thought you would at least want to go tomorrow. What's the difference between going tomorrow and going today? Unioff said, on the contrary, it made me have one more thing on my mind. God, I never thought there would be so many troubles a month ago. I can tell. Gardwin patted him on the shoulder. Actually, you don't have to. You are just a little wizard. Although you have some special abilities, that's all. There are still Aurors in the magic world. If the Aurors can be trusted, the Sows can climb trees. Is it difficult for a Sow to climb a tree? Gadwin asked. Oh, yes, it's the magic world after all. After chatting for a while, Unioff suddenly realized that he was more relaxed when he was with Gadwin than when he was with other little wizards. The reason for this is because he has completely lost his mood as an ordinary student, and on the topic, he can only chat with someone in the know like Gardwin. Harmful. I was really under pressure that I shouldn't be at my age. Then you go, I'll wait for you in the office on the 4th floor, Gardwin said. 4th floor? Don't you go to the foyer on the 1st floor? Ride a broom. Gardwin smiled, I'm too lazy to walk over. Unioff nodded and trotted all the way back to the lounge. The door was open, as if someone had just entered. Before it was closed, he sprinted in. It's a pity to say that, as a Ravenclaw, he has not really answered a question himself, and every time he is rubbing against others. But now is obviously not the time to answer the question. UU reading www.uukunksha.com. Gadwin is still waiting below. He went back to the dormitory, took off the wizard's robe and put it on the bed, tucked himself into a sweater, and put the wizard's robe back on. Although it is early September, it is generally cold in the Scottish Highlands, and Hogwarts is no exception. It is only 10 degrees Celsius today, and it is not very hot to put on a sweater. Just a little bloated. Climbing down to the 4th floor, there was a knock on the door of the temporary office, and Gardwin came out with a broom. With a light touch of his wand, he opened an arched window opposite the door, leaned on his broom and got out, hovering outside. Come up, he said. Unifer put his hand on the window sill, and climbed up neatly, then put one hand on Gadwin's shoulder to leverage, and easily jumped onto the broom. The broom sank suddenly. You're so courageous. Gardwin adjusted the broom and commented, it should be your first time sitting on a broom, aren't you afraid of falling? Unioff was sitting on the broom, feeling the feeling of sitting, and he didn't have the buttocks he imagined, and there was a soft invisible force under it. It's a cushion spell. He said calmly, 4th floor, as long as it's not head down, it won't kill you if you fall, Madame Pomfrey can be saved. The starting speed of Nimbus 2000 was quite impressive, and after a while, it took the two of them into the sky. Tonight is generally starless and moonless, and the atmosphere is covered by continuous clouds like waves of the sea. Occasionally, the light shone through where the clouds were thin, as if it shone under the sea. And at the foot is Hogwarts, which is farther and farther away, like the underwater castle. Many windows shine with warm light, like stars and lighthouses in the sea. Speaking of which, looking down from the top like this, I found that Hilliard's castle model is really lifelike, and the proportions in all aspects are quite realistic. However, the taste of flying on a broom is not ordinary. Unioff was clearly aware that it was the broom that was flying, not him, that he was just a passenger on the broom. If he left the broom, he would definitely fall straight down, except maybe he couldn't help dancing with his hands, which was no different from a stone. This feeling becomes more and more clear as the height rises, because falling down is already a complete fall to death. Speaking of, except, riding a broom, wizards can't fly by themselves? Unioff asked. The strong wind poured into his mouth, and it was difficult to speak despite the wind in front of Gardwin. Since this broom already has a cushion spell, why not use a windshield spell? Gardwin wasn't affected, and he didn't know how he said it, but his voice came from the front clearly. How do you want to fly? Do you want to cast a floating spell and a moving spell on yourself? Or do you want to be on the back, transform into a pair of wings? Can't you? Not very smart, at least, he said. First of all, the first one will definitely not work. It's as impossible as lifting yourself up with your own hair. The second type is feasible, but requires a very high level of transfiguration, and it is far less fast than a broom. It is said that Rowena Ravenclaw can turn herself into an eagle, but the speed of the eagle is only at 80 kilometers, the Nimbus 2000 is 4 times as fast. The most important thing is, he moved away from a tired owl and said, how tiring to flap your wings, how easy it is to ride a broom. Eugene recalled that Voldemort could fly by himself in the movie, and he could fly faster than a broom. If such magic really existed, how did he do it? However, Gardwin obviously does not know such magic, and there is a more recent doubt at the moment. Why, can you speak so easily, can't you? Oh, that's right. You don't have a windshield. Gardwin turned his head and saw that his mouth and nose were wrapped in a circle of smooth black cloth. Isn't it great? A plant grew in his heart, and Yunvo covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and his speech finally became smoother. Why don't you give me one too? Because there is only one. Gardwin said in a booth, I developed a product personally, and it has not been sold yet. Hey! Yunvo reminded with wide eyes, is it really okay to let go of your hands without looking in front of you while riding a broom? This guy is usually thoughtful, but as soon as he gets on a high-speed vehicle, he can go wild. Of course, no problem fuck. They narrowly ran into a gray forest owl, brushing past its sharp claws. Owls are nocturnal birds and fly more at night. However, what is this? Unioff felt something fall in his arms, and quickly grabbed it with his hands. He picked it up and saw that it was a package, obviously dropped by the gray owl. The shape is boxy and not very heavy. Seems to be a book. He looked back, and the gray forest owl had no idea where it had gone. Forget it, I'll find a way to return it to the original owner after I go back. He stopped talking, lest the accident happen again. Nimbus 2000 flew towards a dark cloud that was as dark as an island, and finally stopped at the narrow entrance of a valley below the dark cloud. Looking in from the entrance, the two cliffs were blackened by the rain, and outside the entrance, although it was cloudy, it was not raining. Gardwin shrunk the broom and put it in a pen case, then put the pen case in the lining of his clothes, pulled out his wand, and gently pulled an invisible curtain to the left at the entrance of the valley, and a colder air rushed over him. Come! Unioff also pulled out his wand and applied 2 water and moisture repellents to himself and Gadwin. I really don't want to come to this place. Gardwin took out a chocolate ball, tore off the golden tin foil, and took a bite. I'm in a bad mood, or we should go back. This joke is so cold. Unioff groaned. Without hesitation, he walked in through the open invisible curtain, and the strands of rain fell like ice needles, but they were bounced back by the power of magic. Even so, he still felt a dampness spread in the heart. Looking up, I can only see a line of the night sky, but the night sky is darker than the cliffs, and after staring for a long time, it seems that black oil is flowing from both sides. Gardwin also entered, but the road is too narrow to change places. It's okay, go ahead, it's still safe here, Gardwin said. Eugene didn't talk nonsense, lit his wand, leaned his body, the hand holding the wand was in front and the other hand behind, walking slowly along the intestine path between the cliffs. www.reborn.com. Occasionally the rocks protrude from the cliffs and are rough and cold to the touch, but some also have sharp sides, which must be carefully avoided to avoid being scratched. After walking like this for about 5 minutes, I saw a place that seemed to be an opening. After groping, I saw a bowl-shaped empty valley. There was a small lake in the lower part of the empty valley, and on the small lake was a group of black dementors floating quietly like black flags. They don't seem to sense us, Unioff said. Of course I can't perceive it. There is a special anti-disturbance spell against dementors here. Gardwin said, dementors can't see, and can only perceive human beings through smell, emotion, and mental state. The anti-disturbance charm not only provides an invisible barrier, but also isolates these breaths. He walked to the front and continued, however, don't think that you can close them for a long time. The body of the Dementor will automatically absorb the surrounding magic power, and the anti-disturbance spell will be scrapped after a long time, so every 3 or 4 days you have to overhaul once. Fortunately, they can't actively use this ability, otherwise the spell will last for a shorter time. He lowered his head, and the light of his wand reflected on his face. If it were an ordinary child, he might be frightened. He said, next, I will open a small gap. You stand in front of the small gap, and the Dementors will definitely be able to perceive you. They haven't eaten for a week, and they are probably hungry. Dementors, as far as Unevo know, neither die of old age nor can they be destroyed on a physical level. Even the patroness seems to just frighten them, or disgust them, rather than actually kill them. Otherwise, these Dementors will not be backlogged here, but will be dealt with early. However, in his inherent cognition, nothing is indestructible, especially if the energy is not replenished. Otherwise, Dementors will only increase and not decrease, and the world will end sooner or later. Therefore, he was very curious, if the Dementors were never given food, would the Dementors be starved to death? No, at least there's no such record, Gardwin said, but they go crazy with starvation. Although they are not rational creatures in the first place, they can barely communicate when they are full, but if they are too hungry, they will ignore everything. In this respect, they are actually similar to humans. According to the records, when the Ministry of Magic first discovered Azkaban, of course it wasn't called Azkaban at that time, it was just a nameless island, and the Dementors at that time were extremely violent, and I don't know how much they were hungry. Unioff found doubts, then why don't they go hunting elsewhere? It shouldn't be difficult for them to travel across the ocean. You're right, but, generally speaking, Dementors don't leave Azkaban on their own initiative, they have a deep connection to the fortress, Gardwin said. That's why the Ministry of Magic will be willing to use them as guards. In fact, for 200 or 300 years, there has been no problem. It's also because of this that I was caught off guard this time. He looked over and said, by the way, let me tell you the bad news. I reported the information you gave me about Yindalshi to the Ministry, but the Ministry didn't take much action. Eugene couldn't help frowning. Why? There are two main reasons, Gardwin said. One is that they are more willing to believe that there is some kind of problem in Azkaban, which led to the current situation. The Department of Mystery Affairs has sent a few people to investigate. Secondly, when it comes to the surname Roll, it is more troublesome. Moreover, the Roll family is very uncooperative in the investigation of the Ministry of Magic. Unifa narrowed his eyes. Why don't you cooperate? Isn't it because their family lost their child? Then you have to ask them yourself. Gardwin said helplessly. In short, they just don't cooperate, and the Roll family has a very high status in the magic world. If they don't break the law, no one can do anything about them, let alone them. This time, it's the miserable master. Unioff couldn't help being a little disappointed. Is there no way? That's not. Gardwin thought for a while and said, they have had Death Eaters in their family, and they also ran out of this big escape. If you can catch them, you have an excuse. Okay, he stopped explaining and asked speechlessly, are you still learning the Patroness spell? Hey, Union said. Learn. However, he still paid attention to the Roll family in his heart, and felt that if he had the opportunity, he should investigate and find out. Still, it's better to bring your attention back now. Thinking like this, he put the package in his hand on the ground and stepped forward. He tried to touch the invisible barrier and found nothing, but his hand involuntarily turned to the other side. Compared with the rampage magic he practiced, this magic is obviously a bit magical. I saw Gadwin wave his wand and shout, light perturbable. Immediately afterwards, Unioff felt that something invisible was opened, as if a stone had been thrown into the lake. The group of Dementors that were quietly suspended suddenly moved, like a large group of black goldfish that had sensed the feed and leaned down and swam down. The leader was about to emerge from the invisible hole, but with a flash of silver, Gardwin summoned his patron saint, Swift. Immediately, they were forced to back away. How? Unioff asked. They'll all come out at once. Yeah, Gardwin nodded and said with a smile, so something has to block that mouth. Eugene had a bad feeling about it. As expected, you stick your head in, it's just as big as your head. Gadwin said with a smile, if the situation is not right, I will pull you out. Are you sure? Unioff felt a little uncomfortable, not afraid, but disgusting, because then the Dementor would no doubt come to him on the head, and maybe even kiss his lips. Thinking of that scene, even if it was him, he couldn't help but have the urge to turn around and leave. But in the end, he still walked towards the position where the Dementor was trying to get out. Although it is almost indistinguishable visually, the opening can be felt through the wind direction. Forbearance cannot be tolerated, adults cannot achieve. Thinking like this, Unioff pursed his lips and stuck his head into the opening, from one cold air into another colder air. The silver light disappeared suddenly, and the darkness trapped everything in the belly. But Yunbo's eyes were light, so he could still clearly see that the group of Dementors that had spread out swirled together like a tornado. Pounced, accompanied by the whistling wind, the temperature was lower. The sound of gurgling throats echoed through the valley, as if breathing desperately in the water. The Dementor's mouth printed a concave circle on the black cloth covering the cage's face, and a suction force seemed to the air out of the surrounding, and Yunvo couldn't help but feel a little tinnitus. Reading www.uukansha.com. But as far as the soul is concerned, it was just an insignificant little tremor, only slightly stronger than the last time I experienced it on the train. Expressed numerically, if it was 1 last time, it is 2 this time. Is it because you are hungry? He even had time to think. The Dementor took a sip and didn't get anything, and seemed unwilling, but before it could take another breath, it was pushed away by the Dementors behind, and had to go to the back to line up again. Then the second, the third. One after another, the Dementors line up in a circle within the seal, seamless. But the effect is still not obvious. From the feeling, the vibration of the soul is strengthened, and it can barely evoke some memories, but he can still think calmly. On the contrary, the waterproof and moisture-proof function failed unknowingly, and the rainwater flowed from the hair to the forehead, then to the tip of the nose, and finally slid down the contour of the cheek to the chin and dripped. Unioff thought he might catch a cold. After a flash of silver light, while the Dementor was dispelled, Gardwin dragged him out. Imperturbable, he closed the invisible barrier again, and the Dementor scattered like squid ink. Are you okay? He took out the chocolate that he had prepared for a long time, probably expecting to see a pale face. Gardwin lit his wand again, and his eyes followed, and he looked at Eugene again carefully, and the latter's face was indeed a little pale, but only a little, and that was undoubtedly because of the rain, the lack of chi and blood revealed by the cold air. But the spirit is not weak, the eyes are black and translucent, and the pupils are inlaid on the slightly pale face, like 2 mysterious black pearls. You're too abnormal, Gardwin said in disbelief. Is this a Dementor? Did I take it to the wrong place? Did I take you to a ghostly valley? It wasn't that he was making a fuss, but that he didn't know much about Unioff. You're right. Unioff pulled him back from some kind of fantasy. This valley is full of Dementors. Gadwin took a deep breath, presumably trying to calm his mind through the cold air, and reconfirmed, how did you do it? Although I know your lighting spell is a bit special, it didn't work for you just now. Of course it's useless, how could I cheat? Unioff said solemnly, but if the Dementor only has this strength, your second plan will be in vain. Is your focus a bit wrong? Gadwin's eyes probably revealed such an idea. But his shallow eyes quickly disappeared from his eyes, replaced by a thoughtful look. How special are you? He asked suddenly. You're too unusual anyway. He finally realized this, or he had already realized it, only it was not so obvious at this moment, reaching a critical line. Unioff smiled. There are always smart people in the world, and secrets are always hard to hide. Naturally, he would not think that he could be in the same dust as the light, especially in this period of undercurrents. As long as you still think about moving, the edges and corners created by the invisible technique will inevitably be revealed. He has long considered this. He looked at Gadwin calmly and said, I want to know as much as you about this. The magic power is huge? The special spell? The future prediction? The soul is strong? Question. A brief silence descended on the valley, and Gardwin's face was a little condensed. Hello. Eugene interrupted his meditation and threw a well-prepared question. Do you think there is such a thing as reincarnation in the world? What? Gardwin was a little surprised. Reincarnation? Yes, reincarnation. Yunfu said calmly, as if describing a fact. Think carefully, only reincarnation can explain this situation. What do you want to say? Gardwin lowered his head, his attention drawn. I want to say, Unioff said loudly, I may be the reincarnation of Merlin. The air was quiet for a second. Puff Gardwin burst into laughter instantly. He rubbed his eyes and almost laughed out of tears. Merlin reincarnated. Merlin reincarnated. He looked at Universitier and said, have you read a lot of wizarding novels recently? I used to like to read them too, but I won't bring it into reality anyway. Then do you think there are other explanations? Unioff said tentatively, in a calm and annoyed tone. You're just a little special at most. Gardwin wiped the corners of his eyes, and he burst into tears. Although it's a little too special, it's not like Merlin's reincarnation. That's too outrageous. Why is it so outrageous? Unioff asked forcefully. Mansu is far more outrageous than this, he thought to himself. Okay. Gardwin said with a smile, let's continue to think about the patroness charm. Whispering sound. Unioff forced a breath through his teeth, but he knew he had achieved his goal. On the one hand, the atmosphere is active, on the other hand don't look at Gadwin's disapproval now, but when something incomprehensible occurs, he will inevitably think about the ideas he gave. On the other hand, Gardwin was still laughing and asked, tell me what the situation is. Yunvo was 9 points true and 1 point false, and he revealed the stable characteristics of his soul, but he just concealed the reason. I only found out about it when I faced the Dementors on the train, he said. Gardwin sighed faintly, his eyes were complicated, and asked, are you sure you still need the patroness charm? Unioff nodded and said, I heard that the patroness reflects the essence of the soul to a certain extent. I want to see what my patroness looks like. Gardwin's eyes were a little weird. You don't want to see that your patroness is different from Merlin's. What is Merlin's patroness? Unioff asked curiously. I don't know. I thought you read this from a novel. Gardwin spit out. Okay, Yunvo stretched his voice and turned back to the topic. What should I do now? Quiet for a while. Gardwin thought for a moment and said, this will only bring you closer to the Dementors. You can also try to cast the patroness charm, because the patroness charm will evoke your memory. Then do it like this. Yuna said firmly. This is much more dangerous than just now. Gardwin's cautious side began to prevail. It was still within my control before, but if you stand in it, just do it. www.readun.com. I'll be more careful, said Union. This is not a problem that can be solved with care. I have to learn the patroness charm no matter what. Eye to eye. Yuna's eyes were as calm as light. He couldn't possibly lose in this regard. Gardwin rolled his eyes. It's really troublesome. He opened the gap as before, but this time it was obviously bigger. After you stand in order to prevent them from escaping, I have to turn off the anti-jamming spell, so you must be on the edge, so that in case you get out I can save you from any accident. Thank you, Unioff said. No. Gardwin said, I'm just optimistic about your future and repay me when the time comes. Unioff was non-committal and walked in through the gap. Walking a little further, the silver light behind him dimmed, and the Dementors immediately surrounded him. They seemed to be a little angry that they were being so manipulated, and they no longer came one by one, but swarmed up. Front, back, left, right, and above, like a pitch-black igloo. The robes are constantly rotating, like a black jellyfish. With all this effort, Unioff actually felt that some memories were floating upwards, floating towards the sea. It was a little bit of shimmering light, which the Dementors seemed to have as treasures for themselves. The mood gradually dimmed, and the surrounding light that was not bright disappeared for a while, and with the disappearance of these lights, there seemed to be some vacancies in my heart. But that's not enough. He waved his wand and tried to cast the patroness charm, following Gardwin's advice. Based on the good memory of playing all over the orphanage at the age of 6, relying on his unparalleled calmness, precise manipulation of the body, and the knowledge of human body structure he learned from books, he is very clever and uses the weak to defeat the strong, conquering the children who are bigger and stronger than him one by one. I have to say it was a very pleasant memory. But at the same time, the experience of being chased by a giant dragon also surfaced in front of him. Not an order of magnitude at all. The patroness charm failed naturally, but the Dementors sucked as if they had seized some opportunity, and Yunvo felt that the beautiful memory had become slightly unfamiliar. It's not that things can't be remembered, but that something vivid is being lost bit by bit. And with this loss, this memory gradually slipped into the abyss, falling into dust like a corpse and turning into a pile of tattered rotten things. Unioff couldn't help but feel a little pity, but he didn't seem to care much. It was as if I had missed a meal, and although I was a little hungry, it was harmless. On the contrary, the Dementors were so excited about it that even the dark seaweed robes were slightly shiny. Is it an illusion? Unioff thought. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He wasn't yet delusional. The Dementor became more aggressive, sucking hard, the air moving like a vortex. But relying on them alone is simply too powerful. Unioff had to cast the patroness charm again. This time, it is based on the memory of the first time I received a payment for submitting an article to a newspaper, the unexpected profit of £10 that time. He happily invited everyone, orphanage children, to eat out, and then the money was spent, but everyone was very happy, although he went back and was trained for a meal. This memory seems to be more important. Is it because of the income? Immediately after that, the screen switched to the scene where Heinlesch threw a small bag of galleons. Apparently it's back on. The patroness charm failed again, and the Dementor sucked the good memories from the surface, turned it into a dry piece of wood, and threw it back into his heart. Unifu felt a little lost, as if he had drawn a shallow trace on a white jade, which was not obvious, but it always touched what he really cherished. But what is that? Unioff thought. The Dementors swirled more excitedly beside them, and their color seemed to lighten a little, and Unioff felt that their spirits were floating upwards, if they had spirits. But if they want to do it themselves, it is obviously difficult to have enough food and clothing. What's the difference between this and my velvet? Ridiculous thoughts popped into his mind, and Unioff continued to feed them with the goodness of his memory. To punish Victor, who was too clever. Going out for a run, but in front of the gate, I found a terribly cute little Ivana. Occasionally, I would take a group of children outside to make trouble. Yes, go outside, and you can't make trouble in the orphanage. These memories are all good, why can't they beat the bad ones? But that's what it is. Thousands of resentments are gathered in one, and it is cold to the bone. What kind of pain is that? Eugene couldn't help thinking. It is better to let him bear this catastrophe. The changes in this world are ultimately because of him. If it turned out that he could escape this thought, but after the system sent out that victory speech, he had to face the fact. In this world, is it better to have him, or is it better without him? The Dementors simply rejoiced, their robes a gray, dark, but gleaming inside. Gadwin watched in amazement at the miraculous transformation, which he had never seen before in a Dementor. On the surface, it should be a good change. He was vaguely expecting. He wasn't very nervous, because Unioff stood still, waving his wand. If you can swing a wand, that's definitely fine. Time flies. Ordinary memories were slowly used up, and after each failure, Unioff gradually did not know what to use as the basis for the patroness charm. But the Dementors were still around him, they were shifting towards lighter colors, and they seemed to be reaching a critical juncture. They are waiting eagerly. They let out a roaring roar, the wind suddenly rose, and it rained like a waterfall. The waterproofing spell had long since expired, and Yunvo was soaked all over his body. A hairball flickered out of his inner pocket, sticking out his head. When was this little guy brought out? Unioff thought, is it all right? But he suddenly felt that it didn't matter if the little guy died, who let him come out by himself, and after all, it was just a pet. He quickly compared the idea of how different it was from usual. Ignore life. Oh, so it still works, Dementors. But why am I still thinking so rationally? Don't I need beauty to support myself to live? Am I like Sirius who can rely on hatred to survive in the world, but I don't have any deep hatred? Maybe I just exist inherently. The Dementors can't wait. www.reborn.com. They seem to be almost different. They let out a chorus of whistling. Univivo understood for some reason, maybe it was because he was fed too much, he could understand what the Dementors were saying. They say, you still have good memories, hand them over. Is there? Yes, they roared, we can feel it. Is there? Unioff asked himself again. Well, yes, if that counts as a good memory. He was aware of it, but didn't intend to use it. Although he had a gut feeling that if he used these memories, he should be able to cast the patroness charm of success, but he still didn't want to take risks. If used here, in case of failure, those vivid things in those memories will be lost. Only those memories are indestructible. He was ready to leave, but suddenly he fell down and fell to the ground. Soft legs. If the patroness charm fails to cast, there will be such symptoms. How many times has he failed? Didn't pay much attention. The Dementors didn't even want to let him go. They took off their hoods. What kind of face is that? The Dementors were excited to reveal their true colors, but Yunvo only replied with an indifferent "Oh." His current state made him not very concerned about things of this level of Dementors, and are not paying attention to anything. He pulled out his wand, injected his spiritual power, and whispered, Lumos. He is already very familiar with illuminating spells, and his proficiency has risen rapidly, approaching the level of silent spells. Therefore, it can be cast without the obvious swing of the staff and the loud chanting. The wand burst out with silvery white glints, shooting in all directions, and the Dementors, with their round mouthparts and deformed faces, swept over like a swarm of locusts. According to past experience, even if the Dementors are not afraid of this flickering light, they will at least be blocked, but at this time they are only slightly hindered, and they continue to penetrate into the light, as if from a density the smaller liquid jumped into another denser liquid, and although it had an effect, it was not obvious. Obviously, their abilities have been enhanced in the changes just now. At this critical moment, another silver light erupted from behind, and that silver light was warmer than his flickering light, like a warm fire burning in a stove. A silver swallow flew out like a bullet, and Yunvo captured its graceful and flamboyant movements, passing like lightning between the gust of wind and the waves of the grey cloth, piercing the bodies of dozens of Dementors. But that body was not real at all, it was just a combination of rags, and it fell down like a curtain not long after the hole was pierced, and the Dementors, although they were afraid, did not collapse like before. Come on. They also have some resistance to patroness. They saw dozens of them wrapping the silver swallows layer by layer, and the grey burqa blocked the light emitted by the silver swallows, as if covering the light source with a lampshade. Although the lampshade was torn apart from time to time to open several holes and cracks, other Dementors would soon fill it up in a timely manner. Just taking advantage of this opportunity, one hand pulled Unioff from the ground, and Gadwin gathered a bunch of folds on his forehead, and said, why did the situation suddenly become like this? Before Yuna had time to answer, this action completely angered the Dementors. Although they had no vision, their other perceptions were quite keen. Unpleasant ripples rippling. Under normal circumstances, their flight speed was comparable to that of a train, or even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they came before Universitaire and Gadwin. However, Union also seemed to sense the danger of the main body, and pierced all the way back. Although the dozens of Dementors who were responsible for blocking it were chasing after it, its speed was faster, like a small rocket. In an instant it penetrated the grey atmosphere. It circled around Univo and Gadwin, spinning like a top with a sharp blade, cutting the approaching Dementors into pieces, and those cut Dementors instantly turned into flashes inside. The grey fog, which was dotted with bright stars, immediately gathered and formed, and rejoined the attack. Gadwin's eyes were wide open, and bloodshots were covered like thin snakes twisting and twisting. Obviously he was not easy. Due to the desperate attack of the Dementors, they couldn't keep the distance apart, but Gadwin still pulled Uniform towards the edge. He probably felt that as long as he stepped out of the anti-disturbance spell, he would be safe. Even if a few Dementors leaked out, it was still within the range that could be handled. They succeeded in doing this, the barrier was closed smoothly, Union was able to cope with the few accidentally leaked out, and the face of Gardwin, who was the main body, showed deep fatigue, but it also showed a hint of escape from the crisis. Cozy and complacent. He was about to say something, maybe he wanted to brag about himself, or he wanted to know the specific situation, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly looked back. I saw the Dementors sticking to the invisible barrier like cockroaches, wisps of grey mist came out from their bodies, and there were also wisps of blue smoke from the invisible barrier. Wow, it was as if the glass shattered into pieces, and the large group of Dementors fell to the ground, and immediately adjusted their direction and rushed forward. At the same time, a sharp siren roared through the valley like an eagle's roar. They were entangled again, and Gardwin became more tired. With slightly trembling hands, he took out a packet of chocolate from his pocket and quickly tore it into his mouth. With his well-maintained teeth, he knocked the chocolate plate down abruptly. With the passage of minutes, Union's color couldn't stop darkening, and its shape became blurred. Hold on for a while, he seemed to comfort Union and himself, the professors will be here soon. But the so-called hold on for a while is probably the time when you can't stand it any longer. The fact is also true, he will die soon, the Dementor's attack is too violent. He was probably exhausted of his mental strength, and he couldn't even say a decent I'm sorry and you hurry up like in the movie, and his eyes couldn't hold back and closed. Yin Yang also dissipated in the air. But there's no need to worry about his safety for now, because the Dementors aren't targeting him. www.reborn.com. He doesn't have what they need. With their mouthparts open, they surrounded Yunvo, their terrifying faces pressing down with all their might. The faces were so tightly packed that they formed a bell jar that enveloped him. A strange suction came from their mouthparts, followed by a strange sense of disintegration, as if the connection between soul and body was unraveling bit by bit. A sense of vanity followed, like being caught in a fishing net and then salvaged. However, in the next instant, this feeling came to an abrupt end, and Unioff felt as if his soul was stuck in the mouth of the bottle, and it was impossible for him to come out of his body. But the problem is, a fluid is leaving the bottle mouth. If his soul is solid, then the memory is fluid, and under the frantic efforts of the Dementors, those memories that he does not want to use are still extracted. These memories can be roughly divided into two parts, one of which is about another world, where an individual who can be called he grows up. The other part is about the only person in the world who really changed him. No matter which part it is the basic ingredient that constitutes the current him, the backbone of his life and beliefs, not like other branches and leaves that are scattered and reborn. He was in such a state of indifference that he felt that a second could be extended indefinitely, even though reason told him it was impossible. But before he started, he still wanted to ask a question. So he asked quietly, "What are you looking for? So crazy." The foam-like faces in front of them twisted and giggled, and said in a language that only they and Unioff could understand, "Redemption, oblivion, death." Redemption? Oblivion? Death? Are you dead yet? The Dementors, however, stopped answering his questions, as if they felt they could get what they wanted on their own. This kind of self-confidence does not know where it comes from. To know that the reason why they have become what they are now is obviously because of his initiative. Thinking about it this way, he seemed too insecure. Gee. Without any hesitation, he waved his staff into a circle and chanted the incantation, calling Godguard. There is no need to deliberately recall, any remaining memory is the matrix that constitutes him, and it is himself. The most recent picture emerges, the clouds are fluttering, the sun is shining, and behind him is the crazy scene caused by the super restoration charm. He was about to explain everything to Ms. Garrel, but Ms. Garrel interrupted with a cross-handed hand and asked me if I left anything troublesome. He believed that, no matter who he was or what he was, Lady Garrel would be on his side. The bad memory is just a little touch, and it is completely defeated. He wouldn't have any guilt if it wasn't for Ms. Garrel's teaching. With this memory occupying Unefo's mind almost constantly, a large cloud of silver-white blurred mist was sprayed from the tip of the ebony wand, and from this blurred mist, a silver-white figure walked out. Nearly perfect bare feet, the muscles and bones at the wrists and ankles sag wonderfully, and the tendons extend clearly to the slightly bulging calf muscles, and above the equally delicate knees are the more robust thighs. Ignoring the indescribable parts are the slightly concave 6 abdominal muscles, and the straight sternum wrapped in flesh, the strong and slightly raised muscles of the 2 arms, and the delicate bone tube at the wrist. He clenched his fist, his knuckles protruding like bullet casings. Finally, on the slender shoulders and neck, is a face that is symmetrical with Unioff. The eyebrows are neat, the bones are straight, the flesh is firm, and there is a slight sense of alienation. He only opened his left eye, while his right eye closed naturally, as if controlled by different brain regions. And with his appearance, the Dementors surrounding him were swept away violently, like a bone-gray lotus flower in full bloom. However, those Dementors didn't give up. Although his light was infinitely brighter than Union's, they obviously didn't have eyes, or they were overwhelmed by the desire to chase something, or maybe he was exactly what they were after. Of something. And the experience of defeating the Patroness once also made them more confident. They attacked in groups like tumbling waves, and immediately flew out backwards, and in this scene, Unioff and the self and the state of the patron saint faced each other. A very strange vision suddenly appeared. I saw myself. This is somewhat similar to looking at a mirror, but it goes a step further, because what he sees is not only the appearance of his own flesh and blood, but also the fleeting thoughts in his skull. However, this was not a good experience. Those eyes were as sharp as a knife to peel off the skin. In this case, he couldn't hide any private corners, which made him know himself better than any moment, and hate himself more than any moment. Especially some secret desires that have been born from his heart recently, those desires that he thinks are shameless and secretly attracted to. Why did you close your right eye? Unioff asked, trying to replace shame with questioning. And this sound echoed in his own ventricle along a channel of the soul, and went out to his eardrum along the ventricle. In the next moment, he was a little horrified to find that he had closed his left eye at some point. It is in mirror image opposition to the patroness. He instinctively wanted to open it. An astonishingly sharp as shattered glass and a dazzling blade pierced into his eye socket, pierced through the aqueous humor, lens, and vitreous body of the eye all the way into the pupil, followed by the optic nerve all the way to the end, and then the sharpness went crazy in the brain. Stirring, whether gray matter or white matter, in short, all brain tissues are smashed into pieces, any complete thought is neatly cut into 8 parts, and then the 8 corpses of the thought are moved towards the indescribable. Fell into the deep hole. This inexhaustible pain made Yun Buddha's jaws split, and he wished that he could smash his skull with a hammer to end his own life. It all happened in his eyes with great clarity, he felt it himself, and the audience saw it, which kept him from losing his mind, but caused him to sink into a deeper pain. It was as if he was staring in the mirror and watched his hand hold a hammer and drive a nail into the eyes that were watching the scene. And with this pain, the eyes were opened, yes, www.reborn.com, not so much as opening, but opening, indifferently, ruthlessly, unkindly, like a key opening a lock. What kind of eye is that? White sclera, 2 layers of pupils, the outer pupil is a dark green tree, with a circle of complex runes slightly light green on it, and the inner side is flowing with wine-like viscous blood, a sweet smell permeates in the air. It was his realistic left eye, casting a bloody, stinging light. And the right eye of the patron saint also opened, the right eye in the form of a night watchman, casting a silver-white calm light. The 2 eyes met immediately. Just heard a bang, as if something was completely broken. A beam of pure white light suddenly ripped apart the turbulent dark clouds, and suddenly fell from the sky, just as the Dementor shouted loudly, as if wild and dangerous like moths, they plunged into the pure white beam of light, followed by flying like a fly. The moths burned like ashes on the fire. Nonetheless, the Dementors swooped in one after the other, disappearing in no time. The valley was completely silent. If it weren't for the dark little lake breathing quietly there, the waves of breathing sounded like a gurgling guttural sound in my ears. If they were looking for total death, then they might have achieved their long-cherished wish. The news of the system is also one after another, but Yunfu's mind is blank. A brief silence descended on the valley, and between the valleys, Eugene stood quietly. There are countless reflections in his eyes, not only seeing himself, but also taking Hogwarts into his eyes. Although there was a wall, the wall could not block his vision. Everyone was startled by the huge beam of light, the students who were curious about what happened, the professors who were rushing here, a dog wandering in the wilderness, with hoods on their heads and masks on their faces. Peep-all. Hermione stuck her head out of the lounge window, her eyes widened, as if she had seen something incredible. In addition to this, he saw Dumbledore, a simple shabby room and an unremarkable locked tower, standing behind a mottled arched window. Without thinking, he looked to the other side. For some reason, Nermengard was also brought in by him, and in the lonely tower, the old man watched in surprise as Heinrich woke up faintly. If it was before, Unioff might be relieved or something, but now, he still doesn't feel it. He turned his gaze back to the eye-catching beam of light. Because in the pure white light where even he couldn't see what was inside, a gentle voice suddenly floated out, "Hello, Eugene Garrel, or should I call you, Mr. Night's Watch?" This voice is by no means English, nor is it Chinese, and it may not even be any known language in the world, but it is by no means simple spiritual communication. Yunvo clearly felt that it contained a kind of origin, at least this body originated from this, so he could understand it. Moreover, the other party also revealed his identity. If it was normal, it would inevitably be a stormy sea in his heart, but at this time, he couldn't come up with any ideas, he just stood and watched in a daze, as if it was a tool that could only observe. The voice waited for a while, and suddenly said sympathetically, "You have suffered a lot, Mr. Night's Watch. If you believe me, please come here and I will heal you." Yunfu stared blankly at the beam of light, and for a while, his body seemed to be instructed, and he walked over like a puppet step by step. He had no fear, even if the Dementor had just vanished there, but since he didn't think, he didn't have any mood. Behind him, the patroness is like a shadow. They stepped into the beam of light, and at first they couldn't see anything, because without exception it was white, and there was no room for discernment. But the battered mind, and the brain that may have been really messed up, were quickly repaired in this light, the holes were filled, the fractures were stitched up, and Yunvo gradually regained his sanity. At the same time, a white face loomed out of the light. The face is only roughly outlined, like an unfinished marble statue, but with a rather soft arc. Who are you? Eugene asked the first sentence. I am the world, I am the wound, and I am the burst of light, the voice said gently. Just by citing her name, Unioff understood her origin. She is the world, she is the original mother of this body. She is the wound and the fissure he has inflicted on the world. She is the burst of light, she is the source of the world leaking from the wound. Don't you hate me? He asked a second sentence. Why should I hate you? She asked softly. I've destroyed the world for what it is, Unioff said. The lips of the white face parted slightly. But that's how I was born, she said. You brought new laws, and I'm united by it. Silence descended, and Unioff felt vaguely that something was wrong. New laws? He asked a third sentence. Yeah, your lamp, your switch, she said. My lamp? My light? Isn't it something that originally existed in the universe? Yunvo opened his memory. She smiled. Why do you think so? She said. Before you, the universe had laws, but they were scattered, and it was you who sorted out the lights from the scattered and then had the inspiration. I was born by enlightenment, shaped by lamp. I am the mother who gave birth to your body. You are the father who gave me consciousness. It turns out that there is no rule of thumb in the universe? Eugene couldn't help but be at a loss. He called out the system and tried to find out. Then I saw rows of messages from the system, detected that the host is opening the channel between Mansu and reality. Warning. This action is triggering an apparent movement of the origin of the world. There is a high chance of a personal visit from the will of the world. Given the serious consequences of this action, the system is trying to block it. Blocking failed. The will of the world has entered the mansion. Great changes have taken place in Mansu. However, the system hasn't output what drastic changes have occurred, and another warning follows. Warning. The will of the world is coming into reality through Mansu. Trying to stop it. Failure to stop. The will of the world has entered reality. Warning. Due to the excessively willful behavior of the world's will, Mansu will directly affect the real world, and the world's will is solely responsible for any serious consequences arising therefrom. The news came to an abrupt end after announcing the attribution of responsibility. It was the first time that Unioff saw the system so excited. He couldn't help looking at the white face and asked, What did you do? Do you mean Mansu? She said. www.reborn.com. I just passed by. Although he was a little surprised that she knew Mansu's name, when he thought that she was the will of the world, Yuna was a little relieved. The world will know that everything is normal. He was more concerned about her impact than that. Although what she was talking about was an understatement, as if she rushed out for a walk after dinner, but he naturally wouldn't think it was that ordinary. What's the story you're talking about? Unioff asked. About what you did, she said. Similar to what I did, Unioff asked. Well, she said, you opened up the inside of the world and created me, so I also opened up Mansu to see if I can create something. Her words were still gentle, but for some reason, Unioff could hear a hint of excitement. He recalled the word too capricious spoken by the system. So what did it make? Unioff asked. It doesn't seem to be. She shook her head slightly, but Unioff felt that she seemed to move her eyes slightly, even though her eyes were now two pupilless white eyes. Like it? Unioff continued to ask. He wasn't angry, he had experienced a Dementor's polishing, and he already felt that nothing mattered, as long as it didn't touch his inverse scales. Moreover, the person on the other side is the will of the world after all. Although he seems to be well-behaved, if he is angry with her, who knows if she will destroy his humanity? It is not impossible to smash a meteorite all at once, but if you talk about fear, I don't know why I can't even mention it. It may be that the will of the world is too good-tempered. Combining the two, his current state of mind can be summed up as just chatting casually. If you are talking about those lively and lovely plants, it should be very good. There was a look of love on her face. But in fact, it should not be seen, but it gives people such a feeling. The little girl's temperament just flashed by and disappeared. Very good? Unioff asked. You'll find out when you go back and have a look, she said. As for what happened, she turned her eyes away again and said, It is something to do with me coming to find you. Looking for me? Unioff asked. Yes, looking for you, she said. I didn't expect to come to reality at first, I just wanted to follow the source to see what Mansu was like. After all, it was the place where I came from. But after I came in, I suddenly felt that you were in a very bad state, and it gave me the feeling that you were about to become an idiot. Idiot. Unioff nodded. The state just now was indeed similar to that of an idiot. If it weren't for the treatment from the pure white glow, he didn't know what he would be like. He must have been an idiot all along. This time is still too reckless, and in the future, when learning the magic spell related to the soul, you must be more careful. Thank you, he thanked. So what the happened to me just now? You don't need to thank me so much, she said. As for your situation, it's actually quite troublesome to explain it in detail. To put it simply, it is just that you and your patron saint's eyes have just been connected to become the first road from Mansu to reality. The channel. And the concept of the so-called first is always a bit painful. Besides, you are too violent, Mansu should not be ready. She said, it's not like my birth, which opened the small hole in the world, gently and slowly, opened little by little, although it was still a little bit in the end. Rough, but certainly not as good as yours this time. I feel pleasure, and you feel like a knife. Eugene nodded. More than a knife twist, it is the most severe torture ever recorded. It's cruel anyway, she said with empathy. If the one that opened me was as violent as this time, I might not have such a character and temper, and I wouldn't have come to save you. Everything it's all for a reason. But, Yuniov thought for a moment and asked, if my eyes are the passage, what's the matter with you? You don't seem to have come to reality through my eyes. And this beam of light your eye channel is still too small, how can I get through? So I figured out your method, and then I penetrated Mansu by myself, she said. She was a little excited again. She seemed to have a special interest in piercing through Mansu. The way you connect Mansu and reality is actually the connection between the soul and the body, and my body, hee, she laughed playfully, but Mansu is still very strong, and ordinary places can't get through at all, so I picked a slightly weaker place. A little weaker place? Yuna frowned. Is there such a place in Mansu? How could he not know? She closed her mouth as if she had missed it, like a little girl again. Where is it? Yuniov asked. I'm not angry. Aren't you mad? She asked. I'm not angry, Union said. I promise. She hesitated for a while, and finally said, it's the well. It's a well. Unifer sighed. He thought it was somewhere, but it was just a well, that completely useless facility. She looked over and found that Yuniov did not seem to be very angry, and opened her lips slightly, as if sighing. Yunias suddenly squinted his eyes, remembered something, and asked, where are the water of desire and the thing of pain in there? He briefly described what these two things looked like. It leaked out, she said. It leaked out from the channel I opened up. Yunvo looked at his feet, but it was all white and couldn't see anything, so he had to ask, did you fall nearby? No. She shook her head and said, as soon as I went out, it all vaporized. Can those two things still vaporize? Yuniov shook his head, and he didn't care too much. Whether it was a wish or a curse, a certain amount was needed, and the original amount was not enough, let alone after gasification. The only thing that is a little distressing is that the progress of Mansu has dropped a bit, but he didn't care anymore. After 2 tortures, the balance in his heart was somehow balanced, and the urgent aggressiveness of the past week also disappeared. You reading www.uukansha.com whatever, he thought. Thinking about it now, he felt a little unfamiliar with what he looked like this week. Who are you? He even wanted to say that to himself. He looked at the white face, and suddenly found that her outline seemed to have become more refined. No, he should be more confident, otherwise, he is absolutely sensitive to eyes, and he does feel that her eyes are having some inner structure. You dash? Yeah. She nodded. I've come here, I just want to play in the real world for a while. Although it's the first time I'm conscious, but my body has existed for many years, and I've never seen it outside. Although he was a little surprised, for some reason, Yuniov accepted this matter easily, as if he accompanies the child to the park to play the slide. As for what will happen next, and how to deal with other people's inquiries, he no longer wants to think about it. There will always be a way. Could there be anything more painful than putting your brain in a juicer just now? Impossible. Thinking like this, he focused his attention on the moment and asked, then what should I call you? The world, the wound, the light that bursts out. In the real world, I always feel that it is not so good to be called. You have to get a new name. New name? She nodded. What should I call it? Would you like to get me one? Yuniov is not good at naming names. In the past years, he has always called a dog, a cat, and a tree. This can also be seen from Pu Wrong. This little guy has been with him for a month, and he still does not have an official name. And if he had to choose a name, he would use the method of naming a species plus a title, for example, Miss Otter, Miss Dementor. Therefore, asking him to take a name that can be used in the real world is indeed embarrassing him. He shook his head and refused, also for the goodwill of the world. However, the will of the world does not appreciate it. Her white face, which is becoming more and more delicate, shows a bit of anger, and she has already drawn 2 eyebrows, which are somewhat flattering and heroic. Mr. Night Watchman, my brain has just been cured, so I might as well do some exercise to see if there is 1 or 2 missing strings, so I can make up for it in time. She warmed her tone again. Also, it's not guaranteed to be used. You can just name it and I'll refer to it. Since you asked for that. Yunbo looked at her, and the latter moved her face from side to side while depicting thick and even lips, as if trying to make Yunfa see some features more clearly. However, it was useless. In this pure white beam of light that could not tell the difference between east, west, and northwest, although her face could show some distinctions due to special reasons, the biggest feature was white. And it is not ordinary white, not silver, not paper white, nor snow white, but true white, pure white, or blazing white. So, he gave 3 references according to his rather simple naming method. Truly white, purely white, glowingly white. Then, looking at her calmly, she only asked for 1 name, but he gave 3, presumably he should be satisfied. Don't think I don't know English. No one's name is an adverb adjective. She was still speaking in that mysterious language. Are you fooling me? Pretty sure tone. No fooling around. University or denied, my ability to name names ends here, and being able to take such a nice name is already my highest level. Or you can replace white with shine, and then put the adverb in front of it. Replace them with adjectives, such as shane or poolshane. Isn't this more ugly? She said, and what's the difference between your naming method and bursting light? Because you don't speak English, Univir reminded. I'm naming my name in English, and if you're going to say it with bursting light, it's gushing shine. Forget it, she lowered her head in disappointment. I'd better think about it myself. Unioff nodded, and it would have been a foolish thing to give him his name. Then, I heard her say, first of all, I have to share your surname, which is Garel. Why do you have the same last name as me? Unioff asked. Following the father's surname, according to human social etiquette, the naming is like this, she said naturally. That seems to be okay. But on the name, she still thought about it for a long time. She seemed to want to incorporate all her origins into that name. It was just a name that Unioff felt so entangled with, but she seemed to take it very seriously. For some reason, the time in the white light seemed to be extraordinarily long, and the professor's movements outside seemed extraordinarily slow. Unioff simply sat down and quietly observed her shaping little by little. This shaping is like a sculpture, or more precisely, it is exposed bit by bit from the marble. Gradually, her face is completely shaped. Her face is somewhat similar to that of Yunvo. It may be shaped like this on purpose, or it may be close to it unintentionally, but in general, there are some feminine features, which are softer, more delicate. Then there is the slender neck, the beautiful shoulders, the slightly raised chest, the lotus root-like arms, and the slightly bulging belly, revealing like a suet jade. Skipping a valley, 2 slender legs seemed to step out, arched and fleshy soles, 10 toes cardamom. Comparing it to his patroness, Eugene found similarities in the skeleton, but her body was much rounder than his angular male body. In such a careful observation and comparison, Yunvo had a deeper understanding of the human form, and he felt that after returning, he might be able to try a more advanced human body transformation, that is, disguise Magus. Finally, as she added a long straight hair to herself, the pure white light beam gradually dimmed, shrank, and disappeared. Her body was also dyed with mundane colors. Pure black hair, pure black eyes, pink lips, and the skin is still as fair as a human being. At the same time, Unef only felt his spirit dizzy, and the patroness turned into silver-white stardust. He shook his head, adjusted, took off his wizard robe, and covered her. Pu Rongrong crawled out of the pocket of the wizard's robe, and the little guy was alive and well. He looked at Union and the will of the world with both eyes, and he was puzzled. These two looked so alike. But it still recognized www.reborn.com because the body of World Will was a head taller than Union. I don't know if it was intentional or not. It climbed out of the pocket, stepped on the edge of the pocket and jumped onto Unioff's sweater with its little feet, and its cute little paws hooked on the sweater thread. Unioff threw the little guy on his shoulders, raised his head, and asked, "Why are you so tall? If it's shorter, the body proportions will be wrong." She lowered her head slightly, unable to see her feet. "It's just right now. Aren't you too mature for your figure?" Unioff said. "I am the mother of the roots of your body, and your body is naturally mature," she said. Eugene didn't know what to say. She had a face that was somewhat similar to his, and she had such a feminine body, which made him feel very awkward, as if he saw forget it. He shook his head. After all, he couldn't do anything to her. Even if he hadn't touched her, he knew it wasn't on the same level. He asked, "Have you decided on a name? The professors are coming soon. Think about it." She raised her somewhat heroic eyebrows. "My name is Gabrielle Garrel." But only for a second, she was a little depressed. "Actually, I want to be called Giribargo, which is the English translation name closest to the light that bursts out of the original language, and it also means the world, but somehow, it doesn't sound good when translated, it can only be adjusted and simplified." Unioff was not particularly comprehensible about how much the will of the world, what might be called Gabriel now, cared about names. "Why should you care about this? The name should not be changed lightly." Then Gabriel said solemnly. She seemed to see that Unioff was contemptuous of this matter. "For an existence like us, the name has a pivotal meaning. We exist like this?" Universitier was the first to notice the allegation, realizing that Gabriel was putting him on an equal footing, and that equality might come from personhood. Because the power is far from the same level. Significance, he asked for a second note. "It's hard to explain, you just need to know this." Gabriel said, "Don't change your name unless you have to." Eugene nodded. Footsteps were heard in the distance. Gabriel glanced at Gardwin, who was still asleep on the ground, stretched out her fingers, and said softly, "Obliviate." A soft light emerged from his fingertips, and an invisible spell covered Gadwin. "What?" Eugene asked. Modify his memory, Gabriel said. Otherwise, how do you explain my presence? Do you forget the spell? Unioff asked. Of course, most of the spells, I can, Gabriel said. Most of the spells? Are there other spells you can't use? Unioff asked strangely. In his opinion, Gabriel, who is the will of the world, either uses higher-level magical powers without spells, or should be able to use all spells. How could it become most spells? Of course, don't think that I am omnipotent, Gabriel said rightfully. I am only a small part of the world. After all, your opening is not big, and this is my descendant. The source connection is broken again, and naturally it is weaker. In terms of strength, I am just an ordinary witch now. Eugene looked at her silently. Since the beam of light just disappeared, Gabriel's breath has indeed weakened a lot, but if it is ordinary, totally unbelievable, he said. At most, it's a little bit stronger than an ordinary wizard. She showed innocent eyes like a child. Also, I can't use some attacking spells, especially advanced black magic and unforgivable spells. Why? Unioff asked. Think of Patronus and Dementors, she said. It's something like that. It's hard for us to be changed by anything else, but that doesn't include me. If I use the unforgivable charm, I'll become very terrible. She made the appearance of claws and claws, but not scary at all. Unioff twitched the corners of his mouth. If he changed his face, he might find it cute, but now although he occasionally uses cuteness to achieve some goals, but anyway, can't bear to watch. What did you change the memory to look like? He changed the subject. Gabriel blinked and said, you'll find out later. Now that she said that, Unioff didn't bother. He helped Gadvin sit up and checked his breath. It was weak and stable, and it should be fine. After waiting for a while, with the stomping sound of dang 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 dang, a short figure appeared first from the narrow gap between the two cliffs. With considerable dexterity, he circumnavigated the protruding stone edges, jumped over the gravel on the ground, held a bat-like wand in his hand. The tip of the wand was lighted, and sprinted from the darkness. All at once he saw Gabriel in a black wizard's robe that didn't fit very well, or more precisely, her bare feet and calves first. Uneffo's clothes were not long enough for a man who was almost a meter tall. For him, it was hard not to notice. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, because the temperature in the valley was only a little higher than 0 at this time. Why would anyone not wear pants or shoes under such circumstances? Then, he saw Gadvin, who was seated by Eugene. Oh, Gadwin, he screamed, and immediately assumed a dual stance, ignoring Univov with excitement. Who are you? What have you done to him? He clearly regarded Gabriel as an enemy of unknown origin. It's a misunderstanding, Unioff exclaimed. She's not the enemy. Oh, Union, why are you here? Professor Flitwick was extremely surprised, but he still didn't let his guard down, because he found that the anti-disturbance charm and Dementors had disappeared. Come here. Hold Gadwin with you. Together. The situation is critical. Such thoughts were easy to read from his tightly wrinkled face. Immediately after, a tabby cat jumped out of the narrow slit, turned into a cat in the air, and fell steadily to the ground. Professor McGonagall looked at the empty valley, and his face changed suddenly. Snape arrived, too, and he stepped out of the narrow gap, his face pale and stern. Seeing the presence of Unioff, his face suddenly became old. Unioff felt that if it weren't for the unknown enemy Gabriel, this old bat would probably start to export. Yes, since Snape frantically embarrassed him in potions class and refused to provide him with any information, his status in Unioff's heart has plummeted to that of an old bat. In addition, Uneffo also faintly noticed a gaze looking from a distance. www.readon.com. Following the gaze, the man avoided in advance, but Uneffo still saw a corner of the gorgeous purple robe. Dumbledore is probably the only one who can wear such a wizard's robe. If something happened here, he should be there immediately, although he seems to be deliberately hiding his whereabouts. Gabriel looked at them, her eyes were deep, she didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't say a word. It's a misunderstanding. Yunvo had to say it again loudly. As for whether it was useful or not, it didn't matter to him, it was just as much as he could. He felt that the current situation should not be considered critical. Misunderstanding? Snape sneered. Jeriel, you should think about how to explain why you are here. Ravenclaw deducts 50 points. Unioff was shocked. Why did he still remember to deduct my points at this time? In contrast, Professor McGonagall seemed much more reliable. I saw her staring at Gabriel, and slowly took a step forward. Seeing that there was no obvious reaction from the latter, she took another step forward, and finally came to a place not far away. Not close distance, read, zombie floating. I saw Gardwin float up and move to Professor Flitwick's side. Seeing that Gabriel didn't stop her, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Yunvo, you should also go to your dean first, she said. Eugene shook his head. Going over at this time, the relationship with Gabriel will inevitably be far away. Gabrielle smiled, wondering if she was satisfied with Unioff's attitude or thought of something else. I saw her finger lightly in the air, her lips slightly opened and closed, as if she had uttered a few words, and a light curtain suddenly rose in the valley, which was about to separate everyone from the outside world. Then I saw a silver spark burst from a distance, swept into the valley before the light curtain closed, and landed in front of Professor McGonagall. Step out of the fire. Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick exclaimed. They didn't seem to know Dumbledore's existence. Professor McGonagall asked in surprise, "When did you come back?" Cough cough. Dumbledore smiled awkwardly, "Just got back today." Only Snape didn't say a word, as if he knew. After that, the light curtain was completely closed, and after the final light, the color disappeared and became invisible. Only listening to Professor Flitwick's serious face, he said, "Anti-invasion spell, anti-interference spell, safeguard, exorcism spell." He counted several more spells before stopping and said, "That's magic and no wand yet." If it wasn't for Gabrielle's unknown identity, University felt that Professor Flitwick was about to come to ask about the mystery. "So, is this a little bit stronger than a normal wizard?" he asked. "I just cast a spell that any grown-up wizard can cast," Gabriel said. "At most, it's faster. It's not just that the casting speed is faster." A kind and serious voice suddenly interjected, "This is a mosaic of multiple magics, lady. Your magical attainments are already one of the highest levels I have ever seen." "Mummy," Gabriel smiled. "Compared to the greatest wizard of this century, this little magic is just a humiliation." No, if this hand of magic is considered a shame, then I'm just an ordinary old man who turns magic," Dumbledore said. "Can I ask your name?" He glanced around Gabrielle and Unifo's faces, and said, "Also, what is the relationship between you and my student Unifo?" Uniof looked over, and he also wanted to know what Gabriel would do. He originally wanted to give her the identity of a sister, but later became a sister because of her figure, but after Gabriel gave Gadwin an oblivion spell, he knew that she had her own ideas. Then I heard Gabriel smile and say, "Well, I'm Una's mother, Gabriel." Cough, cough, cough. Eugene was choked. Although she has said many times that she is the mother of the root of this body, Union only thinks that this is just a concept, like the Mother Earth that is often spoken of. From this abstract level, she is not only the mother of his body, but also the mother of the bodies of thousands of living beings in the world. But she never thought that she wanted to change the relationship from this abstract concept to a concrete social concept, which is not the same thing at all. He couldn't help but retort, "No." Then I heard Dumbledore say, "I remember, Uniof grew up in an orphanage." "That's right," Uniof nodded. But Dumbledore immediately changed the conversation and said, "However, you said that you are the mother of Uniof. I believe it, you look very similar." Uniof looked at Dumbledore, whose eyes gleamed discreetly from under the half-moon lenses. "This is borrowing me to progress the relationship." Gabriel smiled softly, "Yes, although we have been separated for many years, I recognized him as my child at a glance." "No, I'm not." Uniof was still not interested in having another mother. But the two ignored him and continued their conversation. Apparently it didn't really matter what the facts were. "If it's about a child's education," said Dumbledore, "I think we can move to a warm room to discuss it slowly, which is more of a room at Hogwarts, where we can bake on the stove and drink pumpkin juice, order some delicious snacks." He glanced at the disproportionate wizard robe that Gabriel wore, and said, "Professor McGonagall will also find you a more fitting dress." He seems to want to resolve the contradiction into the invisible. "Great opinion," Gabriel said. "But before that, I want to do one thing." "What's the matter?" "I think." She considered the words, as if she didn't know which word to use, but finally said, "I want to challenge you, the greatest wizard of the century." Although it was a challenge, the tone did not mean a challenge, it was more like a casual fight. The air was silent for a second, and everyone might think they heard it wrong. Uniof was also very surprised. He looked at Gabriel and wondered whether she was on a whim or had a plan. Professor McGonagall took a step and said, "If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent." "It's useless to fight you." Gabriel shook her head. "Useless?" Professor McGonagall squeezed her wand. Dumbledore pondered for a second and asked, "Why do you challenge me?" "I'm just a lousy old man over 50 years old, and I haven't done it for nearly 10 years. I need to be the headmaster of Hogwarts," Gabriel said. "Of course I can only challenge you." Yunfa watched quietly from the side www.reborn.com, but there were many thoughts in his heart. He was puzzled by Gabriel's behavior. If he just wanted to calm things down, as her worlds will, there were countless ways, but she seemed to want to make things bigger. "Arrogant," said Professor McGonagall angrily. In her opinion, Gabriel is just a strange witch who appeared out of nowhere. Although it may be related to the beam of light just now, and she has some strength, she said that she wants to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. Simply do not know what to say. Dumbledore was not angry, his eyes twinkling behind the half-moon lenses, wondering what he was thinking. He asked, "Why do you want to be the headmaster of Hogwarts?" "Because I need to make a difference in the world," Gabriel said. "I've heard that Hogwarts is the best wizarding school in the world, so it's definitely the best to start from here." "Change?" Dumbledore demanded. "What change do you want to bring about?" He seemed interested in it. Eugene was also very interested. The will of the world wants to change the world? Why? The others seemed to have their own ideas, but they also turned their attention to Gabriel, waiting for her answer. However, hearing Gabriel's completely irresponsible declaration, Unioff once again remembered the evaluation made by the system before, too self-willed. I hadn't felt much before, after all. The purpose of breaking through Mansu was to treat him, otherwise he would become an idiot, so it was understandable to do anything. Of course, there are also reasons why he hasn't gone to Mansu to see it, but now she has some personal experience. She just rashly said that if she wants to be the headmaster of Hogwarts and change the world, she seems to have ambitions, but when she asks in detail, there is no content at all. You give a simple frame anyway. In this way, there may be people who can make up their minds and then post it upside down, but she didn't even bother to fool, just like a child who was happy to see a toy and desperately wanted to get it. Even knowing that she was the incarnation of the world's will, Unioff felt a little outrageous, let alone other people. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Snape the old bat were all speechless, and Dumbledore was choked for a while, speechless. Silence floated in the air for a long time. Dumbledore said helplessly, in this case, no matter who you are, I can't entrust the position. If you want to be the headmaster of Hogwarts, come back when you have a more mature idea. Bar. Eugene sounded strange. It was as if Gabriel would give up the position of headmaster if he really said what he meant. Did he see anything? I don't think so, Gabriel said. Professor Dumbledore, I'm challenging, not asking. It's not up to your unilateral will, but the position of the so-called headmaster is not something I can decide unilaterally. To become the headmaster of Hogwarts requires not only strength, but also the recognition of students and teachers. An empty shell, said Dumbledore. How do you know if you don't try? Gabrielle said. Have a fight? Dumbledore asked. There must be a fight, said Gabriel. Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall hesitated. She seemed to want to take action for Dumbledore, or she wanted to teach Gabriel a lesson. Dumbledore pressed his hand, motioned to Professor McGonagall to stay calm, looked at Gabriel, and said, then click until the end. He raised his wand and asked, do you need a wand? Gabriel thought for a while, then looked at Universitier, lend me the wand. Unioff did not move. What do you want to do? I thought you just wanted to wander around and see what the real world is like. Gabriel stretched out her finger, put on a closed earplug to listen, and said, didn't I say it? I want to change the world. What kind of world do you want to change with the will of the world? Unioff spit out. It's because of the will of the world that we want to change the world. Gabriel said, you know, I'm only a small part of me. Unioff suddenly said, are you trying to master more of the origin of the world? I'm here to exist. Gabrielle held out her hand. Okay, I'll explain it to you later. Now, the wand. To fight the greatest wizard of our time, you still need a wand. She blinked and said pitifully, you can't help but lend me. Univo had no choice but to take out his hazel wand and ebony wand, and asked, which one do you want to borrow? Of course they all lent me. Gabriel took 2 wands, look at my magic wands. 2 staff casting? He tried, and it was difficult. Actually, I can cast spells with 10 fingers at the same time, Gabriel said, but the power is very weak. Is this an ordinary witch? Unioff spit out, can you be distracted? You can do it too, Gabriel said, but it doesn't really have much practical significance. Then, she removed her earplugs and listened, looked at Dumbledore, and said, let's duel. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a red light flashing on the hazelwood wand, and an invisible shockwave immediately flew towards the end of Dumbledore's wand, which is the weapon that removes you. And another, thicker red light emanated from the ebony wand and hit Dumbledore himself, fainting. At the same time, her 10 fingers were constantly touching on the wand, like a small drum, making crisp sounds of varying degrees of severity, which combined into a melody, and saw the protection spells and boosting spells rising from her body one by one. Rise. The frequency of casting spells is so high that it can be called a ghost. While retreating away, Unefo observed, and immediately discovered that the magic power contained in each magic spell was actually not strong. Dumbledore easily dodged the 2 attacking spells, and then saw them hitting the rock. Although 2 pits were hit and some stone chips flew out, Unioff felt that if he did it instead, Kingsley, the power will definitely be stronger. Her magic power output is not sufficient, indeed only the level of an ordinary witch. Dumbledore seemed to have noticed this as well. He pointed at himself and cast a spell. Any stun spell hit him, only to hear a clanging sound. The stun spell was immediately deflected away and splashed. Go to the side of the rock and hit a small hole. But Gabriel's face was calm, and Yu reading www.uukansha.com seemed to know this for a long time. I saw 2 wands waving non-stop, and even split a few fingers to attack, constantly causing trouble for Dumbledore, trying to prevent his approach. Yunbo noticed that these attack spells are quite basic. Although they are quite subtle in technique, they always control attacks from different angles, but in terms of power, let alone defeating Dumbledore, it is to tear apart his defense. Both take some time. The only thing that was of concern was that she had never stopped casting buffs and protection spells on herself, and rays of light of different colors emanated from her body, many of which were unrecognizable by Unifo. After about 3 seconds, she began to chant a spell that Uniof had never heard before, and a strange star formation rose up under her feet. The star formation was a little familiar, and after a little thought, Uniof felt that it was somewhat similar to the ceiling pattern in the Ravenclaw lounge, and the formation had a strange brilliance. Dumbledore seemed to sense that something was wrong, and stopped trying. A silver spark burst out from his wand, and then he disappeared in place, and the body emerged from the spark in the next second. The distance was instantly reduced to within 10 meters. That's how he flew into the valley just now. Is this apparition? Or something else? I saw his wand swiped vigorously, and a golden red flame shot out from the tip of his wand.